Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 3349 to Chapter 3432. Oh, I almost forgot. That Ling Xiao mentioned His Highness Prince Heaven over and over again. He said you stole his brother, and that he's going to come looking for you to settle the score. What do you think? King Dragon Shark looked over at Prince Heaven. Settle the score? Prince Heaven burst out laughing. I'm not afraid of him coming to settle the score. I'm afraid he won't come. If he wants to settle the score, he can come looking for me. Let's see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. I can't believe he actually stole the legacy of the Ice Emperor, despite being surrounded by 3 of the 4 kings of the myriad kingdoms. Why don't we take his brother as a hostage? King Dragon Shark said. That's impossible. Prince Heaven said, waving his hand. Dragon Son is my pet, and has the legacy of the Dragon Emperor. In the future, he'll definitely be a huge asset to the Celestial Dynasty. If we disturb his cultivation because of this, it would be a huge loss to me. As long as he's in the glacier area, I'm sure you'll be able to find him. Besides, the Celestial Dynasty will use other means to find him. Don't even think about taking him as a hostage. Let's do it this way, King Dragon Shark said. Pass down my orders. Lock down the glacier area, and do everything you can to find Ling Xiao. You can also issue a bounty. Anyone who finds Ling Xiao will be protected by the myriad kingdoms, and will be able to stay in Icehold for free. You'll also be rewarded with 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, and a peak general class martial technique. Dragon Mother gnashed her teeth in anger. Yes, ma'am. King Dragon Shark said, nodding. However, there was still a bit of worry in his heart. Would it really be useful for ordinary martial artists to find Ling Xiao? Most likely, Ling Xiao would kill them. King Dragon Shark's fears had come true. In the glacier area, near the border of the domain of the falling stars, there were more than a dozen corpses of martial artists from the myriad kingdoms, all of them killed in a single blow. Although Ling Xiao had used the blood rat devil rat, his cultivation base had returned to the 5th stage of life seizing. On the surface, he looked weaker than most martial artists. But in truth, he was strong enough to kill 7th stage life seizers. He could even fight an 8th division life seizer if he went all out. Considering that most of the martial artists from the myriad kingdoms were only in the 7th or 6th division of life seizing, how could they possibly stand up to him? After leaving the glacier area, Ling Xiao stepped into the meteorite area. The reason why he had come to the meteorite area was because of the inheritance of the 7 Stars Combat Emperor. The only inheritances left were the 7 Stars Battle Emperor and the Flame Emperor. Ling Xiao didn't want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, the glacier area was the territory of Wangua. It was not safe to stay there. In addition to looking for the inheritance of the 7 Stars War Emperor, he also planned to cultivate well in the meteorite area. Along the way, he heard that Long Chen had already obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. This undercover mission could be considered completed. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible and save Long Chen. Although it seemed that Prince Tian attached great importance to Long Chen, no one could guarantee how long this would last. The pressure was immense, but the motivation wasn't small either. Regardless of whether it was Prince Tian or Dragon Mother, as long as they could fully comprehend the Ice Emperor's inheritance, they would be able to do so. He would never be afraid of those people. Keeping a low profile now was so that he could live better and more freely in the future. In the glacier area, there was almost no one who did not know him. He was extremely daring. However, in the meteorite area, he could only be considered a newcomer. In the immemorial divine tomb, the area of each area was extremely large. In addition, there were only so many warriors in the immemorial divine tomb. Therefore, the speed at which the news spread was actually very slow. It was fine in the same area, but in another area, it was almost impossible to spread. Whether it was the glacier area or the meteorite area, the area was equivalent to the entire western region. However, there were only about 20,000 people in the domain of the falling stars. It was difficult to meet these people when they were scattered, let alone spread the news. The meteorite area and the glacier area were completely different. There were no frozen glaciers here. Instead, there were strange meteorites and huge sinkholes. Goodbye, Dragon Shark King, Prince Tian, Dragon Mother. When I step into the glacier area again, which one of you will be able to stop me? He was in the meteorite area. Ling Xiao looked at the glacier area in the distance, gritted his teeth, and continued to walk forward. There was an ice city in the glacier area, and a star city in the meteorite area. He just didn't know if the star city was still in the hands of the owner of the Fiend God token. But he had to go and see it first. Because to cultivate, he still needed to refine some elixirs. He had the key materials, but he still lacked some auxiliary materials. He could go to the Star City to buy them. Now, more than 10 days had passed since the immemorial divine tomb opened. Although it hadn't been long, with the speed of the warriors, they had probably already spread across the 10 areas. Even the 4 major forces couldn't control all 10 areas. Therefore, for those rogue cultivators, there was still a chance to find treasures. But even if they avoided the competition of the 4 major forces, it was inevitable to fight with monsters. The monsters in the meteorite area were completely different from those in the glacier area. The monsters in the glacier area were basically ice-type monsters, while the monsters in the meteorite area were all mutated monsters. Each of them was extremely ugly and grotesque, but they were all very terrifying. Furthermore, there was a particularly terrifying type of demonling known as the parasitic beast. Parasitic beasts weren't like ordinary demonlings. Although they weren't very powerful, they could latch onto animals or humans, and unleash terrifying battle prowess. Most importantly, they didn't look very different from ordinary humans or animals. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi Eye, so he could avoid the parasitic beasts and other powerful demonic beasts. Along the way, he had seen some terrifying demonlings that were as strong as 8th Division Life-Seizers. Even a 9th Division First Cycle Life-Sizer would have a hard time dealing with demonlings of this level. Of course, anything within 5 kilometers of him couldn't escape his Tai Chi Eye. Although the further he looked, the more energy he consumed, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. What the hell is that thing, he thought. It looks like a human, but not at the same time. About 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao, a 2-meter-tall figure was fighting with a group of Western domain experts. That's a bloodthirster, one of the parasitic beasts said. That's a monster from the meteorite area. It should have been a human or a humanoid creature. Basically, it doesn't have a brain and only knows how to fight. But when it comes to fighting, it's really strong. Yuan Venerate stepped forward and answered. Although he couldn't help Ling Xiao much in terms of fighting, as a former cultivator of the Immortal Lyceum, he knew much more than Ling Xiao. There are actually such creatures. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Ever since he had left the Heavenly Dragon continent, he had encountered more and more races and monsters. It seemed that the old saying that the mystic world had tens of thousands of races wasn't an exaggeration. That's nothing. Don't even talk about the other regions. Among the 4 regions of the Black Tortoise continent, there's the Savage Beast region. It's 100 times larger than the Western domain. Yuan Venerate said disdainfully. The Yuan Venerate smiled. Almost everyone living in the Savage Beast region is from the Demon race and the Beast race. There are all kinds of strange races that you can't even imagine. There's also the Deep Sea Dragon region, which is the territory of the Sea race. It's close to the Stormy Ocean and is comparable in size to the Savage Beast region. Most of the races in the Sea race will appear there, including the legendary mermaid. The Yuan Venerate smiled. Savage Beast region? Deep Sea Dragon region? Ling Xiao thought about it. Including the Eternal Emperor region and the Golden Sky region, he basically knew about the 4 regions of the Black Tortoise continent. What's the difference between the Demon race and the Beast race? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The difference is quite big. The Demon race is born from animals, plants, and even some inanimate objects under the influence of the sun and moon. They absorb the essence of the sun and moon and eventually gain intelligence comparable to humans. They also start to know how to cultivate. Gradually, they can take human form and become part of the Demon race. Many Demon race members like to mingle with humans and like the appearance of humans. However, the Beast race is different. The Beast race was originally a race from the primordial age. It was a race formed from the hybridization of demonic beasts and intelligent life forms. They can't take human form, so they have the characteristics of demonic beasts. For example, the ox race, the elephant race, the rabbit race, and so on. The Yuan Venerate explained patiently. The beast race hates humans more than the demon race and is more aggressive. They often invade the Eternal Emperor region and the Golden Sky region. Although those two regions are inhabited by humans and are also where the strongest humans in the Black Tortoise continent live, the beast race has a terrifying bloodline. However, the beasts are born with terrifying bloodline powers. In terms of pure battle prowess, they are the most powerful. You're making my heart itch. I really want to go to the four regions to take a look. Xianxia said excitedly. Of course you have to go. You should be able to obtain a more complete beast god soul there. The Yuan Venerate smiled. Anyway, as far as I know, there are two races in the Savage Beast region that might have a complete beast god soul. One of them is the Great Sage race, which is known for its defense and combat strength. Rumor has it that their ancestor was conferred the title of Great Sage by the human monarch during the Primordial Age. Furthermore, they can transform into 72 transformations, unlike the Yin-Yang Demon King who can transform into various humans. His 72 transformations allowed him to transform into another type of existence. For example, stones or animals. The other was the Skypung race, which could stir up trouble. The ancestor of the Tianping race was once conferred the title of Tianping Marshal by the human king. He commanded the Sacred Dynasty's navy and was extremely powerful. In short, if you go there, you can consider making contact with these two clans. Who knows, you might be able to obtain two types of beast god souls. Xiao's heart surged as he listened to the Yuan Venerate's introduction. Four regions, the powerful four regions, how was he going to turn these four regions into his own territory? This required him to become even stronger. The four regions were the key to unifying the Black Tortoise continent. And his most beloved woman, the Moon Maiden, was also waiting for him there. Thinking of this, his speed suddenly increased a lot. He had to work harder. In the distance, the Western region warriors had already been killed by the Bloodthirsters. The Bloodthirsters' combat power was too terrifying. Although it didn't have a brain, it was almost invulnerable. Its defense was so strong that it was abnormal. Xiao even felt that his current king-grade Black Tortoise physique wasn't as strong as that guy's. Perhaps with the enhancement of the Ice Age, he might be able to reach that level. Along the way, he encountered many corpses. There were corpses of demonic beasts and humans. Regardless of whether it was the corpses of humans or demonic beasts, they were all very miserable. However, the strange thing was that many of these corpses were actually still moving. They also possessed a certain level of offensive power. The meteorite zone was really strange. It was completely different from the glacier zone. They are called zombies. They move slowly and their combat power depends on their strength before they die. Zombies can be killed by simply bursting their heads. However, if zombies evolve, they can become terrifying undyings. Undyings have almost immortal bodies and can move much faster than zombies unless the life crystal in their bodies is shattered. Otherwise, they won't die. However, the life crystal is usually only the size of a thumb and its location is uncertain. Therefore, it is very difficult to kill an undyings. It is best to avoid them when you see them, the Yuan Venerate explained. The Yuan Venerate explained. Xiao sighed. It was no wonder that there were so few martialists from the four great factions in the meteorite zone. It seemed like they also knew how dangerous this place was and were unwilling to set foot in it. The probability of death here was probably much higher than in the glacier zone. After walking for an entire day, Xiao finally saw a towering city wall. However, this city wall was a little special. It wasn't a city in a narrow sense but a huge void battleship. It was said that in ancient times, battleships had come from beyond the heavens and were brought here by creatures outside the mystic world. Riding on it, one could enter the void outside the mystic world without dying. Otherwise, even a human monarch would be crushed instantly in the void by relying solely on the physical body of a martialist. I originally thought that void battleships were just legends. I didn't expect to actually see one here. Isn't this much bigger than the capital of the Sword Dynasty, Sword God City? How exactly was a battleship built at this stage? Xiao felt extremely shocked as he looked at the towering void battleship in front of him. Well, Master can't answer you. The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Even the people of the Immortal Court know very little about ancient times. The king of sovereigns probably knows some secrets. However, he naturally won't tell me. Let's go in and take a look first. Ling Xiao was very interested in this void battleship, even though it had been transformed into a city. Many of the components inside had probably been dismantled, and it had long become an empty shell that was unrecognizable. However, the shell was still there, so he could still see the glory of the void battleships of ancient times. At this thought, Ling Xiao increased his speed and flew towards Star City. Star City was much more desolate than he had imagined. This place wasn't occupied by the four great factions, and there were no god-fiend kings here. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into Star City, he only felt the fear of death. The streets and alleys were actually filled with walking corpses. The entire Star City had actually fallen, however, it hadn't been taken by the martialists of the western region, but by the monsters of the meteorite region. The Star Demon King should have been at least an 8th or 9th level life-sizer. How could it have been killed by a monster? Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked. The atmosphere here really made one feel very uncomfortable. Maybe it wasn't killed. The Yuan Venerate thought of an even more terrifying possibility. Master, are you saying that the Star Demon King was parasitized? Or infected? Ling Xiao asked. It's very likely, so you have to be careful. Although you are basically immune to all poisons, that might not be the case here. Don't be careless. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I understand, Master. Ling Xiao didn't dare be careless in the face of the Yuan Venerate's warning. This broken place probably doesn't have what I want. Let's go. The city was surrounded by zombies. What else could be left? Ling Xiao felt like cursing as he looked at the horde of monsters in Star City. Originally, he had come here to buy some supplementary herbs and then refine some pills, preparing to concentrate on his cultivation. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? However, just as he was about to leave, a loud rumble came from the battleship. Two figures flew out of the battleship. Someone's fighting? Judging from the commotion, it's probably a fight between 9th level life-seizers, right? Ling Xiao looked up at the sky in surprise. The sky seemed to have been split in half. One side was dyed red with blood, while the other side was pitch black. The two colors dyed the entire sky. Even the white clouds that were originally like cotton candy turned black and red. Rumble, once again, the two sides collided in the sky. Terrifying energy was released, and the zombies in the battleship fell to the ground. Even Ling Xiao felt dizzy. The commotion was too terrifying. One of them seems to be the master of Soul Hall, Dark Frost. Damn, who's the other one? He can actually fight a reincarnation divine realm cultivator? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked over. He even opened his Taiji eye to get a clear look. This was the first time he had seen a reincarnation divine realm cultivator fight. It was very rare. The Yuan Venerate turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew out to look at the person fighting Dark Frost. That's the Undying King. What's the Undying King? Ling Xiao asked. The King of the Undying. That's clearly a monster created by the parasites of the original overlord of Star City, the Star Demon King. The Star Demon King was probably a 9th level life-sizer in the past. Now, he's probably much stronger than Dark Frost. The Yuan Venerate explained. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt that it was really possible. He carefully observed the Undying King with his Taiji eye. As a variant of the Star Demon King, this guy's body was clearly larger than the previous Star Demon King. His skin had turned blood red, as if there was no skin, and only his muscles were exposed. It looked ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, his hands had turned into two sharp blades. It felt like they were on the same level as a precious immortal artifact. Apart from that, he also had a pair of blood-red wings on his back. The flapping of his wings allowed him to fight freely in the air, which was more convenient than flying martial artists. However, there was only a berserk killing intent in those eyes. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It felt like a killing machine. What a strong killing intent. You're right. The undead kings are also known as slaughterers. They kill every living thing they see without stopping. Most likely, many of the cultivators in Star City were killed by him. For some reason, Ming Shuang, the master of Soul Palace, had come here to fight this fellow. I don't think she's a match for him. The Yuan Venerate said worriedly, be careful. Run away quickly if the situation doesn't look right. Otherwise, given your cultivation base, you won't have a chance of survival if you encounter the undead king. I understand, but I still want to watch. I can get a lot of inspiration from watching powerhouses fight. No matter how high a person's comprehension was, it was meaningless to study behind closed doors. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to learn more from those powerhouses, which would be more helpful to him. Ling Xiao hadn't observed Dark Frost carefully at the entrance of the Divine Tomb previously. Because the other party was too strong, he had been discovered at a glance and hadn't dared to look around. However, today was different. Ming Shuang and the Undying King were fighting, and he could feast his eyes on it. There was no doubt that this little loli was very pretty. Even though she had been tortured by 3,600 types of punishments and had become very gloomy, she was still a little girl of 12 or 13 years old. Such a young girl could actually maintain a very calm expression in the face of a monster more than 2 meters tall. There was even some disdain. Dark Frost didn't have wings, but her spirit power was so strong that even Ling Xiao felt terrified. This was the first time that Ling Xiao felt that his spirit power was inferior to someone else's. Dark Frost stood there indifferently and calmly. Her delicate little face was cold and noble. Human, what do you think you can do? That's right, I was the one who killed your subordinates, but so what can you do? The undead king sneered in the sky. To be precise, the parasitic beast was talking. The Star Demon King was dead and the parasitic beast had taken over this body. This parasitic beast is really rude and unreasonable. It seems like Dark Frost came to take revenge because someone from the Soul Hall was killed by this guy. Ling Xiao finally understood the whole story. What do you think? Dark Frost said coldly, I'll kill you. Kill me? Ha 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 ha. The undead king laughed crazily. His laughter was like thunder, causing the entire void worship to shake. Little girl, I know that you are also a martial artist of the first reincarnation divine realm. But you are only at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. After I obtained the Star Demon King's body, I was already at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. What do you have to fight me? So what? You killed my Soul Hall martial artist, die. Dark Frost wasn't frightened by the other party's strength. She just responded coldly. Then she didn't do anything. A black gust of wind suddenly appeared in the void. The gale was only 2 meters tall at first, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge storm dozens of meters tall and pounced on the undead king. If one looked carefully, one would find that this storm was not a simple storm. There were countless tiny mosquitoes in it. If one was really hit by this storm, there wouldn't be a corpse left. Between heaven and earth, the black wind raged. More zombies were torn to pieces by the black wind. Some undeads with wings were turned into minced meat as soon as they flew into the air. Ling Xiao was really shocked. Fortunately, he was far enough away. Otherwise, he would have been affected by this attack. Humph, reckless human, this meteorite area has long been the world of us parasitic beasts. Sooner or later, the entire immemorial divine tomb will become our territory. At that time, the ancient corpses underground will also be under our control. Can you imagine? Not to mention you, even the experts of the 4 regions of the Black Tortoise continent can't resist an undead army of that scale. You actually want to stop it? It's ridiculous. The undead king shouted coldly, and the strange blades in his hands crossed together. His body emitted a blood-red light. From his throat, a low roar came out. His voice was not loud, but it was very uncomfortable. Then, a huge cross-shaped sword chi condensed, almost cutting the sky. It rushed crazily toward the black gale. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw this terrifying sword chi. The difference was too great. Given his own cultivation base, it was simply impossible for him to unleash such a domineering sword chi. It seemed that if he really encountered a reincarnation divine grade martialist, he could only avoid it. Master, their cultivation bases and combat strength are similar. I'm afraid it will be difficult to determine the victor. Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. No, that girl will win. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Although the Undying King is powerful, it hasn't been formed for a long time. Therefore, it can't fully display the abilities of the Star Demon King. In terms of martial techniques, it shouldn't be as powerful as Darkfrost's. Of course, the most direct reason is that Darkfrost is a soul race martialist. A powerful soul race martialist. The parasitic beast has to rely on its spirit power to control a physical body. Otherwise, the physical body's movements will be very stiff. It will be the same as those ordinary zombies. It can be said that Darkfrost is basically its nemesis. It just doesn't know it yet. Ling Xiao partially agreed with the Yuan Venerate's words, but he also had doubts. The parasitic beast and Darkfrost obviously hadn't just started fighting. How could it not know that Darkfrost was proficient in spirit mystic techniques? It was probably too early to say who would win or lose. Of course, deep down, he still hoped that Darkfrost would win. Otherwise, the Western region martialists would suffer miserably, just as the parasitic beast had said. Boom, there was a loud explosion in the sky. The sword chi collided with the black wind and each released a powerful and terrifying energy. The entire space seemed to be on the verge of exploding due to this loud explosion and became extremely unstable. The void warship below couldn't help but sway. After a moment of stalemate, the attacks of both sides were annihilated at the same time. From the looks of it, the two of them were evenly matched. The parasitic beast had an advantage in terms of cultivation base. Darkfrost had an advantage in terms of spirit power. It seemed like this battle would either last for a long time or be decided in a short time. It all depended on which side would reveal their trump cards first. The moment the attack was annihilated, the undead king moved. The blood-red wings on his back flapped, and his body turned into a beam of blood-red light. In an instant, he traversed a distance of several hundred meters and stabbed the blades in his hands toward Darkfrost. Perhaps the undead king also knew that he was good at close combat. The other party belonged to the soul race, so they were better at long-range combat. Getting closer would definitely give him an advantage. There was a blood-red light flickering on the two blades, as well as strange veins that looked like blood vessels. Ling Xiao had no doubt that if this sword pierced Darkfrost, it would suck out Darkfrost's blood. Ding ding. The blade-like monster did not hit Darkfrost. Instead, when it was 2 or 3 meters away from Darkfrost, it hit something, as if it was an air wall. This caused the sword's hands to be unable to continue moving forward. It seems to be a domain similar to the domain of absolute frost. Ling Xiao was shocked. Sure enough, Darkfrost has already cultivated the Soul Emperor's inheritance. While Ling Xiao was still in shock, 2 huge cylinders suddenly flew out of the void behind Darkfrost. The front part of the cylinders was like a sharp thorn that stabbed toward the undead king. The soul race martialists are really good at fighting. They only need to use their soul power and they don't even need to move their hands and feet to make all kinds of attacks. The Yuan Venerate lamented. Kid, you can't forget the advantage of your soul power. If you suddenly use it in battle, it will definitely have a miraculous effect. I know, but my soul mystic technique most likely can't keep up with my cultivation anymore. If I enter the reincarnation sacred realm, what I have learned before will no longer be of any help. I can only learn new mystic techniques. Fortunately, the 4-leaf demonic eyes have always been effective, so it can be considered a consolation. Ling Xiao also wanted to use soul mystic techniques, but the problem was the things he had learned when he was still a zero-transition martialist. He might not be able to use them effectively now. The sudden appearance of the 2 huge cylinders clearly made the undead king a little unhappy. 2 tentacles appeared on his body and blasted out like the tentacles of an octopus. The 2 tentacles blocked the 2 cylinders. Sure enough, that guy is no longer human. How can a human have tentacles? It's too strange. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. The Star Demon King was also a 9th-level life-sizer, but he had died so tragically. Not only was he dead, but his body was also at the mercy of the parasitic beast. That feeling was really pitiful. Darkfrost's attack was ineffective, but her expression didn't change. Suddenly, a huge skeleton walked out of the void behind her. The skeleton was covered in black smoke. Its hands were unarmed, but the color of its bones was silver-white, like some kind of metal. The skeleton slammed its claws down, and black smoke filled the air. Wherever the claws passed, the air was directly torn apart, and there was a sharp whistling sound. It was enough to make one's head hurt. Although Darkfrost didn't have the advantage of a physical body, she was still a member of the Soul Race. The Soul Race had the ability to summon monsters from alternate dimensions to do battle. The undead monarch raised his hands and blocked the huge skeleton's claws. However, because he was passively defending, he was clearly at a disadvantage and was sent flying. The skeleton didn't have it easy either. The claws that were waving in the air were instantly shattered into pieces. Apparently, the Undying King's body was much tougher than the skeleton's. The Undying King flew back 4 or 5 meters, then suddenly circled behind Darkfrost. Continue attacking. Facing the Undying King's rapid attacks, Darkfrost seemed very calm. She always had a way to block, and always had a way to counterattack. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Darkfrost clearly cultivated the Soul Emperor's legacy, but other than using her domain to defend, she didn't seem to use it to attack. She can't, or is she waiting for an opportunity? Ling Xiao frowned. She should be waiting for an opportunity. Although both sides have powerful trump cards, in this situation, the first person to use them first will be the first. If they can't defeat the opponent by using their trump card, they will be in trouble. Therefore, both sides are very restrained and cautious. This battle will probably be a long one. The Yuan Venerate analyzed. I'm afraid Darkfrost will be in trouble at night. Ling Xiao said. I didn't expect you to realize this, kid. You're worth teaching. You're right. At night, the combat strength of the Undying will definitely skyrocket. And Darkfrost will become weak because of the consumption of her soul power. If the battle can't be resolved during the day, the situation will definitely reverse. The Yuan Venerate praised. The battle in the sky was too loud. It attracted many monsters from the meteorite zone. Ling Xiao could see through his Taiji eye that most of these monsters were undying, zombies, and blood drinkers. There were also some mutated monsters, such as the demon dog whose head had completely split into 4 parts. Another example was the tree vines that could move. The strength of these monsters was generally above the 1-star life-seizing realm. Only 8th and 9th level 1-star life-seizing monsters dared to get close to the battle between the two super powerhouses. The rest of the ordinary zombies and demonic beasts had already hidden far away. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Is this an accident? He muttered to himself. He had never heard of so many mutant monsters appearing after the opening of the immemorial divine tomb. Maybe, but with so many monsters, the immemorial divine tomb must be more dangerous than usual. Especially in the meteorite zone. Are you sure you want to stay here? Yuan Venerate asked. The more dangerous it is, the fewer martial artists will come. I have no problem dealing with these brainless monsters. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Not only are you not afraid, but you will also be very happy, right? Yuan Venerate shook his head and smiled bitterly. After being with Ling Xiao for so long, how could he not understand Ling Xiao's character? The stronger the enemy, the more motivated he would be. It would be the same this time. The battle continued in the sky. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and recorded every detail. This would be an important experience for him in future battles. They fought from noon until the sun set in the west. This battle was truly a stalemate. However, as the sky gradually darkened, the Undying King was obviously getting stronger. His eyes were filled with excitement. Pathetic human girl, you can still fight me in the day. Now that the sun has completely set, what will you use to fight me? The Undying King's throat made a low sound. The parasite was ready to launch its final attack on Darkfrost. Yes, it's time to end it. At night, you monsters should be able to handle it with more ease. Darkfrost's expression did not change at all, as if she was frozen, forever as cold as frost. Ling Xiao guessed that after the torture of the Soul Hall, this girl had probably lost all human emotions. She was quite pitiful. Is that so? You seem to be very confident, but I will let you know how insignificant you are. The Undying King's cold voice came out again. An even more intense blood-red light was released from his body. His body actually began to change. His body, which was originally only 2 meters tall, gradually grew to 5 or 6 meters tall. Sharp claws grew out of his hands, and a pair of sharp horns grew out of his forehead. The red light became more and more dazzling, completely covering the light of the setting sun. The terrifying aura pressured Ling Xiao until he was practically unable to breathe. It seems like the Undying King has been waiting for his chance to show his trump card. Ling Xiao had a strong feeling that if Dark Frost did not have a reasonable defensive method, she would be in trouble. "Master, I want to save that girl, right?" Ling Xiao asked Ling. "That's a risk. Who knows what kind of personality that girl has? If you save her, it'll be fine if she's grateful. With her help, you'll be even more unyielding in the immemorial divine tomb. But if she was an ungrateful person, or if she didn't know how to be grateful, then you might even be killed by him." Yuan Venerate reminded him. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's take a gamble, and do you think I, Ling Xiao, am that easy to kill?" Ling Xiao smiled and began to pay close attention to the battle. If Dark Frost was really in trouble, he would definitely save her. If Dark Frost was absorbed by the parasite beast, then the human martial artists in the immemorial divine tomb would be wiped out. Although those unrelated people had nothing to do with him, he might not even be able to protect his own life if that happened. And his friends. Saving Ming Shuang was the same as saving himself and saving his friends. He had thought this through thoroughly. He discovered the Undying King's situation. Some of the one-star life seizers and one-star life seizers who had been waiting nearby to take advantage of the situation quickly fled. They could clearly feel the terror of the Undying King's attack, and it might even affect them. "It seems like an ability similar to my bloodthirsty plague, but obviously stronger," Ling Xiao exclaimed. At the same time, Dark Frost also realized the terror of the Undying King's attack. At that moment, she also mobilized the most powerful energy in her body. Intermediate King-class martial technique, soul-devouring domain. It was indeed a domain. Hearing Dark Frost's voice, Ling Xiao was finally certain of his judgment. "Any domain is useless. You can't defend against this move of mine at all." The Undying King revealed a ferocious expression. The red light in his hands formed the shadow of a huge mouse. Then, he suddenly released it. The sky was filled with red light, and Ling Xiao could barely open his eyes. Fortunately, his Taiji Eye and four-leaf demonic eyes were special eyes, so he could carefully observe the entire process. In almost an instant, the countless blood-red mice were not far from Dark Frost. They were so fast that it was as if they had teleported. "Undying Plague!" The Undying King roared in a low voice that echoed in the void warship. Boom! The Undying Plague and the soul-devouring domain finally collided. At that moment, the space was severely distorted, so much so that the scenery in the sky seemed to be bent, looking extremely strange. It was a stalemate for about a minute. The terrifying Undying Plague began to corrode the soul-devouring domain. Even though it was not completely dark yet, the Undying King still displayed a combat power that was more terrifying than Dark Frost's. Boom! Finally, the soul-devouring domain was completely destroyed. The remaining Undying Plague was not as powerful as before. But it still broke through the layers of defense set up by Dark Frost and entered Dark Frost's body. Dark Frost's face was a little pale at that moment. But the corner of her mouth hung a smile that only a victor would have. She had been waiting for this moment. When night fell, the opponent would use his trump card because of the increase in strength. At that time, she could take advantage of the opponent's underestimation and kill him in one blow. The Undying King had indeed underestimated his opponent. At that moment, he wanted to take advantage of the Undying Plague's influence on Dark Frost to kill Dark Frost. His body approached Dark Frost and his huge claws slapped the girl's head, wanting to smash it into pieces. Die. Soul-sealing chain. Kill. A pitch-black chain suddenly appeared behind the Undying King. It turned into a pitch-black ray and instantly pierced through the Undying King's head. This move was very quiet, but its power and speed were terrifying to the extreme. It should also be a king-class martial skill, and also the inheritance of the Soul Emperor. Ling Xiao simply wanted to clap his hands and cheer. Dark Frost's attack this time was chosen at the perfect time. The Undying King's body became bigger, and his movements were not as agile as before. There was no way to dodge. His head shattered in an instant. But the undying king was still an undying king. The moment his head shattered, his claws still slapped down. The headless undead king swiped his claw at Dark Frost's head. However, Dark Frost's head tilted to the side, and the claw slammed into her, turning her body into a bloody mess. She could even hear the sound of bones breaking. Dark Frost's face turned pale. Coupled with the effects of the undead plague, Dark Frost's body was no longer under her control. She fell from the sky. Countless zombies and undead were waiting for her. They were waiting to tear Dark Frost to shreds. However, the undead king didn't fall. Although he seemed to be in great pain, he was still struggling in the sky. But one thing was for sure, his head was shattered, and his body was seriously injured, but his life crystal wasn't destroyed. That meant he wasn't dead. I can't believe I couldn't kill this monster even after using all my power. Whatever. If I die, I die. There's no point in living anyway. Dark Frost sighed helplessly as she looked at the undead king's condition. She knew that she wasn't lucky enough to kill the undead king. If she fell from the sky like this, she would definitely die. However, she didn't seem to be in any pain. Instead, she closed her eyes. Whoosh, a beam of golden light shot up into the air, grabbed Ming Shuang, and quickly fled. It was so fast that even the 9th-level life-seizers were shocked. It's too early to talk about death. Ming Shuang heard the voice and vaguely saw the face of the person who had saved her. How could it be him? Dark Frost would never have dreamed that someone would come to save her. For someone like her, no one would feel sorry for her if she died. She also didn't expect that her savior would be the weakling she had despised outside the door of the god tomb. She struggled to get to her feet, but the pain caused her soul to be torn apart, and she fainted. This girl is really strong. If she also had the Tai Chi Eye, she would have been able to kill the undying king with just the soul-sealing chain. Ling Xiao sighed. The undead king's cultivation base was clearly higher than Dark Frost's. However, Dark Frost had displayed an incomparably powerful and intelligent combat style. He was so close to winning. After using the earth-crossing golden light technique to save Ming Shuang, Ling Xiao fled for a long time. After confirming that there were no enemies around, he finally found a safe cave and entered it. He took out a bed from his storage ring and placed Dark Frost on it. Then, he went outside the cave and set up a temporary array, the 10,000 Beasts Blood Refining Array. There was also an illusion array. Then, he activated his spirit formation Martial Spirit. This way, even if monsters were to chase after him, they would not be able to easily discover him. Moreover, the 10,000 Beasts Blood Refining Formation could also turn those monsters into the energy source for his counterattack. After doing all this, Ling Xiao returned to the cave. Looking at Dark Frost who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, he couldn't help but sigh. She's still a child. Such a big child should have enjoyed the fun of childhood, yet he was captured by Soul Palace and trained into a devil-like existence. Pitiful. No wonder he didn't feel any pain even if he died. Perhaps to her, death is a form of release. No, I have to treat her immediately. Otherwise, she will really die. Seeing that the left side of the girl's body was almost completely shattered, her miserable appearance made one's heart ache. Fortunately, he was an apothecary and had the immemorial nature dragon martial spirit in his body. Although he had not used the dragon martial spirit for a long time, it was only because he did not have a suitable martial skill to complement it. It was not that the dragon martial spirit was useless. The immemorial nature dragon martial spirit should have no problem treating this kind of external injury. Coupled with the medicinal pills that he had refined, it should be enough to cure her. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao summoned the immemorial nature dragon. The green nature dragon appeared. Rays of green light enveloped the girl. The left side of her body that was already badly mutilated was quickly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. There was a murderous intent in her cold eyes. "Why did you save me?" the girl asked. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Shut up and wait until the treatment is over." Ling Xiao acted very domineering. In the end, the other party was just a little girl. Although she was very strong, her thinking was not that mature. Moreover, she was seriously injured and was no match for him. Most importantly, he could sense that the girl's body had been tormented by the undying plague. Even if the external injury was healed, it would not be a threat to him. "You dare to yell at me?" Dark Frost was stunned. Ever since she became the master of Soul Hall, no one dared to yell at her like this. "Shut up." Ling Xiao did not waste time talking nonsense with her and continued with the treatment. After spending a full 3 hours, the girl's external injury was finally healed. However, he was so tired that he lay on the ground. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The girl walked over and grabbed Ling Xiao's collar with her slender hand and said coldly. "Is this how you treat your savior? Do you think that there are no good people in this world because those people from Soul Hall are not good people?" Ling Xiao did not resist and let her grab his collar as he said coldly. "Is that not the case? You saved me because you want me to repay your kindness." Dark Frost shouted. She thought of her previous encounters and was in a bad mood. "You can get lost after your injury is healed and we will be strangers from now on." Ling Xiao mocked. "I want you to repay your kindness? How can you repay me? In your current situation, it's hard to say if you can even walk out of here." Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and finally let go of his collar. Then, she burst into tears. No one dared to scold her like this. Although many people slandered and mocked her behind her back, at least no one dared to speak to her like this in front of her. However, for some reason, when she heard Ling Xiao's words, her frozen heart actually began to melt. "Sigh, I'm most afraid of girls crying." Ling Xiao sighed and simply sat to the side to recover his strength, ignoring Dark Frost. He knew that she would not kill him. Although this girl had been treated very cruelly, deep down, she was still very kind and cute. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life to avenge her subordinates alone. Anyway, he had seen this kind of people who would not do such ungrateful things. Dark Frost cried for a full half an hour before her sobs gradually subsided. Ling Xiao had also completely recovered his strength and inner strength. "Are you really not afraid that I will kill you? Everyone thinks that I am a monster and is unwilling to get close to me." Dark Frost gradually stopped crying and asked. "I am afraid." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "But I can't just leave you to die because I am afraid. Moreover, in my eyes, other than your strength, you are just a little girl with a tragic fate. Sigh, let's not talk about this. The undying plague in your body needs to be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, your cultivation will not be able to recover. Don't worry about me. I don't want to go back anyway. That cold, cruel place without any warmth." Dark Frost hugged her head, looking very frightened. "As long as one is alive, there is hope, isn't there?" Ling Xiao glanced at Dark Frost and sighed. "I know what you went through. My childhood might not have been as tragic as yours, but it wasn't that great either. I used to be a little beggar who was bullied at will. Even if I was beaten to death, no one would care. I had to work hard every day just to have a bite to eat. However, I never despaired because I knew that as long as I was alive, there was hope. You are very strong and you survived the cruel torture. Why don't you live well? Let those who laugh at you see that you are happier than them. That's all I have to say. Think about it yourself." After saying that, Ling Xiao walked out of the cave. There were traces of monster activity everywhere outside the cave, and it was obvious that someone was commanding them. Ling Xiao guessed that the Undying King was really angry because he had almost been killed by Dark Frost, so he was searching every nook and cranny of the place. However, this place was heavily guarded by him, so the monsters never discovered the existence of the cave. "Why don't you leave? You have already saved her anyway. Why bother if she doesn't want to live anymore?" the Yuan Venerate asked as he flew out of Ling Xiao's body. "Save her until the end. Besides, she is a powerhouse of the reincarnation divine grade. If you can build a good relationship with her, wasting some time is nothing. The power of one person is ultimately not enough. Look at Dark Frost. Isn't she strong enough? No, she still needs me to save her. It's the same for me. I can't always be safe and sound. It would be good if someone came to save her at this time. I still believe that the nature of that girl is better than most people, even after experiencing the cruel torture." "That's still the case." Ling Xiao chuckled. Do you really have a way to help me? Suddenly, dark frost appeared at the entrance of the cave. Ling Xiao didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually saw a blush on her little face. It must be an illusion. Ling Xiao shook his head. This girl was as cold as ice. How could it be? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. Alright, I'll accept your treatment. Regardless of whether you need it or not, since you've saved me, I owe you a favor. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Dark Frost added. Alright. Ling Xiao was not a pretentious person. It was definitely a good thing to be able to make an expert owe him a favor while saving a life. He would never refuse. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao placed his hand on Dark Frost's weak back. He didn't know much about the undead plague. Therefore, he needed to do some analysis first. Do not resist, no matter what happens. Ling Xiao reminded. I know. Ming Xuan said with a nod. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, he could have done it a long time ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, she had nothing to worry about. Seeing that Dark Frost was so cooperative, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. If he had met someone who would nag even if you saved her, Ling Xiao would never save her. He wasn't a masochist. After more than 10 minutes of analysis, Ling Xiao basically confirmed the composition of the undead plague. It was very similar to his bloodthirsty plague. They were both powerful germs. However, the difference was that the bloodthirsty plague absorbed the opponent's blood and inner strength. The undead plague, on the other hand, destroyed the opponent's blood and muscles in all directions. After understanding the principle, it was easier to remove it. From the Tianlong continent to the Xuanwu continent, Ling Xiao's medical skills were getting stronger and stronger. He used his trait of not being afraid of poison and transformed into the Nine-Snake General to forcefully extract the undead plague. This process only took an hour to complete. Alright, next, I'll prepare some medicine for you. After using it, your body will slowly recover. Your strength will be the same as well. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long sigh. The treatment this time was not completely without benefits. Other than gaining Dark Frost's favor, the biggest gain was that his nine-snake poison domain had an additional poison, the undead plague. This was a virus that could create zombies and even immortals. Furthermore, the zombies and immortals created would listen to his commands. Are you a doctor? Dark Frost asked curiously. You can say that. Ling Xiao nodded. I also know a doctor. He is the best doctor in Seoul Hall. Even in the entire western region, no one can compare to him. If you want to become his disciple, I can introduce you to him. Dark Frost said all of a sudden. There's no need for that. I already have a master. Ling Xiao didn't believe that there would be someone more outstanding than a Yuan Venerate in terms of medicine in this world. Even the so-called number one in the western region couldn't compare to him. Dark Frost was stunned when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. Who knew how many people dreamed of becoming that doctor's disciple? Ling Xiao had actually rejected her. Didn't he ask how powerful that person was? Are you sure? The person I'm talking about is definitely more powerful than your master. Dark Frost said. He might not be as powerful as me, let alone my master. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to prepare the medicine. Dark Frost swallowed her words back into her stomach. This was the first time someone had dared to stop her from speaking. In the next few days, Ling Xiao took care of Dark Frost. He also went out to look for medicinal herbs. The two of them had been together for a long time, so their relationship had naturally warmed up. Dark Frost had changed the most. In the past, she would absolutely disdain to talk to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao still remembered her cold and aloof demeanor. However, she seemed very familiar with him now. That aloof demeanor that kept people thousands of miles away seemed to have gradually disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Instead, she felt like a little girl next door. Ling Xiao liked this feeling very much. 2 days later, Ling Xiao returned from outside and found Dark Frost lying there covered in blood. Although it was all external injuries, he was still very angry. You went out? His face was a little gloomy. I can't always owe you a favor. I have to speed up the recovery of my strength through battle. Dark Frost's little face that was covered in blood was stubborn. Bullshit, am I the doctor or are you the doctor? Originally, if you had listened to me and recuperated well, your strength would have completely recovered in less than 5 days. But now, everything has to start all over again. You have to delay another 3 days just to recuperate. Brainless. Ling Xiao was a little angry, and his words were not pleasant to hear. You dare to scold me? Dark Frost frowned. So what if I scold you? Are you going to wait until you recover to kill me? Ling Xiao said coldly, stay here and don't move. Tell me what monster injured you. I have to find suitable blood to refine medicine. She was startled by Ling Xiao's cold voice. Dark Frost actually said honestly, it's a blood drinker with a huge tail. After saying that, she realized that she was actually so obedient to this Ling Xiao. Okay, you wait. Ling Xiao turned and left. Dark Frost wanted to be angry, but she couldn't get angry at all. She knew that Ling Xiao scolded and reprimanded her for her own good. Perhaps in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was just a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She wasn't some high and mighty Soul Hall master. Seeing Ling Xiao go out, Dark Frost struggled to get up and nervously listened to the sounds outside. Loud roars kept coming. It was the roar of the blood drinker. Dark Frost was very nervous. She clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth, if you dare to hurt him, I'll make all the mutant creatures in the meteorite area pay with their lives. She had never cared so much about someone. She had never been cared for so much by someone. Her small heart had long been filled with that person's shadow. Although she didn't want to admit it, she really wanted to call Ling Xiao brother. She was betrayed by her parents, and only her brother didn't leave her. However, her brother died in the cruel punishment of Soul Hall. For her, her brother was the closest person. She could treat Ling Xiao as her brother, which meant that she really trusted and cared about Ling Xiao. Just as she was thinking about this, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside. It was Ling Xiao. Brother, are you okay? Dark Frost was anxious and shouted out the words in her heart. I'm fine. Ling Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong. Was it strange for a 12 or 13-year-old girl to call him brother? It's okay. I've already taken the things back. Next, I'll treat you. Speaking up to hear, Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black and he fainted. However, he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, Dark Frost caught him. I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. You should use the medicine to stop the bleeding first. I'll help you refine the medicine to remove the bacteria later. After a while, Ling Xiao woke up. In the battle just now, the bloodthirster was too strong. Ling Xiao had fought with his life on the line. Due to the huge difference in their strength, even though he was able to get some of the other party's blood, he was still severely injured. It was already good enough that he was able to make it back. Most importantly, his King-tier Black Tortoise divine body and immemorial nature dragon soul both had the ability to heal themselves. After resting for a while, his body should be more or less recovered. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured. I really am a jinx. Dark Frost's expression became very ugly, as if she had thought of something that terrified her. Dark Frost? Look at me, look into my eyes. Ling Xiao grabbed Dark Frost's head and forced her to look at him. I don't care what those people thought of you in the past. Today's matter is not as serious as you think. You just wanted to recover as soon as possible, and I forgot to remind you that I'm also at fault. Don't carry everything on your back. Living like that will be very tiring. You really won't blame me? Dark Frost asked pitifully. This child, she had never had such an expression before. Of course I will. In the future, you have to listen to me. You're not allowed to go out. When you recover, you can do whatever you want. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Dark Frost said as she wiped her tears. I'm so tired. I'll sleep for a while. Ling Xiao finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious for, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Dark Frost brewing medicine. This little girl's ability to brew medicine was not small. It was obvious that she had done a lot of work since she was young. Her parents probably didn't love her very much. Big brother, you're awake? Hurry up and drink this medicine. I also know a little about medicine. This is good for treating internal injuries. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao eagerly. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't want to drink it. Because after his own treatment, he was basically healed. But looking at the medicine that the little girl had painstakingly brewed, it didn't seem right not to drink it. After thinking for a while, he took the medicine and drank it. It's so bitter. Haha, the medicine elder said that good medicine is bitter. Dark Frost said with a smile. Although the two of them were injured, the small cave was filled with laughter and chatter. 5 days later, Dark Frost completely recovered her strength. However, Ling Xiao's cultivation hadn't recovered yet. Because he forced himself to use the bloody rat, it was impossible to rely on cultivation alone. He must have a medicine as an auxiliary. Unfortunately, until now, he hadn't found any auxiliary medicine. So his cultivation fell into a stagnant state. You're too weak to survive alone in the meteorite area. Come with me to the green area. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and said. Green area? Yes, it's the only safe place in the meteorite area. For some reason, it seems that the monsters in the meteorite area can't enter that area. The germs can't spread there either. Our soul hall occupies the green area. Dark Frost replied. Okay, I'll go with you. Ling Xiao thought for a while. Although the green area wasn't a city, it was a real safe area. There must be warriors trading herbs there. Even if there wasn't, the master of Soul Hall should be able to get some herbs for him. Anyway, they were just ordinary herbs that weren't worth much. Brother, don't tell anyone what happened here. The situation of Soul Hall is more complicated than you think. I'm afraid that someone will make an issue out of it. Also, in the green area, I can only protect you in secret. On the surface, I can only treat you as my savior. I'll tell the people of Soul Hall that only you can remove the germs in my body. This way, you'll be even safer. On the way, Dark Frost reminded Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had thought about this a long time ago. Although Dark Frost was powerful, she was only a 12-year-old girl. How could she rule Soul Hall? There must be a real ruler in Soul Hall. To put it bluntly, Dark Frost was just a hired thug. But no matter what, he could be sure that Dark Frost could still provide him with some protection. At the very least, if Soul Hall didn't want Dark Frost to die, they wouldn't attack him. I know. Under Dark Frost's lead, the two quickly approached the green area. The so-called green area was actually a slightly larger campsite. It was surrounded by fences. There were many tents and temporary wooden huts, straw huts, and the like. There were monster activities around the green area. But strangely, these monsters didn't even take half a step closer to the green area. They would even stay far away. When they approached the green area, there were already people who noticed them first. There was a watchtower built in the green area that allowed one to see very far. There was probably no one in Soul Hall who didn't recognize Dark Frost. A moment later, a group of people charged out of the green area. On the way to the green area, there were many monsters and they weren't weak. Soul Hall had always had people in charge of clearing the path. But this time, they were here to welcome their hall master. Remember what I said, she said. Don't get too close. Ming Shuang also noticed that someone had come out and reminded him again. Don't worry, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. Even as the words left his mouth, the newcomers appeared in front of him. There were more than 10 of them, all of them wearing the uniform of the Hall of Souls. However, the strange thing was that these people had 2 different uniforms. One was black, the other was white. Dark Frost had told him that the Hall of Souls was divided into the inner sanctum and the outer sanctum. The inner sanctum was a member of the Hall of Souls. As for the outer sanctum, they had all been selected through harsh and cruel methods. Therefore, the inner sanctum had a higher status, while the outer sanctum was filled with hired thugs. Not even the Lord of the Hall of Souls could escape such a fate. As for how the Hall of Souls managed to control the Lord of the Hall of Souls, it was impossible to say. Hallmaster, said a magnetic voice from within the crowd. Ling Xiao looked up. It was a young man who appeared to be about 20 years old. He was dressed in black, and was quite handsome. From the look of it, he was from the inner sanctum. Of course, that wasn't what Ling Xiao was concerned about, but rather, how strong he was. From what he could tell, he was in the 9th division of the life-seizing level, roughly on the same level as the Koi King. Although he wasn't completely sure, he could tell from his aura. "He's called Yama," she said. "He's very strong, second only to me in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. There are 4 kings in the myriad kingdoms, and 3 devils in the Hall of Souls. All of them are in the 9th division of the life-seizing level." Dark Frost gave Ling Xiao a brief introduction. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed his guess had been correct. Considering that this young man was called Yama, he was definitely one of the strongest of the 3 devils. By this point, Yama had reached Dark Frost. Looking concerned, he said, "Hall Master, you left the green zone without saying a word. You scared the hell out of us. It's been days, and both the inner sanctum and the outer sanctum have been searching for you. Thankfully, you're back. It's good that you're fine." She could tell that Yama seemed to have a special feeling for Dark Frost. He seemed to be very concerned about her. "Sorry for making you guys worry. I'm fine. I'm just heading to Star City to fight the Undead King." In the end, he lost. There were some things that happened later. We can talk about the details when we get back. This is not the place to talk. When Dark Frost faced other people, including this Yama, she had a cold expression on her face. She didn't look happy at all. The Palace Master actually lost to the Undead King. Yama was shocked. In their hearts, although this little girl was not smart enough, her strength was definitely one of the best in the Western region. Other than Dragon Mother, who else could be her opponent? He had actually lost to the Undead King. How terrifying was the strength of the Undead King? Surprised, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. His originally concerned eyes instantly turned cold and vicious. As expected of one of the 3 devils, this person was truly devilish. He didn't even ask any questions, and instead unleashed a powerful aura on Ling Xiao. Obviously, that was the way to deal with an enemy. From what Ling Xiao could tell, it was something a male demon Ling would do to protect his territory. "What are you doing here, boy? Why are you with the Palace Master?" His tone was clearly interrogative. Ling Xiao didn't like it. "Nonsense," Xianxia said. "Shouldn't you be asking your Palace Master that question?" Ling Xiao wasn't happy, so it was only natural that his tone wasn't pleasant. Yama was taken aback by Ling Xiao's words. Never could he have guessed that a piece of trash in the 5th division of life-seizing would dare to talk back to him. "Are you looking to die?" Yama said, preparing to attack. "Enough." At this moment, Ming Shuang spoke. "I was heavily injured by the Undying King, and he saved me. Don't let him laugh at the Soul Hall for not knowing how to repay kindness." Her voice was as cold as ever. "I don't believe you," Yama said. "He's a measly 5th division life-sizer. In the domain of the falling stars, if it weren't for your protection, he'd be dead by now. Don't worry, Palace Master. It doesn't matter what information he has on you, Yama will get it back for you." Yangqi's words were getting more and more outrageous. From the look in his eyes, it was clear that he viewed Ling Xiao as an enemy. In response, Ling Xiao's eyes grew even colder. Yama obviously had a high position in the Soul Hall. If he dared to disobey the orders of the Palace Master, then he obviously had someone backing him. But even if that was the case, so what? Did Ling Xiao really deserve to be cursed at? Did he deserve to be humiliated? Looking coldly at Yama, he said, "I've long since heard that the inner sanctum of the Soul Hall is arrogant. I never would have guessed that you would be so lacking in manners. I saved your Palace Master. I don't expect anything in return, but at the very least, treat him nicely. With your current attitude, you've truly lost all of Soul Palace's face." Yama's jaw dropped. Never could he have guessed that this person in front of him would be so arrogant. Normally speaking, 5th division life-seizers would be so terrified that they would drop to their knees. But not only did this person refuse to kneel, he even tried to reason with him, and even mocked him. No one in the Soul Hall had ever dared to speak to him like that. Even in the Western domain, it was rare to find someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner, even if they had a cultivation base no lower than his. What was wrong with this piece of trash? Xianxia's expression darkened. A terrifying aura surged toward Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. And yet, Ling Xiao just stood there, unmoving. What did he have to fear? He had killed the Mirror Devil King. He had almost killed the Koi King. He had played the Dragon Shark King. The Yama Devil's strength was only on par with the other three, and he wasn't much stronger than them. Was he really worth being afraid of? It seems you really don't know how strong I, Yama, am. Yama's killing intent grew even stronger. Of course I do, Xianxia said. You really are strong when it comes to being unreasonable and disrespectful. Ling Xiao sneered. Are you looking to die? Yama didn't hesitate to attack Ling Xiao. However, before he could do anything, Dark Frost sent him flying back with a palm strike. Dark Frost's palm strike was perfect. It didn't injure Yama, and it also sent Yama flying. It went to show how adept she was at controlling her strength. Sect Mistress, you. Yama said, stunned. He couldn't believe that Dark Frost would protect this man. I've said it before, he's my savior. Dark Frost said coldly. Remember this, Yama. You might be an Inner Hall disciple, but I'm the sect mistress. You even dared to kill my savior. Are you looking down on me, the palace master? The sect mistress was still the sect mistress. Although the Inner Hall had ways to suppress the sect mistress, under normal circumstances, no one would easily offend such a powerful sect mistress. Unless there was something wrong with their brains. Seeing that Dark Frost was really angry. Only then did the Yama demon curb his anger. However, he was still very unhappy. How could he be happy to be humiliated by a piece of trash? Usually, Yama and Dark Frost were the closest. Basically, Dark Frost had never refuted what he said. After all, he represented the highest elder of the Inner Hall, Yan Shifeng, who was his grandfather. Under normal circumstances, this temple master would not dare to refute him. Who knew that today, the temple master was so overbearing that he dared to touch him for an outsider? How could he not be angry? Although he was angry, he did not show it on his face. After all, the other party was the temple master, the strongest fighter of the Inner Hall. In this Archean divine tomb, it was really impossible to do without Dark Frost. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and walked to the green zone with the others to protect Dark Frost. Seeing that Ling Xiao had been following Dark Frost, Yama's face darkened again. Since the temple master is fine, you can leave. I won't ask you what you did to the temple master. You have to know your own limits. Yama suddenly said. Shut up. Dark Frost was really angry at this time. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would turn and leave because he was unhappy, and with Ling Xiao's temper, the possibility of that was still very high. Mr. Ling still wants to carry out follow-up treatment on me. Do you want me to die? Temple Master, with the medicine elder here, why do we need this kid? Yama frowned and said, the medicine elder is the best doctor in the western region. He knows my situation better, and I was poisoned by the king of the undead. He helped me suppress it. Besides, with 2 doctors, isn't it more foolproof? Do you want me to die early? Dark Frost said coldly. I don't dare. Yama glanced at Ling Xiao and sneered in his heart. A 16 or 17-year-old trash actually pretended to be a doctor to deceive people. See if I don't expose your mask. When we reach the green zone, I'll take the time to deal with you. Thinking of this, he stopped talking nonsense. The group walked all the way to the green zone. Sure enough, this place felt different from other places. Ling Xiao felt that the air here was much fresher, and even the water was very clear. Unlike the other parts of the domain of the falling stars, which were almost all pitch black and blood red. Even so, the green zone was still very simple and crude. It was not as prosperous as the cities. Ling Xiao didn't understand why the Soul Hall had chosen to stay in a place like the meteorite area. Could there really be a 7-star combat emperor's imperial tomb in this place? After entering the green zone, Yama left with several Inner Hall martial artists and Dark Frost. As for Ling Xiao, he was brought to a temporary tent by a few Outer Hall martial artists to rest. Ling Xiao couldn't stay idle, so he went to the market in the green zone. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint him. There really were the herbs he needed here. However, when he was asked about the price of the herbs, his expression turned ugly. How much did you say? This stalk of silverthread grass was only worth 100 low-grade spirit stones in the western region. Although it's a little more expensive in the immemorial divine tomb, it shouldn't increase by 100,000 times. Ling Xiao looked at the herb merchant with an ugly expression. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 1 million low-grade spirit stones or 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but he really didn't want to be cheated by these black-hearted merchants. It's up to you whether you want it or not. To tell you the truth, if you're a soul hall martial artist, I only need 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. But you're not, so 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The herb merchant sneered. I see. Ling Xiao smiled. Since it was like this, it was easy to deal with. At worst, he could ask Darkfrost to buy it for him so that he wouldn't be cheated. Thinking of this, he turned around and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the herb merchant. If you don't buy my herbs after touching them, who else wants them? Hurry up and pay. Forced sale? Ling Xiao frowned. He had traveled extensively, and this was the fourth continent. It was not unheard of for him to encounter forced sales. However, it was the first time in the immemorial divine tomb. So what if I force you to sell me? You piece of trash, you sullied my medicinal plants. Hurry up and pay up. The herb merchant was clearly being very domineering. So what if I don't buy them? Ling Xiao said coldly. You don't want to buy them? Well, you'll have to ask this saber of mine first. The herb merchant pulled out a huge saber, which was actually a mortal-grade emperor weapon. He was only a 7th division life-sizer, and yet he had a mortal-grade emperor weapon. The soul hall really was rich. Why don't you give it a try? Ling Xiao said coldly. Hey, I've really met a stubborn fellow today. Good, very good, since you want to die, I'll help you out. In the immemorial divine tomb, killing people was a common occurrence. Although they were in the green zone, it wasn't a problem for the soul hall to kill an outsider. Without any hesitation, the herb merchant brandished his saber. As far as he was concerned, he was a 7th division life-sizer, while his opponent was only a 5th division life-sizer. How could he possibly be a match for him? However, the result was very different from what he had expected. Ling Xiao moved with incredible agility. Before the saber could even reach him, he had already dodged out of the way. The saber slammed into the ground, causing a huge fissure to appear. However, in the blink of an eye, the fissure healed itself. Ling Xiao said, his jaw dropping. There was something strange about the green zone. He had never seen anything like this before. Even after being damaged, the ground healed itself. Well, you're pretty nimble, aren't you, kid? The herb merchant was even more surprised than before. You'd better stay your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Ling Xiao had only just arrived in the green zone, and didn't want to kill anyone. Therefore, he simply dodged and didn't fight back. However, if this guy didn't know what was good for him, and tried to kill him, then he wouldn't be polite. Heh. Let's see how merciless you are. The herb merchant chuckled coldly. Obviously, he wasn't going to be intimidated by Ling Xiao's warning. Are you looking to die? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he transformed into his unbounded heavenly rat. Then, his body flickered as he grabbed the herb merchant by the neck and lifted him off the ground. As for the saber, it was easily crushed by his claws. What? How could this be? The herb merchant was scared out of his wits. Everyone else in the area was also stunned. Although they had noticed what was going on earlier, they had simply laughed it off. After all, they couldn't be bothered to care if someone from the Hall of Souls killed an outsider. Furthermore, a piece of trash in the 5th stratum of life-seizing had dared to show off. Wasn't that just asking to be killed? Who could have guessed that things would turn out this way? This kid isn't bad. I heard he came back with the Hall Master. That's interesting. That herb merchant works for the Medicine Elder. He's one of the 3 devils, so he's also known as the Medicine Devil. Now that he's offended the Medicine Devil, I'm afraid he won't have an easy time. Yeah. After all, the Medicine Devil is an elder of the Inner Hall. His position is probably higher than the hall master's. The group of people discussed fervently, and Ling Xiao also learned the identity of this herb merchant from them. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering. He had the backing of one of the three devils, the medicine devil. Did you hear that? I work for the medicine devil. If you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. Idiot. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all. Instead, he tightened his grip. The herbalist's neck snapped. I don't care who your backer is. If you dare to kill me, I'll kill you. Chuckling coldly, Ling Xiao took the herbalist's medicinal plants and left. Once he was far away, the onlookers began to recover from their shock. Are you kidding me? How could that brat be so arrogant? He actually dared to kill someone from the exalted medicine devil? Maybe it's because the pontiff is protecting him. Some people were speculating. In any case, it's a fight between immortals. Mortals like us shouldn't get involved. If we do, we'll all die. Many of the onlookers were neutral martial artists. Although they were from the Soul Hall, they weren't core martial artists. Without the protection of the Soul Hall, they had no obligation to do anything for it. After returning to his tent, Ling Xiao began to concoct a medicinal pill. He had all the ingredients he needed. Once he finished concocting the pill, he would be able to begin his cultivation. In the end, strength was the most important thing. In places like the Western Domain, where there were rules and regulations, few people would reason with you. That was even more true in a place like the Archean god Necropolis, a forbidden zone of death. Did you need a reason to kill someone? At the very least, you didn't need one here. After half an hour, Ling Xiao finished concocting the pill and popped it into his mouth. His cultivation base, which had been stagnant for some time, began to recover. He had fought many battles in the past, and his cultivation base had long since been filled to the brim. The only reason he hadn't been able to break through was because of the negative side effects of the Bloodshrike Devil. 3 minutes after taking the pill, his cultivation base was back to the 6th stratum of the life-seizing level. He was at the level where he could fight the Koi King and the others. Just as he was about to resume his cultivation, someone approached him from outside his tent. It was none other than Yama. I heard you killed someone in the marketplace? Yama asked coldly. I did. Ling Xiao replied casually. How dare you kill someone in the green zone? And a core martial artist from the Soul Hall at that. Shouldn't you say something? Yama said angrily. Say what? Say that he forced me to sell something and tried to kill me, but was killed by me instead, or should I apologize in front of you? Ling Xiao mocked. What a bunch of nonsense. How can my Soul Hall cultivators force a sale? Yama said coldly. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and laughed. That's right, your Soul Palace's martial artists are all born saints. Every one of you is incomparably holy and righteous. You are simply untainted white lotuses that emerge from the mud. You dare to mock us? Yama's frown deepened. Sarcasm? I wouldn't dare. Didn't you tell me to say that? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'm afraid that Lord Yama didn't come to my little tent personally for this kind of trivial matter, right? Tell me, is the hall master looking for me? You're not stupid after all. Yama said coldly, let's go. The hall master, the inner hall, and the outer hall are all waiting to see you. Didn't you brag about your medical skills? They all want to see you, the divine doctor. Yama sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao knew any medical skills at all. He even suspected that Dark Frost had said that purely to protect Ling Xiao. In front of the inner hall and outer hall's upper echelons, he believed that this brat would not dare to lie. Even if this brat was truly audacious and full of lies, with the medicine demon present, could he deceive them? Therefore, it was his suggestion to invite Ling Xiao to explain the problem. He had to tear off this brat's mask of hypocrisy. Let's go. Ling Xiao stood up and said. The new daughter-in-law also wanted to see her in-laws. He wanted to see what kind of tiger's den this Soul Hall was. He had even experienced Dark Frost's most terrifying state. So what if the others were terrifying? He had even killed the Mirror Demon King and seriously injured the Koi King. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, wasn't there still Dark Frost? Even if she couldn't help him openly, creating an opportunity for him to escape would be no problem. Therefore, there was no need to worry about this matter. Are you sure you want to go? Yama was stunned. He thought that Ling Xiao, Mr. Nangua, wouldn't dare to go. He didn't expect this brat to not resist at all. Was he relying on Dark Frost's help? Brat, you're too naive. In such a situation, even Dark Frost can't help you. Brat, just wait for your bad luck. Yama didn't waste any more words and walked in front. Ling Xiao followed behind. The two of them headed to the temporary headquarters of Soul Hall. There was a temporary palace in the green zone. It wasn't magnificent, but it was definitely majestic. Ling Xiao guessed that someone must have a storage ring at least at the level of a precious emperor artifact to be able to store such a huge building. This building was very eye-catching in the green zone. It wasn't big, only about 1% the size of Star City. But compared to the tents and temporary wooden huts, it was much better. The security here was the strictest, with white-robed outer sanctum martial artists on the perimeter. Even the weakest of them was in the 7th stage of life seizing. Inside, the guards were replaced by black-robed inner sanctum martial artists. Although their cultivation bases were similar to the outer sanctum martial artists, it was clear that they had a higher status. Furthermore, they were trusted by the leaders of Soul Hall. The inside of the building was no different from the other palaces. What Ling Xiao was most concerned about were the two terrifying auras in the depths of the palace. One of them was very familiar to Ling Xiao. It belonged to the leader of Soul Hall, Dark Frost. As for the other aura, it was very unfamiliar. Compared to Dark Frost's aura, it was purer and more experienced. However, in terms of strength, they were about the same. In addition to these two powerful auras, there were two others that were on the same level as Yama. They were probably the other two of Soul Hall's 3 devils. One of them was Medicine Devil. Who was the other one? As soon as Ling Xiao stepped into the palace, he sensed several powerful auras pouncing on him. They were unceremoniously probing him. It was as if they wanted to see through him. However, if they wanted to rely on auras to make him submit, it was impossible. His martial soul was the heaven-dominating martial soul. It was the most domineering and powerful martial soul in the world. No one could make him kneel in front of pure auras. Unless they attacked directly. In the face of these auras, Ling Xiao's footsteps were a little heavy. Thus, he simply stopped and smiled faintly. I thought that Yama was the only one in Soul Palace who didn't understand etiquette. It turns out that this is a problem with all of you. You don't welcome me? Fine, I'll leave. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of fear when facing the leaders of Soul Hall. Truth be told, other than Dark Frost and the old man with the same aura as Dark Frost, there was no one else present. He wasn't afraid of the others. Everyone in the palace was stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. They had heard from Yama that this young man was a troublemaker. They didn't expect it to be true. Retract your auras. You're a guest. Don't mess around. Dark Frost had already introduced the powerful old man to Ling Xiao. He was the prime elder of the Inner Sanctum and the true leader of the Soul Hall. His name was Yan Shifeng, and he was Yama's grandfather. Hearing Yan Shifeng's words, everyone retracted their auras. Ling Xiao began to walk forward. He didn't really want to leave, as there was no need to. There were some things that needed to be dealt with. If he could stay in the green zone and cultivate, that would be perfect. Even if it's Wangua, it's impossible to send people here to capture him. Under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses, Ling Xiao stood there calmly with a faint smile on his face. Greetings, Hallmaster of the Soul Hall. Greetings, esteemed members of the Soul Hall. He first cupped his hands at Ming Xuang, then cupped his hands at the experts around him as a form of greeting. Although Yan Shifeng looked old, his eyes shone with a sharp aura. Ling Xiao was certain that if he tried to do anything improper, the old man would be the first to notice. Reincarnation God Realm martial artists were truly terrifying. The Soul Hall had 2 Reincarnation God Realm martial artists, and 3 9th stage life seizers. No wonder the other organizations were so afraid of them. However, Ling Xiao also thought of another possibility. Perhaps the true experts of the League of Vengeance and the Celestial Dynasty had yet to show themselves. The people who had appeared on the surface were just pawns. Otherwise, given their strength, they wouldn't be able to stand up to the myriad kingdoms and the Soul Hall. Back when he had first arrived in the Sword Dynasty, someone had told him that the strongest martial artist in the Sword Dynasty was only in the Yinyang realm. That kind of information could only be heeded, and could not be used as a reference. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Grandfather, Hallmaster, I brought Ling Xiao here. If there's anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. Yama had always believed that Ling Xiao was a swindler who had tricked Darkfrost. After all, although Darkfrost was strong, she was only a child of 12 or 13 years old. He really couldn't resist those glib-tongued fellows. Young man, I heard that you saved our Hallmaster? Yan Shifeng was not courteous, directly getting to the point. Not bad. Ling Xiao's answer was very concise. Bullshit. Do we need you to save our Hallmaster? I don't know where this piece of trash came from, how shameless. The person speaking was an elder from the inner sanctum, who was only in the 8th division of life seizing. Can't he speak human language? Ling Xiao did not look at that person. Instead, he looked at Yan Shifeng. Elderly, when I'm asking questions, shut your mouth. No one will think that you're mute. Yan Shifeng coldly glanced at Elderly. He wasn't happy either. Elderly, this idiot, even dared to interrupt him. Your subordinate is guilty. Elderly hurriedly knelt on the ground. From that, it was obvious that this Yan Shifeng was very powerful. Furthermore, his position in the Soul Hall was even higher than that of Darkfrost. Yan Shifeng didn't pay any attention to Elderly, allowing him to kneel there. Then he continued, Young man, what's your name? How old are you? Ling Xiao. 17 years old. After entering the primeval god necropolis, Ling Xiao had just celebrated his 17th birthday. However, he hadn't had the time to celebrate it. Ling Xiao? That's a strange name. Yan Shifeng said with a frown. Prime Elder, according to our investigation, this Ling Xiao is the new monarch of the 8 Immortals Kingdom from the Western Domains. Furthermore, as soon as he arrived in the primeval god necropolis, he got into a conflict with Prince Heaven. The person speaking was a young woman in a black garment. Apparently, she was one of the 3 devils, and was in the 9th division of life seizing. From what she was saying, it was obvious that the Soul Hall wasn't very well informed. None of them knew about the Frigid General's necropolis, or about the Ice Emperor's legacy. That had to do with the unique environment of the domain of the falling stars. The monsters in the domain of the falling stars were the strongest in all of Burrow 10. And they were very dense. Because of that, very few martial artists were willing to come here. That was also why Ling Xiao had come to the domain of the falling stars. Most likely, no one here would know that he had stolen the legacy of the Ice Emperor. That would be a lot safer. Oh. You were able to escape from Prince Heaven. You're pretty good. Yan Shifeng was starting to think highly of Ling Xiao. After all, it was impossible for a 6th division life-sizer to escape from a heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert. The chances of that happening were in the single digits. That's nothing special. Ling Xiao said coolly. Oh? If that's nothing special, then what is? Yan Shifeng asked curiously. Killing Prince Heaven is what I call special. Ling Xiao said coolly. Ha 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 ha. Everyone stared in shock for a moment, then burst into laughter. Brat, do you really think you're something? Do you really think you're something? Do you think you can kill Prince Tian? That's right. I don't know where you get the courage to be so arrogant. Ling Xiao wasn't angry. As far as he was concerned, the more these people looked down on him, the better. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well. If they knew that he had killed the Mirror Demon King, and had almost killed the Koi King, they probably wouldn't be laughing. Yan Shifeng chuckled. You're pretty funny, kid. But there's a limit to how much you can brag. You said the Hallmaster was poisoned, but Medicine Demon Elder examined him and said there was nothing wrong with him. What do you say? Yan Shifeng's voice suddenly became gloomy and cold. Ling Xiao knew that he was getting to the point, and was starting to put pressure on him. Quack. Ling Xiao said without thinking. Since Medicine Demon's subordinates dared to force him to sell herbs, I reckon that Medicine Demon's medical skills aren't that great. They say that one's medical skills depend on one's character. I believe that. If one's character isn't good, they only want to harm others. How can their medical skills be good? When he first stepped in, Medicine Demon's aura was the most ferocious. He wanted nothing more than to kill him with his aura. So he wasn't polite at all when he spoke now. If you don't give me face, I naturally won't give you face. You want to ruin my reputation? Then I'll let you know how stupid you are. Impudent. Say that again. Medicine Demon couldn't stand Ling Xiao talking to him like that. He immediately flew into a rage. Quack. 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 I've said it 3 times. What are you going to do? Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon and mocked, you're obviously a quack. Why are you afraid of others talking about you? If you have the ability, why don't you check the Hallmaster's condition? You're courting death. Medicine Demon's old face was completely red. No one had ever dared to call him a quack. In the Western region, he was the #1 doctor. Who dared to slander him like that? Medicine Demon, don't be angry. Listen to what he has to say. If he can't explain himself today, you don't need to do anything. I'll make sure he doesn't even have bones left. Yan Shifeng said coldly. Hee, I'm so scared. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Yan Shifeng mockingly. This group of old things, did they think they could suppress others as they wished because they were strong? What did you say? Yan Shifeng didn't expect that this kid called Ling Xiao wouldn't even give him face. Oh, I almost forgot. You're old and your ears aren't that good. Then I'll repeat what I said. I came to the Green Zone to treat Palace Master Darkfrost's illness. She also promised to give me a quiet and safe cultivation environment. As for whether some people believe me or not, I don't care. Do I have to prove my medical skills every time someone doubts me? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng. He was extremely arrogant, his attitude extremely egotistical. He didn't place Yan Shifeng in his eyes at all. Grand Elder, this bastard is despicable. He has no respect for his elders. Let your grandson end him. Yama looked at Yan Shifeng and said. No respect for my elders? What a joke. Who was the one who used his aura to suppress me? If I didn't have enough resistance, I would have exploded and died. Who was the one who said I was trash? Who said I wasn't a doctor? Who doubted me? Who said you wanted to gain my respect? Are you all a bunch of fools who have never entered the Jianghu? Ling Xiao sneered. Impudent. Yama roared and was about to attack. Yama, you can try. If you hurt him, I'll take your life. Finally, Darkfrost, who had been silent all this time, opened her mouth. Yama was instantly stunned. Yan Shifeng frowned. He didn't expect Darkfrost to be so protective of this young man. Palace Master, this kid is talking nonsense. He mocked the upper echelons of Soul Palace. This is unforgivable. Yama said angrily. I saw it. You were the one who treated my guest rudely first. You were also rude to him. Shouldn't he have such an attitude? What attitude do you want, to kneel before you? Darkfrost said coldly, let me tell you. He's the only one who can save me. Whoever hurts him doesn't want me to live. You should know the consequences. It was fine if she didn't speak, but the moment she spoke, the entire hall fell silent. Although Darkfrost was only a high-level fighter in the inner palace. But she was powerful. Being powerful meant having the right to speak. In the entire Soul Palace, other than Yan Shifeng, no one dared to treat her lightly. Once she said that, the others were at a loss for words. Haha, since the Palace Master has said so, we will naturally respect your opinion. Yan Shifeng was an old fox. He knew that it was not a good idea to have a direct confrontation with Darkfrost. Therefore, he changed his mind. Anyway, as long as Ling Xiao was still in the green zone, there was no need to worry about not being able to get hold of this kid's weakness. That would be best. Darkfrost said indifferently. Ling Xiao, you can go back now. Focus on concocting pills to heal this Hallmaster's injuries. Wait. Medicine Demon suddenly shouted, Hallmaster, this matter can be ignored, but when Ling Xiao first came to the green zone, he killed my men. That was a core martial artist of Soul Palace. How should we settle this matter? How do you want to settle it? Darkfrost said coldly. This medicine demon was dumbfounded. It's fine if you don't mention this matter. Since you have, I don't need to give you any face. Darkfrost stared at Medicine Demon and said, do you think that no one knows what you have done, embezzling Soul Palace's property and filling your own pockets? Raising the price of herbs to earn profits for yourself, but you have ruined Soul Palace's reputation. If you were not the mainstay of Soul Palace, do you believe that I would kill you with one slap right now? This subordinate is innocent. Medicine Demon hurriedly knelt down and said. Whether you are innocent or not, you know best in your heart. Yan Shifeng, you better control your dog. As the palace master, I have a headache too. Be careful that I don't kill him one day when I am unhappy. Darkfrost sneered and looked at Yan Shifeng. After saying this, she turned and left with Ling Xiao. Looking at Darkfrost's back, Yan Shifeng's eyes shot out a malicious glint. After a long time, he sighed heavily and looked at Medicine Demon. Trash, your body is not clean. Blaming others makes you feel powerless. Disperse, Yama, go arrange a new residence for Ling Xiao. Make a better place and send people to protect him. Grandson understands. Yama obviously understood that Yan Shifeng's so-called protect was actually surveillance. As long as they did not touch Ling Xiao, Darkfrost had no reason to fall out with them. Blood Demon, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? Before Yama left, Yan Shifeng looked at Blood Demon and asked. Blood Demon, one of the 3 demons, was ranked second in terms of overall strength compared to Yama. However, he was good at hiding and investigating. Therefore, he naturally had to ask her for information. Reporting to Supreme Elder, the investigation has been completed. The incident in Star City was indeed an accident. However, this incident did not seem to affect the owner of the God-Fiend Order at all. He did not do anything and is still paying close attention to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Blood Demon replied. You weren't discovered, right? Yan Shifeng asked. This, Blood Demon was silent for a moment before saying, to be honest, I have been discovered. Moreover, the owner of the God-Fiend Order asked me to pass a message to you. What did he say? Yan Shifeng asked. Search for the Imperial Mausoleum and the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum can be yours, but the Imperial Mausoleum is ours. The Blood Demon repeated what he had said. As expected, the owner of the God-Fiend Order let us in. Other than plundering, he also hopes that we can become his labor to search for the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Yan Shifeng smiled bitterly and said, the powerhouses of the 4 regions really don't care about ants like us. We can just look for the Imperial Mausoleum and ignore the Imperial Mausoleum. This way, we can avoid the competition between the powerhouses of the 4 regions. Yama thought. Idiot, do you think that no one has done something like slacking off before? Do you know what the result is? Everyone in the entire force is wiped out. Yan Shifeng scolded, pass down the order. Pay close attention to all news about the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. But if we really find it, how do we inform them? Yama asked again. Do you know what the God-Fiend Order is for? The biggest effect of the God-Fiend Order is to transmit everything you do to the owner of the order. Therefore, as long as you have news about the Imperial Mausoleum, he will definitely know. There is no need to specifically send a message. Yan Shifeng explained, we are ants, and we are always under the supervision of others. If we give up the God-Fiend Order, only death awaits us. And with the God-Fiend Order, we can't escape surveillance. It's really tragic for the weak. Report this matter to the Palace Master later. No matter what, she is our Soul Palace's #1 fighter. Although she didn't kill the undead king, it is a miracle that she came back alive. After a moment of silence, Yan Shifeng said to Blood Demon. This subordinate obeys. Grandfather, what about that Ling Xiao? I don't believe that he can really cure Dark Frost. The Yama demon still refused to leave. He was still thinking about the matter of Ling Xiao. Child, you are still too inexperienced. Do you know why your grandfather let him go? Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Mother! Yama hurriedly kowtowed. Yama's mother was the previous Lord of Soul Hall, and also someone from the inner hall. Her position was very high, and so was her authority. However, due to a mishap in her cultivation, she had temporarily lost her physical body. Dark Frost was the best human cauldron that the previous Lord of Soul Hall, Lin Qiuyan, had chosen. However, because it wasn't time yet, she hadn't possessed her yet. Qiuyan, why are you here? Yan Shifeng asked with concern. Father, don't you think that Ling Xiao kid has a very special aura? He can actually resist the auras of the higher-ups. Just this point alone shows that he's not a simple person. You're underestimating him. Lin Qiuyan said indifferently. Underestimating him? Mother, he's just a 6th-level life-sizer trash. Even the weakest martial artist in Soul Hall is at that level. Yama said disdainfully. That's why I said you're still inexperienced. Lin Qiuyan looked at her son and said, that kid has the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor on him. That's why I suspect that he has very likely obtained the 9 Supremes catalog and combined it. In addition, I also found the aura of the Ice Emperor's legacy on him. Even the Ice Age that the Ice Empress relied on to become famous was in his possession. The strangest thing is that he doesn't have the aura of the Fiend God medallion on him, as if it doesn't exist. Perhaps he's the only one who isn't being watched by the Fiend God medallion's master. If Ling Xiao heard Lin Qiuyan's words, he would definitely be shocked. Ling Xiao had done his best to hide the fact that he had obtained the Ice Emperor's legacy. However, he hadn't expected that this woman would see through it so easily. Most frightening of all was that this woman could actually sense the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor on him, and deduced that he might have found the complete 9 Supremes catalog. This woman's thoughts were really deep. If she had said it in front of Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao might have already fled. However, she had only mentioned it now, and she had kept it from Dark Frost. It was obvious that she was preparing to make a move in secret. Yan Shifeng looked at Lin Qiuyan in surprise. Good wife, your soul is still as terrifying as before. Although I've noticed some of these things, I really haven't noticed the ancient Sword Emperor's aura. Mother, grandfather, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand at all? So many powerful things gathered in one person's body? That Ling Xiao, could it be that he's the chosen one? Yama was very unhappy. Child, don't worry. The things on him will be yours sooner or later. Lin Qiuyan said coldly. As long as we can obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, our Soul Hall will be able to contend against even the 4 regions. Really? Mother? A smile finally appeared on Yama's face. Of course it's true. Ling Xiao is in the green zone right now. It's the best time for us to make a move. However, don't cause too much of a ruckus. Otherwise, Dark Frost will find out. When that girl goes crazy, not even your grandfather is a match for her. Lin Qiuyan warned. Playing dirty, huh? Don't worry, mother. That's what I'm best at. Yama laughed coldly. We still have to be careful. The Ice Emperor's legacy should be in the Glacier District. There are so many experts in the Myriad Lands, but he still managed to steal it. This kid is definitely not simple. Don't underestimate him. Lin Qiuyan warned. Don't worry, mother. I know. Yama didn't take Lin Qiuyan's words seriously at all. How could a mere 6th stratum life-sizer possibly defy the heavens? He didn't believe it. I don't think we're going to my place. Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. We're going to my bedchamber. Dark Frost said coolly. Huh? Ling Xiao was stunned. Bedchamber? My dear sister, you're still young. Don't let your imagination run wild. You've already been targeted. You don't even know it, do you? Dark Frost reminded him. Are you talking about the powerful soul power I sensed when I stepped into the hall? Ling Xiao asked. You know about it? Dark Frost said in surprise. It seems your soul power isn't any weaker than the spirit folks. I only know that someone is spying on my secrets, but I don't know exactly how much. Ling Xiao sighed. You'd better prepare for the worst. If things go wrong, all your secrets might not be secrets anymore. Dark Frost frowned. I can see through everything about you. That person's soul power isn't any weaker than mine. What? What did you see through me? Ling Xiao said in surprise. The Ice General's memory medal, the Ice Emperor's legacy, and the ancient sword sovereign's aura. Dark Frost said. Nothing else? Ling Xiao asked. Anything else? Dark Frost was puzzled. That's good. Actually, as long as the secret of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit wasn't exposed, it didn't matter if the others were exposed. Although the situation was bad, with Dark Frost's protection, there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. During this period, he had to seize the time to raise his cultivation. After all, Dark Frost couldn't protect him forever. In this world, there were still existences stronger than Dark Frost. For example, the Undying King. Another example was the owner of the Divine Devil Order. And the experts from the 4 major regions. Suddenly, there were more people in front. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost stopped talking. When the two of them walked together, it really caused a commotion. Especially the little beauty Dark Frost, who was usually as cold as ice and kept people 1,000 miles away. She was the master of the Soul Hall. She had never seen anyone who could get within 3 meters of her. But this unfamiliar kid was almost right next to Dark Frost. He was only 2 fists away. An ice cube like Dark Frost was easy to conquer in many men's dreams. They dreamed of making such a woman submit to them. But that was just a dream after all. In reality, they wouldn't dare to do it even if they had 1,000 times the courage. Their lives were more important. Who is that kid? Why doesn't he seem to be afraid of Hall Master Dark Frost at all? Yeah, I felt that they were chatting quite happily just now. You must have seen wrongly. You must have seen wrongly. The ice beauty in my heart would never chat happily with anyone. Saw wrongly? Look at the direction they're walking in. That's the Hall Master's bedroom. No one is allowed to enter that place without permission. Women are not allowed, let alone men. That kid must have been a saint in his previous life. Damn it. I don't care who he was in his previous life. If he dares to touch the Hall Master in this life, I'll kill him. Such discussions only started after Dark Frost and Ling Xiao walked far away. They didn't dare to do it in front of Dark Frost. But Ling Xiao still heard it all. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Even if he didn't have a woman he loved, he couldn't fall in love with a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Furthermore, Ming Xuang seemed to treat him like a sister and treated him like an older brother. Hall Master, please wait. Just as the two of them were about to step into the Soul Hall Master's bedroom, Yama appeared. Is something the matter? Arbiter Dark Frost, we don't know who this person is, and I'm worried that it will affect your reputation. He could even threaten your life. He absolutely cannot live in your chambers. Yama said, sounding very agitated. Obviously, he was interested in Dark Frost, and assumed that everyone else was as shameless as him. What if I force him to stay? Dark Frost said, looking at Yama with eyes filled with killing intent. She knew all too well what Yama was thinking. From the day she had arrived in Soul Hall, he had been trying to take advantage of her. Back then, she had been thrown into the hell of Soul Hall, where she had been tortured. Yama hadn't been able to get his way. By the time she came out, Yama didn't dare to touch her. After all, she had killed everyone who had touched her. That included those who had tortured her. Who would have guessed that this guy still wouldn't give up? Sensing Dark Frost's terrifying killing intent, Yama swallowed hard. Your subordinate is doing everything for the sake of Arbiter, he said helplessly. But if Arbiter doesn't mind, then I won't stop him. If he has any improper thoughts, Arbiter, you can notify me immediately. I'll be there immediately. What a joke. You think he can touch me? Dark Frost said disdainfully. He's in the 6th division of the life-seizing level, and I'm only in the 1st division of the reincarnation god level. Do you really think that's possible? Yama thought about it for a moment, and decided that it really wasn't possible. However, if Ling Xiao moved into Dark Frost's chambers, then it would be very difficult for them to do anything to him. Unfortunately, there was nothing else they could do. They could only take things one step at a time. Not daring to offend Dark Frost, Yama looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't know what you did to earn Arbiter's trust, but listen up. If anything happens to our palace master Ming Xuang, I will not let you off easily. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. There's something wrong with your head. Ling Xiao looked at Yama and said, "You'd better get this straight. I'm an honored guest of your palace master, not your prisoner. Don't put on that commanding tone in front of me. Your servants might be afraid, but I'm not. Scram. Don't tell me you want to go in with us?" Listening to Ling Xiao's merciless words, Yama felt like his heart was about to explode. He tried very hard to suppress his anger, but he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he vomited blood. "Brat, you can show off now. There will be a day when the palace master will see your true colors. You pretended to be a doctor and attempted to sneak into my soul palace. I will definitely tear off this mask in front of the palace master. Get lost, idiot." Ling Xiao didn't understand. He didn't steal or rob. He only saved Darkfrost. This Yama didn't treat him with respect, as if he had committed some heinous crime. How could he be polite to this guy? "Just you wait." Yama harumphed and turned to leave. From his actions, it seems like he wants to make a move on you. He doesn't want you to live in my palace, so it's easier to make a move. Darkfrost said worriedly. "Don't tell me he dares to barge into your palace?" Ling Xiao laughed. "It's not like there's no such possibility. Yan Shifeng's strength is unfathomable. If he comes out to stall me, you can only save yourself." Darkfrost said with a frown. "I understand, so let's not waste any more time. Let's go in. I want to quickly immerse myself in cultivation. Once I become stronger, I naturally won't have to worry." Ling Xiao understood Darkfrost's worries. Actually, that was exactly what he was worried about. The two of them stepped into the palace and Darkfrost went to do her own things. Ling Xiao first arranged the surroundings of the room he was staying in before preparing to start cultivating. "Master, what did you eavesdrop on in the hall just now?" Ling Xiao asked all of a sudden. A wisp of white smoke floated in from the outside and turned into the Yuan Venerate's figure. "Big news." "What's the big news?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Firstly, Darkfrost's suspicions were correct. There is a woman called Ling Qiuyan, the former hall master of Soul Hall. She saw that you have the Ice General's inheritance, the Ice Emperor's inheritance, and the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor. Don't worry, the Tyrant Sky Marshal's soul is still very safe. Secondly, there is another interesting thing. The Godfiend token is actually a tool used by the Godfiend token's owner to monitor people. However, your Mountain River realm seems to be able to block such monitoring. Thirdly, the Star Demon King becoming the Undying King doesn't seem to be a big deal to the Godfiend token's owner. From this, it can be seen that the Godfiend token's owner is very terrifying. Furthermore, their true motive is to find the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. Fourthly, Yan Shifeng has already ordered Yama to take everything from you. Darkfrost is still very sensitive. Fortunately, she made the judgment in advance. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if you returned to your original place. The Yuan Venerate told him everything he had heard. "I never expected things to become so complicated." Ling Xiao frowned. "Are you afraid?" The Yuan Venerate asked with a smile. "Afraid? If I was afraid, I wouldn't have set the Eternal Life Palace as my target. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have thought of avenging you, Master. Your enemy is the strongest king of sovereigns in the mystic world." Ling Xiao sneered. "The difficulty is right in front of me, but it's actually simple. As long as I continue to improve my strength, I won't be afraid of those people targeting me." "It seems like you understand." "Then I'm relieved." "Alright, Master is a little tired. I'll go back and rest first." The Yuan Venerate's spiritual body couldn't stay outside for too long. He immediately flew back into Ling Xiao's body. After watching the Yuan Venerate leave, Ling Xiao finally focused on his own cultivation. His cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the life-seizing realm. Although it wasn't very powerful, he had the Beast Soul transformation and the Tyrant Martial Soul. He was still able to fight against ordinary 9th level life-seizers. The most important thing now was to cultivate the ancient Ice Emperor's technique and master the Absolute Frost Domain and the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps, these two king-level martial arts. Whether it was fleeing or fighting, he would become stronger. As for the Ice Age armor, it was a good defensive armor, but it was still difficult for him to control it when attacking. Furthermore, he had 3 9 sovereign sword techniques, so he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate offensive martial techniques. While cultivating, Ling Xiao kept the Ice General's memory medal in the Mountain River realm. To his surprise, he discovered that not only did his cultivation speed increase, even the speed of his martial arts cultivation had also increased. Things that used to take a few days to comprehend now only took an hour or even a dozen minutes. It took him half an hour to master the intermediate king-level martial art, the Arctic Field, and he had finally mastered the embryonic form. Another half an hour passed, and he was finally able to unleash his power when he reached the small success stage. When he released it, his surroundings entered the Arctic domain. His enemies would definitely be at a disadvantage if they fought in the frigid domain. Next, he began to practice the elementary king-class movement technique, the blizzard ice ceiling steps. It only took him about 10 minutes to reach the level of minor success. He had already mastered both of those consummate skills. As for the later stages, there was no need for him to sit around and cultivate. After all, it wouldn't do him much good. After all, martial arts had to be improved as they were used. Maybe I should go find Dark Frost and spar with her? Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then decided against it. What a joke. Dark Frost was so strong that if he went to her for training, he might end up losing his life. Even as he pondered the matter, the spell formation he had set up around the room trembled. Someone's there? Rising to his feet, he opened his Taiji eye. There was a man and a woman outside. Ling Xiao recognized the woman as Dark Frost's personal maidservant. Of course, that wasn't the right thing to do. After all, even a maidservant like her couldn't get within 2 meters of Dark Frost. However, she was allowed to live in the bedchamber, and was in charge of cleaning. If he recalled correctly, her name was Aya. As for the man, Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. However, he did seem to resemble Medicine Devil. Perhaps they were related by blood. Even as he pondered the matter, he heard a voice outside. Ling Xiao, I know you're in there. Get the hell out here. It was the man who had spoken. His attitude was very arrogant. It was obvious at a glance that he was used to being arrogant. Originally, Ling Xiao hadn't wanted to go out, but then he realized that the man was in the 8th stage of life seizing. That level of strength made him the perfect sparring partner. After a moment of thought, he opened the door and walked out. It went without saying that Dark Frost was being held back by Yan Shifeng. Otherwise, there was no way she wouldn't show up when a man suddenly entered her bedchamber. Aya, he said, do you know what happens to people who disturb my cultivation? Ling Xiao asked, looking coldly at the maidservant. There's no need to scare me. With Big Bro Yao Chen here, what can you possibly do? Aya's maidservant was actually very arrogant. Originally, Ling Xiao did not intend to blame her. He thought that she was being held hostage by this guy called Yao Chen. But now, it seemed that she had deliberately brought people to cause trouble for him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. Pa! A crisp sound came from the door. Aya didn't even see what had happened. Her face was already swollen from the slap. As a maidservant, you should have the self-awareness of a maidservant. When you make a mistake, not only do you not admit it, you even dare to talk back. Do you think I won't dare to touch you just because you found a gigolo? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Aya was stunned, and so was Yao Chen. Although Aya was only a servant girl, her cultivation base was still in the 6th division of life seizing. Even if Ling Xiao was a genius, he should not have been able to slap Aya's face so easily. You! How dare you hit me? Aya was stunned, but because her face was swollen, she couldn't speak clearly. Hit you? If you don't shut up, I might even kill you. Ling Xiao said coldly. You talk big, Yao Chen said. Let's see how you'll kill Aya with me here. Finally, Yao Chen opened his mouth. His voice was cold and sinister. His tone was very similar to Medicine Devil's. No wonder they looked alike. You're Medicine Devil's son, aren't you? Ling Xiao asked. You think you have the right to call him Medicine Devil? You should call him Elder Medicine. Yao Chen said angrily. That's exactly what I did. What are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao said mockingly. You trespassed on Innkeeper Soul Hall's lair, and you were up to no good. Even if I killed you right here and now, no one would say anything. That said, you didn't do anything to offend me, so I might as well kill you. But you're going to have to spar with me. If I'm satisfied, then I'll pretend none of this happened. How arrogant. You're really arrogant. Yao Chen heard Yama mention Ling Xiao. Yama described Ling Xiao as an arrogant and condescending bastard who didn't put Innkeeper Soul Hall in his eyes. Because of the first impression, no matter how Ling Xiao behaved, he would feel the same way. Yes, I'm arrogant. Do you dare to fight with me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He needed a sparring partner now. Whether it was a breakthrough in cultivation or the tempering of martial techniques, he had to go through real combat. It was too dangerous to leave this place and fight monsters outside. It wasn't the monsters that were too dangerous, but the people of Innkeeper Soul Hall were too dangerous. He didn't have the ability to protect himself now, or rather, he didn't have enough ability to protect himself. Since Yao Chen had delivered himself to his door, how could he let him go? Why wouldn't I dare? Yao Chen couldn't wait for a chance to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Not only had Meng Hao killed his father's subordinates, but he had also been extremely rude to his father. The truth was that he had come to see Ling Xiao because of Yama's instigation. Yama was very cunning. Whether or not Yao Chen succeeded in killing Meng Hao wouldn't affect him. It would be best if he could kill Ling Xiao. Even if he didn't succeed, he would still infuriate Medicine Devil. Medicine Devil was the #1 doctor in the Western domains, but even more terrifying was the #1 doctor of poisons. Using poisons to kill people was much simpler and easier than using other methods. Fine. Let's do it. Ling Xiao simply stood there, not using his beast soul transformation. He wanted to test out the power of his frigid domain and frost wind sealing steps. At the same time, the immense pressure weighing down on him would cause his cultivation base to rise rapidly. Of course, before the fight began, the memory metal of General Frigid Ice began to glow with a soft light. That would make his cultivation progress even faster. Die. Yao Chen's first attack was only a test. That said, the attack of an 8th Division life-sizer couldn't be underestimated. Ling Xiao wasn't in his beast soul transformation, so he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Frigid Domain. Ling Xiao called upon his frigid domain. Moments ago, Yao Chen had been in illusory form, but now he was visible, moving so slowly that it almost seemed like he was moving in slow motion. However, because Ling Xiao's cultivation base was so low, his frigid domain couldn't last very long. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Yao Chen's attack was unstoppable. Frostwind sealing steps. Ling Xiao took a step to the side. Although he didn't move very quickly, the frigid energy beneath his feet caused Yao Chen to slow down significantly. Yao Chen's attack brushed past Ling Xiao's shoe, and then destroyed a nearby gazebo. Not bad. Ling Xiao thought excitedly. After successfully using the skill, his proficiency with it increased dramatically. Furthermore, the energy in his cultivation C had also increased by 10% under the immense pressure. As a result, he only used these two techniques in the future. Obstruct and evade. Every time Yao Chen tried to attack him, his frigid domain would obstruct him, and Ling Xiao would use his frostwind sealing steps to evade. Because his frigid domain covered everything, it was impossible for Yao Chen to evade. However, as Yao Chen's attacks grew more and more powerful, Ling Xiao was having a hard time dealing with them. From the very beginning, Yao Chen felt that this battle was full of strangeness. Clearly, he occupied a huge advantage. As long as he ran into Ling Xiao, he could kill the other party. But the strange thing was that each time, it was just a hair's breadth away. As time passed, he felt more and more strange. Because he actually felt that Ling Xiao's strength was gradually increasing. His feeling was right. In the continuous thrilling battles, Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy increased to 80%, which was equivalent to his strength increasing 8-fold. Furthermore, it was still continuing to increase. Extreme Cold Domain also increased from minor completion to proficient completion. His Blizzard Ice sealing steps had been upgraded from proficient to great mastery. Ling Xiao's strength increasing was also within reason. Suddenly, Yao Chen stopped and looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You flea-like thing, always hiding here and there, what's the point? Dare to have a head-on battle with me if you have the ability." "Are you sure?" Ling Xiao looked at Yao Chen and asked with a smile. As the battle continued, perhaps because Yao Chen's pressure on him gradually decreased, the increase of his cultivation C energy also gradually stagnated. It became extremely slow around 80%. Therefore, Ling Xiao also prepared to end this battle. Just nice, the other party asked this, he planned to directly blast this guy flying out. Do you dare? Yao Chen asked. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh and hooked his finger at Yao Chen and said, Come on, let me see the true strength of the medicine demon's son. This time, I definitely won't dodge. You said that? Yao Chen did not believe what Ling Xiao said at first, but he still planned on giving it a try. Circulating all the vital essence in his body, he deployed his strongest martial technique. He roared and pounced at Ling Xiao. Originally thought that Ling Xiao would repeat the same trick. Did not expect that this time, Ling Xiao actually did not move, he just stood there as if waiting for him to attack. Fool, I didn't expect that you're actually arrogant and ignorant to this extent. Facing my attack, you also dare to not defend. Yao Chen sneered. He did not hesitate at all. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his fists as he punched towards Ling Xiao's heart. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao's gaze abruptly turned sinister and cold. He instantly entered his Frost Dragon Beast soul transformation state and attacked with his Ice Supreme Sword. Supreme Ice's frozen sky sword was unleashed, everything exploded in an instant. It was so fast that Yao Chen had no time to react. The cold revered Ice's frozen sky sword art, coupled with the release of the absolute frost domain, increased its power by several times. He easily tore apart Yao Chen's attack and pierced Yao Chen's throat with his sword. Drip, fresh blood dripped onto the ground, staining the ground red. Aya screamed and turned to run. However, how could Ling Xiao give her this opportunity? You traitor! Go to hell! A drop of Yao Chen's blood flew out from the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. It turned into a cold light and directly pierced through Aya's head. Aya fell forward, blood splattering on the ground. I didn't intend to kill you, but you wanted to kill me. I can only protect myself. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the two corpses on the ground. He raised his hands and two balls of flames flew up. The two corpses were completely burned. If the pavilion had not collapsed, if the air was not still filled with the smell of blood, no one would have thought that a terrifying battle had just taken place here. Outside Darkfrost's bedroom, a black shadow left quickly. Inside the medicine demon residence. What? You said Chin'er is dead, who killed him? The medicine demon could not believe his ears. Yao Chen was his only son. He had been carefully nurturing him as his successor and the key to passing on the family line. Of course, Yao Chen was very talented. Whether it was in martial arts or medical skills, he was outstanding. This also made him have high hopes for Yao Chen. But now, he actually heard that his son, Yao Chen, had been killed. Ling Xiao, I saw it with my own eyes. The person who spoke was none other than Yama. Originally, I was planning to take advantage of the fact that Seclord Darkfrost was occupied with other matters to deal with Ling Xiao. Who could have guessed that I would see something so shocking? Yama continued. This fellow was the one who had instigated everything in the first place. Ling Xiao's strength had surprised him, but that didn't matter. After all, killing an 8th division life-sizer like Yao Chen wasn't all that impressive. Any 9th division life-sizer would be able to do that with ease. After all, Yao Chen's specialty was medicine, not martial arts. Therefore, he planned to report the matter to the medicine demon, and have him test out Ling Xiao's strength. Bastard! How dare you kill my son? Not even the Seclord can protect you. The medicine demon slapped the table in front of him, causing it to shatter into dust. Before leaving, he went into a secret chamber and pulled out a metal bottle. As for what it contained, it was impossible to tell. Yang Qi watched as the medicine demon led a group of people toward Darkfrost's bedchamber. Chuckling coldly, Yama followed them. By this point, Darkfrost had already returned to her bedchamber. Someone was here? Darkfrost asked, frowning. She had been summoned by Yan Shifeng to discuss the matter of the Undying King. She had a strange feeling about it. Before the meeting was over, she had hurried back. As soon as she arrived at her bedchamber, she could smell the stench of blood in the air. Yeah, a brat named Yao Chen, Xianxia said. Your maidservant, Aya, sent him here to kill me. Ling Xiao nodded. Aya. Xianxia said. I usually put up with her, and didn't want to bicker with her. Who could have guessed that she would be such a traitor? Where are they? Darkfrost asked angrily. Dead. I killed them all. Ling Xiao said coolly. Including Yao Chen and Aya. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? You can kill Yao Chen? Darkfrost asked in surprise. However, when she suddenly remembered what happened in Star City, she felt relieved. Ling Xiao's actual combat strength was much stronger than his cultivation on the surface. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's good that you're fine. Yao Chen. How dare you barge into my bedchamber? You deserve to die. Darkfrost said coldly. What do you mean by deserve to die? Palace Master, I'm going to demand an explanation from you today. At this moment, Medicine Demon stepped in from outside. His only son had died tragically, and Medicine Demon was overwhelmed by anger. Previously, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Darkfrost because he was afraid of Darkfrost. However, this time, he decided that even if he had to die, he would drag Ling Xiao down with him. Looking at Medicine Demon and the men of sacrifice behind him, Darkfrost frowned. In the end, she was just a high-level fighter. In terms of power, she could not compare to the 3 demons in the Soul Hall. However, she also had her own principles. Those who barge into my bedchamber, die. Ming Xuan did not hesitate. She suddenly attacked at lightning speed, enveloping Medicine Demon and the people behind him. A ferocious beast formed by soul power pounced out. Have mercy! Amidst the shouts, a golden Buddha flew over from the sky. It was clearly formed by soul power. A golden Buddha flew from the sky. It was also condensed by soul power and blocked in front of Medicine Demon. However, the golden Buddha came too late and could only save Medicine Demon. As for the dozen people behind Medicine Demon, none of them were spared. They were all killed by the beast condensed by soul power. Yan Shifeng, do you want to break the rules too? Darkfrost looked at the person who came and frowned. Palace Master, you misunderstood. You can't blame Medicine Demon for this. Ling Xiao killed his only son. How can he not be angry? It's normal for him to do something irrational. Why do you have to be so harsh on him? Let's forget about it this time. Yan Shifeng said with a smile. Yan Shifeng was really dissatisfied with Yama's stupid way of doing things today. It was unwise to let Medicine Demon kill Ling Xiao when Darkfrost was still in the bedroom. Yao Chen trespassed into my bedroom. He deserves to die. Darkfrost said coldly. Palace Master is right. However, this is another matter. Medicine Demon has done many meritorious deeds for Soul Palace. This time, he was angered. Medicine Demon, go apologize to the Hall Master and return. Yan Shifeng said coldly. Yes. Medicine Demon held the small metal bottle tightly in his hand. He then approached Darkfrost and knelt down on both knees. However, at that moment, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the metal bottle and went straight for Ling Xiao. How could he just let it go? In order to avenge his son, he didn't care who came to plead for mercy. No matter who it was, they couldn't stop his anger. Damn it! Darkfrost immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao. The black shadow hit Darkfrost directly. It was chopped off by Darkfrost's hand. It was a golden silkworm goo. It was completely dead. However, the goo poison had already entered Darkfrost's body. In that instant, Darkfrost's entire right arm turned purplish-black. Darkfrost hurriedly used her left hand to seal the blood vessels so that the poison would not enter her body and only exist in her right arm. Medicine Demon, you're crazy. Seeing this, Yan Shifeng was also very surprised. Although Darkfrost wasn't very obedient towards Ling Xiao, she was still very loyal to Soul Palace. If they encountered a strong enemy, they would have to rely on Darkfrost to fight. Once her right arm was crippled, Darkfrost's battle prowess would drop by at least half. I want to kill that Ling Xiao. Medicine Demon was stunned. He knew Darkfrost's position in Soul Palace. If something really happened to Darkfrost, It wouldn't just be a matter of one of his sons dying. Perhaps his whole family would be buried with her. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and get the antidote. Yan Shifeng said sternly. There's no antidote for this. I bought this golden silkworm goo from Star Demon King. It said that only the 4 regions have it. There's no antidote for this strange poison. Medicine Demon was also a little panicked. What? Yan Shifeng was stunned. Aren't you the #1 doctor in Western region? Go back and develop the antidote immediately. No matter what, you have to save Darkfrost's right arm. I'm afraid it's no longer a matter of the right arm. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly sounded. The golden silkworm goo's poison was truly terrifying. Even though Darkfrost had sealed her blood vessels, the poison still seeped in. However, it wasn't that fast. However, at this rate, Darkfrost's entire body would be poisoned in 3 days at the earliest. Darkfrost had a nearly immortal body and could be resurrected. However, after being resurrected, Darkfrost's strength would be greatly reduced. This wasn't what Yan Shifeng wanted to see. Medicine Demon, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't refine the antidote, you can kill yourself. Yan Shifeng said coldly. There's no need for him. I'll naturally cure Palace Master Darkfrost's poison. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and said. You? Medicine Demon sneered. It's not that I look down on you. With your level, you can't even cure an ordinary poison, let alone this golden silkworm goo's poison. You talk too much nonsense. Get lost. You're not welcome here. Ling Xiao was very angry now. If he had enough strength, he would really kill Medicine Demon with one slap. Palace Master, you should rest well. Don't worry about this. We'll definitely bring the antidote over within 3 days. Yan Shifeng glanced at Medicine Demon and said, Did you hear that? Don't worry, Supreme Elder. I'll definitely develop the antidote within 3 days. Medicine Demon nodded and hurriedly headed home. The pain of losing his son was also diluted by fear at this time. He planned to talk about Ling Zhao's matter later. It was better to cure Darkfrost first. Otherwise, with Yan Shifeng's temper, he would definitely not let him go. After everyone had left, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Ling Xiao released the 9-snake general beast soul and sucked out the golden silkworm goo's poison from Darkfrost's body. However, his brows were still furrowed. This golden silkworm goo must have been raised by the experts of the 4 regions. Although I've temporarily sucked out the poison, I can't cure the root cause. From today onwards, I'll help you refine pills and absorb the poison for you every day. I estimate that I'll be able to refine a pill that can completely remove the poison in 3 days at most. You don't have to worry. Ling Xiao gently rubbed Darkfrost's head and said with a smile. If it was in the past, if someone dared to touch her head, Darkfrost would definitely kill him mercilessly. However, at this time, she did not feel any disgust. Instead, her face was filled with happiness as if she was thinking of her brother again. I know you can do it, Brother Ling Xiao. Darkfrost nodded and said. Sigh, actually, you didn't have to block it just now. My body is immune to all poisons. No matter how powerful the golden silkworm goo's poison is, I should be able to slowly remove it. Fortunately, Yan Shifeng did not want you to die. Otherwise, today's matter would have been really dangerous. Ling Xiao sighed and said, No matter what, thank you very much. Regardless of whether what Darkfrost did was useless or not, at that moment, Darkfrost really wanted to risk her life to save him. He could clearly feel it. If I had to do it again, I would still make the same choice. Darkfrost said with a smile. Silly girl. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Go back and rest first. Don't practice for a while. Just come over once a day. After saying that, he turned and went into his room. He placed the poison extracted from Darkfrost's body into a container and began to study it. To concoct the antidote, he had to understand the poison first. This process took him a full day. Fortunately, he had the Tai Chi Eye. Otherwise, to concoct the antidote within 3 days was simply a fool's dream. During the period when he and Medicine Demon were concocting the antidote, what happened here had quietly spread out. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Although Yan Shifeng was very angry about this matter, he did not know which idiot leaked it. However, he really could not investigate at the moment. If he did, it would cause a bigger storm. The most important thing was to concoct the antidote. The entire green zone was now spreading the news that Palace Master Darkfrost was poisoned by Medicine Demon's golden silkworm goo. If the antidote could not be concocted within 3 days, she might die. However, fortunately, there were 2 powerful pharmacists in the green zone at this time. Now, the whole green zone was saying that 2 doctors were developing an antidote. One was the famous Medicine Demon, the #1 doctor in the western region. He was the one who raised the golden silkworm goo, and his medical skills were excellent. So, people thought that he was the most likely to make up for his mistake. As for Ling Xiao, it was said that he was the medicine demon who saved Palace Master Darkfrost in Star City. His specific abilities were unknown. People did not have much confidence in him. However, with one more person, there would be one more ray of hope. Ming Xuang had been running around for Soul Palace all these years and had done many things. Although the little girl was cold, she was very kind and had done a lot of good things. As a result, most of the ordinary Soul Palace martial practitioners had a good impression of Palace Master Ming Xuang. They did not want anything to happen to her. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Medicine Demon, led by Yan Shifeng and others, came to Darkfrost's palace. This was a special event, so the rules of the palace were temporarily relaxed. Darkfrost. Ling Xiao did not allow her to cultivate, so she obediently did not cultivate. Anyway, there were only 3 days. She believed in Ling Xiao's judgment. Where is that person? Yan Shifeng asked in confusion. Cultivating. Darkfrost said lightly. Cultivating? Didn't he say that he was developing an antidote for Palace Master? Yan Shifeng frowned. Can't he develop it while cultivating? Darkfrost asked. Palace Master, I'm afraid you have been deceived by that villain. How is he researching a new medicine? He doesn't even care about you, Hall Master. Yan Shifeng said angrily. I believe in him. Today is the 3rd day. He will definitely come out. Darkfrost said lightly. There is no need to wait for that liar. Medicine Demon has developed an antidote. It can definitely cure the poison in your body. Yan Shifeng pointed at Medicine Demon behind him. Don't worry, Palace Master. I've already developed an antidote, and it can definitely cure the poison. As for Ling Xiao, he was definitely a liar from head to toe. Not only did he swindle your trust, he also sowed discord between the higher-ups of Soul Palace. If this person isn't eliminated, Soul Palace won't be at peace. Medicine Demon said hurriedly. Shut up. I won't allow you to insult him. Darkfrost's face instantly turned cold. During these 3 days, Ling Xiao would come over every morning to help her absorb the toxins. Every time, he had to take a huge risk. It was just that no one else knew about it. If this was considered a swindler, then the swindler was a little too noble. Medicine Demon, let's cut the crap. Since you've already developed the antidote, bring it to me immediately. Yan Shifeng glanced at Medicine Demon and said. Through the Medicine Demon's probing, Yan Shifeng also understood that Ling Xiao's position in Darkfrost's heart was not low. It wasn't that easy to shake Darkfrost's trust in Ling Xiao. However, if the antidote worked, the situation would be very different. There's no problem with your antidote, right? Darkfrost glanced at Medicine Demon and said, Don't blame me for not trusting you. That golden silkworm goo was released by you. What if you want to harm me again? She actually didn't want to take Medicine Demon's antidote. She still wanted to wait for Ling Xiao's antidote to come out. Her trust in Ling Xiao was much higher than her trust in Medicine Demon. Don't worry, Palace Master. I've already tested this medicine and confirmed that there's no problem. Not only does this medicine have the effect of detoxifying, but it also contains many precious herbs. Therefore, after taking it, it's extremely beneficial to the recovery and improvement of cultivation. Medicine Demon said hurriedly. It has nothing to do with that. What you did yesterday has already made me lose my trust in you. Whether your antidote is useful or not, it's still a potential danger to me. Darkfrost shook her head and still didn't want to take it. However, it was already the afternoon of the third day. Although Ling Xiao had already absorbed the poison in the morning. At this moment, her skin gradually turned purplish-black again. The poison seemed to be acting up again. Palace Master, there's no time to lose. Please take the antidote. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Seeing Darkfrost's situation, Yan Shifeng was also very worried. If Darkfrost died because she didn't take the antidote, not only would it be a huge loss to Soul Palace, but their inner palace's reputation would also be severely damaged. After all, Darkfrost was injured by Medicine Demon. Palace Master, please take the antidote. The rest of Soul Palace's upper echelons also said. Although Darkfrost was only a fighting machine in their eyes, a high-level fighter. Even if the machine was broken, it still needed to be repaired. Otherwise, how could it fight? Therefore, they still wanted Darkfrost to live. Palace Master, you know our intentions best. How can we let you die? Yan Shifeng said anxiously. Please give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. It wasn't easy for me to refine the elixir. Medicine Demon also said while kneeling. Darkfrost still didn't say anything because Ling Xiao had reminded her not to use medicine carelessly no matter what happened to her body. She was naturally willing to believe in Ling Xiao. Supreme Elder, we can't wait anymore. Use force. No matter what, we have to save Palace Master's life. A Soul Palace higher-up suddenly said. That's right. Even if Palace Master blames us, as long as her poison is cured, there will be no reason. Someone else said. Yan Shifeng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Now that Darkfrost's poison had broken out, she was definitely not as strong as him. Therefore, he only needed 3 moves to capture Darkfrost. Then, Medicine Demon took out the elixir he had refined. The air was filled with a strange fragrance. The elixir looked extremely beautiful. And with one sniff, one could tell that it was good stuff. Although I don't know much about alchemy, I have read the introduction in the book. This elixir is a mysterious great elixir. It is very suitable to treat a reincarnation divine realm warrior. Of course. As the #1 doctor in the Western region, Medicine Demon's alchemy skills are not for show. Other than him, who else can detoxify this poison? I really don't understand why Palace Master refuses to take it. In the end, we can only use force. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Yan Shifeng had already taken the antidote from Medicine Demon. At this moment, Darkfrost's situation seemed to be getting worse. Not only was her body purplish-black, but it was also beginning to swell. Yan Shifeng did not hesitate to put the antidote into Darkfrost's mouth and forced it down. Palace Master, please forgive me for offending you. After watching Darkfrost take the antidote, Yan Shifeng let go of her, then stood aside and began to observe. The elixir melted as soon as it entered her mouth and began to take effect. Darkfrost's condition rapidly improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's done. It's really done. An excited shout came from the crowd. Ha ha ha, I've said it before. That Ling Xiao is simply a liar. When it comes to alchemy and detoxification, it's still up to Medicine Demon. Yan Shifeng was very happy. He then looked at Medicine Demon and said, You have done a good job this time to make up for your mistakes. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Medicine Demon said excitedly. Medicine Demon looked nervously at Darkfrost's condition. The swelling had clearly subsided. The purplish-black color also quickly disappeared. He also let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, although he was very confident in his pharmaceutical skills, he was still unsure before the medicine truly took effect. Medicine Demon is Medicine Demon, the #1 doctor in the Western region. He's not bragging. I've said it before. How can Ling Xiao compare to our Soul Palace's famous doctor? Fortunately, we used force. Otherwise, I don't know what Palace Master would do. He actually believed such a liar. Grand Elder, we request to immediately capture Ling Xiao. There's definitely something wrong with that brat. Yama seized the opportunity to speak at this moment. Yes, you're right. Ling Xiao attempted to deceive Palace Master. He's guilty of a heinous crime. We can't let him continue to be free. Yama, go personally and capture him to the underground prison. I want to personally interrogate him. Yan Shifeng couldn't wait to get Ling Xiao's things. Now, Dark Frost had no reason to protect Ling Xiao. After all, it was Medicine Demon who detoxified the poison, not Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Medicine Demon was very happy. He wanted Ling Xiao to die. This goal should be achieved as long as Grand Elder got what he wanted after interrogating him. Then, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't live. Ah! Just as everyone was trying to capture Ling Xiao, Dark Frost suddenly screamed. Her body that had almost recovered was instantly poisoned, and the speed was more than 10 times faster than before. In an instant, she had reached the state where she couldn't be cured. Moreover, this momentum was still continuing. Bastard, Medicine Demon, what's going on? Yan Shifeng's expression changed greatly. He looked at Medicine Demon and asked sternly. I don't know. This is impossible. Medicine Demon was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to happen. He had already done all that he could. He should have succeeded. But why did this happen? Yama, who was about to leave, was also dumbfounded. The rest of the higher-ups were also dumbfounded. They thought that there was no more problem. Who knew that the situation would become more serious? Quick, go find Ling Xiao. Yan Shifeng had no other ideas at this time. Although he was extremely unwilling, the first person he thought of was still Ling Xiao. Other than Ling Xiao, there was no one else in the entire green zone who could possibly be better than Drug Demon in terms of medical skills. No need to look, I'm here. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Bastard, you clearly know that today is the Hall Master's deadline, yet you still dare to be late. Do you want the Hall Master to die? Yama roared. Shut up. You idiot, what do you know? Which idiot gave her the medicine? Ling Xiao's anger was even greater than Yama's. He coldly glanced at everyone and asked harshly. It's your fault for being late. Medicine Demon refined the detoxification pill. Of course, he had to use it. Yama said indignantly. I'm late? Am I the doctor or are you the doctor? I've been with Dark Frost alone for the past 3 days. How could I not know her situation? If I say you're stupid, just admit it. Why are you still talking back? Why don't you give it a try? Ling Xiao looked at Yama contemptuously and said coldly. You. Alright, since Ling Xiao is here, please treat her as soon as possible. We can't waste any more time. Yan Shifeng stopped Yama and said to Ling Xiao. I don't need you to teach me how to treat her and when to treat her, Medicine Demon, give me your detoxification pills formula. Ling Xiao roared. In your dreams. Medicine Demon gritted his teeth. When he saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but feel angry. Give it to him. Yan Shifeng was really speechless. Medicine Demon, this idiot, still couldn't see the situation at this time. Even if you want Ling Xiao to die, you have to wait until he saves Dark Frost. He roared, scaring Medicine Demon. He hurriedly gave the formula to Ling Xiao. It's simply superfluous. Although your detoxification pill won't have much effect, it can still alleviate the symptoms. But you added those ridiculous tonics. Not only did it reduce the effect of the detoxification pill, you also let those tonics nourish the goo poison and make it stronger. If you're not stupid, then you're bad. Looking at the pill formula, Ling Xiao already had confidence in his heart. He was most afraid that Medicine Demon would give Dark Frost some troublesome medicine, but the situation was obviously not that bad. Alright, all of you get out. I'm enough for Dark Frost. Ling Xiao waved his hand impatiently. Some of his treatment methods really couldn't be seen by others. Those were his secrets. But these words were really domineering enough. The Soul Hall's upper echelons were uncomfortable when they heard it. Go outside and wait. Yan Shifeng was also unhappy in his heart. But when he thought of those treasures on Ling Xiao's body, he decided to endure. Moreover, other than Ling Xiao, who else could save Dark Frost? He didn't want Dark Frost to die like this. Grandpa, we can't let that guy stay with the Hall Master. What if something happens to the Hall Master? Yama was anxious. Can you shut up? They've been together for a few days and nothing happened. Do you have to kill in front of us? Go. Yan Shifeng was really tired. Sigh, these guys in the inner hall were really spoiled. They were all brainless. At this time, they were still fussing over such trivial matters. Yama and the others all shut up and walked out of the door. Medicine Demon stared at Ling Xiao's back, his eyes emitting a venomous light. To him, Ling Xiao didn't just kill his only son. At this time, he even wanted to fight with him for credit. This was simply deliberately coming to the green zone to find trouble with him. Medicine Demon, you better not do anything now. Otherwise, if anything happens to Hall Master Darkfrost, I won't let you off. Yan Shifeng snorted and turned to leave. Medicine Demon gritted his teeth and walked out. I don't believe that Ling Xiao is only a 17-year-old youth. What can he do? He would rather Darkfrost die than let Darkfrost be saved by Ling Xiao. However, things wouldn't develop in the direction he wanted. When they left the room, it was still filled with black energy. Darkfrost would occasionally let out miserable shrieks. However, less than 3 minutes after they left the room, the black energy quickly receded. Darkfrost's screams were gone. Back in the room, Ling Xiao first absorbed the toxins from Darkfrost's body. The process caused the power in his cultivation base to surge to 100%. He was now only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Furthermore, his 9-snake venom domain now had a new type of toxin, the golden silkworm venom. However, it was much weaker than before. The original golden silkworm venom was something that not even a reincarnation god-level expert like Darkfrost could resist. However, because of the limitations of his cultivation base, it could only affect martial artists in the 9th level of life seizing. Although the newly obtained golden silkworm venom of the 9-snake poison region was not fatal. In terms of weakening the opponent, it was even more terrifying than the Death Kingdom black poison. This undoubtedly increased Ling Xiao's chances of choosing in the battle. Even if he was not as strong as others, he could strengthen himself and weaken the opponent. Outside the door, everyone, including Yan Shifeng, was waiting nervously. Seeing the black smoke disappear, the screams stopped at the same time. Many people looked at each other. Did he succeed? It's also possible that the Hall Master was killed by that kid. Yes, it's impossible for him to be cured. Our #1 doctor in the western region spent so many precious herbs to refine the pill. He couldn't detoxify the poison. Why did that Ling Xiao do it? He's just a 17-year-old boy. He's not even an adult yet. Shut up. Yan Shifeng felt very embarrassed. Don't you feel the aura inside? How did he raise a group of good-for-nothings? Over the years, perhaps the outer hall had become stronger and stronger and had been fighting outside, while the people of the inner hall had been pampered and gradually became more and more unbearable. He was really worried that if this went on, the inner hall would be completely replaced by the outer hall one day. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they realized that they could do that. When they calmed down and felt the aura inside, they found that Darkfrost's aura had not disappeared, but had obviously returned to normal. This clearly meant that the poison had been detoxified. This Ling Xiao is really something. He's not bragging. Although Yan Shifeng was unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. Ling Xiao had done something that even Medicine Demon could not do. Didn't this explain the problem? Creak. A moment later, the door opened. Darkfrost walked out and looked at everyone coldly. I can let bygones be bygones about you forcing me to take the pill just now. After all, you did it for my good. You were just too stupid. But I need to remind you that in order to detoxify me, Mr. Ling overworked himself and needs a long time to recover. In addition, there are still germs left by the undead king in my body that have not been completely removed. From today onwards, whoever dares to disturb Mr. Ling will be going against me, Darkfrost. I don't care who you are. Kill. After being saved by Ling Xiao again, Darkfrost's feelings for Ling Xiao had also improved. He completely regarded Ling Xiao as his own brother. Regardless of whether he was in the right or not, she would protect Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat there, looking very tired. It was not easy to save Darkfrost, but he was still very happy. Although he was a little tired, he was very satisfied to see Darkfrost's smiling face. Soul Palace's higher-ups looked at Darkfrost, but couldn't see any weakness from her body. Even, congratulations, Palace Master, you've actually broken through. Yan Shifeng's pupils suddenly shrank as he hurriedly said. You have good eyesight. I've indeed broken through from the first level of the reincarnation divine realm to the second level. This is all thanks to Ling Xiao. So you'd better remember that Ling Xiao is my soul palace's benefactor. Don't always think about things that don't belong to you. You'd better hurry up and find the 7-star combat emperor's inheritance. Don't let your imagination run wild. Dark Frost was warning Yan Shifeng that she already knew everything and asked Yan Shifeng not to act recklessly. Now that Dark Frost's cultivation had improved and her strength had soared, Yan Shifeng was no longer her opponent. Unless he used the inner palace's treasure, it was impossible to suppress Dark Frost. Yan Shifeng sighed and said, I understand Palace Master's words. Of course, he wouldn't give up on the Ice Emperor's inheritance. However, it was probably impossible to snatch it directly. He had to find an opportunity. At this moment, Medicine Demon looked at Ling Xiao with resentment. Today, he lost to Ling Xiao in alchemy and lost the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. However, he wouldn't give up. Ling Xiao's existence was a huge threat to him. Not only would it weaken his title as the #1 in the Western region, but it might even disappear. He was also the murderer of his only son. No matter how difficult it was, no matter what happened, no matter who protected Ling Xiao, he wouldn't let it go. Just you wait, kid. I'll let you know how terrifying a real poison doctor is. Last time, the golden silkworm goo didn't kill you. However, next time, I won't be so impulsive. I'll think of all ways to make you die a horrible death. At this moment, he really wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, Yan Shifeng and Dark Frost didn't say anything. He could only stand there with resentment and embarrassment in his heart. It was as if the whole world was laughing at him. Yama's mood wasn't much better than Medicine Demon's. He always felt that Dark Frost would be his when she grew up. However, now, Dark Frost was so close to Ling Xiao that she seemed to have completely ignored him. This kind of neglect, or even disregard, made his heart itch more and more unbearable. He even had an impulse to explode. The fire of jealousy burned wildly in his body. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can all leave. After Dark Frost issued a warning, she didn't want to see these people in front of her anymore. She just wanted to quietly spend some time alone with Ling Xiao, lie on her brother's lap, and reminisce about the happiness of her childhood. Then, Hall Master, please have a good rest. We'll take our leave. Yan Shifeng sighed softly and led everyone away. He was very clear that Medicine Demon overreached himself this time. Not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also further deepened the Hall Master's trust in Ling Xiao. The possibility of trying to sow discord in the future was almost zero. Therefore, if he wanted to get the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he would have to reconsider. As an old fox, he was never willing to do things that he wasn't sure of. Medicine Demon, come to my place. On the way, Yan Shifeng suddenly said to Medicine Demon. Medicine Demon was startled for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. He couldn't afford to offend Yan Shifeng, nor did he want to offend him. When they arrived at Yan Shifeng's residence, Medicine Demon said respectfully, I didn't do a good job. I've troubled Grand Elder. I don't want to talk about the past. Next, I'll give you a task. Don't do anything else during this period of time. Focus on the completion of this task. Yan Shifeng said. Grand Elder, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best. Medicine Demon said. I want Ling Xiao to die, understand? Yan Shifeng went straight to the point. I understand. This task was simply too suitable for Medicine Demon. He wanted Ling Xiao to die now. Remember, it's just that you want to take revenge. This matter has nothing to do with me or the inner palace. Yan Shifeng said again. Of course I know. I'll never implicate Grand Elder or the inner palace. Medicine Demon nodded. Alright, go. If you want to take revenge, you have to learn to protect yourself. There are many neutral martial artists in the green zone. Some are willing to kill for some spirit stones. Thank you for your advice, Grand Elder. Medicine Demon's eyes lit up. Go. I'll take my leave. After Medicine Demon left, he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he left the Soul Hall Palace and headed to the place where the neutral warriors were most concentrated in the green zone. Yan Shifeng was right. There were many ways to kill Ling Xiao. Doing it personally was the worst choice. One had to be smarter when killing people. At the same time, in Darkfrost's palace. Brother Ling Xiao, after this incident, I'm afraid those people won't do anything to you anymore, right? Darkfrost lay on Ling Xiao's lap like an innocent little girl. If outsiders were to see this situation, their eyeballs would probably fall out of their sockets. The dignified owner of Soul Hall, Darkfrost, was actually so close to a man and even called him brother. Silly girl, human desire is a bottomless pit. It can't be filled. Those people don't care whether I'm a liar or not. What they care about is controlling you and the treasures on me. So, they may be more low-key in the future, but they won't give up on me. As the saying goes, it's easier to dodge an open spear than a hidden arrow. It may be more dangerous in the future. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Darkfrost was very strong, but in terms of scheming, even he wasn't as good as her, let alone those old foxes. Why don't I take you away from the green zone? Darkfrost was anxious. There's no need for that. Relatively speaking, it's still safe here. They won't be too arrogant if they do it secretly. I can deal with ordinary problems by myself. But once we're outside, you know the situation in the meteorite zone. It's much more dangerous than here. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, and I can feel that the green zone is very helpful for cultivation. I want to stay here for a while. Don't you welcome me? How can that be? I can't wait for Brother Ling Xiao to stay by my side. Darkfrost said. That's good. Now that you've recovered and unexpectedly broke through, you should go and consolidate your cultivation. I should also seize the time to cultivate. I've gained a lot from refining medicine for you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Right, I have something here that might be useful to you. Darkfrost suddenly said and took out a beautiful oracle bone from her storage ring. I found this in Star City. It's rumored that it's the oracle bone of the black tortoise. It contains the power of the black tortoise. Don't you cultivate the black tortoise divine body? This will be of great help to you. Who knows, it might even allow your black tortoise divine physique to advance further. It's a good thing, but I don't have anything to repay you. When Darkfrost took the oracle bone, Ling Xiao Yu Tai Chi, it. This was indeed the genuine black tortoise oracle bone, and it was indeed beneficial to his black tortoise divine physique. His black tortoise body divine body's body. If he could get his hands on the black tortoise oracle bone, it wouldn't be impossible for him to advance his black tortoise divine physique to mid-grade king rank. Repay? I'm your little sister, okay? How can a sister ask her brother to repay her? What's more, you've saved me twice. I can't even repay you for saving my life. Why do you need to repay me? Darkfrost pouted and said, if you talk about repaying me again, I won't be happy. Okay. I won't talk about it anymore. Ling Xiao smiled. It wasn't easy to gain Darkfrost's trust. He felt that he was really lucky. Darkfrost, I'm afraid I have to go somewhere to cultivate the black tortoise divine body. Ling Xiao said. You want to leave this place? Darkfrost was stunned. Yes, I've checked. There's a lake southeast of the green zone. Although it's not big, it contains the power of the black tortoise. It's very helpful for cultivating the black tortoise divine body. I plan to set up a tent there to cultivate. Ling Xiao said. Okay, I'll go with you. Darkfrost was worried about Ling Xiao. It's possible, but if you go with me, it'll cause too much of a commotion. I won't be able to cultivate if we attract too many people. So, I hope that you can protect me in secret if possible. Ling Xiao said. He naturally knew that someone wanted to kill him, so he didn't object when Darkfrost said that she wanted to protect him. No problem. Darkfrost nodded. The two of them finished their discussion. Ling Xiao set off for the Black Tortoise Lake. The name of the lake was given by the people of Soul Hall. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge black tortoise lying there. Long Chen, hold on a little longer. I'll come to find you soon, that Prince Tian must die. Ling Xiao came to the meteorite zone after obtaining the Ice Emperor's inheritance. He only had one goal. That was to become stronger. His encounter with Darkfrost was just an accident. He still hadn't forgotten his goal. Staying under Darkfrost's protection might be safe, but he might lose his chance to get stronger. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble. Although he knew it would be dangerous, he had come this far, so there was no need for him to be afraid. The outside of Soul Hall was much livelier than the inside, because there were even more martial artists. Generally speaking, killing wasn't permitted here. After all, Soul Hall needed a stable environment. Therefore, they had to take care of people who killed people. If they didn't want to provoke Soul Hall, then no one would do anything rash. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to enjoy the scenery outside, so he hurried toward Black Tortoise Lake. That's him. Do you recognize him? As Ling Xiao walked down the street, he didn't notice that someone was watching him. Medicine Devil was in disguise, and had found the person he was looking for in the neutral camp. He was an 8th Division life-sizer, and would often leave the camp to hunt monsters in the meteorite zone for life crystals. Although his cultivation base was similar to Medicine Dust's, his fighting prowess was much higher. He went by the bloody name of the Butcher. That was because he killed without batting an eye, and was a big fan of violence. Regardless of whether he was fighting against human warriors or monsters, his opponents would often be beaten to a pulp. Oh, that's the kid? Don't worry, I'll kill him for you. But don't forget what you promised me. The Butcher looked coldly at the masked Medicine Devil. He didn't know who this person was, but he knew that he was very generous. Before Medicine Devil had even made a move, he had already paid for everything. In total, it was 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That was no small sum, enough to keep him in the green zone for 10 days. Although the green zone wasn't a city, it was still a safe zone. Therefore, mid-grade spirit stones were required. Furthermore, the spirit stones weren't for Soul Hall. As long as he stayed in the safe zone, he would have to put the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones together with the God Devil medallion. That way, the spirit stones would disappear. If he didn't, he would be hunted down and killed. He didn't want to be killed for no reason. Ling Xiao had also been paying middle-grade spirit stones during this period of time. Anyway, he had a lot of spirit stones and there was no need to be calculative about it. If he died because he didn't pay the spirit stones, it wouldn't be worth it. He had a feeling that the spirit stones didn't disappear or move. Instead, they all entered the Godfiend Order. As long as the Godfiend Order was still there, it was possible to get those spirit stones back. It was more important to cultivate now. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he could try to see what would happen if he didn't pay the spirit stones. For now, he didn't want to take the risk. As for Butcher, he was even more unwilling to take the risk. This was because he had witnessed someone being killed because he didn't pay the spirit stones. That person was stronger than him. It was his former boss. Aren't you afraid that I won't do the job after taking the spirit stones? Butcher laughed. You can try. Medicine Demon sneered. The reason why he dared to pay all the spirit stones was that he wasn't afraid that Butcher wouldn't do the job. With his strength, it was very easy to kill Butcher. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. I've always been in this kind of business. If I don't do the job after taking the money, who would dare to ask me to do the job in the future? Butcher laughed out loud. Alright, I don't have time to joke with you. Let's go. That kid should be going in the direction of Black Tortoise Lake. We'll deal with him there. Medicine Demon said. Don't worry, just wait for the good news. Butcher smiled cruelly and chased after Ling Xiao's back. Humph, it's best if you can kill Ling Xiao. If you can't, I can use his corpse. I'm afraid you've never dreamed that the wine I treated you to just now was poisoned, right? Seeing Butcher leave, Medicine Demon sneered. He wasn't very clear about Ling Xiao's strength, so he wasn't sure if Butcher could kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had 2 backup plans. Even if Butcher couldn't kill Ling Xiao, the poison would still erupt. At that time, Butcher's corpse would become a poison bomb. As long as Ling Xiao was within 10 meters of him, he would be affected by the poison. The closer he got, the greater the danger. If they were within 1 or 2 meters of each other, he believed that Ling Xiao would have been killed instantly. How dare you offend me, medicine demon, and kill my only son? Ling Xiao, just wait for my crazy revenge. The Black Tortoise Lake was not big, and one could see the edge of it at a glance. However, the energy contained within it was something that could not be ignored. Ling Xiao stood at the edge of Xuanwu Lake, feeling the wind blowing from the surface of the lake. Even in the wind, there was an aura that made one's spirit tremble. What are you doing? Just as Ling Xiao was about to enter Black Tortoise Lake to cultivate, a voice suddenly rang out. His voice was somewhat ferocious. Clearly, he didn't come with good intentions. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a group of martial artists. None of them had very high cultivation bases, most were only in the 6th or 7th division of life seizing. However, there were quite a few of them. There were actually over 100 of them. I'm here to cultivate. Ling Xiao replied. Cultivate? Don't you know the rules? The leader of the group seemed to be at the peak of the 7th division of life seizing. He carried a huge saber over his shoulder, and his body was covered with tattoos that extended all the way down to his neck. Rules? Ling Xiao said, a bit puzzled. The green zone was a public safety zone. If there had to be rules, they would be rules set by the Soul Hall. These people weren't wearing the uniform of the Soul Hall. Clearly, they weren't martial artists. What rules did they have? This Black Tortoise Lake is the territory of the Whale Gang. If you want to cultivate here, you have to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day. How many days do you plan on cultivating here? The man asked. The Whale Gang's territory? Ling Xiao laughed. I've only ever heard of the Soul Hall, not the Whale Gang. Since when did the Whale Gang get mentioned in the same breath as the Soul Hall? Nonsense, the man shouted. The Whale Gang's boss is an elder of the Soul Hall. Pay up, or get the hell out of here. 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 The green zone is a public place. Not even the Soul Hall can force me to pay, much less you people. Ling Xiao didn't give a damn about these people. They were nothing more than bandits who wanted to rob people. Chuckling disdainfully, he walked toward the lake. Stinking brat, how dare you disregard our words? Brothers, surround him. The leader of the group roared furiously. Whoosh. Whoosh. Over 100 people surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving him a chance to escape. I'd advise you not to do anything, Xianxia said. If you do, people will die. Ling Xiao didn't want to bicker with these people, but if they didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't be polite. So now you know people will die? If you're scared, pay up. We do business fairly. Pay up, and you can cultivate. The leader laughed maniacally. Oh really? Well then, Black Tortoise Lake is mine. Get the hell out of here. Or you can pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao mocked, I do things fairly. You can stay as long as you pay up. This brat is looking for death. Don't waste your breath on him. Brothers, attack. The leader roared angrily and charged towards Ling Xiao. Seeing this person rushing over, Ling Xiao sighed. He just wanted to cultivate in peace, but why did he have to encounter this kind of trouble wherever he went? Get lost. Thunder roared. Ling Xiao threw out a palm, and the leader was sent flying. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Still not getting lost? Ling Xiao didn't care about that person's life and death. He glared at the crowd. Run. Those people were cocky at first because they didn't know how powerful Ling Xiao was. Who would dare to stop Ling Xiao after seeing that he had actually beaten their boss to such a state? The group of people all ran away. Ling Xiao didn't bother to look at those people anymore. He stepped on the lake and his body gradually sank into the water. Behind him, the canopy beast martial spirit appeared. The canopy beast allowed him to swim in the lake with ease. It made the entire Black Tortoise Lake seem like his body. Next, I can cultivate the king-level Black Tortoise body. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He held the Black Tortoise Oracle bone in his hand and began to cultivate. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Many people noticed the strange scene in Black Tortoise Lake. The lake water was gradually rising, giving birth to thick water vapor. The entire Black Tortoise Lake was covered, and no one could see what was happening inside. The black tortoise's power was constantly released from the bottom of the lake and integrated into Ling Xiao's body. The black tortoise oracle bone in his hand gradually became smaller. After entering the meteorite area, he had been tormented for a long time. Now, he could finally cultivate. However, obtaining the black tortoise oracle bone was a surprise. This thing was more important to him than the Ice Emperor's inheritance. As Ling Xiao was focused on his cultivation, a shadowy figure appeared next to Lake Xuanwu. The people from the whale gang had appeared with him. Big Bro Butcher, that guy went into Lake Xuanwu to cultivate. Clearly, the whale gang members were familiar with the butcher. In fact, they even had a good relationship. Why is this guy cultivating in such a big way? Don't tell me he lied to me, he's not even in the 6th stratum of life seizing. The sight of Ling Xiao's cultivation caused the butcher's heart to pound. He wasn't an idiot. Although he had taken someone's money, he still had to protect his own reputation. Besides, he wasn't a professional assassin. There was no need for him to care so much about professional ethics. Big Bro Butcher, that kid isn't weak. He killed our boss with a single palm strike. One of the whale gang members said. Your boss is a piece of trash. Most 8th stratum life seizers could kill him with a single palm strike. But he's clearly only in the 6th stratum of life seizing. How did he do it? The butcher's suspicions only grew. He thought about it. The mission had to be accomplished, but he couldn't just attack recklessly. Big Bro Butcher, one of the whale gang members said, that kid is cultivating, so he definitely isn't on guard. If you help us, we can kill him. On the one hand, we can get revenge for our boss. On the other hand, Lake Xuanwu is a good place. We can't let it fall into that kid's hands. The whale gang member said. His words reminded the butcher of something. That's right. Why don't we join forces? If these guys want revenge, I might as well take advantage of them. The butcher chuckled inwardly. Fine. Since I'm on good terms with your boss, I'll help you get your revenge. But that kid is strong. In a head-on fight, I might not be able to kill him easily. So I'll have to trouble you to attack first and delay him. That way, I'll be able to sneak up on him and end his life. But Big Bro Butcher, that kid is really strong. I'm afraid we're not a match for him. The whale gang's members were also cowards. They wanted to avenge their boss, but they were also afraid that Ling Xiao was too strong and that they wouldn't be a match for him. A bunch of cowards. That brat just now was just a sneak attack. Furthermore, as you said, he is currently cultivating. You suddenly launched an attack and had the advantage of numbers. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, am I not here? Butcher cursed. Alright, Big Brother Butcher, we'll listen to you. But you have to hurry up. If we're late, I'm afraid we'll have to sacrifice a lot. In the end, the whale gang couldn't bear to part with the benefits of Black Tortoise Lake. After all, by guarding this place, there would be income every day. Once they were chased away, they probably wouldn't even be able to pay their filial piety to the master of the Fiend God token. He could only give it his all. Furthermore, according to Butcher, this sneak attack had a high chance of succeeding. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Coupled with Butcher's strength, they were not afraid of failure. That's right. Your boss is still waiting for you to avenge him. You must not admit defeat. Butcher sneered in his heart. What did these people's lives have to do with him? All he had to do was complete his mission. Brothers, get ready to sneak up on that brat and attack together. We'll avenge our boss and take back our territory. If their boss was dead, then there was still their second boss. The whale gang was a loose organization, but there were still a few leaders. Everyone responded, then simultaneously crept towards Ling Xiao's location. Although the water vapor was very thick and foggy, it was nothing to martial artists. However, these people didn't know that Ling Xiao had already sensed them as soon as they stepped onto the surface of Black Tortoise Lake. Dark Frost, you don't have to do anything. Once you do, there will be a lot of trouble. I'll take care of this bunch of trash. Ling Xiao knew that if he'd discovered these people, Dark Frost would definitely have discovered them as well. However, Dark Frost was a trump card that could only be used at the most critical moment. If he could take care of the problem, it was best not to use it lightly. Otherwise, if Soul Hall were to intervene, it would be bad. Alright. Be careful. Dark Frost's spiritual transmission wasn't a problem. As a Spiritas, and as the Hall Master of Soul Hall, this was her specialty. After notifying Dark Frost, Ling Xiao activated his Taiji eye and scanned his surroundings. On the surface of the lake, the people walking towards him were the whale gang members. He was somewhat curious. Were these people not afraid of death? He'd already given them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. Since that was the case, he'd just kill them all. He couldn't even be bothered to do anything. He took out a formation stone. It was the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. The whale gang members were quietly creeping towards Ling Xiao. Butcher was also prepared to attack. Although the person who'd given him the spirit stones hadn't revealed his identity, he could roughly guess that he was most likely a high-ranking member of Soul Hall. Since it wasn't convenient for them to act personally, they'd asked him to do it. Therefore, he didn't dare not complete this mission. If he offended a high-ranking member of Soul Hall, only death would await him. At that moment, a sudden bolt of lightning struck the surface of the lake. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. Butcher jumped in fright. Countless people turned to look in his direction. At the same time, the whale gang members on the surface of the lake began to scream miserably. How could they still be thinking about revenge? All they could do was flee for their lives. Unfortunately for them, Ling Xiao had already unleashed his canopy beast martial soul. The entirety of Lake Xuanwu was under his control. Terrifying waves of water slammed them all back into the lake. Then, they continued to be bombarded by lightning. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people had died. Over 100 people died tragically on the surface of the lake. Even their corpses were burned to ashes. Not a single one was left behind. Heavens! What's going on over there? Is some demonling causing trouble? Off in the distance, people began to cry out in alarm. I've heard people say that there's a Xuanwu beast living in Lake Xuanwu. Although it's not a real Xuanwu, it's still a 9th level 1-star life-sizer demonling. I bet that demonling went crazy. Oh my god. Judging from the screams, quite a few people died. Let's go watch the show. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? What's there to be afraid of? Just stay away. Lake Xuanwu is pretty big. There really were people in the world who didn't care if they died or not. Everyone hurried over to the shore of Lake Xuanwu. Then, he saw a gigantic monster rising into the air from the lake. It was none other than the canopy beast. Ling Xiao had used his canopy beast martial soul to create something like that. Making this thing was naturally to scare off some martial artists with insufficient strength. Oh my god. It's a canopy beast. Judging from its strength, it's at least in the 8th level of life seizing, right? The onlookers were all crying out in alarm. Although they didn't see a Xuanwu beast, they did see a canopy beast, which was just as powerful. In the crowd, the butcher was also watching the scene unfold above Xuanwu Lake. He couldn't help but gape. This wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could do. But after a while, he calmed down. This scene is probably caused by his martial soul. The more he acts like this, the more it shows that he's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It seems like it's time for me to make a move. He guessed that Ling Xiao was busy dealing with the whale gang and hadn't noticed him. He sped up and dove into Xuanwu Lake. True essence wrapped around his body, and he released his martial soul. The butcher's martial soul was a blade. A blood-red blade. It was a very unconventional blade martial soul. When it was released, the air was filled with the smell of blood. But because of the chaos at Xuanwu Lake, the smell of blood was masked by the smell of fish. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to detect it. This was why the butcher dared to release his martial soul. But when he was about 100 meters away from Ling Xiao, a figure suddenly emerged from the water. The butcher stopped in his tracks and looked at the figure in front of him in shock. Wasn't this the target of his mission? You're also here to kill me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Haha, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm just here to check out the situation. The butcher laughed. Is that so? It seems like I've misunderstood you. Ling Xiao shook his head and turned to leave. This is the chance. The butcher hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would believe his words so easily. He saw Ling Xiao turn his back on him. Thinking that his chance had come, he charged forward. The steel blade in his hand, infused with the power of his martial soul, stabbed into Ling Xiao's body. But in the next moment, the butcher was stunned. It didn't feel like he was stabbing into a person's body. It felt more like he was stabbing into water. Splash, the figure scattered, turning into waves and falling into the lake. On the other side, another figure appeared. It was Ling Xiao again. You're really here to kill me. Who sent you? Ling Xiao's voice was cold. Tell me who's behind this, and I can spare your life. Brat, you are indeed cunning to be able to form a water clone. However, the more you do this, the weaker your strength is. He could only rely on this trick to save his life. At first, I was afraid of you. But now, do you want to know who's behind this, in your dreams? Butcher sneered, and the blood-red sword soul behind him became even brighter. Hee, actually, even if you don't tell me, I can guess a little. I haven't been in the green zone for long, and I've only offended a few people. Those who could hire assassins were probably people from Soul Palace. Yama? Or Medicine Demon? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing Ling Xiao's fearless expression, Butcher couldn't help but frown. He didn't know if this kid was really unafraid or just bluffing, but he felt that things might be more troublesome than he had imagined. I don't know. Butcher shook his head. You don't need to know because you're about to die. After saying that, he charged at Ling Xiao again. This butcher was indeed someone who dared to hunt monsters in a group of monsters. His movements were smooth and fast. Like a ferocious demonic beast, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. His sword light was filled with murderous intent. Blood bloomed. This sword light was aimed at Ling Xiao's neck. Butcher loved to cut his opponents into pieces. Be it monsters or martial artists, he liked this method because he felt that it was more violent and more in line with his aesthetics. Interesting, then I'll use you as a practice partner. Your strength is much stronger than Yao Chen's. Ling Xiao saw Butcher's strength. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also very excited. It was not easy to meet such an opponent. He didn't use his beast soul transformation. Instead, he raised his sword and blocked Butcher's attack. Boom, the tyrannical attack caused Ling Xiao to sink into the depths of the water. Ling Xiao could feel that the cultivation barrier in his body was gradually being torn apart. Nice one. Again. He said, rising to his feet. Smiling, he looked at Butcher. Oh? You're pretty good, aren't you? But do you dare to block my next move, Bloodblade Saber Technique, Bloodlight Calamity? Butcher could sense Ling Xiao's strength. Just as the Soul Hall expert had said, he was in the 6th division of life seizing. The only difference was that his defenses were a bit stronger. In that case, Butcher had nothing to fear. Even if Bai Xiaoqun was a turtle shell, he would shatter it. The steel saber in his hand transformed into a terrifying beam of blood-colored light. The beam of blood-colored light was 4 or 5 meters long, and it slashed toward Ling Xiao's waist. His Bloodblade Saber technique was extremely terrifying. Usually, he would use it to fight monsters or warriors. It was a move that was incomparably powerful. It was incomparably ferocious. Many of the martial artists who sensed his bloodthirsty killing intent were so frightened that their legs went weak. They simply couldn't stand up to him. Incredible. Ling Xiao sighed in admiration. That's how it is. The stronger you are, the better. Otherwise, you won't be able to pique my interest. Bullshit. Butcher raged. Not only was Bai Xiaoqun not afraid of his powerful attack, he was even criticizing it. Butcher's pride was hurt. Butcher was a man who cared a lot about face. Boom. Boom, Ling Xiao casually slashed out with his sword. Although it wasn't as powerful as Butcher's, it was extremely accurate. It blocked the ferocious saber strike. Terrifying power surged out from the saber, piercing through revered ice sword. Ling Xiao was once again sent flying backward. The cracks in his cultivation base barrier were even wider now. Ling Xiao also realized something else. That was the black tortoise oracle bone that he had been holding in his left hand. When he was being beaten, the speed at which it shrank became even faster. Massive amounts of Xuanwu power poured out of the oracle bone into his body. His King-class Xuanwu divine body was rapidly growing stronger. Mid-King-class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 5%. Again. Originally, Ling Xiao planned to complete the King-class Xuanwu divine body through cultivation. However, in a battle, the speed of improvement would be faster. Your defense is really strong. But if it's just defense, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Butcher stopped talking nonsense. There were a total of 72 saber strikes in the blood saber technique. He kept attacking Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to breathe. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao would still be alive after 72 saber strikes. Mid-King class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 10%. Mid-King class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 20%. Mid-King class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 90%. Ling Xiao was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The Xuanwu oracle bone in his hand had completely disappeared. His mid-King class Xuanwu divine body was close to completion. On the other side, Butcher's expression had changed drastically, and he was panting heavily. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to be safe and sound. The Butcher had already used 70 of his 72 saber strikes, and only had 2 left. And yet, Ling Xiao only had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He didn't seem to be seriously injured. There was no way he was going to die. The Butcher had a feeling that Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. At first, he had been able to send Ling Xiao flying. But now, he was only able to push him back 2 or 3 steps. Scared? Ling Xiao said mockingly. Scared? Why would I be scared? You're nothing but a piece of trash who can only defend. Why would I be scared? My blood saber technique, and my 2 most powerful attacks, are enough to kill you. The Butcher was terrified, but at the same time, he didn't want to leave. He was worried that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Who knew if he was actually on the verge of death? He had been in a similar situation before, but at that time, he had been the one bluffing. After his opponent left, he slumped to the ground, paralyzed. He suspected that Ling Xiao was in the same situation. Pretending to be weak didn't seem to be a problem. In fact, he even seemed to be getting stronger. In fact, he was so weak that he couldn't get any weaker. Therefore, he didn't want to leave. If he left, he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. What if experts from Seoul Hall came looking for him? At the thought of this, he gritted his teeth and released an even more powerful aura from his body. The blood-red light almost enveloped his entire body. Blood Saber Technique, 71st Saber Strike, Merciless Blood Buddha. Suddenly, the image of a blood-red Buddha appeared in front of the Butcher. Butcher roared, and his attack was already launched. Rumble, this attack was even more powerful than the previous ones. However, the terrifying pressure caused Ling Xiao to break through the final shackle. Second level Black Tortoise God Body, complete. The Black Tortoise God Body had finally reached the mid-King class. Not only that, but demonic tribulation lightning also appeared. It merged with the lightning of the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying formation, so no one noticed. However, Ling Xiao knew that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once he passed this tribulation, he would be a 7th level life-sizer. At that point, this piece of trash in front of him wouldn't be a problem at all. However, during the tribulation transcendence, one could not fight. One could only hide. Fortunately, he had the Absolute Frost Domain and Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps, which could be put to good use. Blood Blade Technique, 72nd Blade, Boundless Blood Sea. Even more frenzied attacks were launched. Even the water in Xuanwu Lake was stirred up. The waves and the blood-red light merged into one, turning into a huge blood-red saber that slashed down at Ling Xiao. Butcher also noticed that Ling Xiao was about to break through. He absolutely could not let this happen. It was already very difficult for him to defeat Ling Xiao now. If he allowed Ling Xiao to break through, wouldn't it be even more difficult? Therefore, he had the intention of risking his life with this strike. Even if he was struck by the demonic lightning in the sky, he would still kill Ling Xiao. It had to be said that this guy's luck was extremely good. Despite his ferocious attacks, he wasn't hit by a single bolt of demonic lightning. Almost all the demonic lightning landed on Ling Zhao's body and continuously tempered Ling Zhao's body. Just as my Yuan Venerate Master said, the stronger a martialist's power is, the more heaven-defying it is, and the more unreasonable it is, the stronger the lightning tribulation will be. The possibility of death is very high. However, the benefits obtained once a breakthrough are huge. It had to be known that the tempering effect of so many lightning strikes was extremely good for one's body. Ling Xiao even discovered that his King-grade Black Tortoise Divine Body seemed to have started to improve once again. The King-grade Black Tortoise Divine Body's completion rate was actually rising continuously under this terrifying lightning tribulation. Although it wasn't as fast as the Black Tortoise Armor Bone, it was still improving. Suddenly, Butcher's attack arrived. Ling Xiao simply couldn't resist. However, dodging wasn't a problem for him at all. Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. As Ling Xiao uttered these few words, the surroundings were instantly filled with snow and wind. Ling Xiao's figure was faintly discernible. In an instant, he had already changed positions. Butcher also suddenly discovered that his attack speed and movement speed had slowed down, which was really awkward. His powerful attack landed directly on the surface of the lake and didn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. The butcher was completely dumbfounded. No. What kind of strange movement technique is this? How can this be? He clearly couldn't dodge in front of me. Butcher stood there, forgetting to attack. There are many things in this world that you don't know. A fool actually dares to try and kill me for some money. Get lost. I can spare your life on account of the fact that you helped me break through my cultivation base today. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. Ling Xiao naturally wasn't afraid of Butcher. However, he was still in the process of breaking through, so he couldn't attack. He might as well let Butcher off and let Dark Frost follow him to see who had sent him. Bullshit. You're a trifling 6th division life-sizer. Even if you break through, you'll only be in the 7th division. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you really think I can't kill you? Butcher clearly felt insulted. His cultivation base was so weak, and yet he dared to look down on him. If that wasn't insulting, then what was? Enraged, Butcher once again unleashed his blood saber technique. Perhaps it was because he was enraged, but the saber technique seemed even more powerful than before. Unfortunately, its accuracy was far from perfect. You're in the middle of a tribulation, brat. I refuse to believe that you were lucky enough to escape the first time, let alone the second time. Of course, one of the reasons Butcher refused to leave was because Ling Xiao was in the middle of a tribulation. Not only was a person in the middle of a tribulation extremely weak, they could also be injured. This was the perfect opportunity for him to kill Ling Xiao. Blood-colored saber light once again enveloped Ling Xiao, one saber strike after another. And yet, Butcher's heart was as cold as ice. That was because, as soon as he got close to Ling Xiao, he felt as if he were being frozen solid by a terrifying frigid energy. Although he could still move, both his attacks and his movements were incredibly slow. His entire body was covered with ice crystals. All he could do was watch as Ling Xiao slowly walked past him. Obviously, he wasn't moving very quickly, but there was nothing he could do. What kind of bizarre movement technique is that? How could there be something like that in the world? Butcher's eyes flickered not with fear, but with greed. If I could get a movement technique like that, I'd be so much stronger. Not to mention anything else, I'd be able to hunt for life crystals much faster. Human greed was more terrifying than anything else. It could take over all other emotions. Butcher had been preparing to flee. However, at that moment, he took out a strange medicinal pill and swallowed it. It had been given to him by one of the experts from the Hall of Souls, who had said that if anything went wrong, he could swallow it, and his strength would increase by at least 2 or 3 times. The butcher felt that it was time to consume the elixir. The butcher howled madly. The medicinal pill had taken effect, and his body began to transform, making him look like a bloodthirsty person. Despite the pain, he could sense his body growing stronger. At the very least, he was 3 times stronger than before. It was a feeling that boosted his confidence. He didn't care what happened to his body. In this world, as long as you were strong enough, even if you were a monster, you could have anything you wanted. The bloodsaber martial soul behind him grew brighter. It shone even more brightly than the lightning. Off in the distance, many of the onlookers could see the figure within the blood-colored light. Isn't that the butcher? What's he doing? I think there's someone else. I recognize him. That's the kid Darkfrost brought back. I think he's only in the 6th level of life seizing. Why are they fighting? I don't know. But if they fight, won't that Xianxia kid be dead for sure? That's for sure. After all, the butcher is in the 8th level of life seizing, and his fighting prowess is among the top. The onlookers had changed from fear to excitement. They had assumed that some monster was causing trouble, but who could have guessed that it was actually 2 martial artists fighting? Let's see how you're going to dodge this, kid. He used the bloodsaber technique again, and the terrifying blood-colored light was several times stronger than before. The power was also several times stronger. His speed was also several times faster. The blood-colored light also greatly increased the butcher's resistance. The butcher was practically immune to the effects of the blizzard ice ceiling steps. Even if he was affected, it would be minimal. Blood-colored butcher saber. He roared, and the terrifying saber energy closed in. The butcher was only about 10 meters away from Xianxia. Moreover, this saber chi could ignore a distance of 10 meters. If it hit, Xianxia would be dead beyond the shadow of a doubt. Time to die, kid. The butcher's face rippled with excitement. He was incomparably excited. He was about to get his hands on that mysterious and unfathomable movement technique. However, a moment later, his body suddenly went stiff. Frigid domain. Xiao's voice was cold and sinister, with a hint of disdain. The blizzard ice ceiling steps was originally meant to be used in conjunction with the domain of extreme cold. In the extreme cold domain, the blizzard ice ceiling steps could completely ignore the effects of the cold. But his opponent couldn't. The butcher's body was completely frozen in ice, like an ice sculpture. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia was still breaking through and couldn't attack, Butcher would definitely be dead by now. Even though it was only for a moment. But that brief moment was enough for Xianxia to dodge Butcher's attack. So cold. The Butcher shuddered. There were even ice crystals on his eyelashes. He looked at Xianxia with trepidation, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. Get lost, this is your last chance, don't be stubborn, otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. Xianxia still wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Whether it was Yama or Medicine Demon, he had to know who was the one who attacked him so that he could take revenge. However, upon hearing his words, the Butcher thought that he was afraid. Originally, he already had the thought of escaping, but at this time, a crazy killing intent once again ignited in his heart. Escape? I won't escape. The Butcher smiled coldly and said, just now should be your final move, right? The next attack, you probably can't avoid it anymore. Idiot. Xianxia really took it to this guy, to actually be able to interpret his words like this, it was really enough. Alright, since you think so, then I'll accompany you to the end. I want to see how strong you can still be after eating that lousy medicinal pill. Xianxia already reached the final stage of transcending the tribulation. As long as the lightning tribulation was completed, his cultivation would break through. At that time, it was absolutely impossible for him to let this guy leave. Since he wanted to die, he would fulfill this guy's wish. As for casting a long line to catch a big fish, there was no need. Either way, it was either Yama or Medicine Demon. As long as he paid more attention in the future, he could also find out. Brat, stop your senseless bravado. I've seen too many people like you. The more you talk like this, the more you'll show your weakness. With a furious roar, the Butcher finally used the last move of his blood blade technique once again. A terrifying blood-colored light shot toward Xianxia, accompanied by an enormous wave. Holy crap! Why is the Butcher using this move on that piece of trash? Yeah, I'm confused too. This is his strongest attack, right? Is it really worth it to use it on a 6th-stage life-sizer? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. The onlookers from off in the distance all expressed their confusion. It was at this point that a masked man appeared in the middle of the crowd. Cold eyes shone from the two holes of the mask. This Ling Xiao really does have the legacy of the Ice Emperor. And it seems he's already started cultivating it, ignoring everything else. Just the frigid domain and the blizzard ice ceiling steps are enough to make anyone drool. That is, if I can get it. This man was none other than Medicine Demon. When Leng Chuyan had mentioned the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he had assumed it was just a guess. After all, at that time, there was no proof. But today, after seeing Ling Xiao's fighting style, there was no doubt that it was the legacy of the Ice Emperor. His greed grew even more intense. Kill that brat and take his soul realm. Then I'll know the full text of the Ice Emperor's legacy. The Medicine Devil thought coldly. He didn't know if the butcher would succeed today. But his goal for killing Ling Xiao had changed. Previously, he had simply wanted to avenge his son. But now, he had a new idea. If he could obtain the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he could become a paragon of the Soul Hall. Even Yan Shifeng and Darkfrost would have to give him face. Unlike now, when he was like a dog in front of Yan Shifeng and couldn't even raise his head in front of Darkfrost. The Medicine Devil didn't notice that a pair of eyes were staring at him in the darkness. Although Darkfrost hadn't made a move, she had been paying attention to her surroundings. The Medicine Devil might be wearing a mask and restraining his aura, but how could he avoid her soul power? So it's you. I've already forgiven you for the golden silkworm goo, but you didn't repent. You even dared to hire someone to kill my brother Ling Xiao. If I, Darkfrost, don't kill you, how can I face him? Darkfrost gritted her teeth. But at this moment, she didn't make a move. There were too many people. If she killed the Medicine Devil, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Even if she wasn't afraid, she had to consider Ling Xiao's safety. The battle on the other side seemed to be coming to an end. Even though the butcher used the last move of the Blood Blade technique, he still couldn't resist the double binding of the extreme cold field and blizzard ice ceiling steps. And thanks to him, Ling Xiao's extreme cold field and blizzard ice ceiling steps both advanced. The former reached the Great Success realm. The latter reached the Great Perfection realm. He became stronger than before. Boom, the last demonic lightning struck Ling Xiao. The cultivation session was finally over. Ling Xiao was now in the 7th division of life seizing. Die. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the butcher. He didn't use his beast soul transformation either. Instead, he leaped into the air and unleashed his Ghost God Seal. The Ghost God Seal was a technique below the 7th division of life seizing. It really did seem like a ghost god. The Ghost God Seal slammed into the butcher. The butcher didn't even have time to react. It was too fast, so fast that the butcher couldn't even see it clearly. The butcher screamed miserably. He flew backward dozens of meters, gasping for breath. In the Archean necropolis, most martial arts techniques were only at the high level of the general class. There weren't many at the peak of the general class. That was why the Ghost God Seal was such a deadly move. There was no need to use the 9 Sovereign Sword incantation against the butcher. I can't believe it's a peak general class martial art. This kid isn't simple. Yeah, he sent the butcher flying with a single palm strike. Don't tell me he's stronger than an 8th division life-sizer? Well, that makes sense. Otherwise, why would Hallmaster Darkfrost bring a piece of trash back with her? The wind had changed so quickly. Seeing that Ling Xiao had gained the upper hand, the onlookers began to speak in a different tone. Don't kill me. I was just hired to help. I have no grudge with you. The butcher shouted, finally feeling fear. Do you really think your bullshit is going to work now? You had plenty of chances to get the hell out of here. But instead of leaving, you kept attacking me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao walked coldly toward the butcher. Although the butcher was a pathetic killer, he was just as repulsive as the person behind the scenes. Oh, right. I know who sent me to kill you. The butcher shouted. Oh? Ling Xiao looked at the butcher, waiting for him to continue. Spare my life, and I'll tell you. The butcher said. You don't have the right to bargain with me. Ling Xiao raised his right hand and began to form his golden dragon seal. He didn't want to waste time in this fight. At this moment, Butcher was already heavily injured. Therefore, the high-level general realm martial arts technique, Golden Dragon Seal, was enough to solve the problem. It's a Soul Palace expert. Butcher roared, although I don't know who he is, he must be a high-ranking member of Soul Palace. Is that all? Ling Xiao mocked, what's the point of saying something that I already know? The Golden Dragon Seal finally blasted out. Ling Xiao showed no mercy at all. How could he possibly pity such a person? Trash. Medicine Demon cursed in the distant crowd. He had thought that Butcher would be able to kill Ling Xiao, but who would have thought that it would end up like this? But it doesn't matter. Ling Xiao, you probably wouldn't have guessed what I did to that butcher. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, while his eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, because he was wearing a mask, no one could see him. Boom, the Golden Dragon Seal fell, and Butcher was completely dead. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. Ha ha ha, die, die. The goo poison that I implanted in Butcher's body is several times more powerful than the golden silkworm goo, even you can't resist it. Medicine Demon watched excitedly as countless black lights shot toward Ling Xiao. At that moment, he seemed to have seen Ling Xiao being killed by the goo poison. What a pity, Ling Xiao's response was much better than he had imagined. Arctic Domain. The moment the black lights shot out, Ling Xiao released the Arctic Domain. The Arctic Domain froze the black lights for a moment. 9 Snake General Beast Spirit Transformation, Canopy Beast, Water Giant. At the same time as the 9 Snake General Beast Spirit Transformation, Ling Xiao also released the Canopy Beast Spirit Transformation. At the same time, the Water Giant was formed. It actually took away all the goo poison. Boom, in the sky, the Water Giant exploded, and the goo poison also spread out. 9 Snake, devour. 9 snake heads poked out from behind Ling Xiao. They devoured all the goo poison in the sky. It was not as powerful as the initial goo poison, and with the distance, it became easier to devour. What? Seeing this, Medicine Demon was dumbfounded. If he was not wearing a mask, people would have seen his ridiculous expression. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao actually had this kind of ability. I understand now. No wonder this guy could cure the golden silkworm goo poison in Darkfrost's body. He must have relied on this special beast spirit. At this moment, Medicine Demon suddenly realized. However, he guessed wrong. If it was just the 9 Snake General Beast Spirit, it could only solve the problem temporarily. In the long run, it could not get rid of the root cause. In the end, it was Ling Xiao's alchemy skills that cured the root cause. Unfortunately, Medicine Demon was wrong. Damn it, I'll let you off for tonight. Butcher had failed, and the goo poison had no effect. Medicine Demon had failed completely. He could only turn around and leave helplessly. However, there was no way he would let Ling Xiao off just like that. Ling Xiao had slaughtered the whale gang in the green zone, and had even killed Butcher. That was a grave sin. Soul Hall could not ignore it. A moment later, a group of martial artists arrived. Their leader was none other than Yama, and the others were all 8th Division Life Seizers. They were Soul Hall's enforcers. They dealt with people who dared to cause trouble in the green zone. When he saw Yama, Ling Xiao frowned. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Just now, the goo poison that had exploded from Butcher's body had already told him who the mastermind was. It was Medicine Demon, without a doubt. And now Yama was here. These two fellows must have communicated with each other. He had offended 2 of Soul Hall's 3 devils. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared to death. However, his expression didn't change at all. His cultivation base had already broken through, and with the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, he was strong enough to contend with Yama. And with the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he could kill Yama even without using his Tyrant martial soul. Therefore, it was best that Medicine Demon didn't cause trouble for him. Otherwise, if he were to flip out, the green zone would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. It really is you. You're simply a troublemaker. Someone reported that you killed Butcher and slaughtered the whale gang. Do you think this is your 8 Immortals' kingdom? This is the green zone, Soul Hall's territory. As soon as Yama arrived, he blasted Yang Qi to his face. Cut the crap. Everyone knows why you're here. You want to kill me? Come on. Ling Xiao looked at Yama mockingly. Did that old dog medicine demon go back and tell you? Go back and tell him that I killed his son, and now I'm going to kill him. Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait. Using such a despicable method to deal with me is a disgrace. The mighty three devils of Soul Hall are nothing more than this. You dare to throw dirty water at me? Let me ask you, did you kill those people? The Yama's expression turned somewhat awkward, but he quickly regained his composure and said coldly. That's right. I killed them. Ling Xiao said, nodding. That's good enough. How dare you kill innocent people in the Green Quarter? You'll be expelled. Yama chuckled coldly. Only by expelling Ling Xiao would he have a chance to kill Ling Xiao. Inside the Green Quarter, Ling Xiao had Dark Frost's protection. But outside, who could protect Ling Xiao? Innocent? Hee hee. Could they be considered innocent? If they hadn't tried to kill me, why would I have killed them? If they hadn't, why would I have killed them? Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Dead men tell no tales, Xianxia said coolly. You only have one side of the story. Apparently, Yama had Ling Xiao under control. If you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Ling Xiao sneered. Fine, I killed them. But so what? You people from the Hall of Souls killed just as many people as I did, right? Do you have to be expelled as well? Ha 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 ha. You're right. We killed more people than you. But we're stronger than you. The Green Quarter is under the jurisdiction of the Hall of Souls, so our word is law, that's the rule. Yama laughed maniacally. Stronger than me? Ling Xiao laughed. You should have said that earlier. Isn't the so-called law enforcement squad just a bunch of bullies? Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to bully me today. Who do you think you are? You think you're amazing just because you killed the butcher? Yama chuckled coldly. There's no need to waste words with him. Attack. He waved his hand, and two 8th Division Life Seizers pounced on Ling Xiao. Bam! How had the two of them charged out? How did they end up back where they had been? However, when they had charged out, they had been alive, but when they returned, they were nothing more than two cold, lifeless corpses. Pontiff. It was none other than Dark Frost. Dark Frost's face was as cold as ice. I said that I'd kill anyone who touched him. Why doesn't someone take me seriously? Her voice was very loud. Many people around heard it very clearly. This was exactly what Dark Frost wanted. She wanted to tell everyone that Ling Xiao was under her protection. Whoever dared to kill Ling Xiao would be her enemy. Hall Master, how can you do this? For an outsider, you killed a Soul Hall martial artist? Yama said sternly. Outsiders? I only know that he saved my life twice and is my greatest benefactor. As for you, you ignored the truth and ruined my Soul Palace's reputation. Get lost. If you don't scram, I'll kill all of you. Dark Frost didn't like to talk nonsense. The corner of the Yama demon's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say something more. But when he saw Dark Frost's cold eyes, his whole body trembled and he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He knew that the look in Ming Shuang's eyes was enough to kill. Clashing head-on with Dark Frost now was tantamount to courting death. Take those two corpses and return. Yama clenched his teeth. He didn't dare to hate Dark Frost, nor did he want to hate Dark Frost. He directed all his hatred towards Ling Xiao. Girl, you didn't have to do anything. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled. I know, but I was worried about you. Dark Frost said that Yama really dared to kill you. He relied on his grandfather, Yan Shifeng, the great elder of Soul Hall. He's done this many times. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. No matter what, Dark Frost was worried about him. Furthermore, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Dark Frost to do something. At the very least, it could make those who coveted his treasures temporarily restrain themselves. After all, in the Green Zone, there weren't many people who dared to offend the Soul Hall Master, Dark Frost. Tonight, you focus on cultivating here. I'll protect you. Dark Frost said. How can I do that? You're the Soul Hall Master. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled. You're also my savior. I don't want the previous incident to happen again. Dark Frost said firmly. Alright, since you've decided, I'm naturally happy. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Ling Xiao had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Therefore, cultivation was necessary. Being able to have someone like Ming Shuang as his protector was definitely a great blessing. He turned around and returned to the center of Xuanwu Lake. He sat down cross-legged and sank to the bottom of the lake to continue cultivating. Soul Hall, Yan Shifeng's residence. Yama, Lin Qiuyan, and Medicine Demon were all there. I didn't expect that Dark Frost would be so protective of Ling Xiao. Could it be that she really treats that Ling Xiao as her brother? Yan Shifeng frowned. The present Dark Frost was already stronger than him. He could not suppress her at all. This sort of situation was truly somewhat troublesome. Whether or not she treats him as her brother, I don't know. But she's probably closer to him than our Soul Hall. Yama said crossly. You guys still underestimated the enemy too much. Lin Qiuyan suddenly said, to kill Ling Xiao, we absolutely can't let Dark Frost wait by the side. This is the key. But mother, this sort of thing is easy to say, but not easy to do. Previously, grandfather once held back Dark Frost once. But that time, not only did Ling Xiao not die, he even killed Medicine Demon's son, Yao Chen. Dark Frost will definitely be on guard right now. What can we do? Yama said with a frown. Isn't this matter simple? There are some things that Dark Frost can refuse. But there are some things that she can't refuse. Lin Qiuyan said with a cold smile, don't you guys forget, although this is the green zone, those monsters will attack the green zone once every month. Although I don't know the reason, we're all clear about this pattern. Right now, it's already close to a month, just a few more days. When that time comes, Dark Frost will definitely go to war. I even suspect that the Undying King might also appear. At that time, will Dark Frost still have a chance to protect Ling Xiao? Yeah. Mother, you're really far-sighted. Why didn't I think of this? Yama said excitedly, at that time, even if we kill Ling Xiao, Dark Frost won't know either. But even if we succeed, what if Dark Frost flips out? With her current strength, it's very hard for us to want to suppress her. Yan Shifeng said worriedly. Don't we have the old ancestors' magic treasure? It's specially used to control these outer hall masters. When the time comes, we'll just use it. Originally, I was still planning to wait for a period of time, wait until Dark Frost grew to 16 or 17 years old before taking possession of her. But now it seems that time waits for no one. This Dark Frost strength is increasing too quickly. At that time even my soul might not be able to suppress her. Not to mention taking possession. Therefore, the monster attack on the green zone this time is the key to our Soul Hall. Lin Qiuyan said coldly. Alright, since that's the case, let's wait a few more days. After this, Yama, you and Medicine Demon don't have to do anything. Yan Shifeng reminded. Yes. Yama's answer was very straightforward. Medicine Demon also nodded at almost the same time. But in Medicine Demon's heart, he had other plans. According to Ling Qiuyan's plan, the Ice Emperor's inheritance would definitely fall into the hands of Yan Shifeng and the rest. He wouldn't be able to get anything. But this guy was already captivated by the Ice Emperor's inheritance. It was absolutely impossible to make him obedient. After leaving Yan Shifeng's residence, Medicine Demon quietly headed to Xuanwu Lake. Seeing Ling Xiao in the middle of cultivation, and Dark Frost standing guard nearby, Medicine Devil's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't attack immediately. I'll wait for my chance. Gritting his teeth, he decided not to return to the Soul Hall, but to wait in the vicinity of Lake Xuanwu. He waited from dusk to dawn, and from dawn to dusk. Finally, on the night of the third day, something strange happened. Unexpectedly, a terrifying Xuanwu beast flew out of Lake Xuanwu. It wasn't in the 9th division of the life-seizing level, but rather, a demonling in the 1st division of the reincarnation god realm. It was so strong that it could easily kill Ling Xiao and Medicine Devil. When the Xuanwu beast appeared, it gave Ling Xiao quite a fright. He had assumed it to be a legend, but it turned out to be true. The Xuanwu beast was very strange. It wasn't very large, only about the size of a human, and yet its aura was terrifying. It had the head of a turtle and the tail of a snake, and the tail of a snake. It was so vicious that it seemed to be on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon. How dare you absorb my Xuanwu power, brat? I'm going to kill you. Unexpectedly, the Xuanwu beast had appeared because of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been cultivating, and had absorbed so much of its Xuanwu power that it was infuriating. From the look of it, it was speaking in the human tongue. The huge snake tail attacked Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao possibly be a match for it? However, Dark Frost had already stepped in to block the Xuanwu beast. Hold on. Ling Xiao said, not wanting Dark Frost to get into a meaningless fight. Looking at the Xuanwu beast, he said, Junior was cultivating here, and absorbed your Xuanwu power. It was an accident, but thankfully, it didn't cause too much trouble. If you need anything, I can compensate you. The Xuanwu beast looked at Ling Xiao and laughed coldly. Compensation? I want the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Are you going to give it to me? Ling Xiao's jaw dropped, and then a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. At the end of the day, you still have your eyes on the inheritance item on me. What about the power of the black tortoise being stolen? That was just an excuse. He originally felt quite guilty, but at this moment, the guilt in his heart was completely gone. Ha 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 ha, you brat, only now do you understand, hand over the Ice Emperor's inheritance immediately. Otherwise, prepare to die here today. The black tortoise laughed wildly. Bastard, you better give up on that thought, or I'll kill you. Dark Frost said coldly. Little girl, your strength is not bad, but you are still no match for me. Is it worth it for a trash like him? Black Tortoise was actually unwilling to fight Dark Frost head-on. However, it was confident that it could defeat Dark Frost. However, if two reincarnation Divine Realm experts were to fight, the final outcome would most likely be a lose-lose situation. That was definitely not something he wanted to see. Boom, Dark Frost's aura exploded. She hated it the most when people said that her big brother Ling Xiao was trash. Can trash save her from the hands of the undead king? Can trash cure his golden silkworm goo poison? TSK, looks like little girl you've been charmed by this brat. That's right, although this brat's strength isn't much. But he's quite handsome. If this beast had such looks, it would be able to charm a large number of little girls. The black tortoise laughed and said, but if you protect him today, then this beast will kill you as well. Don't think that just because your cultivation is stronger than this beast, you won't die. This beast has stayed in the immemorial divine tomb for much longer than you. Even the undead king that was born in the past did not dare to offend this beast. So much nonsense. Dark Frost knew that there would be a battle to the death tonight. She was not worried about herself, but she was worried about Ling Xiao. After all, there were many people staring at Ling Xiao, wanting to take Ling Xiao's life. If she was held back by this black tortoise, the situation would probably be very bad. Little girl, focus on the battle. As long as you're fine, I'll be fine. Even if Yan Shifeng comes, he might not be able to kill me. Ling Xiao was worried that Dark Frost would be distracted, so he reminded her. Got it. Dark Frost nodded. Although she was still worried, she knew that Ling Xiao had done many incredible things in the past. He was clearly a 6th division life-sizer, and yet he could kill an 8th division life-sizer. Now that he was in the 7th division, he wouldn't even be afraid of 9th division life-seizers, would he? Having reached this point in her train of thought, she decided to trust Ling Xiao a bit more. Therefore, she focused on the battle with the black tortoise. Ling Xiao watched off to the side, preparing to use his sun god's divine ability, the bloodthirsty plague, when the time was right. Furthermore, he had all sorts of poisons from the 9 snakes venom realm to help Dark Frost. However, what he didn't notice was that, about 1,000 meters away, someone was smiling coldly. So, my chance has come. Medicine Devil pulled his most powerful parasite out of his ring of holding, the shadowless parasite. The parasite was completely silent as it flew through the air. However, it was terrifyingly powerful. The shadowless parasite was even more terrifying than the golden silkworm parasite or the black bug parasite. Even a 9th division life-sizer wouldn't be able to survive if struck by it. Most amazing of all, the shadowless parasite was not only fast, but also difficult to detect. He knew that Ling Xiao had the frigid domain, which could cause parasites to freeze. However, if he couldn't detect the parasite, then he wouldn't be able to use the frigid domain. In that case, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. Ling Xiao, I've been waiting for 2 days. Finally, this is my chance. You're going to die. Dark Frost is going to die. The legacy of the Ice Emperor can only be mine. Medicine Demon revealed a maniacal smile and finally released the shadowless goo. To the shadowless parasite, 1,000 meters wasn't very far. As Ling Xiao watched the battle, he didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. However, he couldn't forget. He still hadn't put away his canopy beast martial soul. All of Lake Xuanwu was under his control, although the further away he was, the weaker his control would be. However, if something happened above Lake Xuanwu, he would be able to detect it immediately. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao sensed an extremely dangerous aura heading his way. Logically speaking, after reaching the 7th division of life seizing, he wouldn't be too afraid of an attack from a 9th division life sizer. However, this aura was similar to an attack from a reincarnation deity. Ling Xiao felt as if he couldn't block it. It was too terrifying. As soon as he sensed the powerful aura, he released the frigid domain. However, even with the frigid domain, he still couldn't relax. That terrifying feeling was still tightly binding him. Suddenly, the layer of ice covering his body began to emit a gentle light. Ice Age? That was right. The ice armor was the manifestation of the Ice Emperor's weapon, Ice Age. He could sense that Ice Age was calling out to him, as if it wanted him to use it. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. That dangerous thing was extremely fast. He trusted in the Ice Emperor's weapon. With a thought, the ice armor disappeared. The ice crystal armor disappeared, and in its place was a huge 2-handed ice sword in his hand. It was the Ice Age that the Ice Emperor had used in the past. The blade was translucent and sparkling, as if it were carved from diamond. That thing was getting closer. Ling Xiao's taiji eye caught a faint shadow. It's a parasite. He suddenly understood. It's that bastard medicine devil again. I didn't do anything. Does he think I'm easy to bully? Fine, today is the day you die, medicine devil. I'll use you to test the power of the Ice Age. Ling Xiao's heart burned with anger. The medicine devil had tried to kill him time and time again. This time, he had seized the opportunity. But would he die? Of course not. With the Ice Age in hand, Ling Xiao no longer had any fear. It was as if he was invincible. The power of the Ice Age was something that even a reincarnation Godrealm martial artist couldn't contend with. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao couldn't use it freely. Otherwise, not to mention Medicine Demon, even if it was Yan Shifeng, he would have exterminated him. Bang, the shadowless goo shot over at an unbelievable speed, but when it came within 1 meter of the Ice Age, it suddenly slowed down. Then, as if the Ice Age had a terrifying suction force, it actually sucked the shadowless goo up. The shadowless goo froze, then turned into ice crystals and finally shattered. The entire process only took an instant, but it was still very nerve-wracking. Ling Xiao believed that if it weren't for the Ice Age, the shadowless goo's sneak attack would have killed or injured him. And if he was injured, it would definitely be a serious injury. He was a doctor, after all, and had some understanding of goo poisons. Once the shadowless goo hit a martial artist, even a 9th level first cycle life sizer would find it difficult to resist. Let alone him. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Dark Frost and the Black Tortoise, who were fighting, didn't even notice the shadowless goo's attack. By the time they did, the shadowless goo had already been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Good. The Ice Age, it really is the Ice Age. Kid, as long as you give that thing to me, I'll protect you. The Black Tortoise's eyes lit up. However, Ling Xiao completely ignored him. He only looked at Dark Frost and said, "Lass, you deal with that Black Tortoise first. I'll go kill Medicine Demon." He was very angry now. Although Medicine Devil was one of the weakest of the 9 life seizers, he was still only an elementary life sizer. However, this fellow had too many ways to kill people. Especially the goo poison, even Ling Xiao had to admire it. How did this guy raise so many strange goo worms? Therefore, he had to be killed. If he didn't kill them, he might be lucky enough to escape death through the Ice Age, but he might not be able to do so next time. Be careful. Dark Frost was very worried about Ling Xiao. However, after seeing Ice Age in Ling Xiao's hands, she wasn't so worried anymore. Even if Medicine Demon was very strong, Ling Xiao could definitely kill Medicine Demon with Ice Age. Of course, she didn't know that Ling Xiao still couldn't control Ice Age. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't use Ice Age as a weapon. Perhaps the Ice Age would only be willing to obey when its life was in serious danger. As he chased after Medicine Demon, Ling Xiao put Ice Age away. Then, he used the earth-crossing golden light magic to transform into a beam of golden light that vanished from Lake Xuanwu. The black tortoise tried to give chase, but Dark Frost blocked its path. "Lass, that pretty boy of yours has a strange treasure," the black tortoise said. "There's no way he'll leave the domain of the falling stars alive. I learned from my demon beast companions that even the undead king covets his inheritance. Therefore, I advise you not to be stubborn. Let that pretty boy give it to me. That way, you won't be in any danger." The black tortoise chuckled coldly. Dark Frost didn't say anything. Instead, she tried to stop it from chasing after Ling Xiao. Why are girls so stubborn these days? Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll just kill you. Worst case scenario, I'll just rest for a few days. Besides, if you die, that pretty boy won't be able to get out of the green zone. Snorting coldly, the black tortoise attacked with even more ferocity. However, Dark Frost wasn't so easily bullied. In the blink of an eye, one human and one beast were locked in combat. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao caught sight of Medicine Demon. Medicine Demon wasn't slow, but he couldn't match up to Ling Xiao, who was using his unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast soul transformation and his earth-crossing golden light magic. Now that he was in his unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast soul transformation, Ling Xiao was as strong as a 9th division life-sizer. Furthermore, his earth-crossing golden light magic was faster than any movement technique that a martial artist of that level could use. There was no way he wouldn't be able to catch up. Of course, Medicine Demon had no idea that Ling Xiao was chasing after him. He assumed that he had already killed Ling Xiao. Therefore, he remained hidden, waiting for the battle between the Black Tortoise and Dark Frost to end. He only had 2 shadowless goo. Furthermore, using them required a large amount of soul power. Although he couldn't use them right now, he would be able to after resting for a while. When the time came, whether the Black Tortoise or Dark Frost won, he would be able to use the shadowless goo to kill them. Then, he would steal Ling Xiao's corpse, sneak back, and focus on his cultivation. As far as he was concerned, there was no way Ling Xiao could block the shadowless goo's attack. Furthermore, the battle between the Black Tortoise and Dark Frost had created huge waves that obscured his vision. Therefore, when he saw Ling Xiao disappear, he assumed that he had been killed by his shadowless goo. As for whether or not Ling Xiao was dead, he didn't even consider it. Even if Ling Xiao had made a breakthrough, he was still only in the 7th division of life seizing. How could he possibly block Medicine Demon's attack? "Chen, I've already avenged you. Now, I'm going to get the legacy of the Ice Emperor. I'll make that bitch Dark Frost pay the price." Medicine Demon gnashed his teeth. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a golden light shoot up from the ground. Then, a figure appeared in front of him. He was stunned. This person was none other than Ling Xiao, whom he thought he had killed with his shadowless goo. Although Ling Xiao had transformed into a beast soul, his aura hadn't changed. Therefore, Medicine Demon was certain. "Aren't you dead?" Medicine Demon asked, shooting to his feet and looking at Ling Xiao in disbelief. "You were the one who used the shadowless goo, weren't you?" "Oh, Medicine Demon. You really don't know what's good for you." Ling Xiao looked coldly at Medicine Demon. "Do you really think trash like you can kill me so easily?" "Ha ha ha ha. That's right. I was the one who used the shadowless goo." Medicine Demon suddenly began to laugh maniacally. That was because he had realized something. Although the shadowless goo hadn't killed Ling Xiao had caught up to him. As for Dark Frost, the only one who could protect Ling Xiao, she was currently being held down by the Xuanwu beast. What was this? This was a heaven-sent opportunity. You really are an idiot. If you were alive, you would have just stayed hidden. If it weren't for that bitch Dark Frost, I wouldn't have been able to protect you. Why would I use something as valuable as the shadowless goo, and now, you've caught up to me. Even the heavens are giving me a chance. Medicine Demon stared coldly at Ling Xiao, completely abandoning all pretense. Medicine Demon gave up the disguise because it was no longer necessary. Although the shadowless goo did not kill Ling Xiao, this was an opportunity for him to take revenge. Moreover, after killing Ling Xiao, he could immediately take away Ling Xiao's corpse. This would save him more time and effort than the previous plan. Stupid? Ling Xiao stopped. He knew that Medicine Demon would not run away. Because Medicine Demon thought that he was more powerful than him, he would definitely seize this excellent opportunity to kill him. Yes, very stupid. Medicine Demon sneered. If you said that before the butcher tried to assassinate me, it would make sense. But now, do you think you are stronger than me? Ling Xiao released his boundary martial soul. Medicine Demon would not run away now, but it did not mean that he would not run away later. Since he had decided to kill Medicine Demon, using his boundary martial soul to keep him here was the best choice. He was not very worried about Dark Frost. With Dark Frost's strength, even if she could not defeat the Black Tortoise in the end, she would not die. Right now, what he needed to do was to kill Medicine Demon first. Then, he would go and help Dark Frost. Whether it was Medicine Demon or the Black Tortoise, he did not plan to let them go. Medicine Demon had tried to kill him several times. The Black Tortoise even coveted the Ice Emperor's inheritance. If he did not kill them, they would become trouble. The current situation was actually the best because Yan Shifeng and the others were not there to interfere. Once those guys appeared, it would be difficult to find such an opportunity. In my opinion, you are no different from that day. You are still a piece of trash that relies on Dark Frost's protection. Medicine Demon sneered and waved his hand. A strange wand appeared in his hand. The Soul Clan was good at secret techniques. The wand's enhancement of secret techniques was better than other weapons. Ordinary magic staffs were made of special materials that could amplify secret arts and soul power. After taking out the wand, Medicine Demon's martial soul appeared behind him. This martial soul was a huge golden silkworm goo. It was no wonder that the Medicine Demon was proficient in goo poison. Even his martial soul was transformed from the golden silkworm goo. This guy was really a difficult guy to deal with. If he didn't kill him now, he would definitely become a big problem in the future. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and the bloodthirsty demon sword appeared in his hand. Against Burita's martial artists, the bloodthirsty demon sword was indeed more useful. Secret technique, poison kill. Right from the start, Medicine Demon had no intention of showing mercy. The golden silkworm goo martial soul behind him emitted a dazzling golden light. The staff in his hand released thick black smoke. The golden light merged with the thick smoke. Then, a huge black goo worm walked out of the void. It pounced on Ling Xiao at an astonishing speed. In the face of this sudden attack, Ling Xiao did not dare to meet it head-on. Because if he went head-on without understanding the situation, it was very likely that something unexpected would happen. After all, his opponent was a 9th Division life-sizer. Moreover, he was proficient in goo poison. It was definitely not something that the butcher that night could compare to. Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. Ling Xiao chose to dodge. Using the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps, his entire body turned into a terrifying blizzard. Then, the huge black goo worm actually froze in the blizzard. Although it only froze for a moment. But it was enough for Ling Xiao to destroy it. The bloodthirsty demon sword stabbed out, piercing through the black goo worm. Ha ha ha, you idiot. That goo worm is formed from soul power. Ordinary blades can't hurt it at all. Medicine Demon's laughter had just sounded out when it came to an abrupt stop. Because right in front of him, the bloodthirsty demon sword had sucked the goo worm dry. You keep calling me an idiot, but it's actually just because you're ignorant, right? Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon mockingly and said, "This sword is called the bloodthirsty demon sword. It has another name, Soul Exalt Sword, not to mention your goo worm. Even if you use all your soul secret techniques, you won't be able to escape its attack." I don't believe it. Soul secret technique, insect swarm. The golden silkworm goo martial soul emitted light again. Thick smoke was released from the staff again. But this time, Medicine Demon's attack was more ferocious than before. About 100 densely packed goo worms tore through the void and appeared. Each of them was the result of condensing true essence and soul. Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. Ling Xiao still didn't want to meet force with force. Instead, he chose to use the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. Blizzard filled the air. The swarm was all frozen. Then, Ling Xiao drew a bloody light with the bloodthirsty demon sword in his hand. This bloody light flew out in a flat surface and completely eliminated the swarm. What? Seeing this, Medicine Demon was even more shocked. You really did get the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. That movement technique just now should be the elementary king level movement technique, Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. I've read in a book before that if the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps is combined with the Extreme Cold Field, the effect is even better than an advanced king level movement technique. You're right. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Anyway, within the boundary martial soul, their words couldn't be transmitted. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Soul Palace knew that he had the secret of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. There was no need to hide it. Good. Very good, now that I know you have this ability, I have to kill you even more. If I get the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, the Soul Palace will be mine. Medicine Demon was excited. He didn't feel depressed because of his previous 2 failed attacks. Because those were just probing attacks. He just wanted to see if Ling Xiao really got the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. Now that he got the answer he wanted, he naturally couldn't continue probing. Soul Secret Technique, Rotten Corpse Worm Explosion. Medicine Demon started to attack crazily. This secret technique was already a king-level secret technique. As one of the 3 demons of the Soul Palace, it wasn't strange for him to have an elementary king-level secret technique. Although king-level martial arts were very rare, he was still a higher-up of the Soul Palace. Compared to the majority of martial artists, they had more convenient cultivation conditions. The power of this technique was absolutely terrifying. As soon as it was unleashed, black smoke began to rise up from the boundary martial soul. Then, the smoke transformed into tiny mosquitoes. Each one of those mosquitoes was capable of exploding. The power of the explosion was enough to injure a 9th division life-sizer. If even one mosquito could do that, then there were over 1,000 of them. Even a 9th division life-sizer wouldn't be able to escape from such an attack. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time, brat. From the very beginning, he had realized that Ling Xiao was only dodging, and didn't dare to face him head-on. This made him mistakenly think that Ling Xiao was acting this way because he was afraid of him. Die. Ling Xiao. You're dead, and I'll take everything you own, don't worry. I'll send that slut Darkfrost to hell with you. Medicine Demon's face twisted into a vicious expression. AI. Since you know that I got the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, then you should know that I have the domain of extreme frigidity. Do you really think an attack like that will work on me? Realm of Frost. The Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps could no longer stop the attack of the corrosive insects. However, the Realm of Frost could completely crush them. As the Realm of Frost was activated, in the next moment, the dense swarm of insects was all frozen. Even the explosion could not be done. Ling Xiao walked leisurely in the Realm of Frost and used the bloodthirsty demonic sword to destroy all the insects. Is this your strongest attack? I don't think it's that strong. Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon and felt that he had tested him enough. Although Medicine Demon was strong, he could block any attack from Medicine Demon with the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps and the Realm of Frost. Then, with the bloodthirsty demonic sword, it would be easy to kill Medicine Demon. He did not even need to use Ice Age. On the other side, Medicine Demon's face became very ugly. Shut up. It's not that you are strong, it's that the Ice Emperor's inheritance is too strong. If it was me who got the Ice Emperor's inheritance, you wouldn't have been able to survive. Medicine Demon roared. Are you an idiot? If I didn't get the Ice Emperor's inheritance, you wouldn't have hunted me down, right? Ling Xiao mocked. As he spoke, his bloodthirsty demonic sword had begun to gather power. Medicine Demon felt the terrifying energy in the bloodthirsty demonic sword. He knew that he absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to unleash his attack. So he began to attack wildly, hoping to stop the bloodthirsty demonic sword from releasing the sword move. However, what he did not expect was that Ling Xiao was actually able to multitask while condensing the sword move. He made a seal with his left hand and attacked him. Ghost Deity Seal. Martial arts techniques at the peak of the general level were also extremely tricky for the drug demon. Medicine demon only knew one elementary king level martial skill. The rest of his strongest moves were only general level martial skills. Facing the Ghost Deity Seal of Perfection, he was completely at a disadvantage. Even today, most ancient martial art practitioners could only cultivate one type of martial art to the perfection realm. As for the perfection realm, it was completely up to fate. However, almost all of Ling Zhao's moves were cultivated to the perfection realm. Thus, even when facing a martial skill of the same level, his moves were able to firmly gain the upper hand. For a time, Medicine Demon was actually forced back by the Ghost Deity Seal. Impossible. You're only in the 7th division of life seizing. Medicine Demon was very surprised. Even if Ling Zhao's martial arts were at the transcendent state, his martial technique was only at the perfection stage. However, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Zhao's, and the result was that he kept retreating. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't make sense. Let me tell you something interesting. My beast soul transformation can increase my strength by 2 levels. In other words, you're not facing a 7th division life sizer like me, but rather, a 9th division life sizer. Even if my cultivation base isn't high enough, my attack power is no weaker than a 9th division life sizer's, therefore, you will definitely die today. Ling Xiao dared to say this because he had full confidence in being able to exterminate Medicine Demon. He would not give Medicine Demon any chance to escape. Otherwise, it would still become a problem in the future. Soul Exalt Ling Heaven Sword. The bloodthirsty demonic sword's attack had been completely condensed. It was also an elementary king-class sword technique. However, with the bloodthirsty demonic sword, the Soul Exalt Ling Heaven Sword could definitely unleash the power of a mid-king class sword technique. All Medicine Demon could see was the image of a bloodthirsty sword. In that moment, he was filled with terror. Don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Please, I beg you. Don't kill me. Medicine Demon was begging for mercy. Ling Xiao was very proud of himself for being able to make Medicine Demon, one of the 3 demons of Soul Hall, beg for mercy. Just a few days ago, he had been forced to use the power of his martial soul of the Tyrant Heavens to kill the Mirror Demon King. Against the Dragon Shark King, he had no choice but to use the bloodthirsty demonic rats technique, which could kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 casualties. But today, he was facing Medicine Demon with ease. The unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation and the Soul Exalt Ling Heaven Sword were enough to make Medicine Demon beg for mercy. He had truly gotten stronger. Don't kill you? Do you really think that's possible? Ling Xiao revealed a cold expression and said, actually, you wouldn't have died in the first place, but you've been courting death. If I don't kill you, do you think I, Ling Xiao, am an idiot? You can't kill me. I'm one of the 3 demons of Soul Hall, a noble of the Inner Hall. If you kill me, the Grand Elder won't let you off. Even Dark Frost can't protect you. The water of the 4 great factions is far deeper than you think. Do you really think Dark Frost is the strongest in Soul Hall? You're wrong. With those few old fellows around, he's not the strongest at all. Oh? I'm quite interested in this. Could it be that Soul Hall has an even stronger old fellow other than Yan Shifeng? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Not only Soul Hall, but also Myriad Kingdom, Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and Avenging Alliance. They all have more than what they show on the surface. Who doesn't have a few trump cards? Do you think you can contend against Soul Hall just by relying on them? Medicine Demon continued, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, if you anger the sleeping old monster, you definitely won't be able to live. Your Dark Frost won't be able to live either. Bluffing? Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon. Although he really wanted to think that the other party was bluffing, he could see that the other party was telling the truth from the other party's eyes. Scared, right? Hurry up and let me go, or else you all will die. Seeing the change in Ling Zhao's expression, Medicine Demon suddenly became cocky. Scared, but I'll still kill you. Ling Zhao's sword still stabbed out in the end. A blood-red sword light flashed past and pierced through Medicine Demon's throat. The life of one of Soul Hall's 3 demons came to an abrupt end. Soul Hall's old monsters? I really want to see how strong they are. Looking at Medicine Demon's corpse, Ling Xiao casually scooped up the other party's storage ring in his hand. There were quite a few good things in Medicine Demon's storage ring. A large number of precious medicinal herbs. And a treasure like shadowless goo. Although I disdain using goo, Xianxia thought, since I've got it, I might as well keep it in reserve for when the time comes. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Shadowless voodoo could kill 9th Division life seizers in the blink of an eye. That would save him a lot of trouble. As for the medicinal herbs, they would be very helpful to his cultivation. There were also some precious fire-type medicinal herbs that he tossed into his beast ring for Little Gold to use for cultivation. Right now, Little Gold spent more time cultivating than it did fighting. But as long as it could help out in a critical battle, that would be enough. Therefore, Xianxia had to get Little Gold stronger as quickly as possible. If the 4 great powers weren't as strong as they seemed on the surface, then Xianxia would need even stronger helpers, and even more power. He burned Medicine Demon's corpse to get rid of all evidence. After all, Medicine Demon was a high-ranking member of Soul Hall, and yet he was killed just like that. If Yan Shifeng and the others found out about it, they would definitely make a big fuss about it. Meanwhile, the battle between Dark Frost and the Xuanwu continued. Furthermore, the battle had reached a critical juncture. Now's the time. Bloody Plague. The terrifying Bloody Plague was unleashed. The Black Tortoise clearly felt uncomfortable all over. The terrifying germs entered his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. He had to use close to 10% of his strength to suppress it. This 10% of his strength might be negligible against ordinary warriors. But his opponent was Dark Frost. 10% of his strength could quickly put him at a disadvantage. Kid, what the hell are you doing? The Black Tortoise finally began to feel fear. He had always looked down on Ling Xiao, but only now did he know that this kid's methods could make him feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to answer. Dark Frost intensified her attacks. The Black Tortoise finally couldn't hold on any longer. You two brats just wait. I'll go back and rest for a while. Both of you will die. The Black Tortoise dived into the water, trying to hide at the bottom. However, how could Ling Xiao give him the chance? He directly used the shadowless goo. The Black Tortoise couldn't react in time. After all, they were only 10 meters away. The shadowless goo directly hit the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise's body directly stiffened. It was as if it was suffering from a serious illness. The shadowless goo couldn't kill the Black Tortoise, but it could injure the Black Tortoise and even cause it to stiffen temporarily. Girl, kill it. Ling Xiao roared. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. Dark Frost had already launched a fatal attack. The terrifying attack landed on the Black Tortoise's snake head and directly shattered it. Then, Dark Frost continued to attack. Although the Black Tortoise could already move, it became very slow due to the influence of the shadowless goo. It was crazily attacked by Dark Frost. Before it could dive into the water, it was completely killed. F***ck, how can I die? The Black Tortoise simply couldn't understand. It was a demonic beast at the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Its combat strength was comparable to the second level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. But it died just like that? Before it died, it even glared at Ling Xiao viciously. It was a pity that its gaze couldn't kill. Ling Xiao didn't care. He put the Black Tortoise's corpse into the Mountain River world. The Canopy Beast Martial Soul could no longer keep up with his cultivation. As for the Black Tortoise, it could be converted into a Beast Soul and fused with the Canopy Beast Soul. Let the Canopy Beast level up. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Moreover, the Black Tortoise's demon core was enough for Ling Xiao to accumulate a large amount of potential. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough potential in his body and not being able to make a breakthrough. After experiencing 2 battles, although both were very dangerous, they ended in victory in the end. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost originally planned on resting a bit before returning to Soul Palace. After all, the battle between Dark Frost and the Black Tortoise was too intense. Perhaps many of the experts in the Green Zone had already sensed it. It would be unwise to stay here any longer. Just as the two were about to leave, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "It's too late." He frowned. He could feel that dozens of powerful auras were approaching. Most of them were 8th Division Life Seizers. However, there were quite a few 9th Division Life Seizers as well. Although he couldn't reach the level of the three devils, he was still extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the entire Lake Xuanwu was surrounded. In addition to the Soul Palace experts, there were also quite a few neutral martial artists. Ling Xiao had no idea that there were 9th Division Life Seizers among the neutral martial artists. From the look of it, everyone had been hiding their cultivation bases while waiting outside the necropolis of the god Necropolis. But now that they were in the primeval necropolis, there was no need to hide their cultivation bases. After all, the stronger you were, the fewer people who would dare to attack you. Hurry up and recover, girl, Xianxia said. With you here, we'll be safe. Ling Xiao gave Darkfrost a reincarnation heaven-breaching pill. This pill could restore one's true essence, and it could also promote one's cultivation. Even a reincarnation god-level expert would have a chance of breaking through after using it. As long as Darkfrost continued to grow stronger, he would be safe. Of course, the chances of a breakthrough were slim, so recovering was the most important thing. If things didn't work out, Ling Xiao planned to reveal the Ice Age. After all, the Ice Age belonged to him now. Although he couldn't control it, it could appear and protect him on its own accord. If someone wanted him dead, it wouldn't be easy. More and more people were heading toward Lake Xuanwu. Ling Xiao could sense that there were nearly 10,000 people here. In addition to the neutral martial artists, almost all of the Soul Palace experts were here. However, he didn't see any of the old freaks that the medicine devil had mentioned. At least they weren't here. Otherwise, things would be even more troublesome. Someone must have heard the Black Tortoise's voice. If that wasn't the case, Ling Xiao really couldn't understand why the neutral martial artists were here. Furthermore, the way these people looked at him was filled with intense greed and desire. He wasn't a virgin, so it was only natural that they wouldn't be interested in him. So what were they interested in? It had to be the legacy of the Ice Emperor. With Black Tortoise's loud voice, it was likely that everyone in the green zone could hear it clearly. Although Darkfrost was right next to Ling Xiao, those greedy gazes ignored her. Greed could really cover up fear and drive people crazy. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had seen this. What are you guys trying to do? Ling Xiao looked at the Soul Palace crowd and asked coldly. Yan Shifeng glanced at Darkfrost, who was recovering, and then at Ling Xiao. He knew that he had to change his previous plan. Previously, only the upper echelons of the Soul Palace knew that Ling Xiao had the Ice Emperor's legacy. Therefore, even if they couldn't get it for the time being, they could still make further plans. However, things were different now. Now, the Black Tortoise had told everyone in the green zone that Ling Xiao had the Ice Emperor's legacy. Even though the Soul Palace occupied this place. If the neutral martial artists of the green zone joined forces, they would still be a terrifying force. If the Ice Emperor's legacy fell into the hands of those people, the losses would outweigh the gains. Therefore, Yan Shifeng was prepared to snatch the Ice Emperor's legacy from Ling Xiao's hands now. Thinking of this, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, everyone knows that you have the Ice Emperor's legacy. Although this old man knew about it before, because others didn't, you were still safe. After all, this old man wouldn't covet your things. But now, everyone in the green zone knows that you have the Ice Emperor's legacy. You are in a very dangerous situation. The Ice Emperor's legacy is one of the inheritances of the 8th Great Imperial Mausoleum. The owner could even create powerful forces like the Soul Palace and Wan Country. Therefore, it was inevitable that others would covet it. Among the people who came today, there were quite a few who were greedy. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to stay in the green zone safely. Therefore, this old man hopes that you can temporarily store the Ice Emperor's legacy in my Soul Palace. When you are strong enough, it won't be too late to return it to you. I think Hall Master Darkfrost should also understand this old man's painstaking efforts. As the saying goes, wealth moves people's hearts. The Ice Emperor's inheritance is even more of a supreme treasure. To Ling Xiao, it's not something good. It's a hot potato, or even a disaster. One had to accept it. Yan Shifeng, this guy, really knew how to talk. His words were clear and logical, and even pompous. He clearly wanted to snatch the Ice Emperor's inheritance from Ling Xiao's hands. But in the end, it seemed like he wanted to help Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had seen many shameless people. This Yan Shifeng could also be considered one of the best. Hearing Yan Shifeng's words, those neutral martial artists were naturally unhappy in their hearts. Once the Ice Emperor's inheritance fell into the hands of Soul Hall, then Soul Hall would become even more powerful. They would also lose all of their opportunities. Dealing with Ling Xiao was fine, but dealing with Soul Hall, don't joke around. That was no different from courting death. Therefore, what they were most worried about now was Ling Xiao handing the Ice Emperor's inheritance to Yan Shifeng. If that really happened, they would completely lose contact with the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng coldly and suddenly said with a smile, "Many thanks for Soul Hall's Grand Elder's concern. But there's no need for that. Whoever wants the Ice Emperor's inheritance can come directly to me. I'd like to see who in the green zone is stronger than the black tortoise. If you're not afraid of death, you can come together." His voice gradually became gloomy and cold. Killing a medicine demon was killing a black tortoise was killing a group of people was also killing. Since he, Ling Xiao, wanted to become a top powerhouse in the immemorial divine tomb, he absolutely could not be afraid. Handing over the Ice Emperor's inheritance now? Seeking temporary peace? Don't joke around. That would only ruin his opportunity to become stronger. From then on, he would fall behind those powerhouses who possessed the Emperor's tomb's inheritance. How could he possibly do something like that? If he went all out, he might not necessarily lose. But if he admitted defeat now, he would definitely lose. Ling Xiao, don't be so ungrateful. My grandfather is doing this for your own good. Yama shouted. You're just a 6th division life-sizer. Anyone here could kill you. He even dared to dream of obtaining the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Do you really think you're invincible? Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want the Ice Emperor's legacy, just do it. Oh right, I just killed Medicine Demon today. If you kill Yama, I don't know where your Soul Palace's face will be. Originally, he had planned to hide the fact that he had killed the Medicine Demon. However, now that the Ice Emperor's legacy had been exposed, there was no need to hide Medicine Demon's death. On the contrary, he could intimidate a group of people if he said it out loud. As expected, the expressions of many neutral martial artists changed drastically when they heard that Medicine Demon had been killed. All of a sudden, they thought back to the day when Ling Xiao had slaughtered the Whale Gang, including the butcher. That kid is not to be trifled with. He might only be in the 6th division of life seizing, but he killed the 8th division butcher. 8th division life seizers shouldn't send themselves to their deaths. That's right. That kid must have already gained some enlightenment of the Ice Emperor's legacy. He's definitely strong enough to fight people above his level. That day, I saw Tribulation Lightning. Who knows, maybe he's already broken through. He's probably not in the 6th division, but in the 7th. If that's the case, then it's possible that he killed Medicine Demon. After all, a 6th division life-sizer can kill an 8th division life-sizer. 7th division life-seizers can kill 9th division life-seizers, and 7th division life-seizers can kill 9th division life-seizers as well. Everyone was discussing fervently. They were indeed frightened by Ling Xiao's words. However, there were still some who were brave enough to do so. What a bunch of cowards. I can't believe some 7th division life-sizer scumbag would scare them like this. I refuse to believe this. Hurry up and hand over the Ice Emperor's legacy, kid. If you don't, I'll kill you. He was tall and burly, fully 3 meters tall, and wielded a horse-slaying saber that was stained with blood. Although it was hard to say whether or not he was doing it on purpose, he didn't wipe the blood away. Clearly, he was trying to intimidate his enemies. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th division of life seizing, similar to the butcher's. That's Wild Luo. He sparred with the butcher before, and they were evenly matched. Wild Luo's horse-slaying saber could kill a bloodthirsty with a single blow. Who knows, he might actually be able to kill Ling Xiao. Quite a few people knew how strong Wild Luo was, and therefore, had some confidence in him. If you want the Ice Emperor's legacy, come and get it. Ling Xiao curled his finger at Wild Luo, beckoning him over. You dare to look down on me? Wild Luo wanted to attack, but when he saw Dark Frost standing next to Ling Xiao, he hesitated. Don't worry, Seklord Darkfrost won't make a move. Ling Xiao sneered. You want the Ice Emperor's legacy, and you're scared to death? What a coward. Wild Luo let out a bestial howl. Then, his body began to transform, and he transformed into a gorilla. Obviously, this was his beast spirit. Unfortunately, his beast spirit transformation was so ugly that it couldn't even compare to Ling Xiao's beast spirit transformation. That said, Wild Luo's beast spirit transformation was still very strong. Ling Xiao could sense that Wild Luo was at least 5 times as strong as before, although he still wasn't as strong as a 9th division life-sizer. But he was very close. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen from the Hall of Souls. The Ice Emperor's legacy belongs to me, Wild Luo. Although he was strong, he was a complete idiot. He didn't even consider that with so many experts around, even if he killed Ling Xiao and got the Ice Emperor's legacy, he would still be in the Hall of Souls. Did he really think he could just take it away? Yan Shifeng didn't say anything in response. After all, he wanted Wild Luo to test Ling Xiao's strength. If Ling Xiao dared to act so arrogantly, then he must have some special technique up his sleeve. Otherwise, how could a 7th division life-sizer be so arrogant? Howling, Wild Luo gripped his horse-slaying saber with both hands and slashed it toward Ling Xiao. Barbarian saber technique, landslide. Howling, Wild Luo's horse-slaying saber seemed to rip apart space itself. Fissures appeared in the air as the saber slashed down. The huge saber chi slashed towards Ling Xiao without any deviation. Ling Xiao is going to use the Ice Emperor's legacy, right? Definitely. I bet he used the Ice Emperor's legacy to avoid Butcher's attack. Everyone was staring at Ling Xiao, waiting to see what Ling Xiao was going to do next. However, they were disappointed. Ling Xiao didn't do anything. He just stood there, as if he were scared witless. He didn't move at all. Wild Luo's horse-slaying saber slashed down toward Ling Xiao's head. Everyone was startled. No way. He died so easily? Even as everyone was wondering what was going on, a huge boom rang out. It was as if the horse-slaying saber had slammed into steel. Wild Luo was sent flying backward. Fire even sputtered from the top of Ling Xiao's head. Holy crap! What's his head made of? How could it be so hard? Many people were flabbergasted. They had thought of countless possibilities, but this was the only one they hadn't expected. Ling Xiao didn't move at all. He just let Wild Luo attack him, and yet Wild Luo couldn't even slice his head open. That was too ridiculous. Impossible. Barbarian Luo was also dumbfounded. I say, Barbarian Luo, did you not eat, or were your hands and feet softened by a woman? Your attack is so useless. Someone mocked. Shut up, what do you know? Barbarian Luo was very flustered in his heart. That attack just now, he confirmed that it was aimed to kill Ling Xiao. But he never expected that it would end up like that. This was too inconceivable. What? You're scared? Ling Xiao ridiculed. He now had the king-level middle-grade Black Tortoise Divine Body, plus the Ice Age defense. It was already close to high-grade king-level defense martial art. Even if he stood here and let Barbarian Luo hack, there would be no problem. Scared? Bullshit, that attack just now doesn't count. Barbarian Luo waved the saber in his hand again and rushed towards Ling Xiao. This time, he erupted with several times more power than before. It could be seen that in order to kill Ling Xiao, he was going all out. However, the result was even more embarrassing than before. Ling Xiao gently stretched out his right hand, and 2 fingers clamped that violent saber. It made Barbarian Luo unable to move. Let go of me! Barbarian Luo roared. Let go of you? Okay. Ling Xiao sneered, exerted force in his hand, and reversed the saber, directly chopping Barbarian Luo's head. In that instant, red and white splashed out, as if a cloth-dyeing workshop had opened. And Barbarian Luo also fell into a pool of blood amidst a painful roar, completely losing his breath. Barbarian Luo was killed. For a moment, the audience was silent. After a long time, someone couldn't help but discuss. He didn't use the Ice Emperor's inheritance at all and killed Barbarian Luo. This kind of strength, how many of us can do it? I think it's better to forget it. For the Ice Emperor's inheritance, it's really not worth it to lose your life in the end. Everyone spoke one after another. Among the neutral martial artists, nearly 90% of them were ready to give up. Although greed could cover up fear. But it couldn't cover up death. Ling Xiao killing barbarian Luo was done in front of these people. How could they possibly not be terrified? However, even though these people had given up, they still planned to continue watching today's show. They were really interested in what would happen to Ling Xiao. After all, how could Soul Palace let go of such an arrogant person? However, Ling Xiao had Darkfrost's protection. What should Soul Palace do? Could it be that he would fall out with his own palace master? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Yama frowned. Did you really kill Medicine Demon? So what if I am? Ling Xiao asked. If that's the case, then you're Soul Palace's enemy. Even if Darkfrost doesn't know any better, she can't protect you. Yama said coldly. Hehe, if you want the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, just say it. Why do you have to accuse me of something else? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, according to your logic, if Medicine Demon comes to kill me, I can only be killed by him, I can't even fight back. Humph, it's your one-sided story again. There's no proof. Yama snorted coldly. I killed Medicine Demon. At this moment, Darkfrost stood up. She had completely recovered and felt that her cultivation was about to break through. The battle with the Black Tortoise had benefited her greatly. In addition to Ling Xiao's reincarnation heaven-breaking pill, she already had faint signs of breaking through. Palace Master. Yan Shifeng frowned and sighed in his heart. As expected, in Darkfrost's eyes, Ling Xiao's position had already surpassed Soul Palace. Why? Yama shouted, why does Palace Master want to kill his own people? Why? Darkfrost said coldly, I remember clearly saying that I'll kill whoever dares to touch Ling Xiao. Medicine Demon hired assassins to kill Ling Xiao. I already spared his life because he's a higher-up of Soul Palace. However, he didn't repent and used Shadowless Goo to kill Ling Xiao. I naturally want to kill him, since when can the words of the Palace Master be ignored? Do you really think that I, Darkfrost, am a hired thug of your inner palace? If it weren't for those old fellows, do you believe that I wouldn't abolish your inner palace's privileges right now? At this moment, Darkfrost spoke without holding back. This made Yan Shifeng's old face very unsightly. Grand Elder, this outer palace martial artist is no longer suitable to be our Soul Palace's palace master. Please dismiss her immediately. Someone suddenly suggested. This suggestion immediately received the support of many people. For a moment, the scene was very chaotic. However, Yan Shifeng's face was very unsightly. Dismiss Darkfrost, this group of idiots. With Darkfrost's current strength, if she was willing to serve Soul Palace, she would be their greatest reliance. It didn't matter even if they couldn't obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. After all, they already had the Soul Emperor's inheritance. Now, this group of idiots actually wanted to dismiss Darkfrost for the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Wouldn't this mean that Ming Shuang would be kicked out of Soul Palace? How could they drive out such a strong fighting strength? This was too stupid. For the first time, he felt ashamed for the inner palace people. What kind of trash were they? Sure enough, as Darkfrost said, the inner palace had completely degenerated after thousands of years of peace. Shut up, all of you! Yan Shifeng roared. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Yan Shifeng to be so furious. For a moment, they were a little stunned. In the past, they followed Yan Shifeng blindly. However, they couldn't understand today's matter. The Ice Emperor's inheritance was right in front of them. Didn't they want it? Grandfather, please delay Darkfrost. We will take the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Yama was the first to rebel. Yan Shifeng felt that he couldn't control the situation anymore. As for Ming Shuang and Ling Xiao, they merely looked coldly at these pieces of trash who only cared about immediate benefits. Yan Shifeng originally wanted to stop Yama. However, he didn't expect Yama to attack as soon as he finished speaking. Following Yama's attack were many of the inner palace's upper echelons. They all pounced towards Ling Xiao. Yan Shifeng was helpless. He could only attack Darkfrost. This was because he didn't want his grandson to die. Since that was the case, he had to delay Darkfrost. This was also Yama's plan. Unfortunately, the plan was great. However, it was just an armchair strategist. Yan Shifeng didn't expect this even in his dreams. The current him couldn't even block a single attack from Dark Frost. Dark Frost's left hand sent Yan Shifeng flying. Her right hand directly killed several inner palace's upper echelons. However, she still showed mercy to Yama. This was because Dark Frost knew the situation in Soul Palace. Once Yama was killed, those old guys would definitely make a move. However, even so, Yama was heavily injured. He couldn't even stand up. So powerful. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. I've long heard that Soul Palace's master is extremely terrifying. I thought she was about the same strength as Grand Elder. Now it seems that Grand Elder isn't on the same level as her at all. Ling Xiao has this woman's protection. Who can be her opponent? Dark Frost didn't pursue. Instead, she coldly looked at Yan Shifeng, who was crawling up, and said, "Don't force me to be ruthless. Today, I'll put my words here." Ling Xiao is Dark Frost's subordinate. The Ice Emperor's inheritance also belongs to Soul Palace. Whoever dares to snatch it will become my enemy and Soul Palace's enemy. Dark Frost could be said to be the strongest person in the green zone right now. If those so-called old monsters did not come out, no one could deal with her. Furthermore, in Yan Shifeng's view, even if those few old monsters of the Soul Hall came out, they might not be able to suppress this little girl. Unless he was able to use that treasure. But that treasure could only be used once a year. Once it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Yan Shifeng absolutely would not use it. Dark Frost released the powerful aura of a reincarnation divine realm martial artist, practically enveloping a radius of several dozen miles. All the martial artists present, regardless of whether they were Soul Hall martial artists or neutral martial artists, were all suppressed until they could not catch their breath. Some of the weaker ones actually started vomiting blood already. Although they would not die for a while, they were really frightened. Ling Xiao knew that this was not just a simple aura, but the soul-devouring domain that Dark Frost obtained from the Soul Emperor's inheritance. It was the same as the extreme cold domain, but much more powerful. At that moment, Ling Xiao could feel it. In this soul-devouring domain, Dark Frost was the ruler. She was a god, unless the opponent also had a domain or was stronger than her. Otherwise, inside this domain, one could only be slaughtered. This domain did not take the initiative to restrain Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still felt that it was powerful and terrifying. He felt that his cultivation was still too low. If his cultivation could reach Dark Frost's level, then his extreme cold domain would also have such a powerful effect. Other than him and Yan Shifeng, everyone in this soul-devouring domain knelt down. "Spare us, spare us." They held in pain. And Yan Shifeng's expression was also very ugly. Similarly, as a reincarnation divine realm martial artist, he was also suppressed until he could not catch his breath. Even if he did not kneel down right now, he believed that as long as this soul-devouring domain continued, he would probably have to kneel down too. Too terrifying. In the Soul Hall, only two people comprehended the essence of the Soul Emperor's inheritance. One was Dark Frost, and the other was Ling Qiuyan. In any case, Yan Shifeng wasn't able to comprehend the soul-devouring domain. Many people thought that they would be able to inherit some kind of legacy. That was not the case. Without sufficient comprehension ability, one would not be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the inheritance. You might get something out of it, but you won't get the essence. Thinking of this, Yan Shifeng could not help but sigh. If the Soul Emperor's inheritance was like this, then presumably the Ice Emperor's inheritance would also be like this. Even if he exhausted all his schemes and finally obtained the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he would still be able to do so. Could he really comprehend it? This was really a question mark. Hall Master, please retract your divine ability. We know we were wrong. Thinking of this, Yan Shifeng said. Although his grandson Yama's aptitude was not bad, compared to Dark Frost, he was still a far cry. There was no need to fall out with Dark Frost for the sake of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. That was not worth it. Dark Frost gave Yan Shifeng a cold glance before slowly putting away the soul-devouring domain. She looked coldly at those people who had not recovered until now and said, regardless of whether it's the outer hall or inner hall martial artists, you all best remember one thing clearly. I, Dark Frost, am the Soul Hall's master. Today, you all dared to be disrespectful to me. This is just a small lesson. Next time, it won't be so easy. I'm someone who has experienced countless kinds of painful punishments before surviving. My temper isn't very good. You all mustn't provoke me. I can let the Soul Hall flourish until now, and I can also destroy the Soul Hall overnight. You all should understand that I have the ability to do this. Dark Frost's cold words made the Soul Hall's people's hearts tremble non-stop. Fortunately, Dark Frost did not turn hostile and be heartless today. Otherwise, under that soul-devouring domain just now, who could survive? Even the dignified Grand Elder Xianxia had to lower his head. What could the others do? It was Yama's first time truly feeling Dark Frost's terror. Up until now, he was still kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up. His legs were sore, and his heart was filled with fear. The feeling just now was as if he was thrown into an endless sea. The seawater kept pouring into his body, making it impossible for him to breathe. He struggled with all his might, but found that he could not move his body. He never wanted to experience that kind of terrifying nightmare again in his life. However, the soul-devouring domain's terror also made the greed in Yama's heart even stronger. If the soul-devouring domain is like this, then the extreme cold domain should also be incomparably powerful. If I can obtain it, wouldn't I soar to the heavens? Yama was not as calm as Xianxia. He only knew that he wanted to obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, he also believed that he could comprehend the Ice Emperor's inheritance. He believed that his talent was much stronger than Ling Zhao's. Thinking of this, he finally could not hold back his impulse and suddenly stood up. Palace Master, I have something to say. Yama roared. Hearing this, Xianxia was shocked. Dark Frost had just retracted the soul-devouring domain, and Yama did not know what was good for him. What would he do if he really angered Dark Frost? He was extremely worried in his heart. What do you want to say? Dark Frost looked coldly at Yama. This Yama, she really wanted to kill him. However, considering that Ling Xiao was still there, she suppressed this thought. She could escape after killing Yama. However, it was not so easy to bring Ling Xiao along. Let's hear what this guy has to say first. Yama straightened his neck and walked out of the crowd. Then, he looked at Dark Frost and said, Palace Master, you just said that Ling Xiao is one of your people? The Ice Emperor's inheritance belongs to the Soul Palace. Is this true? It's true. So what? Dark Frost could not guess what this guy wanted to say. However, Ling Xiao already had a bad feeling. This Yama was not an idiot. He would not stand up and throw away his life. The reason why he stood up should be because he thought of a brilliant plan. If that's the case, according to the Soul Palace's rules, the inheritance item can only be obtained by the most outstanding martial artist. In the past, the Soul Emperor's inheritance was like this. You, who obtained the inheritance, are the strongest and most qualified person in the Soul Palace. Since the Ice Emperor's inheritance also belongs to the Soul Palace, shouldn't we also follow the rules? Yama felt that he was really too smart. How did he come up with such a good reason? Now, let's see what Dark Frost and Ling Xiao have to say. Dark Frost looked indifferently at Yama. To be honest, Yama's question was really unexpected. She had only said that to protect Ling Xiao. Never could she have guessed that Yama would use it against her. That said, she was the Lord of the Soul Palace, and had encountered all sorts of storms. That's right. The Ice Emperor's inheritance does belong to the Soul Palace, but it also belongs to Ling Xiao. The Ice Emperor's inheritance has long since acknowledged Ling Xiao as its master. Even if someone else obtains it, it won't be of any use to them. Also, you need to be careful. According to the rules, the inheritance item is not given to the strongest person. If it's given to the strongest person, then the eccentrics in the Soul Palace are the most qualified. The inheritance item must first acknowledge a master. Only then will the person it acknowledges be qualified to compete for it. Furthermore, Ling Zhao's cultivation base is only in the 7th division of life seizing, but he killed 8th division life seizers, the Butcher and the Barbarian Civ. He's not weak. Yama smiled and said, Hall Master's words are reasonable. How about this, let's let the Ice Emperor's inheritance choose its successor now. The chosen inheritors would battle it out. Whoever wins will get the Ice Emperor's inheritance. How about it? I admit that Ling Xiao has some strength, but he's still too weak. If the Ice Emperor's inheritance falls into his hands, it will be taken away by others sooner or later. Why don't we have a fair competition? It's good for everyone. He didn't refute Darkfrost and always put himself on the side of righteousness. It was as if doing as he said represented fairness. Darkfrost's expression was very ugly. In terms of scheming, she was indeed not Yama's opponent. At this moment, she was already filled with killing intent. Regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, the Ice Emperor's inheritance was Ling Zhao's. No one could take it away. However, she had to admit that Yama's words forced her into a moral passive position. If she forcefully protected Ling Xiao, it wasn't impossible, but she probably wouldn't be able to stay in Soul Hall in the future. Even the Soul Emperor's inheritance would be taken away. After thinking about it, she decided to fight. At worst, she would just leave. Who cared? As long as there was Ling Xiao. She didn't care about Soul Hall. She was about to speak but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that in terms of scheming, Darkfrost was definitely not Yama's opponent. At this moment, it was time for him to enter the stage. He looked at Yama and said, "You're blabbering a bunch of nonsense. In the end, don't you think I'm not worthy of the Ice Emperor's inheritance? What do you want? Just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush, and don't make yourself seem like a representative of justice. It makes me feel disgusted." Choked by Ling Zhao's words, Yama almost flew into a rage again. However, he endured it in the end and sneered, "Since you're so straightforward, then it's simple. If you can beat me, I won't say another word about the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. And if you lose, I must have a share of the Ice Emperor's legacy. I won't forcibly deprive you of the right to comprehend the inheritance, but we have to comprehend it together." Haha, can you represent the entire Soul Palace? Do I have to fight someone else after winning against you? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Ling Xiao sneered. Don't worry, I can naturally represent the entire Soul Palace, don't you think so? Yama turned around and asked. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Yama was Yan Shifeng's grandson, and a 9th Division life-sizer. Whether it was in terms of power or strength, he was qualified to represent them. How is it? They had already made their stance clear. If you win against me, you win against everyone. In the future, if anyone dares to have any ideas about the Ice Emperor's legacy, not even I, Yama, will let them get away with it. Yama spoke as if he were a righteous man, an emissary of justice. Inwardly, he was very happy. He felt as if he had forced Ling Xiao into a corner. Other than fighting him, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Are you kidding me? The Ice Emperor's legacy is mine. Why would I use it as a wager? Isn't this very unfair to me? Do you really think I'm an idiot? If you want a wager, sure, but only if you use the Soul Emperor's legacy. Not only did Ling Xiao want the Ice Emperor's legacy, but he also wanted the Soul Emperor's legacy. After all, his soul power was incomparably powerful. The Soul Emperor's legacy was very important to him. When Yama heard that, he was stunned. Ling Zhao's words had turned defeat into victory, leaving him speechless. He didn't have the qualifications to use the Soul Emperor's legacy as a wager. Therefore, he could only look at Yan Shifeng. Yan Shifeng was also in a difficult position. The ownership of the Soul Emperor's legacy belonged to those old monsters. He didn't have the qualifications to use it as a wager. This grandson of his was really stupid. He had directly put him on the fire to roast. Then use the Soul Emperor's legacy as a wager. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. He couldn't see the person, but the voice was very clear. Old ancestor. Yan Shifeng hurriedly knelt in that direction. Let's bet. Perhaps you can bet the future of Soul Hall. The voice said again. Many thanks, old ancestor. Hearing this voice, Yama was very excited. Finally, he had enough to bet. Like this, he wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao would go back on his word. In fact, he was wrong. Why would Ling Xiao go back on his word? With such a good opportunity to obtain the Soul Emperor's legacy, he couldn't ask for anything more. You can bet, but there must be a rule. The wager will be held 10 days later. There will be a buffer period. In addition, Ling Xiao can't use anything from the Ice Emperor's legacy. Otherwise, it won't be fair. The voice continued. It turned out that this old thing had already thought of how to restrict Ling Xiao. But he didn't know that what Ling Xiao relied on the most right now wasn't the Ice Emperor's legacy. He had something more terrifying than the Ice Emperor's legacy. But even so, Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to give up his advantage. If you want me to give up the Ice Emperor's legacy, you should at least give me some compensation, right? He looked into the distance. Although the person in the distance was very strong, he felt that he was at most at the level of Dark Frost. He wasn't particularly afraid. Impudent, how dare you talk to the old ancestor like that? Yama roared, old ancestor, there's no need for him to give up anything. Even if he has the Ice Emperor's legacy, I won't lose. Shut up. Yan Shifeng said angrily. This stupid grandson, I naturally have my reasons for saying that. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that Yan Shifeng was angry, Yama shut his mouth. The voice continued, I can give you compensation. Weapons? Beast cores? Pills? Martial techniques? Just tell me what you need. Ling Xiao of course understood that there was still a limit to what he could ask for. It wasn't that the other party would give him whatever he wanted. Otherwise, he would directly ask for the Soul Emperor's legacy. So he thought about it. He didn't lack pills, and the other party probably couldn't take out anything good. As for martial techniques, he already had the 9 supreme sword arts and the Ice Emperor's legacy, so he didn't need them. As for beast cores, he could hunt for them. There was also no need for them. Then I'll ask for a weapon. If the old ancestor has the 9 Supreme's treasured swords, I'm very interested in getting them. Ling Xiao said in a clear voice. Here you go. A cold light came from afar. It was extremely fast. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was impossible for him to block it. Obviously, this old thing was deliberately making things difficult for Ling Xiao. Extreme Cold Domain. Ordinary people couldn't block it, but it was different in the Extreme Cold Domain. From the soul-devouring domain, Ling Xiao also received some enlightenment and gained more experience in the use of the Extreme Cold Domain. The sword light suddenly shot over and plunged into the domain of extreme cold. Then, it rapidly slowed down. Wind Snow Ice Sealing Steps. Immediately after, Ling Xiao used the Wind Snow Ice Sealing Steps and moved around in the extreme cold domain. The sword light chased him for more than a minute before it was finally caught in his hand. Oh? It's the 7-star sword, thank you. Ling Xiao now had the Fire Supreme Sword, Ice Supreme Sword, Soul Supreme Sword, Bloodthirsty Demon Sword, Snake Supreme Sword, and 7-star sword. Currently, Ling Xiao's 9 Supreme Sword Arts were Supreme Fire's Blazing Sky Sword Art, Supreme Ice's Freezing Sky Sword Art, and Supreme Soul Spirit Heaven Sword Art. Among the weapons he obtained, there was also the Supreme Snake Sword and the 7-star sword. If he could obtain more suitable materials, he would be able to cultivate even more of the 9 sovereign sword techniques. At that time, even if his cultivation didn't increase, his combat strength would skyrocket. Good boy, you're good. However, this extreme cold domain is really powerful. A sword is not a loss. That voice seemed to be talking to himself. The reason why he was testing wasn't to test Ling Xiao, but to test the Ice Emperor's inheritance. If Ling Xiao couldn't use the Ice Emperor's inheritance, then Yama's chances of winning would be very high. After all, he had to gamble with the Soul Emperor's inheritance. That old man didn't dare to be careless. Now, can you agree to fight with Yama? That voice said. Of course. 10 days later, on this Black Tortoise Lake, I will fight with Yama. If I win, I will obtain the Soul Emperor's inheritance. If I lose, I will give the Ice Emperor's inheritance to Yama. Is that okay? He said loudly. Alright, since that's the case, you guys can continue. This old man is leaving. That voice disappeared. At this moment, Yama was incomparably excited. Although the battle hadn't started yet, Ling Xiao had already taken advantage of him and obtained a good item like the 7-star sword. However, it didn't matter. Anyway, the battle had been set. 10 days later, it would be Ling Xiao's death date. Boy, you better remember what you promised the old ancestor. If you go back on your word, even Hall Master Darkfrost can't protect you. Yama looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. Hee, I'm afraid that you won't dare to come. How about this, the battle in 10 days will be changed to a life and death battle, no regrets, no one is allowed to find trouble with the other. Do you dare? Ling Xiao looked at Yama and laughed. I couldn't ask for more. Yama agreed without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? He had always wanted to find a way to kill Ling Xiao. Just obtaining the inheritance of the Ice Emperor was definitely not enough. Only by killing Ling Xiao could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Besides, now that Ling Xiao was dead, Darkfrost had no one to protect. In the end, wouldn't she be his woman? Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to bring up the opportunity that he had been looking for. He would be a fool if he didn't agree. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Just betting the Ice Emperor's legacy is already unbelievable. What is Ling Xiao thinking? That's right, he actually dared to gamble with his life. Does he really think that he can defeat Lord Yama in 10 days? Who cares? Let's just watch the show. That idiot, it's clear that Hall Master Darkfrost is protecting him. Even if he doesn't agree, no one can do anything about it. But he is arrogant and ignorant. He actually agreed to this bet. He's doomed. That's right. In 10 days, Ling Xiao will definitely die. At that time, our Soul Hall will have 2 inheritances of the ancient emperor. We will become even stronger. Regardless of whether they were neutral or Soul Hall members, the majority naturally supported Yama. There was no doubt about this. However, Ling Xiao felt that these conversations were laughable. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, completely unaware of the situation outside. If you knew that I killed the Mirror Demon King, if you knew that I defeated the Koi King, if you knew that I snatched the Ice Emperor's legacy from the Dragon Shark King, if you knew that I was the one who killed the Medicine Demon and not Dark Frost, you probably wouldn't be so happy. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao with some worry and said, actually, you don't have to do this. I can protect you. Girl, you don't believe me either? Ling Xiao smiled and said, don't forget that I killed the Medicine Demon alone. But they don't allow you to use the Ice Emperor's legacy. Moreover, Yama's fighting strength is several times stronger than the Medicine Demon's. Darkfrost was still a little worried. Don't worry. There's no possibility of losing this battle. Ling Xiao said confidently. Looking at Ling Xiao's confident expression and resolute eyes, Darkfrost's pretty face suddenly turned red. In this world, only those who were confident and courageous could truly make a name for themselves. Those who were submissive were ultimately not enough. She suddenly thought of what happened in Star City. Facing the Undying King, Ling Xiao actually dared to save her and leave. How much courage and confidence did he have? Ordinary people would probably be so scared that they couldn't even speak when they saw the Undying King's strength. She might have gotten to know an incredible person. Although he still looked relatively weak right now, he was already able to stir up trouble in this immemorial divine tomb. It wouldn't be long before he became even stronger. I believe you. Darkfrost finally nodded her head and said. She didn't believe in Ling Xiao. Who else could believe in Ling Xiao? After all, in this green zone, apart from her, Ling Xiao didn't have any other acquaintances. Alright, all disperse. Seeing that the matter had calmed down, Yan Shifeng was in a hurry to go back and increase his grandson's fighting strength. Although he was very confident that Yama could defeat Ling Xiao, there was always a what-if in this world. Therefore, as long as it was a way to increase Yama's strength, he would try it. Everyone left one after another. However, they were still talking about the arranged battle 10 days later. This battle was related to the ownership of the Soul Emperor's legacy and the Ice Emperor's legacy. It might even be related to the future of Soul Hall. Both the neutral martial artists and the Soul Hall martial artists were very concerned. 10 days, Ling Xiao. Enjoy the last days of your life. Yama looked back at Ling Xiao. When he saw how close Ling Xiao and Darkfrost were, his heart burned with jealousy. He swore that he would definitely kill Ling Xiao, no matter what. Alright, keep cultivating. From now on, no one will dare to disturb you. Darkfrost looked at Ling Xiao. You don't have to stay here with me, girl. The Xuanwu tortoise is dead, so there's no danger here. You've seen how strong I am. Not even a 9th division life-sizer would be a match for me. So, you need to hurry up and cultivate. You're on the verge of a breakthrough, and the stronger you are, the safer I'll be. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Alright. I'll cultivate with you. Dark Frost was still worried, but she accepted Ling Xiao's suggestion to cultivate with him. That way, not only would her cultivation progress not be delayed, she could also protect Ling Xiao. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright. Ling Xiao couldn't argue with the girl, so he didn't say anything else. He swore to himself that he would make sure she lived a happy life, and never suffer the torture of Soul Hall again. If he did that, he would personally destroy Soul Hall. He was confident that he would be able to do that soon. But for now, he had to deal with the matter at hand. The two of them began to cultivate. By this time, Yama had returned to Soul Hall with Yan Shifeng. Leng Qiuyan was already waiting for them. Looking at his mother, Yama was a little nervous. He wasn't afraid of Yan Shifeng, because Yan Shifeng doted on him. But his mother, Leng Qiuyan, was a truly vicious and merciless person. Yama's father was killed by his mother, Leng Qiuyan. And Yan Shifeng did not dare to have the thought of revenge at all. Although this woman was his mother, he was really very afraid. Idiot! Leng Qiuyan suddenly said. No one knew who she was scolding. Mother, I clearly did very well this time. As long as I kill that Ling Xiao, the Ice Emperor's inheritance will be mine. How am I stupid? Yama felt that Leng Qiuyan was scolding him, so he was somewhat unconvinced. You still dare to talk back? You don't even know how strong that Ling Xiao is. It's enough to set up the bet. Even if you lose, there's still a possibility of turning the tables. But you set up a life and death battle with him behind the ancestor's back. If you die, what will you use to fight? Leng Qiuyan shouted. So this is what mother is worried about. Don't worry. That Ling Xiao is prohibited from using the Ice Emperor's inheritance in battle. Without the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he's not worth mentioning at all in front of me. So the life and death battle is actually giving Sun a chance to kill him. Yama said with a smile. Not to mention whether you can kill him or not. If you really kill him, do you think that Dark Frost will let you go? That girl Dark Frost has clearly been bewitched by that Ling Xiao and is completely not on our Soul Palace's side. Leng Qiuyan said coldly. Qiuyan, don't blame him. Things have already come to this point. I think it's almost time for us to break off with Dark Frost. The monster siege is estimated to be in these 2 or 3 days. At that time, will the plan be carried out as usual? Yan Shifeng suddenly said. Of course, this is the safest. If this plan fails, let Yama fight that Ling Xiao. Leng Qiuyan nodded. Mother, speaking of the monster siege, I want the Undying's life crystal. Yama suddenly said, recently, I accidentally obtained the legacy of the Undying General. Although it was not as good as the ancient Emperor's legacy, it was still a rare treasure. In the Undying General's inheritance, there was a king-level martial art called the Undying Battle Body. Only by obtaining the life crystal of an Undying can one successfully cultivate it. Furthermore, he needed 13 one-star life-seizing Undying shortcuts. I'm afraid I can't do that. Grandpa will help you with this. Yan Shifeng said. Thank you, Grandpa. The Yama demon said excitedly, as long as I can refine the immortal war body, my strength will skyrocket, even if I can't break through to the life-snatching realm during this time. We can also guarantee that we can easily kill Ling Xiao. It's not enough. Yan Shifeng shook his head and said, in order to ensure your victory, I have decided to teach you the soul-extinguishing sword. Really, Grandpa? Yama was extremely excited. He knew that the soul-extinguishing sword was a precious treasure of the Soul Hall, and was the only weapon in existence that was a precious item. The soul-extinguishing sword was superior to most of Ling Xiao's weapons. Except for the Ice Age. However, because of the agreement, Ling Xiao was not allowed to use the Ice Age. That way, the soul-extinguishing sword could completely crush Ling Xiao's weapons. The soul-extinguishing sword could not only injure the body, but also the soul. Add in the power of the sword itself, and even reincarnation god-level experts would have to be wary of it. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was a mere 7th division life-sizer. Of course. Your victory or defeat will affect the future of the Soul Hall. You can't afford to be careless. Yan Shifeng nodded. Many thanks, Grandpa. Don't worry. I'll definitely take the Ice Emperor's legacy, and the Ice Age. When the time comes, the Soul Hall will have 2 precious treasures. One will be the Ice Emperor's Ice Age, and the other will be the Soul Emperor's soul-devouring devil staff. Who could possibly stand up to the Soul Hall? Yan Mo was incomparably excited. He couldn't wait for the day 10 days later to arrive. AI. Perhaps this is the best course of action. Leng Qiuyan sighed. She truly couldn't imagine her son failing miserably at such an easy task. However, when the monsters attacked the city, she would try to possess Darkfrost's fleshly body. If she succeeded, the bet would be meaningless. Without Darkfrost's protection, Ling Xiao would be a fish on the chopping block. One day later, the green zone was suddenly filled with tension. Everyone was nervous to the extreme. Outside the green zone, a terrifying aura spread out. Black masses of monsters were closing in on the green zone. Everyone knew what was happening. The monsters were attacking the city. This was Ling Xiao's first time seeing a monster attack of this scale. He stopped cultivating, and his eyes shone with the desire to do battle. As expected, just sitting there and cultivating wasn't of much help to him. He still hoped to hone his battle techniques in the midst of battle, and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. As long as he could break through to the 8th stage of the life-seizing realm, he would be able to do so. Furthermore, he would be able to perfectly strengthen his King-class Black Tortoise divine body. Even if he didn't use the Ice Emperor's legacy, he would still be able to kill Yama. Therefore, while others trembled in fear at the sight of the black masses of monsters, Ling Xiao's eyes shone with excitement. The King of the Undying, the King of the Bloodthirsters, the King of the Zombies, and the Tyrant, amazing. The kings of the Starfall Quarter are all here. The experts of the Soul Hall had already gathered on the walls of the Green Zone. This was a battle for survival. If they couldn't defeat the monsters, the Green Zone would fall. And the people who lived here would all die. When that happened, not a single person would be left alive. Ling Xiao stood next to Darkfrost, looking at the 4 kings. The King of the Undying was the strongest of them all. He was in the 2nd stage of the Reincarnation God realm, and had clearly broken through after his fight with Darkfrost. As for the Tyrant, the King of the Bloodthirsters, and the King of the Zombies, they were all in the 9th stage of the life-seizing realm. Pontiff, I'll have to trouble you to deal with the King of the Undying. Yan Shifeng said, looking at Darkfrost. No problem. Darkfrost nodded. Looking at this old foe of hers filled her with a desire to do battle. However, Ling Xiao seemed a bit worried. The King of the Undying is too strong for Pontiff Darkfrost alone. Elder Yan Shifeng, why don't you work with Pontiff Darkfrost to deal with him? Besides, the King of the Undying isn't that strong. You can leave it to the others. No need. Darkfrost shook her head. Before Yan Shifeng could say anything, she turned down Ling Xiao's offer. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. This last Ming Xuan had the same personality as him. When facing a powerful opponent, they didn't want help. They wanted to deal with it themselves. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to help. Although the King of the Undying was strong, he was only slightly stronger than the Xuanwu tortoise. His bloodbath plague could still be effective. And if it didn't work, he could use Ice Age. In any case, with him protecting Darkfrost, he couldn't let the Soul Hall take advantage of the situation. Yan Shifeng's expression turned serious. Waving his hand, he said, "Everyone, listen up. Don't charge out. Use the stronghold to keep the monsters out of the Green Zone. Remember this. If we lose today's battle, we'll all die. If we win, we'll be safe for another month. This is a battle for survival. We have to survive." Yan Shifeng shouted at the top of his lungs, rallying everyone's emotions. "We have to survive." Everyone roared back. Perhaps it was only in the face of such a monster that the martial artists in the Green Zone would truly unite. But what puzzled Ling Xiao was that Yama was nowhere to be seen. For better or for worse, he was a 9th stage life-sizer. Why hadn't he come out to fight? It seemed that Yama really was willing to give up everything for the battle in 9 days. Fine. Let's see if your reckless cultivation can match up to my combat training. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't point that out. Meanwhile, the monsters were closing in, and the battle was about to begin. Dark Frost was the first to charge out and engage the Undying King. The Undying King seemed to be afraid of hurting his subordinates, and so kept moving away. Dark Frost followed. Ling Xiao was worried about Ming Shuang, so he chased after her. The two of them quickly disappeared from view. Haha, that brat is really loyal to Ming Shuang. It's a pity that he's too stupid. He doesn't know his own worth. One of the leaders of Soul Hall sneered. But what if he dies outside, and the Ice Emperor's legacy is taken by the monsters? Another person asked worriedly. Don't worry. The Ice Emperor's legacy can only be taken by martial artists from the western regions. That's because the 8 ancient emperors and the ancient Sword Emperor were born in the western regions. They have a sliver of their soul attached to the legacy. It can only be taken by martial artists from the western regions. Monsters, or martial artists from the other regions, can't take it. The only way is to erase their soul. But that won't be easy. Yan Shifeng said coolly. If Ling Xiao dies, the Ice Emperor's legacy will be hidden again. When the siege is over, we can go and look for it. Actually, he really wished that Ling Xiao would die. That way, he would be able to avoid the risk of the bet battle. Although he felt that Yama would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. But those were just his thoughts. No one could say for sure what the actual situation was. If there was a better way, who would take the risk? Alright, let's stop talking and focus on the battle. Don't let us die before Ling Xiao. That would be embarrassing. Yan Shifeng then rushed towards the bloodthirsty king. The Bloodthirster King was probably something only he and a few old monsters from Soul Palace could deal with. But to his surprise, the Bloodthirster King, who had been attacking the city with him, turned around and chased after Ling Xiao. Could it be that the Bloodthirsty King has also smelled the scent of the Ice Emperor on Ling Xiao? Yan Shifeng knew that among all monsters, the Bloodthirsters had the sharpest sense of smell. Of course, it was just a guess at this time. It was probably too late to confirm it. Now, he could only focus on the battle in front of him. On the other side, in the sky, the Undead King was fighting with Dark Frost. On the ground, Ling Xiao stood there with the Fire Supreme sword in his hand, his expression indifferent. Not far away, the Bloodthirster King let out a low roar. The sound was very unpleasant. The two had been fighting for a few minutes. Obviously, the Bloodthirster King did not expect Ling Xiao to be so difficult to deal with. He thought that this inconspicuous boy could be easily killed by him. Who would have thought that this boy would be unscathed under his fierce attack? But even so, the Bloodthirsty King's blood-red eyes were still cold and sinister, without the slightest bit of fear or panic. This was a monster even more terrifying than a monster beast. It seems that you are different from ordinary bloodthirsters. You actually have some wisdom. In that case, you should know that you are definitely not my opponent. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to end this battle. In any case, when he fought the Bloodthirster King, the monsters around him would not dare to come close. This made it easier for him to keep an eye on the battle between Dark Frost and the Undead King. What he was most worried about was Dark Frost. He had already seen how terrifying the Undead King was back in Star City. Roar! The Bloodthirster King seemed to be very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's underestimation. His bloodthirsty eyes shone with an even stronger killing intent. Clearly, he felt that Ling Xiao was underestimating him. You might have been a powerful martial artist when you were alive, but now, you are nothing but a corpse invaded by germs. I will give you a peaceful ending. With the Fire Supreme sword in hand, Ling Xiao walked forward. Blazing flames burned on the blade of the sword. Strange fire, terrifying strange fire, against a 9th-level life-sizer. With his current cultivation base, ordinary demon fire was no longer effective. Only strange fire could hurt his opponent. Along the way, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul. His opponent was too strong, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. I'll take you as the key to my breakthrough. As he spoke, the Fire Supreme sword pulsed with a frenzied sword will, which then shot toward the Bloodthirster King. The Bloodthirster King stared at Ling Xiao. Although his strange body was twisted and deformed, it was tougher than a living person's. His hands had already transformed into sharp claws. His nails were more than a foot long. Even in the gloomy weather of the domain of the falling stars, they shone with a cold light. Kill! Suddenly, Xianxia shouted coldly. His body trembled, and he rushed out. Killing intent shot out from the Fire Supreme sword. Strange fire merged with the sword energy and stabbed toward the bloodthirster king. Roar! A ferocious roar rang out. The bloodthirster king seemed to have springs under his feet as he suddenly shot up. He jumped 7 to 8 meters high and then suddenly fell down. Black gas lingered on his sharp claws as he crazily grabbed at Xiao's head. Clang, the Fire Supreme sword changed from forward to upward, directly colliding with the sharp claws. The blazing sword energy shattered, and the bloodthirster king actually gained the upper hand. One claw grabbed Xiao's Fire Supreme sword. The other claw quickly grabbed at Xiao's head. That terrifying destructive power, as long as it touched Xiao's head, would probably be smashed like a watermelon. Golden Dragon Seal. Xiao held the sword in his right hand and suddenly formed a seal with his left hand. A golden dragon broke through the air and directly collided with the bloodthirster king's claw. The terrifying impact actually caused the bloodthirster king to be in a stalemate for a moment. Ghost God Seal. Xiao's left hand formed another seal. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. An even more terrifying ghost god blasted out. The bloodthirster king clearly felt the danger and hurriedly retreated. In an instant, he had retreated dozens of meters away. This guy's jumping ability was too terrifying. With just one jump, he was dozens of meters away. Therefore, even if he was dozens of meters away, he could not be careless because the other party could attack again with just one jump. Kill! The sword intent exploded again. Xiao attacked again. He did not intend to retreat. In any case, in his current state, although he could not compare to the bloodthirster king. However, it was definitely not easy for the other party to hurt him. Facing the powerful king of bloodthirsters, Xiao planned to take this opportunity to improve his combat strength. This time, the Fire Supreme sword was even more blazing. Annihilation Sword. Xiao let out a furious roar. Dazzling sword light bloomed on the wasteland. The space was almost shrouded by this sword light. The king of bloodthirsters did not speak, but there was a hint of surprise in his fierce eyes. There was also confusion. He probably couldn't understand how such a weak-looking guy could unleash such a shocking attack from his body. Roar! The red light in the king of bloodthirsters' eyes became even more intense. Probably because Xiao's strength stimulated him and made him even crazier. Boom, the annihilation sword collided with the king of bloodthirsters again. This time, neither the man nor the monster retreated. Neither of them flinched. In Xiao's eyes, there was a strong fighting spirit and will to become stronger. In the king of bloodthirsters' eyes, there was a crazy killing intent. Terrifying collisions exploded on the ground again and again. The surrounding environment was constantly being destroyed. The power generated by the collision between the Fire Supreme sword and the sharp claws was incomparably powerful. Black smoke filled the air, and terrifying flames exploded. The ground was already full of potholes. Even the Undying King and Darkfrost, who were fighting in the sky, were very surprised. Your little friend is not bad. The Undying King laughed. You'd better worry about yourself. Today, I must take revenge for Star City. Darkfrost looked at the Undying King and said. Did you misunderstand something? Those warriors who were killed in Star City deserved it. They wanted to kill me and my subordinates. Why can't I kill them? Actually, you warriors of the Western region should not be my enemy. Instead, you should thank me. Your real enemy is the people of the 4 major regions. Back then, when the Western region was prosperous, it had the most powerful beast god in the Black Tortoise continent. Even later, there was the powerful Ancient Sword Empire. The Ancient Sword Emperor was the most powerful existence after the 12 beast gods. Unfortunately, he was still killed by despicable means. And those who killed him became the rulers of the Black Tortoise continent. After becoming the master of the 4 great domains, it would become the Eternal Life Palace. The people of the Eternal Life Palace claimed that they were gods and that only they were fit to rule the Black Tortoise continent. Us parasitic beasts are nothing compared to them. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Undying King said indifferently. But you attacked the Green Zone and annihilated my Western region's martial artists. That can't be false, right? Darkfrost said coldly. It's not my idea to attack the Green Zone. It's the rules of the game. It was the master of the Divine Devil Order who set this rule. If I don't follow this rule, once he attacks, none of us parasitic beasts will be able to survive. If you have the ability, you can go find the owner of the Fiend God token. Undying King said disdainfully. Boom. Just as the man and beast were talking, another violent collision on the ground ended. The Bloodthirster King was obviously at a disadvantage. At this moment, Xianxia had already gained the upper hand without even using the Ice Emperor's inheritance. This was enough to show how much he had improved. Compared to the night when he killed Medicine Demon, he had become stronger. I'm afraid your little friend is going to die. Undying King suddenly sneered. Why, he clearly has the upper hand. Darkfrost was puzzled. Don't you know about bloodthirsters? The more injured they are, the stronger they become. If your little friend can kill him in one blow, it's fine. If they continue to fight like this, it will only make the Bloodthirster King stronger. This level of improvement is at most close to the realm of snatching fate. Isn't your little friend dead? Undying King snorted coldly. Xianxia. Darkfrost looked down and was a little distracted. At this moment, Undying King suddenly attacked, and his sharp claws pierced through Darkfrost's body. Stupid girl, do you really believe my words? Although what I said is the truth. But, rules are rules. We parasitic beasts like you human blood the most. Ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter rang out. Undying King seemed very proud. To be honest, he noticed that Darkfrost had become stronger. So he didn't have full confidence in killing Darkfrost. So he used such a dishonorable trick. However, although it was dishonorable, Darkfrost was still a little too naive and gullible. Do you think you can kill me like this? Darkfrost's eyes revealed a cold light. She actually pulled the Undying King's claws out of her body. Then the wound began to heal quickly. I've been through countless terrifying punishments, and I've experienced countless deaths. In the end, I obtained this body that can be called immortal. Last time, because I didn't understand your undying plague, I fell for it. But do you think I will still be afraid of your undying plague if we fight again? Darkfrost's body was already immune to the undying plague. This was done for her by Xianxia. As a matter of fact, Mingxuang's body was very strange, as if it had been forged through countless terrible punishments. This kind of body had an extremely strong self-healing ability and immunity. However, to stimulate this ability, she needed the help of an outsider. And this outsider would be best if it was a doctor. Darkfrost's luck was good. She met Xianxia, which was the luckiest thing in her life. Xianxia not only stimulated her body's characteristics, but also made her stronger than before. This was why she trusted Xianxia so much. Next, it's my turn. Darkfrost decided to concentrate on fighting the Undying King. She couldn't distract Xianxia. As for the Bloodthirster King, she believed that Xianxia could deal with it. It wasn't her turn to worry. In fact, this was exactly the case. Xianxia had noticed the Bloodthirster King's characteristics from the beginning. His Tai Chi was not to be trifled with. And he wanted to make his opponent stronger. Otherwise, it would not be able to exert pressure on him and stimulate the potential in his body to erupt. What did he rely on to break through? The battle continued, and more wounds appeared on the Bloodthirster King's body. His body began to emit red light. His fighting prowess continued to soar. Finally, at some point, he began to counterattack. Xianxia was on the defensive. As expected, this guy's fighting prowess has soared to the limit. Xianxia could sense that the Bloodthirster King's attacks were very close to the level of seizing heaven and exchanging life. That was the strongest level in the life-seizing level. Surpassing the 9th level of life-seizing was the key to reaching the reincarnation god realm. That's more like it. Although Xianxia was on the defensive, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Not only that, but he could also sense the power in his sea of cultivation increasing. When he had broken through to the 7th level of life-seizing, his Sea of Cultivation had gone to zero. Later, he had fused with the Xuanwu Tortoise Beast Soul and raised his Canopy Beast Soul to the first level of the Reincarnation God realm. That had raised his Sea of Cultivation by 20%. But that was the limit. No matter how much he cultivated, he could not raise his Sea of Cultivation. But now, the situation had changed once again. Following the battle with the bloodthirsty king, Ling Zhao's cultivation Sea energy had increased to 30%. And it was still going on. Not only that. Ling Xiao was also frequently using Fire Supreme's Blazing Sky Sword art in actual combat, honing his skills and control. Fire Supreme's Blazing Sky Sword art had only been cultivated to the large success stage before, but now it had been promoted to perfection in the continuous battle. But this was obviously not enough. Only the sword art of perfection was Ling Zhao's most perfect sword art. Realizing that Ling Xiao was not in danger, Dark Frost was relieved and focused on fighting the Undying King. At the same time, in the green zone, the battle was also very fierce. Fortunately, Dark Frost and Ling Xiao had taken the Undying King and the Bloodthirsty King away. Otherwise, the battle would have been even worse. Now, they could finally block the attacks of the monsters. As long as they waited until dawn tomorrow, this battle would end. So everyone gritted their teeth and fought with all their might. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Bloodthirsty King had also entered a white-hot stage. The cultivation Sea energy continued to increase. 40%, 50%, 80%, 90%, after reaching 90%, the speed gradually slowed down. At this time, the battle between the two sides had already lasted for more than 10 hours, and the sky had already darkened. In the dark, the monster's combat strength would skyrocket. This was extremely disadvantageous for both Dark Frost and Ling Xiao. I have to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao looked at the sky and finally unleashed his most powerful attack. Fire Supreme's Blazing Sky Sword art, Perfection Stage, Ice Supreme's Cold Sky Sword art, Perfection Stage, Soul Supreme's Ling Tian Sword art, Perfection Stage. The three swords combined into one and erupted with a terrifying power that was 15 times stronger than an ordinary primary king-level martial skill. The Bloodthirsty King seemed to have sensed fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. But how could Ling Xiao give him such a chance? Extreme Cold Domain. The Extreme Cold Domain spread out, and the surroundings fell into a cold realm. The Bloodthirsty King's body suddenly slowed down. At this moment, three-sword chi stabbed into the body of the Bloodthirster King. The 9th Division Life-Sizer collapsed to the ground. His body had been blasted into smithereens. One of the swords even destroyed the monster's head. Ling Xiao had seen the Undead King's powerful survival ability. He wasn't sure if the Bloodthirsty King could heal. Therefore, he would do his best to kill him. A ball of deviant fire was released from his hand. The terrifying flames instantly spread and burned the Bloodthirsty King's body to ashes. Only the life crystal was left on the ground. Ling Xiao casually scooped him up. This life crystal could not only be used to heal injuries and refine life pills, but it could also extend one's lifespan. The life crystal of a 9th Division 1-star Life-Sizer would add at least a month to his lifespan. Although it did not sound like much, to many old martial artists, 1 month of lifespan was extremely precious. Of course, to Ling Xiao, the life crystal could also be converted into potential in his body. This was something only he could do. Rumble, the collision in the sky roused Ling Xiao from his thoughts. He couldn't help but look up. The battle between Dark Frost and the Undead King was in full swing. Dark Frost was clearly stronger than she had been the last time they had fought. She was definitely not at a disadvantage against the Undead King. No, it's getting dark. If I don't get rid of the Undead King as soon as possible, the Bloodthirsty King will definitely grow stronger. The Undead King will definitely continue to grow stronger. If that happens, I'll be in big trouble. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Ling Xiao flew up into the air and unleashed his frigid domain. Although his frigid domain was weak, it still had an effect on the Undead King. As soon as he used it, Dark Frost had the upper hand. Next, Ling Xiao unleashed the Bloodthirsty Plague and the Death Kingdom Black Blight. As long as he could weaken the Undead King, he would use it. Dark Frost's advantage was even more obvious. Bastard! How could there be such a strange kid? The undead king was shocked. Ling Xiao had actually killed the bloodthirsty king, and was even affecting the undead king's battle. The undead king was both shocked and enraged. I'll kill you so I can fight in peace. The undead king stretched out a tentacle toward Ling Xiao. It was so fast that there was no way to evade it. Not even Ling Xiao could avoid it. The tentacle slammed into him, sending him crashing to the ground. Of course, Dark Frost didn't miss out on the opportunity to attack. An enormous spike pierced through the undead king's body. Although the undead king had an undying body, the bloodthirsty plague had greatly weakened his regenerative abilities. Girl, his life crystal is in his abdomen. A voice called out from the ground. The undead king was startled. Of course, he knew full well how powerful his attacks were, much less a 7th division life-sizer. He could even kill a 9th division life-sizer with a single blow. And yet, this kid was still standing. His face was a bit pale, and he was even coughing up blood. Most terrifying of all was that this kid had actually identified the location of his life crystal. That was terrifying. The only reason he had survived Dark Frost's attack last time was because Dark Frost hadn't been able to destroy his life crystal. Once the location of his life crystal was revealed, he would be dead for sure. Alright. Dark Frost didn't care how shocked the undead king was. Since he had dared to hurt Ling Xiao, she had to kill him. Soul-devouring domain. Dark Frost called upon the legacy of the Soul Emperor. Within the soul-devouring domain, all secret soul magics would be multiplied in power, perhaps by 5 or 6 times. Not only that, but once one mastered the soul-devouring domain, they would be able to use soul magics without limit. The amount of soul power consumed would be greatly reduced, perhaps by 50% at the most. Furthermore, the time it took to cast secret magics would be greatly reduced. Ordinary soul magics would be instantly cast, and super soul magics would be much easier to use. That was the most terrifying aspect of the soul-devouring domain. The pressure it exerted on an enemy's soul was only an additional effect. Soul-devouring wand, soul-sealing chains. As soon as the soul-devouring domain was unleashed, a strange wand appeared in Dark Frost's hand. The wand was pitch black, and clearly made from special materials. At the tip of the wand was a black gem. Although Xianxia didn't know what kind of material it was, he was certain that it would greatly enhance all secret soul magics. Dark Frost let out a soft moan. A total of 18 heavy chains appeared out of nowhere, some of which wrapped around the undead king's body. Others pierced the undead king's abdomen. Dark Frost had complete faith in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao said that the undead king's life crystal was in that location, then it had to be there. There was no mistaking it. The undying king resisted frantically. Countless tentacles and soul-sealing chains clashed in space. Yet, at this time, Ling Xiao came again. Extreme Cold Domain, Frost Dragon Breath. Casting Frost Dragon Breath in the Extreme Cold Domain, the power also increased several times. This was the same principle as the soul-devouring domain increasing the power of soul mystic arts. Originally, the undying king was at a disadvantage in the soul-devouring domain. Now, he was instantly frozen by Ling Xiao's Extreme Cold Domain and Frost Dragon Breath. Although it was only for a moment. Not even a second. But the strong could always seize this opportunity. The soul-sealing chains pierced through the undying king's abdomen, and a life crystal was directly sent flying. Devour. Ling Xiao directly cast Vertical Golden Light technique, arrived in front of that life crystal, released a cloud of black smoke in his hand, and directly swallowed that life crystal into his universe of Tyrant. No. The undying king burst into a hysterical scream, frantically carrying out a final struggle. It was a pity that without the life crystal, he also lost the undying body. Dark Frost was not stingy with her attacks, bombarding the undying king's body continuously. That body was riddled with holes, and finally completely shattered. Is it over? In the darkness, there was a faintly discernible figure, whose complexion was not very good. To Leng Qiuyan, today was really a failure. She originally planned to wait until Dark Frost and the Undying King fought until both sides suffered, and then go and possess Dark Frost. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao, this insignificant guy, actually became the biggest obstacle? Not only did he kill the Bloodthirster King, but he also actually helped Dark Frost easily kill the Undying King. So that apart from consuming a lot of vital essence and soul force, Dark Frost actually did not have any injuries at all. If she forcefully chose to possess it this time, it would really be too stupid. With Dark Frost's tenacious soul, it would probably be her soul that was destroyed instead. Looks like we can only take the long view. Leng Chuyan sighed helplessly. After we return, we still have to think of a way to make Yama's cultivation break through. Otherwise, with Yama's strength, I'm afraid he wouldn't be Ling Zhao's match. Thinking of this, she finally turned around and left. Since he was a soul, he wasn't afraid of being attacked by monsters. Girl, you should use this life crystal. This thing is still a little too powerful for me. It's a waste to use it now, but it's an opportunity for you to break through. After landing on the ground, Ling Xiao took out the life crystal of the Undead King and handed it to Dark Frost. Dark Frost hesitated for a moment before taking it. She knew very well that she was not strong enough to completely protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, her cultivation had to continue improving. I'll stand guard for you. Just cultivate here. Anyway, without the Bloodthirster King and Undead King, I'm not afraid of these trash monsters. Ling Xiao did not want to return to the green zone for the time being. Once Dark Frost went into closed-door cultivation there, it might be more dangerous than here. Okay. Dark Frost no longer hesitated and directly held the life crystal in her hand and started cultivating. Roar. Roar. Terrifying roars could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao could not help but frown, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Looks like because of the death of the Undead King and the Bloodthirster King, it caused the monsters to view us with hatred. They actually swarmed over to attack. He glanced at Dark Frost who was cultivating, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Girl, cultivate in peace. No matter what trouble you encounter, I'll solve it for you. He took a deep breath and then took out 3 refining formation stones. One was the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation, one was the Plague Bone Dissolving Formation, one was the Myriad Beasts Blood Refining Formation. These were the 3 formations that Ling Xiao used the most, and they were also the 3 formations that he liked to use the most. They were used to attack, weaken, and strengthen oneself. The Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation had astonishing destructive power and terrifying lethality. The Plague Bone Dissolving Formation could corrode the enemy's vital essence and body, weakening the enemy's combat power. The Myriad Beasts Blood Refining Formation could refine the enemy's corpse into power for Ling Xiao or other formations to use. Of course, these 3 formations could only delay the monster's attacks, and it was impossible to stop all of them. In the end, it still depended on Ling Zhao's battle. Roar. Roar. The roars were angry roars, and they were also calling for their companions. At this time, except for the green zone, almost all of the meteorite zone was the territory of the monsters. So with a casual call, countless monsters would gather. These guys might not be able to compare with the Bloodthirster King in terms of individual strength, let alone the Undead King. But once they came in groups, they would become a warrior's nightmare. The so-called Beast Tide was actually nothing more than that. And this was probably even more terrifying than the Beast Tide. Because most of these monsters had no brains at all, and no wisdom. They did not know fear, and they did not know fear. So no matter how you killed, it was impossible to scare them away. Unless you destroyed all of the monsters. But that was even more unrealistic. Ling Zhao's idea was very simple. He would hold on for a while until Dark Frost's cultivation level broke through, and then they would leave together. If it was just this, he could definitely do it. Finally, the first batch of monsters arrived. The Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation erupted. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and countless monsters were destroyed, turned into corpses, and even directly blasted into pieces. But the monsters behind still came one after another. Soon, the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation was passed. The monsters arrived at the Plague Bone Dissolving Formation. Thick green smoke seeped out from the ground. Even the undead would be sucked dry of vital essence and die when they encountered this green smoke. After all, if the monsters wanted to fight, they must have energy to maintain their bodies. Otherwise, it would be impossible. The second batch of monsters was destroyed by the Plague Bone Dissolving Formation. However, the third batch stepped on the corpses of the second batch and stepped into the final myriad beast blood refining formation. Blood soared into the sky. The myriad beast blood refining formation almost turned into a huge pool of blood. The monsters fell in one by one, and finally turned into nutrients to nourish the formation. The third batch of monsters was completely destroyed. But the monsters were still densely packed, as if there was no reduction. Although the three-layered formation was constantly destroying those monsters, there were still monsters rushing in. They rushed to the vicinity of Ling Xiao. Kill! A low and vicious voice roared out from Ling Xiao's mouth. A murderous aura bloomed from his body. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a sneer. Around him, 3 swords floated out of thin air. The Fire Supreme Sword, the Ice Supreme Sword, and the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword, the 3 swords merged into the Western Region tomb map. They turned into 3 terrifying sword lights, hanging above Ling Xiao's head. Roar! The monsters sensed the terrifying power erupting from Ling Xiao's body. But they did not know fear at all. They only knew now that it was this human who killed their king. So they wanted to destroy this human. The densely packed monsters continued to surround Ling Xiao. They were all survivors of the 3 formations. Not only were their vitality tenacious, but their strength was also stronger. Fortunately, there were only thousands of them. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for Ling Xiao to deal with them. In the sky, a sword was wrapped in flames. It was extremely hot. A sword was shining with ice crystals. It was extremely cold. A sword was filled with the terrifying smell of blood and soul. Fire Supreme Blazing Sky Sword Art, Ice Supreme Cold Sky Sword Art, Soul Supreme Ling Sky Sword Art, kill. At this time, Ling Xiao did not dare to hold back. He even released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. A terrifying and solemn aura bloomed from the pitch-black universe. The 3 swords became extremely huge under the amplification of the Sky Tyrant universe. It was as if any one of them could easily destroy a planet. On the ground, Ling Xiao's figure could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were 3 terrifying sword lights. It was like 3 heavenly punishments. Each of them was 15 times stronger than an ordinary beginner king-level martial skill. Roar! The monsters still did not know fear. Bloodthirsty roars came from their mouths. They all pounced towards the direction of the flickering light. They tried to tear the human with the sword apart. However, at this time, the sword lights fell. Flames, frost, bloodthirsty, 3 swords, 3 rays of light. They fell among the monsters. Rumble! A terrifying roar sounded. The monsters did not even have time to scream. In an instant, they completely disappeared from the ground. The terrifying attack completely tore them apart. This consumption is too great. I can't continue to use it. Although Ling Xiao could already use 3 swords at once after his breakthrough, he could only use it twice at most before he felt incomparably exhausted. He hurriedly swallowed a handful of pills. While he was recovering, he saw even more monsters rushing into the formation. He decided to change his way of fighting. The attack power of 3 swords was indeed astonishing, but there was really no need to turn the monsters into ashes. It was really like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. So he decided to make full use of his advantage. 3-headed lava hound beast soul, scorching hell, undying bird beast soul, undying bird strange flame. With the activation of the beast soul power, Ling Xiao's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. Huge meteorites continued to fall from the sky, smashing into the bodies of the monsters that had passed through the 3 formations. With this kind of attack, even if he continued, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about consuming too much of his true essence. That was because if he didn't consume too much energy at once, he could continue to rely on medicinal pills to replenish his energy. Compared to the 9 sovereign sword technique, its destructive power was a little weaker, but killing those monsters was no problem at all. The monsters continued to die. However, if this continued, there was no guarantee that this scorching hell would not be broken through. Therefore, Ling Xiao thought of a new doctrine. Not long ago, I refined the Undying King's Undying Plague into the 9 snake poison region's Undying Germs. Now, we can test its power. Thinking of this, he released the 9 snake poison domain again. 9 snakes poison domain, Undying Germs. Smoke filled the air and spread throughout the scorching hell. Suddenly, the monster that had been burned to the point where only bones were left stood up from the raging flames. The flames were still burning, but the flames had turned blue. 1, 2, 3, in the end, the monsters that died all stood up. They turned into burning skeletons and formed a solid line of defense around Ling Xiao. They began to fight face to face with the monsters that rushed in. Although the skeletons' combat strength was not too strong, the key was that they could be constantly replenished. As long as Ling Xiao had enough true essence, as long as Ling Xiao's soul force could support it, there was no problem at all. When the number of flaming skeletons increased to about 10,000, Ling Xiao finally felt a splitting headache. He knew that this was the limit. Therefore, he no longer released the undying germs. Only when the flaming skeletons were lost would he replenish them. And so it went back and forth. His battle suddenly became a lot easier. Even if there were fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to escape his destruction. If someone was nearby, they would find a strange scene. Countless monsters rushed crazily in one direction. However, that place was like a black hole, constantly devouring the lives of the monsters. No matter how many monsters went, in the end, they would not return. The strange situation here made the battle in the green zone much simpler. There were not that many monsters left, and many of the martial artists in the green zone were puzzled. But in the midst of battle, no one thought too much about it. This strange situation lasted for more than 5 hours. When the sky gradually brightened, Dark Frost finally opened her eyes. "Did you break through, little girl?" Ling Xiao was sitting there, resting. Many of his flaming skeletons had evolved into skeleton generals. Their battle prowess had soared to the 9th stage of life-seizing. This was because he had killed a large number of monsters. But if he was killed, he would have to start all over again. Of course, at least for now, with the help of these skeleton generals, Ling Xiao was very relaxed. In fact, he didn't even have to fight personally. "I broke through. But what's going on?" Dark Frost was dumbfounded. She had heard of secret techniques that could control the undead, but this was the first time she had seen one like Ling Xiao. "Look, this is what you saw. I used a little trick. Since you've broken through, let's go back to the green zone. Otherwise, some people might think we ran away. Besides, I don't think we can kill all the monsters in the meteorite zone. In a few more hours, I'll probably die of exhaustion. We have to go back to the green zone and rest." Ling Xiao suggested. "Let's go." Dark Frost grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and flew up into the air. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. "It's too bad I can't take those skeletons with me. I'll just have to leave them to fend for themselves." After all, he had controlled them to evolve them into skeleton generals. To be honest, Ling Xiao really didn't want to leave them behind. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't fit them in his beast ring, and even if he did, they would just be corpses in the mountain river world. Up ahead, the green zone appeared. The battle seemed to be coming to an end. However, there were still many monsters around the green zone, unwilling to leave. And perhaps because it was almost dawn, their attacks became even more frenzied. It was as if they were trying to finish the battle before dawn. The warriors in the green zone seemed to be very tired. But the period before dawn was the darkest time. It was also the time when the monsters were the craziest. No one dared to be negligent. The appearance of Ling Xiao and Dark Frost made many people excited again. Especially Dark Frost. Since she had returned, it meant that the undead king had been killed. This was definitely good news for the green zone. Otherwise, if that terrifying monster attacked, they might not be able to hold on. "Where the hell did you run off to in the middle of a critical battle? Why did you have to make Arch-Chancellor Darkfrost waste her time trying to save you?" As soon as Ling Xiao and Darkfrost entered the green zone, a discordant voice rang out. Ling Xiao turned to look, and sure enough, it was that idiot Yama. However, the Yama devils today seemed a little different from before. His aura was clearly much stronger than before. "He broke through?" Xianxia asked, his jaw dropping. Now he understood why Yama had suddenly become so arrogant. Seizing heavens and exchanging lives is also known as the ultimate life-seizing level. Once you reach that level, you'll be very close to breaking through to the reincarnation god realm. You'll be much stronger than a 9th division life-sizer. Dark Frost frowned. Big brother Ling Xiao, she said, there are only 8 days left until our agreement of 10 days. Are you sure you can beat him? Her worries weren't without reason. If Yama's cultivation base had been stuck in the 9th division of life-seizing, then Ling Xiao would have had no problem defeating him. But Yama had reached the seizing heavens and exchanging lives level. It would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to beat him. I'm not sure, Xianxia said. But don't we still have 8 days? Ling Xiao chuckled. 8 days is more than enough time for me to get stronger. If you're not sure, why don't you just cancel the agreement? After all, I'm already in the 3rd division of the reincarnation god realm. Nobody in Soul Hall is a match for me. Even if I cancel the agreement, no one would dare to say anything. Dark Frost said. As far as she was concerned, Ling Xiao was the most important person in her life. She didn't care about the agreement at all. Even if she had to fight some of the old freaks in Soul Hall, she wouldn't hesitate. That was especially true considering that Ling Xiao had killed at least 100,000 monsters in order to protect her. Although it seemed easy on the surface, it was actually very draining. Spirit stones and medicinal pills were also very expensive. Dark Frost was well aware of the situation. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's just the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm and not the reincarnation divine realm. What am I afraid of him for? Believe me, I'm also about to break through. Moreover, you've seen my king-class black tortoise divine body. Even the king of the undead, an expert at the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm, can't kill me easily. He's just Yama. He's nothing. But big brother Ling Xiao, it's not that I don't have confidence in you, but there's really no need for us to take this risk. After all, there were 3 stages between the life-seizing level and the life-seizing level. The disparity in strength was too great. What's more, if I'm not wrong, Yan Shifeng will definitely give the soul-extinguishing sword to Yama. The soul-extinguishing sword is a treasure-grade emperor artifact. It's a grade higher than your sword. The only way you can beat him is if you use Ice Age. But the problem is, you already said that you don't want the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Dark Frost finally understood why the old fox from Soul Hall had asked Ling Xiao not to use the legacy of the Ice Emperor. It was clearly a trap for Ling Xiao. I've already expected all of this, so it's not really unexpected. Unless, if you can't even defeat him, then you'll have to be careful. If I can't beat him, then how am I supposed to get you out of this damned place? Ling Xiao laughed. Dark Frost sighed helplessly. She had seen for herself how stubborn Ling Xiao was. He was really stubborn. Once he had decided on something, it was useless for anyone to change his mind. I'm talking to you, you piece of trash. Yama said, an unsightly expression on his face. His words were actually ignored. This was simply a great humiliation. Piece of trash, I heard you. You don't have to be so loud. Ling Xiao looked at Yama in disdain and said, you still have the face to say that I'm slacking off. I killed my way out and made those monsters cry for their moms and dads. Where were you at that time? Were you hiding in your mother's embrace and drinking milk? When the monster siege started, you were nowhere to be seen. Now you're pretending to be a human? You. Yama really wanted to crush Ling Xiao to death right now. However, when he saw Dark Frost beside Ling Xiao, he lost his temper. There was not even 10 days left. If he dared to touch Ling Xiao now, he would be courting death. There was no way Ming Shuang would let him live. What about me? I even killed the king of bloodthirsters. I've done a lot. You guys take your time fighting. I'll go back first. The current battle was coming to an end. Although it was dangerous, there was no need for him to make a move. With Dark Frost around, these monsters could not do anything at all. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to comprehend the gains from the previous battle and see if he could break through. If he could not break through on the day of the 10-day agreement, it would be troublesome to deal with Yama. Although he did not say it, he understood in his heart. Humph, empty words have no proof. And you think you can kill the king of bloodthirsters? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Yama snorted in disdain. I have a mirror at home. If you want to pee as a mirror, you can do it. Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao. Other than your sharp tongue, what else do you have? If you have the guts, fight me today. Yama could not wait any longer. He, who had broken through, wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. As long as Ling Xiao lived in this world, he would be extremely unhappy. Therefore, Ling Xiao must die. What's the point of fighting you now? There are still 8 days before the 10-day agreement. Just wash your neck and wait. You'd better not run away when the time comes. Ling Xiao naturally could not fight Yama here. First of all, this was not in line with the 10-day agreement. Even if he won, the old bastards of the Soul Hall would not admit it. Second, his cultivation had not broken through yet. It was not worthwhile to fight Yama, who had already reached the snatching fate-changing realm. He might even have to use the bloodthirsty rat in the end. But the problem was, he really did not want to use it. The regression of strength caused by the bloodthirsty rat was not a big deal. The key was that it was too torturous. Every time he used it, he would feel as if his body did not belong to him, as if he had experienced the punishment of the 18 layers of hell. It was a terrible feeling. Coward! Coward! Yama mocked. You're a hero, aren't you? Why don't we have a duel? Darkfrost said, looking coldly at Yama. Me? Yama said, completely flabbergasted. You're a reincarnation god, Pontifex Eminence. How could I possibly dare to fight you? Coward! Coward! Darkfrost said disdainfully. You're already in the snatching fate-changing realm. I'll fight you as a reincarnation god. What do you say? Me? Yama said, not daring to fight back. After experiencing the terror of the soul-devouring domain, Yama was deeply afraid of Darkfrost. How could he possibly dare to fight Darkfrost? You piece of trash. How can you have the face to call others cowards like this? Ling Xiao is only in the 7th division of life seizing, and yet he dares to fight you to the death. And you? You're already in the snatching fate-changing realm, and yet you don't dare to fight me. Are you even a man? Darkfrost didn't give Yama any face. In fact, she was criticizing Yama as if he were nothing. Yama was already regretting his decision. Why did he make such a ruckus? Even if he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, he could just wait for the promise of 10 days. By then, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao easily. Would he still have to worry about Darkfrost not being obedient to him? He was really too impulsive. Hall Master, I have a good suggestion. In order to ease the awkwardness of his grandson, Yan Shifeng finally spoke. Let's just treat it as a celebration for the 10-day promise. Today, we'll take advantage of the fact that this monster hasn't retreated. Let's let Ling Xiao and Yama attack together. Whoever kills the most monsters in the same amount of time will win. Of course, since it's a competition, there should be a prize. I have something here called the 7 ingenious jade jewels. Rumor has it that this 7 ingenious jade can help one get rid of one's inner demons during cultivation. It's also an essential material for cultivating certain martial arts techniques. Whoever wins, this 7 ingenious jade will belong to that person. Originally, Ling Xiao was not interested in such a boring competition. However, when he heard the name of the 7 ingenious jade, he immediately laughed. This was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. The 7 ingenious jade was an essential material for cultivating the saintly heavenly Linglong sword technique. To others, it might be used to calm one's inner demons during cultivation. However, to him, it was essential. Are you serious? At the thought of this, Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and asked. Of course. Yan Shifeng nodded. All right, I'm fine with it. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. Hearing this, Yan Shifeng was a little surprised. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would not agree. However, he could use this to divert Darkfrost's attention. This way, his grandson Yama would not be too embarrassed. Who knew that Ling Xiao would agree so straightforwardly? Could it be that this kid had some experience in killing monsters? Of course, he was just thinking about it. Since he had already said it, it was impossible to take it back. I'm fine with it too. Yama's reply was not slow either. After being scolded by Ming Shuang, he still had a belly full of anger that he had yet to vent. This was a good opportunity for the monster to vent its anger and embarrass Ling Xiao. Why not do it? Very well. Since you've all agreed to it, you can begin immediately once you hear my command. Although Yan Shifeng's heart ached for the 7 ingenious jade in his hands, when he thought about it carefully, the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and his grandson was too great. No matter how he looked at it, his grandson had won this battle. He was very happy to give this 7 ingenious jade to Yama. Brat, you managed to regain some face by relying on Hall Master Darkfrost's protection. But now, let's see who can help you. Yama stood on top of the city wall and glared at Ling Xiao. Hee, just don't cry later. Ling Xiao mocked. What a joke. Truth be told, before his breakthrough, Yama had been a bit afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, even the fiendish demon had died. He was somewhat worried. But now that he had broken through, he didn't care about Ling Xiao at all. What a joke. He was a mighty heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert, and Ling Xiao was just a 7th-level life-sizer. If he couldn't win, then he would be looking down on himself. Is everyone ready? Yan Shifeng asked. Perhaps it was because everyone had relaxed a lot, but now they had the time to turn around and watch the show. When they heard Yan Shifeng's voice, they all got excited. Old Lightning had been busy for a day and a night, so it wasn't a bad idea to watch the show. Who do you think will win? Duh. It's the exalted Yama, of course. There's no suspense. That's right, that's right. The difference in strength is obvious. Even if that Ling Xiao has some tricks up his sleeve, there's no way he can beat the exalted Yama. Yeah. The exalted Yama is already in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. I bet he's even stronger than the 4 kings of all kingdoms. He's the most outstanding young genius in all of the 4 organizations. What does Ling Xiao have to compete with him? Most of the people arguing were from the Soul Hall. As for the neutral side, they were hoping that the show would be more exciting, and that no one would be the first to lose. But deep down, they were convinced that Yama would win. I'm ready. Ling Xiao said, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Since he had agreed to this competition, he had his own tricks up his sleeve. He was determined to obtain the 7 ingenious jade. Even if he had to play a little trick, he would not hesitate to do so. I'm ready as well. Yama was eager to give it a try. As an expert, he wouldn't think about outsmarting Ling Xiao. Instead, he decided to crush Ling Xiao with his strength. Alright, get ready. Begin. As Yan Shifeng's voice fell, the Yama suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Extreme cold domain, frost dragon breath, bloodthirsty plague, boundary martial spirit. Before Yama could react to what had happened, he found himself trapped in the boundary. Moreover, all sorts of negative statuses were added to his body, making him very depressed. This scene also stunned the people who were watching the show. Isn't this against the rules? Someone looked at Yan Shifeng and asked. Yan Shifeng was also stunned. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to do this. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to Yama's, and he definitely wouldn't dare to provoke Yama. But looking at the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. Of course it's not against the rules. After all, Yan Shifeng didn't say that you can't do this before. Dark Frost replied for Yan Shifeng. Yan Shifeng smiled bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. However, Yama was very happy at this moment. Idiot, I just wanted to find a chance to fight you one-on-one, but I was blocked by Palace Master Darkfrost. I didn't expect an idiot like you to deliver yourself to me. Just nice. Yama looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. We'll see if you can catch me. Ling Xiao mocked, in this world, as long as I don't want to die, warriors below the reincarnation divine realm can forget about catching me. Are you planning to escape for the rest of your life? Besides, you and I are both trapped here. Don't even think about hunting monsters. Yama said with a frown. Who told you I couldn't? Ling Xiao chuckled, releasing the 9-snake beast soul. Then, his 9-snake venom domain bloomed among the monsters. Once again, the undying germs showed their might. At first, the monsters surrounded by the 9-snake venom domain were tormented by the germs until they died. The monsters that died were only in the 6th or 7th stage of the life-seizing level, and weren't particularly strong. But then, the monsters came back to life, transformed into flaming skeletons, and worked together to kill the monsters around them. As a result, their strength continued to rise. Actually, they didn't need to get too strong. Yama couldn't kill any of the monsters, so as long as Ling Xiao's undying germs could kill 1 or 2 monsters, he would win. Yan Shifeng had given him 1 hour. As long as Ling Xiao could last an hour without being killed by Yama, he would win. Yama was about to explode from anger when he saw the flaming skeleton in the middle of battle. "You're really shameless," Yama said angrily. "Shameless? If you don't have the ability, then don't say that others are shameless. I'm killing monsters fair and square. Compared to the dirty things you've done, it's much more noble." Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "You're hiding to cultivate, but you're slandering and mocking people who are working hard to kill monsters. You're really shameless." "Shut up, I'll kill you." Yama tried his best to calm himself down. It didn't matter if he lost the competition. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care about anything else. Thus, he began to attack wildly. However, Ling Xiao started to act shamelessly and refused to face him head-on. Extreme Frost Domain, Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. The Yama demon was very depressed by the fact that he had to fight one after another. Although Yama was indeed stronger than Ling Xiao, in the Extreme Frost Domain, Ling Xiao was like a fish in water, difficult to catch. He wasted a full half an hour. Yama's face became more and more gloomy. "Alright, since I can't catch you, I won't catch you. I'll show you something ruthless." The Yama demon sneered and sent out a thought. With a thought, a huge ball of lightning appeared above his head. After this ball of lightning appeared, it continued to expand, as if it was going to fill up the entire barrier. "Not good, this guy's soul secret technique is really strong." Ling Xiao frowned. Against large-scale attacks, the Extreme Frost Domain was still effective. However, the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps couldn't be used in this barrier. "It's about time," he muttered to himself and then quietly withdrew his barrier martial soul. At that moment, the ball of lightning finally exploded. The area within a radius of more than 10 meters had almost become a field of lightning. "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, aren't you very good at dodging? Let's see how you're going to dodge now." Yama was very excited. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he would be happy. "I don't know what you're so happy about. It's such a powerful attack, but it doesn't have any aim." "Where are you aiming?" Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice came from behind Yama. He was actually completely unharmed. "Don't run." Yama's heart suddenly became extremely depressed. He didn't expect that his attack would actually miss completely. He chased after Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao continued to run towards the vast wilderness. Yama hesitated for a moment before chasing after him. He didn't believe that he wouldn't dare to go to a place that Ling Xiao could. One ran while the other chased. They went straight to the place where Ling Xiao had dealt with the monster. At this moment, only 3 flaming skeletons were left on the ground. However, there was something strange about the 3 flaming skeletons. Not only had they reached the 9th division of life seizing, but they had also reached a terrifying level. Furthermore, a pair of flaming wings had sprouted from its body. "You 3, Xianxia said. Get over here and stop this bastard." With a thought from Ling Xiao, the 3 flaming skeletons stopped fighting and flew up into the air to surround Yama. "Have fun, grandson," Xianxia said. "I'm heading back." Waving goodbye to Yama, Ling Xiao turned and left. "You get back here," Yama said angrily. He knew that Ling Xiao had played him again. He wanted to chase after Ling Xiao, but before he could even get 2 meters away, one of the flaming skeletons blocked his path. "Damn it. Just you wait, Ling Xiao. When we get back, I'm going to teach you a lesson." He didn't dare to be careless. After all, 3 flaming skeletons were in the 9th division of life seizing, and they could fly. There was no way they would be easy opponents to defeat. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was back in the green zone. Everyone was confused to see that he was the only one who had returned. Yan Shifeng couldn't help but ask, "Where's Yama?" "How would I know? I ran, and I lost sight of him. Ling Xiao shrugged. Damn it. Yan Shifeng said, flying up into the air to find Yama. He knew that Ling Xiao was crafty, and that Yama was no match for Ling Xiao in terms of scheming. He could only be toyed with. Worried about Yama's safety, he decided to go check on him. Prime Elder Yan Shifeng, Yang Qi said, if you're going to find him, why don't you give me the sevenfold ingenuity jade? It's against the rules for outsiders to join a fight. Ling Xiao smiled. Here you go. Without the slightest hesitation, Yan Shifeng handed the jade over to Ling Xiao. Compared to the outcome of this competition, he clearly felt that his grandson was more important. Thank you. Ling Xiao took the sevenfold ingenuity jade and chuckled. He called out to Dark Frost and the two of them left. With the flaming skeleton that was getting stronger, the remaining monsters were not a problem. Moreover, it was already dawn. The monsters were no longer as ferocious as before and had begun to retreat. Even if they didn't fight, they would all leave in a while. What did you do to that Yama? Dark Frost asked curiously. Nothing much. I lured him to the place where we fought and surrounded him with my flaming skeleton. Ling Xiao said casually. Hee, you're so bad. Dark Frost couldn't help but laugh. That's right, girl. Smile. I like to see you smile. Ever since the day Ling Xiao saw Dark Frost's expression had always been cold or bitter. It was obviously not good for a little girl to always have such an expression. He also hoped that Dark Frost could smile more. Although this kind of thing was not realistic before leaving the Soul Hall, Ling Xiao would do his best. After returning to the Green Zone, Ling Xiao quickly entered a state of seclusion. The continuous battles had benefited him a lot. He needed to calm down and integrate all the good things into his cultivation. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow is the 10-day agreement. Why don't I relax? Ling Xiao, who was on Xuanwu Lake, revealed a smile. He had already worked hard. At this time, the night of the 9th day had arrived. It was time to go and relax. Ming Xuan had been staying by his side all this time and hadn't gone out at all. He planned to take Dark Frost to the Green Zone to play before tomorrow's battle. The Green Zone was actually not small. And it had a very mature market. Especially after the last monster siege, the undead king was killed. The warriors of the Meteorite Zone finally gained the upper hand. These days, the number of warriors coming from outside was several times more than usual. Their arrival not only brought a lot of rumors. They also brought a lot of good things. Ling Xiao planned to go to the market to try his luck. Maybe he could find the materials to cultivate the 7-star heavenly meteorite sword art. Hearing that they were going out to play, Dark Frost was obviously very happy. It was just that this child was too good at hiding her emotions. Before the smile could spread, it disappeared again. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the transformation of Dark Frost had to be done slowly. It was a little difficult to let Dark Frost recover from the pain of the past in a short time. The market was indeed very lively. At this time, people were basically talking about tomorrow's battle. Ling Xiao and Yama became the center of the topic. And the battle had obviously become a big event in the entire Green Zone. Dark Frost didn't seem to be interested in shopping, but she was very concerned about the discussions of those people. Ling Xiao sighed and was about to leave. Originally, he came out to shop to change Dark Frost's mood. Since it was useless, why should he shop? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto an item on a stall. It was a beautiful bloodstone pendant. It emitted an intoxicating light. In the eyes of outsiders, this might just be an ordinary bloodstone pendant, which was basically useless for martial artists. It was just an ordinary ornament. But Ling Xiao could feel that the remnant soul of Yushin in his body seemed to have a reaction. Could it be that this bloodstone pendant was actually related to Yushin's remnant soul? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Anyway, an ordinary ornament wasn't worth much money. If he bought it, even if it was useless, it wouldn't be a loss. Boss, how much is this thing? Ling Xiao asked. Dark Frost also noticed the bloodstone pendant at this time. Although she didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao wanted that. But she still walked over. Seeing Dark Frost coming over. A hint of cunning flashed in the stall owner's eyes as he smiled and said, "This bloodstone pendant came from the chicken blood mountain where Yushin once cultivated. The value is extremely high. But since it's Hall Master Darkfrost's friend who wants it, I'll give you a cheaper price. 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones." 100,000? Isn't it a bit too expensive? It's just an ordinary bloodstone. I can't see anything special about it. Ling Xiao frowned and said. He knew that this boss was ripping him off. It was obvious that he was cheating him. He probably thought that he was Darkfrost's friend, so he had more spirit stones. It was true that he had a lot of spirit stones, but he really didn't want to be a sucker. Popper, isn't it just 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones? I'll take it. At this moment, a very unpleasant voice came. Ling Xiao didn't need to look to know who it was. It was Yama. Today's Yama felt stronger than 7 days ago, although his cultivation was still at heaven-seizing fate-changing realm. However, in terms of aura, it was indeed much stronger. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that Lord Yama is still alive. Congratulations. 7 days ago, the two of them competed. Ling Xiao lured Yama out of the green zone, and then let his flaming skeletons besiege him. However, he was later rescued by Yan Shifeng. This grudge had been formed. Therefore, Ling Xiao could understand why this guy would stand out to pick a fight. I still remember what happened that day. Tomorrow is the 10th day. I don't know if you're ready to die. Yama snorted coldly. The battle between Yama and Ling Xiao tomorrow was basically known to all the martial artists in the market. Seeing the two of them actually appear here at the same time, they couldn't help but come over to watch the show. Hee, I don't know how to die. I only know how to kill. Ling Xiao said with a smile, you escaped a calamity last time. You should learn to be obedient. For tomorrow's battle, I think it's better for you to admit defeat early. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Bullshit, how can Lord Yama lose to a guy like you who bewitches people's hearts? The Soul Hall martial artists who stood on Yama's side naturally occupied the majority. In front of Darkfrost, they didn't dare to speak too overboard. However, they all thought that it was Ling Xiao who bewitched Darkfrost, causing Darkfrost to protect Ling Xiao at all times. This made the Soul Hall martial artists hate Ling Xiao even more. Slap your mouth. When Ling Xiao said this, a palm print appeared on that person's face. I bewitched people's hearts. Are you trying to say that your Hall Master's brain isn't as good as yours? That person was originally hit by Ling Xiao and was still very angry. However, when he heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Apologies, Hall Master. I didn't mean that. Darkfrost didn't mind. If he was bewitched, so be it. In any case, she just felt that Ling Xiao treated her well. If he didn't treat her well, would Ling Xiao save her life time and time again? In this world, how many people would risk their lives for others? Ling Xiao, you're becoming more and more arrogant by relying on the Hall Master's favor. You actually dare to casually hit my inner Hall martial artists? Yama said coldly. I'm arrogant. Are you going to bite me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You. Yama had never seen someone like Ling Xiao. He couldn't win an argument and didn't even dare to hit him. It was simply infuriating. Just you wait. I'll definitely teach you a lesson tomorrow. He could only suppress his anger. After all, tomorrow was the last day of the promise of 10 days. Let this brat be arrogant for one more day. It was nothing. I'm already very good looking. I don't need your help. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Yama felt that he was going crazy. He couldn't be bothered to continue entangling with Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at Darkfrost and said, Hall Master, if you like this bloodstone pendant, I'll buy it for you. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing to me. He had just arrived and thought that the one who wanted to buy the bloodstone pendant was Darkfrost and not Ling Xiao. That was why he made such a move. No need. I can still afford 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Darkfrost said indifferently. She didn't want to owe Yama a favor. Girl, why don't you want it? He's so rich and wants to curry favor. There's no loss in accepting it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Seeing that Yama was so attentive, how could he reject him? All right. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Dark Frost nodded. Thank you for your sincerity. The boss didn't care who paid, as long as they paid, it was fine. He handed the pendant to Yama. Yama respectfully handed it back to Dark Frost. Brother Ling Xiao, this is for you. Dark Frost was too naive. She didn't expect that doing this would cause such a serious blow to Yama. She actually gave the bloodstone pendant to Ling Xiao in front of Yama. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. He smiled at Yama and hung the pendant around his neck. Thank you, Master Yama. This little thing is really not worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Since you are so generous, then I'll reluctantly accept it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Dark Frost, how can you do this? Yama was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What did I do? You were the one who thought too highly of yourself. You insisted on buying it. I told you I wasn't short on spirit stones. Dark Frost's expression was cold, and she didn't give Yama any face at all. Great. Great. That's great. Yama's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As far as he was concerned, this was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. He simply couldn't accept it. And yet, with Dark Frost here, there was nothing he could do about it. Therefore, he had no choice but to vent his anger on the stall owner. Die. Yama said with a cold snort. Waving his right hand, he sent out a terrifying bolt of lightning that slammed into the stall owner. The stall owner was instantly killed. For better or for worse, the stall owner was in the 8th division of life seizing, and yet Yama had killed him with a single move. The Yama Devil's strength was not to be underestimated. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the dead stall owner. An ordinary bloodstone pendant was being sold for 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, and to the Chief of Hall of Souls at that. If that wasn't suicidal, then what was? This was the primeval necropolis. If one was not strong enough to cheat others here, wouldn't that be the same as seeking death? Killing was always the main theme of the immemorial divine tomb. And the law of the jungle was even more terrifying here than anywhere else. Lord Yama, you're so impressive. Ling Xiao smiled and directly held Dark Frost's small hand in front of everyone, turned around, and left. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Yama's mouth was bleeding. He had bitten his gums so hard that they broke. It was enough to show how angry he was at this moment. Lord Yama, don't mind him. That kid only dares to be so presumptuous because of Hall Master Dark Frost's protection. Yes, in the end, that kid is trash. In tomorrow's battle, Lord Yama will definitely kill that kid. Yes, yes, yes. After tomorrow, Lord Yama will have the Ice Emperor's inheritance. At that time, his strength will not lose to Dark Frost's. The position of Hall Master of Soul Hall should be changed. Listening to these people's flattery, Yama's mood improved slightly. But when he saw Ling Xiao and Dark Frost holding hands, his mentality collapsed again. Bastard couple, I will definitely make you regret it, definitely. He gritted his teeth fiercely, then turned around and walked towards Soul Hall. Today, the inner hall was holding an internal meeting. Only the upper echelons of the inner hall were qualified to participate. And the outer hall, including the hall master, were not allowed to be present. Yama could roughly guess what this meeting was about. At that time, the three ancestors would probably also appear. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost, your good days have come to an end. Beside Xuanwu Lake, Ling Xiao and Dark Frost walked together, looking at the scenery on the lake and feeling the fresh air. Dark Frost suddenly said, Brother Ling Xiao, I feel that something is wrong today. That Yama is usually not so bold. I keep feeling that there is some conspiracy brewing in the dark. You noticed it too? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Yama's eyes are flickering with madness. I also feel that something is wrong. If it was just to kill me, he shouldn't have done that. Then what should we do? Dark Frost asked. Two choices. First, we should leave the green zone now and go far away. It doesn't matter what they are plotting. Second, stay here. No matter what kind of scheme it is, we'll bear it together. Ling Xiao replied. If you leave, you'll definitely be called a coward. Don't you care? Dark Frost could not help but ask. That's nothing. I'm used to being scolded all the time. In this world, you can't live a better life just because you have a sharp tongue. If that's the case, I'll be invincible. In this world, it's all about strength. As long as we're strong enough, those bullshit will disappear sooner or later. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. The key problem is actually you. Me? Dark Frost was stunned for a moment and was somewhat puzzled. You've been hiding it from me, haven't you? Actually, the Soul Hall should have something on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed here forever. After all, there's only pain and torture here. Ling Xiao suddenly said. You actually know about it. Dark Frost was very surprised. You don't have to be so surprised. I'm not an idiot. There are some things that I can always sense. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Sigh, in the end, you still don't trust me completely. No. It's definitely not like that. I just don't want Brother Ling Xiao to take the risk. Dark Frost shook her head. Alright, then tell me, what happened that made you have no choice but to stay in this dark place? Ling Xiao asked. Actually, it's nothing. You know, the souls of the soul race are very powerful. And unlike ordinary people, our souls are divided into two parts. One part is the life soul, and the other part is the Dharma soul. The life soul is the key to a person's survival. The Dharma soul is the key to using soul secret arts. In fact, the two aren't so clearly separated. They are mixed with each other, so even if one's soul is preserved, one can still live. My life soul is sealed by the inner hall. There's only the Dharma soul in my body, so my emotions are very indifferent. Once I'm too far away from the soul hall or away for too long, I can't do it. Shameless. Before Dark Frost finished speaking, Ling Xiao had already cursed. He really didn't expect the soul hall's inner hall to be so shameless. Not only did they make a little girl suffer immense torture, but they also wanted to control her. They actually sealed her life soul, which was half of her soul. No wonder Dark Frost didn't dare to kill Yama. It turned out that she was worried about that. Do you know where the life soul is sealed? Ling Xiao asked. It should be on a certain patriarch. Dark Frost said. I see. By keeping this thing by your side, it won't affect your movements and can control you. These guys are really sneaky. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with hatred. Girl, don't worry. Since I know about this, I'll definitely help you get your life soul back. That's not important. Dark Frost shook her head and said, I only hope that Brother Ling Xiao can be safe and sound. They can control my life soul and can only bind me here, but they can't stop me from killing people. If they dare to do anything to you, I'll definitely make everyone in the soul hall regret it. Hearing Dark Frost's words, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. However, he had already decided that no matter what, he would take back the life soul for Dark Frost. Even if he had to become enemies with the entire soul hall, he wouldn't hesitate. After all, if Dark Frost could become enemies with the soul hall for him, why couldn't he? Little Gold should be waking up soon. He could feel that his strength had increased a lot this time. This was very important for seizing the life soul. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had finally sensed the changes in Cold Plum when he was cultivating recently. After detoxifying Cold Plum, he had placed Cold Plum in the Mountain River realm to rest. However, a few days ago, when he went to check again, he discovered that the butterfly lady, who had always been in the Mountain River realm, had disappeared. Surprisingly, a pair of beautiful butterfly wings had actually grown out of Cold Plum's back. Moreover, he had asked Lin Mei about it, and Lin Mei said that she had an additional memory in her mind. This memory seemed to be a part of her missing memories. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked when he heard this. Cold Plum's identity had always been unknown. The butterfly lady's identity was also a mystery. Unexpectedly, there was actually a special connection between the two. This was very surprising. According to the Yuan Venerate, Cold Plum's identity might have been a human immortal from the primordial era or even an existence on par with the human monarch. However, because of the primordial war, Cold Plum's soul had shattered and turned into many parts. Cold Plum's memories had become incomplete ever since. The butterfly lady was actually a part of Cold Plum's memories. However, these memories were clearly incomplete. However, after Cold Plum fused with the Butterfly Lady, her strength and talent had soared. There was no need to doubt this. Ling Xiao and Darkfrost's worries were not without reason. Because at this moment, a secret meeting was being held in the inner palace. This meeting involved the future development of the Soul Palace. Sitting in the meeting room was Yan Shifeng, as well as the upper echelons of the inner palace, including Yama, Blood Demon, and Ling Qiuyan. There were also a few core elders of the inner palace. Even the 3 inner palace patriarchs had appeared. However, these 3 did not reveal their true bodies, only 3 phantoms looming in the meeting room. But no one dared to be disrespectful to them. Shifeng, everyone is here. What are you going to do? One of the patriarchs asked faintly. Many people might not know that these 3 patriarchs were the Soul Palace 3 demons in the past. Ice Demon Patriarch, Fire Demon Patriarch, and Thunder Demon Patriarch, however, their seniority was much higher than Yama and Blood Demon. They were powerhouses who had existed since the establishment of the Soul Palace. It was a pity that after their cultivation reached a certain stage, they stopped advancing. Their lifespan was decreasing rapidly. The reason why they chose the meteorite zone to come to the immemorial divine tomb this time was largely because there were enough monsters here to obtain a large number of life crystals. To extend the lifespan of the 3 demon patriarchs. If they lived for one more day, they might break through. Every time they broke through, their lifespan would increase by a lot. 3 patriarchs, my meaning is very clear. Darkfrost is no longer the palace master. We need to replace her with a new palace master. Yan Shifeng said faintly. Although many people had thought of this matter, they were still a little surprised when they heard it from Yan Shifeng. A new palace master? The problem is that Darkfrost's reputation in the outer palace is extremely high. Moreover, she killed the undead king this time and her reputation has soared. Is it appropriate to touch her now? One of the elders asked. Now is the best opportunity. Yan Shifeng said sternly, and I have already made a comprehensive plan. When the time comes, not only will we abolish Darkfrost, the palace master, but if anyone in the outer palace dares to follow her, get rid of them all. The day will be tomorrow. Tomorrow? Isn't that the day of the battle between Ling Xiao and Lord Yama? Someone asked. That's right. After Yama kills Ling Xiao, he will definitely cause Darkfrost to lose her mind. At that point, we will launch a sudden attack. As long as I use the treasures in the inner hall, my chances of success will greatly increase. After that, let Qiuyan possess Darkfrost. You only need to kill the traitors of the outer palace. If we succeed, our Soul Palace will have the Ice Emperor's inheritance and the Soul Emperor's inheritance. Let me ask you, is there anyone in the western regions who can match us? Yan Shifeng said coldly. Let's do it. Yama suddenly said, today, I met Darkfrost and Ling Xiao humiliated me. However, Darkfrost was actually helping Ling Xiao. In my opinion, if we hadn't imprisoned her soul, she would have attacked us long ago. Rather than that, it would be better to be straightforward and kill her as well. As long as her body belongs to my mother, not only will our Soul Palace not suffer any losses, but our Soul Palace will also not suffer any losses. Instead, we will become even stronger. What do you think, forefathers? Yan Shifeng raised his head and asked. When Soul Palace was founded, there was no outer palace. This outer palace was suggested by one of the palace masters. Actually, all 3 of us were against it. Slaves are slaves. To have a separate outer palace is clearly lowering the status of masters like us. The Ice Devil forefather said coldly, this plan is basically complete, but there is one point. Can Yama really defeat Ling Xiao? Forefather, please don't worry. Yama is already at the destiny-changing realm and has a supreme treasure like the soul-extinguishing sword. In addition to the barren sword art that he cultivates, killing Ling Xiao will be as easy as flipping his hand. Moreover, Ling Xiao has already been forbidden from using his most powerful Ice Emperor inheritance. In that case, what is there to be afraid of for Ling Xiao? Yan Shifeng said with a smile. Yes, if that's the case, then there's nothing to lose. However, just in case, we still have to hide Darkfrost's soul. As long as that thing is in our hands. Even if something unexpected happens, we can turn the tables in one fell swoop. The fire devil forefather said in a deep voice. Forefathers, please don't worry. Darkfrost's soul is in my hands. Yan Shifeng took out a round ball from his storage ring. There was a pulsing light blue light inside. It was Darkfrost's soul. As long as I, Yan Shifeng, am alive, my soul will not be lost. Yan Shifeng swore. Yama was a little speechless at the cautiousness of these old fellows. They were clearly looking down on him. However, he still did not dare to refute. After all, the three forefathers were too powerful. He could not afford to offend them. If he really offended any of them, he might even lose his life in the end. Alright, let's end the meeting here. Don't make a fuss. Prepare in secret. Tomorrow will be the day of change. The Thunder Devil waved his hand, and the three figures disappeared. Then, the others left one after another. Yan Shifeng said to Yama, tomorrow, you are the key to the entire plan. Ling Xiao must die, only when he dies will Darkfrost's emotions be affected. Only when her emotions are affected will I have the chance to use that treasure. Do you know? Grandpa, don't worry. In tomorrow's battle, I will definitely make Ling Xiao die without a burial ground. Yama nodded heavily. Actually, even if Yan Shifeng hadn't said it, he had already planned to do so. Ling Xiao, that fellow, was really too infuriating. No matter what, he would not let him go. The next morning, numerous martial artists had already gathered by Lake Xuanwu. In addition to the martial artists from the Hall of Souls, there were also many neutral martial artists. Everyone knew that today, Ling Xiao and Yama would have a showdown. Ling Xiao was the mysterious man with Darkfrost. Many people had come to the Green Zone recently, and many knew of his past deeds. When he was in the 6th stage of life seizing, he had killed the Mirror Devil King of the Myriad Kingdoms, and seriously injured the Koi King. He had also taken the Ice Emperor's legacy from the Dragon Shark King. 3 of the 4 kings of the Myriad Kingdoms had done nothing to stop him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying he was. However, such rumors were treated as a joke, and only a small number of people believed them. Most people thought it was just a rumor. After all, with Ling Xiao's little bit of strength, how could he possibly accomplish such a thing? This was simply too absurd. Only an idiot would believe such a laughable rumor. As for Yama, most people were familiar with him. He was a top genius from the Hall of Souls, second only to Darkfrost. His cultivation base was already in the heaven-seizing fate swap level, and he wasn't any weaker than the Dragon Shark King or the Heavenly Prince. Apparently, the Dragon Shark King had also recently broken through. As for the Heavenly Prince, he had received the legacy of the Heavenly Sword Emperor. That was why Yama needed the Ice Emperor's legacy. A month from now, the Master of the God Devil Medallion would personally host a competition between young martial artists in the Primeval God Necropolis. Supposedly, the top 3 would receive personal guidance from the Master of the God Devil Medallion. And the rewards would be lavish. Perhaps that was why Yama was so desperate to get stronger. Yama had arrived early, and was sitting with the leaders of Soul Hall, waiting for the competition to begin. Right now, the only thing on his mind was the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Don't worry, Exalted Yama. You're already in the heaven-seizing fate exalted level, so why would you care about a piece of trash in the 7th division of life seizing? That's right. Given your latent talent, once you get the legacy of the Ice Emperor, you'll be even stronger. It wouldn't be surprising if you broke through to the Reincarnation God realm. In a month, you'll definitely get into the top 3 with the legacy of the Ice Emperor in the God Devil Invitational. Then, you'll receive personal guidance from the Master of the God Devil Medallion. When that happens, Soul Hall will be even stronger. What do you mean top 3? I'll definitely take first place. You can't say that. I haven't even gotten the legacy of the Ice Emperor yet. Yama sounded very humble, but inside, he was feeling very good. It was almost as if he could already see himself in the God Devil Invitational a month from now. You're far too humble, Exalted Yama. If you ask me, Ling Xiao doesn't deserve the legacy of the Ice Emperor. If he got the legacy of the Ice Emperor, it would be a complete waste. It would be a complete waste. If the Exalted Yama had the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he would have mastered it long ago. Unlike that piece of trash who hasn't made any progress. Ha ha ha. Yama chuckled, but didn't deny it. It was almost as if he had forgotten that he had failed to gain enlightenment of the Soul Emperor's legacy. It was hard to say where he got his confidence from. Why did he think he could gain enlightenment of the legacy of the Ice Emperor? It was almost laughable. And yet, everyone seemed to have tacitly chosen to ignore that fact. Of course, one had to admit that Yama was indeed powerful. Heaven-seizing fate-changing realm. On top of that, the soul-extinguishing sword that was passed down from his ancestors was a precious Emperor artifact. In addition, there was also the barren sword art that he had successfully cultivated 7 days ago. That was an elementary king-level martial skill. Even in the entire western region, it was one of the top martial skills. With the three of them combined, how could Ling Xiao possibly be a match for him? However, no one realized that the atmosphere today was a little strange. In Soul Hall, almost all the inner hall martial practitioners had come out. However, only a small portion of the outer hall martial practitioners had come to guard the perimeter. This was something unusual. However, on this unusual day, no one would care about those unusual things. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the upcoming decisive battle. Time passed by, and it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Everyone was getting a little impatient. Doesn't that Ling Xiao live on Xuanwu Lake? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Don't tell me he slipped away. Heh. That's possible. When he made the bet with the exalted Yama, Yama was only in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. I bet he never imagined that the exalted Yama would break through. Maybe he was too scared to show up. But according to the rumors outside, he seems to be very brave and fierce. Ha. You idiot. How could you believe those rumors? That guy must have paid someone to put on a show of bravado for him. You think that's enough to scare the exalted Yama? What a joke. Whether it was the neutral camp or the Soul Hall martial practitioners, everyone was getting impatient with Ling Xiao for not showing up. None of the words they said were pleasant to hear. It was almost as if Ling Xiao really had chosen to run away. Grandpa, is Ling Xiao really still in the green zone? Yama suddenly looked over at Yan Shifeng. What's the rush? He's obviously trying to mess with your mind. If you get anxious, you won't be able to keep your cool. If you can't keep your cool, you won't be able to unleash your full power. Yan Shifeng looked at Yama. He'll come. That kid isn't afraid of dying. Actually, that's good for you. If he's not afraid of dying, you'll be able to kill him. Of course, you have to be careful. Don't be careless just because he can't use the Ice Emperor's legacy. That kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. You saw those strange flaming skeletons last time. Grandson understands. Yama nodded, although inwardly, he didn't think much of it. If Ling Xiao couldn't use the Ice Emperor's legacy, what was there to be afraid of? What Ling Xiao had done 7 days ago was only useful against a large number of weak opponents. In a one-on-one fight, it was useless. Bluntly speaking, it was useless. Yang Qi really couldn't think of anything to be worried about. Even as he was lost in thought, the waters of Lake Xuanwu began to churn. Soon, a figure appeared on the surface of the lake. Ling Xiao was walking across the water toward the shore. Humph. You really know how to put on an act. I can't believe you're trying to show off in a situation like this. Yama snorted coldly, clearly disdainful of Ling Xiao's actions. Ling Xiao walked across the water like a divine dragon. His black hair floated in the wind, and his green robes danced in the wind. Many of the female martial artists in the crowd couldn't help but shriek. Their shrieks irritated some of the male martial artists. What the hell is this? Come on. What a show-off. That's right. The way I see it, he's just trying to hide the fear in his heart. Don't be fooled by how calm he looks. Deep down, he's probably terrified. After all, his opponent, Yama, is in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. And he's just a 7th division life-sizer. The difference between the two of them is huge. I can't believe you idiots don't believe me. I'm from the Glacier District. I saw this kid walk out of the Ice Emperor's tomb with my own eyes. King Dragon Shark, King Koi, and King Mirror Devil were all there. If he could take the Ice Emperor's legacy from those three, how could he possibly be weak? Many of the Glacier District martial artists were feeling indignant on behalf of Ling Xiao. Bullshit. Do you really think anyone would believe that rumor? Do you really think they're idiots? Don't listen to that idiot. The way I see it, Ling Xiao is going to die here today. The dissent was quickly suppressed. Everyone finally came to a consensus. They all felt that Ling Xiao was just a show-off who knew how to show off. He didn't have much strength. As for Palace Master Ming Xuang, such a cute little girl, she was also deceived by this guy's flirtatious appearance. Otherwise, why would she be with him? Big bro Ling Xiao, they're laughing at you. Dark Frost suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Apparently, no one had noticed her just now. I'm used to it, Xianxia said. Most people like to follow the crowd. Whatever others say, they say. They think it's the truth. Little do they know that only a few people are right. You don't seem to have gotten over it. Dark Frost could see the cold gleam in Ling Xiao's eyes. Heh. I might be immune, but I'm not the type to hold grudges. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Waving at Yama, he said, there's no need to waste any more time. Get over here. Today's arena is Lake Xuanwu. Lake Xuanwu wasn't exactly large, but it wasn't small either. It was large enough for Yama and Ling Xiao to fight. At the same time, it wasn't so large that the audience couldn't see the fight clearly. The people from Seoul Hall really wanted Yama to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. First, they wanted to intimidate anyone who dared to oppose Seoul Hall. Second, they wanted to show off their martial prowess. Dark Frost was standing on the shore, some distance away from Yan Shifeng and the others. However, Yan Shifeng was confident that he could control her. Everything depended on Yama. If Yama killed Ling Xiao, then the plan could begin. Yama had been waiting impatiently for a long time now. As soon as Ling Xiao called out to him, he slapped his chair and flew up into the air, landing on the calm surface of the lake. The two of them were about 50 meters away from each other. As of this moment, the atmosphere was very tense. Many of the people who had been talking suddenly shut their mouths, and waited for the fight to begin. Facing Yama, Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate him. Underestimating him could lead to death. He wasn't that stupid. Without any hesitation, he transformed into his unbounded heavenly mouse beast soul form, causing all of his beast souls to appear behind him. Ordinary beast soul forms could increase his power by 10 times. But the unbounded heavenly mouse beast soul form could increase his power by another 10 times. Not 20 times, but 100 times, that was a difference of 2 levels. Ling Xiao was currently at the peak of the 7th division of life seizing. Although he had been cultivating for 7 days, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. Therefore, today's battle was actually the best opportunity for him to break through. Ordinary beast soul transformation could increase his strength by 1 level, reaching the peak of rank 8. The peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation could raise his strength by 2 tiers, reaching the peak of heavenly rat stage 9. Even so, there was still a gap of 10 times between him and Yama. He could only rely on the 9 sovereign sword tactics, the divine body of the black tortoise, and many beast souls to make up for the gap. Of course, he could still summon his Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He had already used the tyrannical Sky martial spirit several times in front of others, and he realized that he might have been worrying too much. No one seemed to recognize that the original form of the Tyrant martial spirit was the Mountain River martial spirit. Of course, even so, he was still cautious and would not use it unless he had no other choice. Other than the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he also had other means to weaken his opponents. If all of them were combined, they might be able to win. If that didn't work, wasn't there still the sanguinary rat? Although the negative effects would be great in the end, in order to win, it didn't matter. Of course, he wouldn't use it at first. If he always relied on the sanguinary rat's self-harming secret technique, he wouldn't be able to go far. After the transformation, Ling Xiao exuded a ferocious and terrifying aura. Especially that pair of ice-cold eyes, they were deep and terrifying. The Tai Chi eye and 4-leaf demonic eyes opened at the same time. Ling Xiao was ready for a tough battle. As far as he was concerned, the battle against the Yama devils was a battle of ascension, a battle to survive, and a battle to grow stronger. He couldn't lose. If he lost, he would lose everything. TSK, a monster will always be a monster. It's ridiculous that you have to transform to fight. Seeing that Ling Zhao's beast soul transformation was completed, Yama mocked. It's better than a beast in human skin. Ling Zhao said disdainfully. Yama was regretting it. He knew that he couldn't win against his opponent with words, but he still had to put in the effort. It was an arduous and thankless task. Looking at the depressed Yama, Ling Zhao didn't stop releasing his power. The intermediate king-level black tortoise divine physique was also activated. Ling Zhao's body was wrapped in a layer of yellow light. In addition, a faint shadow of a black tortoise appeared on his body. It let out a ferocious roar. Yama frowned. He didn't expect Ling Zhao to have such a divine ability in addition to the Ice Emperor's inheritance. I don't care what you're cultivating. Anyway, when you die, everything you have will be mine. Yama thought to himself. Whether it was the Ice Emperor's inheritance or such a powerful body refining technique, he wouldn't let go of it. In his eyes, Ling Zhao had become a huge treasure chest. As long as he killed Ling Zhao, the treasures in the treasure chest would drop one by one. If you want the good stuff on me, why don't you make a move? Ling Zhao stood there, ready for everything. Facing Yama, he didn't show the slightest fear. His fighting spirit was even rumbling. Well, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yama snorted coldly. In his opinion, Ling Zhao was too weak to take the initiative to attack. But he was different. The cultivation of the heaven-changing fate realm gave him an extremely powerful combat strength. What was he afraid of? But even so, he still planned to test Ling Zhao's situation at first. After all, Ling Zhao was very cunning. He had to be on guard. Yama stepped lightly on the green water. His body trembled and suddenly shot out. He didn't use the soul-extinguishing sword. He didn't even draw his sword. He just punched out. He used a martial arts technique at the peak of the general level, not his trump card. He didn't underestimate his opponent. Although Yama was frivolous, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent in a life-and-death battle. The reason why he used a martial arts technique at the peak of the general level was precisely because he was cautious. The boat was small, so it was easy to turn around. The moves were small, so it was easier to adapt. Otherwise, once he used his ultimate move, it would be too late to regret. Of course, this also had to do with Yama's arrogance. After all, he was in the heaven-changing fate realm. Why would he use a king-class martial arts technique against a 7th-level life-sizer? He moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ling Zhao. However, the Yama demon had used the soul race's most proficient fighting style before his fist even touched soaring cloud. Soul-stirring devil light. His eyes abruptly shot out a purplish-black light. In that instant, Ling Zhao felt dizzy, and his limbs couldn't move. A secret soul technique? The moment he sensed his opponent's intention, Ling Zhao's soul power was already activated. He instantly neutralized the soul-stirring devil light's attack, and then used his fists to block in front of him. Wind-chasing devil lightning fist. The instant he used the soul-stirring devil light, Yama's fist slammed into Ling Zhao's arms. All of this seemed complicated, but it happened in the blink of an eye. A terrifying force slammed into Ling Zhao's arms. Ling Zhao felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he was sent flying backward. Waves rolled beneath his feet. He flew back dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Yama didn't pursue. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and stood there proudly. Looking coldly at Ling Zhao, he said, "I told you, in my eyes, you're a piece of trash. Killing you is as easy as playing with a toy. I can toy with you to death." Yama was very pleased with himself for suppressing Tang Wulin with one strike. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The Yama demons are still strong. They managed to make Ling Zhao suffer a loss with just one move. Yama is strong, but Ling Zhao is too weak. This battle has been boring from the start. Hehe, I think it's quite interesting. Let's see how Lord Yama kills that trash. Isn't that good? Everyone's discussion represented the current situation of the battle. Dark Frost clenched her fists, somewhat worried. However, Ling Zhao's face didn't show the slightest trace of fear. Soul-moving demonic light? Soul secret art, interesting. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a confident smile, and then he suddenly shot out. The ghost god seal had already formed in his hand. Yama looked disdainfully at the charging Ling Xiao, not even interested in dodging. This was because he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could hurt him. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. When they were only 2 to 3 meters away, Ling Xiao's four-leaf demonic pupil suddenly opened. A strange light penetrated the 2 or 3 meters. It hit Yama. In that moment, the Yama demon froze in place. Only when Ling Xiao's ghost god seal was almost touching his body did he react. His hasty block made him look very wretched. His body was also sent dozens of meters away. You want to play me to death? Then why are you retreating? Ling Xiao stood there and didn't pursue. Instead, he looked at Yama mockingly, returning the words back to him. That Ling Xiao isn't of the soul race, right? But in that instant, why did it feel like his soul force was stronger than many soul race martial artists? Yan Shifeng frowned. Many soul hall martial artists also saw it. Just now, Yama had been affected by Ling Xiao's soul technique. Logically speaking, this was simply impossible. After all, Yama was a well-known figure among the soul race martial artists. Everyone knew how strong his soul force was. Humph, even if you know how to use soul power, how can you compare to my soul race? What's more, your attack is weak and powerless. It's only fit to tickle me. Yama said disdainfully, even if I stand here and let you blast me, you won't be able to kill me. Your attack isn't that great either. Ling Xiao sneered. Then I'll let you try again. Yama was infuriated. He had actually suffered a loss, but he absolutely did not believe that he was a mighty heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert, and yet he was dealing with a mere 7th division life-sizer. He actually had to rely on a king-level martial skill to defeat Ling Xiao. Therefore, the sudden attack he launched was still the wind-chasing Devil Thunder Fist, which was still a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm. Ling Xiao sneered when he saw Yama's attack. The earthing yellow light around him transformed into an enormous Xuanwu turtle. The Xuanwu turtle completely enveloped him. Did he really think he could hurt him with a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm? This time, he didn't try to defend himself. He simply stood there, allowing his opponent to attack him. A look of disdain and coldness appeared in his eyes. His actions caused cries of astonishment to ring out from the crowd. Is that kid trying to get himself killed? Does he really think he can block His Excellency Yama's attack by relying on his defense alone? He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. His opponent is a heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert, and he's using a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm. Unless he has a king-level body-tempering art or a defensive technique, how could he possibly dare to do something like this? What a bunch of idiots. Even Prince Tian couldn't kill Ling Xiao. I refuse to believe that Yama can. Most people in the crowd thought Ling Xiao was crazy, but there were also people who had complete confidence in Ling Xiao. Dark Frost stood there nervously. However, she forced herself to remain calm. He can do it. There's no problem. Dark Frost told herself in her heart that Ling Xiao was definitely not trying to get himself killed. He really had the ability to resist this kind of attack. She believed in Ling Xiao. You're courting death. Yama didn't think too much. This time, he didn't use his soul force. Anyway, his opponent didn't intend to dodge. Although he didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao was doing this. Since his opponent had given him such a good opportunity, why should he waste it? Amidst the roar, the wind-chasing Devil Thunder Fist crazily bombarded Ling Xiao's body. The attack was real. Yama was sure of that. However, he didn't feel very good. This punch didn't feel like it had hit a human body. Instead, it felt more like it had hit a mountain. Hard, other than hard, there was no other feeling. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's body burned with crazy flames. The flames instantly spread to Yama's fist. At first, Yama didn't pay much attention to it. How could an ordinary flame hurt Yama? However, the moment he felt the stinging pain, he finally screamed and retreated. Strange flame. Amidst the screams, he retreated a full 60 to 70 meters before he finally used his true essence to expel the strange flame. After all, he was a heaven-changing realm martial artist. Although he would still be burned by the strange flame, he had the ability to resist. However, he looked a little embarrassed at the moment. On his fist, there were burn marks. There was also a faint smell of meat in the air. On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't retreat an inch. The powerful intermediate king divine body of the black tortoise gave him a terrifying defensive power. Together with the canopy beast soul, he could completely merge with nature on this black tortoise lake. In fact, Yama didn't feel like he had hit a mountain. He really hit a mountain. By controlling nature, one could borrow power. Power was everywhere. It could be used to attack and defend. Ling Xiao was borrowing the power of this black tortoise lake. There was naturally a reason why he chose to fight here, and that was to ensure that he wouldn't die. Ling Xiao's black tortoise divine body was incomparably powerful. Even the extremely cold blizzard in the glacier area couldn't destroy him. Now, his black tortoise divine body had advanced further. Even if a reincarnation realm martial artist wanted to kill him, it would be very troublesome. Not to mention a mere heaven-changing realm martial artist. Because Ling Xiao basically acted alone, he had always had high requirements for speed and defense. Because with these two, he would be in an invincible position. He had to protect himself first before he could think of a way to destroy his opponent. Now, in this immemorial divine tomb, no one could reach the terrifying level of the black tortoise divine body in terms of defense. Damn, no way. Ling Xiao is actually so strong? Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground again. Just now, Ling Xiao used a secret soul technique to make Yama suffer a loss. This time, a strange fire broke out and burned Yama's arm. This was completely different from what they had expected. In their expectations, Ling Xiao should have been killed without any resistance. But now, Ling Xiao seemed to have the upper hand. Yama's expression was also very ugly. He finally understood why his grandfather and mother told him not to underestimate Ling Xiao. They told him not to underestimate the enemy. This Ling Xiao was really difficult to deal with. Although he wasn't strong, he had a lot of tricks. It was Yama who attacked, but the one who was injured was Yama himself. What was Ling Xiao's body refining technique? Why was it so powerful? Everyone was shocked. They knew very well that Ling Xiao had used this special body refining technique to block Yama's attack. Moreover, he had injured Yama with the alien fire. However, they had no idea what kind of body refining technique Ling Xiao used and how he could use the alien fire. The people of the Hall of Souls were silent. Everyone's face seemed to have been slapped hard, and they could not say a word. They were all clamoring that Yama could easily kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, this was the situation. A rare smile appeared on Darkfrost's smiling face. Although she had lost her life spirit and her emotions were not as rich, she could still show it at this time. My lord Yama, didn't you say that you could kill me with one blow? Then what are you doing now? Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Yama mockingly. I advise you to use your king-level martial technique. A peak general-level martial technique can't break my defense at all. You're just wasting your effort. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yama's face became even gloomier. He had lost a lot of face today. If they couldn't turn the situation around, then it would really be a huge loss of face. Those martial artists who were watching the show were probably laughing at him now. At the thought of this, he was burning with anger. Well, since you want to see my king-level martial technique, I'll show you. However, the release of the king-level martial technique will also be the arrival of your doom. Yama roared as if to vent the depression in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. I'm waiting to see. Ling Xiao hooked his finger, looking very calm. It was this calmness that made Yama very angry. He stopped talking nonsense and directly closed his eyes. Then, a sky full of light suddenly appeared above his head. These lights instantly condensed and turned into balls of lightning. A black thunderball. Primary King Tier Secret Technique, 3000 Fiendish Thunder Jade. As expected, the Soul Race martial practitioners preferred Soul Mystic Arts. Although Yama's melee attacks weren't weak, that wasn't his forte. He didn't know if there were really 3000 Devil Thunder Jades in the sky. However, they were indeed densely packed and enveloped Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape at all. The Yama demon stood there, his eyes suddenly open as he watched all of this with cold indifference. He gently raised his hands, as if controlling the attack of the 3000 Devil Thunder Jades. With soul force combined with true essence, this Yama was worthy of being called a Spirita's genius. His strength was truly not to be underestimated. However, Ling Xiao discovered something. Among the 3,000 Devil Thunder Jades, there was only one that could truly cause damage. Everything else was a pretense. Of course, this was seen through the Taiji eye. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to recognize it at all. The final result could be imagined. In the eyes of most people, there was no difference between the 3,000 Devil Thunder Jades. Each one was incomparably real. Each one could cause great damage. But it just so happened that Ling Xiao was the nemesis of this kind of camouflage. There was no camouflage that could escape his Taiji eye. Boom, the 3,000 Devil Thunder Jades exploded at the same time, charging toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. Another figure emerged from the bottom of the water, holding the bloodthirsty demon sword in his hand. Condensing the Soul Exalt Spirit Heaven Sword art, he charged toward Yama. Everyone's attention was on the sky. The Devil Thunder Jades had already completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Everyone was guessing how Ling Xiao would resist. Or how to escape. But no one realized that Ling Xiao actually used the characteristics of the Canopy Beast Soul to sneak attack Yama from the bottom of the water. When a terrifying murderous aura attacked from the bottom of the water. Only then did the Yama Devil react. What? He was really taken aback. Because he didn't know how Ling Xiao could avoid the attack of his 3,000 Devil Thunder Jades. One had to know that the 3,000 Devil Thunder Jades were enveloped in a circular shape, including the bottom of the water. Unless Ling Xiao saw through the essence of the 3,000 Devil Thunder Jades, he could avoid the only point of attack. But how was that possible? The bloodthirsty demon sword revealed a bloodthirsty aura, dense and terrifying. Yama knew that this must be a king-level martial technique. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used his movement technique and frantically retreated. As one of the Soul Palace's 3 demons, as the grandson of Yan Shifeng. He still had a good movement technique. The king-level movement technique allowed him to instantly turn into a cloud of black smoke, frantically retreating. Kill. Ling Xiao's sword didn't stop because of his sudden retreat. The Soul Exalt Spirit Heaven Sword art released a sharp sword intent, piercing Yama's soul realm. The Yama screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost fell out of the black smoke. It wasn't that Yama was too weak, but that Ling Xiao was too cunning. Even if Yama was at the heaven-changing fate realm, he was caught off guard by Ling Xiao's sneak attack. There wasn't much he could do. Being able to keep his little life was already very good. Drip, 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 blood dripped from Yama's mouth, dyeing the water under his feet red. Yama's face was shocked and angry. How could you know the secret of the 3,000 Devil Thunder Jades, and even if you knew, how did you determine the real point of attack? Yama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked coldly. Hee, are you stupid? If you admit defeat now, I might tell you, but we're still fighting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I admit that you're stronger than me, so I had to use all kinds of methods to make you make a mistake. If you can't kill me with certainty, then the one who will be played to death today will definitely be you. The current Ling Xiao was just like a hunter, while Yama was more like a ferocious wild beast. If it was a head-on clash, the hunter was naturally not the wild beast's match. But the hunter had brains. Regardless of whether it was a trap or a mechanism, all in all, to be able to play a ferocious wild beast to death, that was a good hunter. Humph, you finally admitted that you're not as strong as me. Yama said with a cold snort. Yeah, so what if I admit it? I've killed martial artists stronger than me before, more than hundreds and thousands. So what if you're strong, if you don't have brains, you're just a crazy wild boar. Ling Xiao said mockingly. Why you actually dare to say that I'm a wild boar too? Yama already could not control himself. He was a person of high status and authority to begin with. He valued face more than anything else. Now, there was actually a trash who dared to say that he was a wild boar. It was impossible for him not to be furious. The frenzied him finally took out his most terrifying trump card, the soul-extinguishing sword. Sure enough, Yan Shifeng even gave the soul-extinguishing sword, that kind of treasure, to Yama. That's a treasure-grade emperor artifact. Once the soul-extinguishing sword is unleashed, how can Ling Xiao possibly still have chances of winning? As the saying goes, one force defeats 10. Even if that brat's brain is any smarter, it's also of no use. Hear that, right? Wail, your heart is wailing. Yama wielded the soul-extinguishing sword in his hand, just like a terrifying fiend god. Soul-extinguishing sword coupled with desolate sword art, you absolutely have no possibility of living. The power of desolation was a power that could destroy anything. Everyone could see that the soul-extinguishing sword was emanating a will of desolation. The lake suddenly turned into stagnant water. The fish in the water floated up, belly up, and then turned into skeletons. How terrifying. Everyone was trembling with fear. Dark Frost was equally worried. Ling Zhao's forehead was beaded with sweat, but his expression didn't change. Should he use the Tyrant Martial Soul now, or the Blood Rat Devil? No, it wasn't time yet. If he didn't make a breakthrough, he definitely wouldn't use those two powers. He had also realized that after reaching the 7th level of life seizing, it was much more difficult to make breakthroughs. Even if he had enough power, he wouldn't be able to break through. Ling Xiao wanted to break through. Therefore, he had to find a way out of this predicament. What was there to be afraid of? Even if he died, he could still use life reversal. It was worth a gamble. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he gritted his teeth and faced Yama. Prepare to die, Ling Xiao, desolate sword incantation, life-reaping sword. With a shake of the soul-extinguishing sword in his hand, Hell Demon's figure flickered as his soul force and true yuan merged into the soul-extinguishing sword. The desolate sword incantation was a martial technique that relied on soul power and true energy to complement each other. It was more suitable for spirit-kin cultivators. However, it was more suitable for human cultivators with powerful soul power. For example, Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao was very interested in the desolate sword incantation. If he could get it, that would be for the best. After all, it would give him another powerful martial technique, and give his powerful soul power a second chance. Time to go all out. Facing Yama's attack, Ling Xiao didn't plan on dodging. There was no point in dodging. If he dodged, the pressure wouldn't be great enough, and the threat wouldn't be great enough to break through. Revered Ice Sword Incantation, Revered Fire Sword Incantation, Ice and Fire Fuse, Dual Swords Attack. It was 10 times as powerful as an elementary king-class martial technique. Of course, it still couldn't make up for the difference in cultivation base. But at the very least, he would be able to block Yama's attacks and not be killed. Rumble, a terrifying explosion erupted above the Xuanwu Lake. Huge waves that were more than 10 meters high rose from the surface of the water. Then, the two figures retreated almost at the same time. However, this time, Yama only retreated 2 or 3 steps. However, Ling Xiao was sent flying dozens of meters away. The difference between them was obvious. Yama was stunned. He thought that as long as he used the desolate sword technique and the soul-extinguishing sword, it would be enough to kill Ling Xiao. But what was going on with Ling Xiao's martial technique just now? The two moves were unleashed simultaneously, but it felt as if their power had not only increased by 2-fold, but even more. Perhaps Ling Xiao won't lose this battle so quickly. Someone said. His combat skills are truly brilliant. Unfortunately, even with such brilliant combat skills, he still doesn't stand a chance against the Yama Devils. Many people had already realized that Ling Xiao was extraordinary. But they still felt that it was meaningless. It could only delay Ling Xiao's death. Other than that, it was useless. Good. Let's see how many times you can block. Yama sneered. He knew that he had the upper hand at this time. But he didn't know that Ling Xiao was deliberately trying to fight him head-on. Otherwise, with his intellect, he would not even know how he died after being played by Ling Xiao. Next, Yama began to attack continuously. And Ling Xiao was desperately resisting. Because of the breakthrough in cultivation base, Ling Xiao's true essence had greatly increased. For Ling Xiao, the two swords could be used continuously. Although the consumption was still relatively large, he could maintain it with the help of pills. At least, there was no problem for him to maintain it for a few hours. On the surface of the lake, waves were constantly rising. One was desperately resisting. One was desperately attacking. The two of them kept colliding with each other in extremely fast movements. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. Incredible. That Ling Xiao is really good at enduring. He's been hit so many times, and yet he's still holding on? If you look closely, it looks like he's blocking all of Yama's attacks. What's the point? He's a 7th division life-sizer. There's no way his true essence can't compare to Yama, who's in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. If things keep going on like this, he's definitely going to die. Of course, no one knew what Ling Xiao was doing. As far as Ling Xiao was concerned, this was a wild gamble that he couldn't afford to lose. If he lost, he might lose everything. He might even lose his life. If he won, he would have everything. He could sense that Yama's frenzied attacks were causing cracks to appear in his cultivation base barrier. And those cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Eventually, they became the gateway to a breakthrough. By now, the gateway was already halfway open. Up in the sky, tribulation lightning seemed to be brewing. But because the battle was in full swing, no one noticed. And even if they did, they probably wouldn't think that it was tribulation lightning. How troublesome. Yama was already panting. Of course, Ling Xiao's condition was even worse than his. Not only that, but Ling Xiao's body was riddled with injuries. Even 2 of his ribs were broken due to the strong impact. The pain made him feel very uncomfortable. Thankfully, his body's regenerative abilities were strong. Minor injuries could be healed in a matter of seconds. Even broken ribs could be healed in a short period of time. That was one of the benefits of the king-level Xuanwu divine body. All I can say is that your attacks aren't strong enough. Panting, Ling Xiao swallowed a few more medicinal pills. That was one of his advantages. As a doctor, he had a huge advantage that others couldn't achieve. He could eat as many medicinal pills as he wanted. Is that so? Then I'll let you try something even stronger. Yama's eyes flashed with a cold light. The soul-extinguishing sword in his hand radiated an even more sinister sword energy. The terrifying sword intent caused the spectators on the shore to tremble in fear. Desolate sword incantation, sword of death. This was the second form of the desolate sword incantation, and it was filled with the aura of death. It was even more domineering than the life-reaping sword, and even more ferocious. Frenzied power converged on this attack. Yama was like a peerless sword devil. Sword light flashed, and the wind and clouds stirred, black tortoise lake, and waves rose to the heavens. The sword energy of the soul-extinguishing sword was like a god of death from hell. The aura of death completely enveloped Ling Xiao. So scary. Ling Xiao frowned. He had to admit that the sword of death was many times stronger than the life-reaping sword. There was no way to defend against 2 swords. That said, it was also an opportunity. If this sword attack was strong enough, it might be able to open the door to a breakthrough, and allow him to step into the 8th level of life-seizing. Bring it on. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. 3 swords appeared at the same time, then merged into the western domain map of the Great Tombs. Revered Flames Heaven Scorching Sword, Revered Ice's Heaven Freezing Sword, Revered Souls Heaven Spirit Sword, 3 swords combined, kill. The sword of death once again collided with the combined attack of the 3 swords in the void. The terrifying explosion caused nearly a third of the water in Lake Xuanwu to fly up into the air. People could even see what was happening at the bottom of the lake. The collision this time was too amazing. The attack power of both sides had reached an unimaginable level. It's too abnormal. Yeah, what's that? 3 sword moves merged into one. The power should be at least 10 times stronger, right? Tisk tsk, we really underestimated this Ling Xiao. That's right, every time we thought he was going to die, he always brings us a huge surprise. Ming Shuang's eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. She knew what Ling Xiao was doing. But because she cared too much about Ling Xiao, she was even more worried. As the saying goes, too much concern makes one confused. Fortunately, she still had the last bit of willpower and didn't immediately rush out to help Ling Xiao. Once she rushed out, she was afraid that today's battle could only be considered as Ling Xiao's failure. Work hard, brother Ling Xiao, I know you can do it. Dark Frost gritted her teeth, and there were already bloodstains on her 2 small hands. Because she used too much strength. Yama's arms were constantly trembling. As Ling Xiao's opponent, his feelings were the most obvious. He could obviously suppress his opponent, but he couldn't defeat him. What kind of feeling was this? It was too sullen, and what shocked him the most was that he held the soul-extinguishing sword and used the second move of the Baron sword tactics, but he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao seemed to always have a way to resist his attack. Although every time he was blasted dozens of meters away, or even hundreds of meters away. Although every time, he seemed to be injured. But when he fought again, many of his injuries had healed. Could it be that you have an immortal body? Yama simply felt a little depressed, extremely depressed. You said that? Ling Xiao smiled, today's battle may be over soon. He looked at the sky. Black clouds pressed down. The terrifying thunder tribulation finally arrived. The door of breakthrough had been completely opened. He's going to break through. Yan Shifeng suddenly stood up. He absolutely didn't expect this situation. The current Ling Xiao was so difficult to deal with. If he let Ling Xiao break through, what would happen, he couldn't imagine. Kill him, quick. Absolutely can't let him break through. Yan Shifeng shouted loudly. Yama also noticed that there was a thunder tribulation brewing in the sky, and it felt very powerful. He knew that his grandfather was right. He must kill Ling Xiao before he broke through. Otherwise, once he broke through, he would completely lose his chance. Yama raised the soul-extinguishing sword. The Baron sword art had a total of 4 moves, and he had only learned the first 3. He had originally planned to use the third move as a last resort. But now, it should be used. Baron sword tactics, sword. Extinction was more terrifying than death. Death seemed much gentler in the face of extinction. Before the sword was even unleashed, it had already brought about an earth-shattering destructive intent. At this moment, the first wave of thunder tribulation fell. Using my body to control the divine thunder, blast it to death. Everyone thought that this was the best time for Yama to attack. However, no one expected the next change. They were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to welcome the divine thunder. He integrated the divine thunder into his body and then released it. The terrifying demonic thunder arrived in front of Yama in an instant. Yama wanted to dodge, but he didn't have a chance. The speed of the thunder and lightning was too fast, not to mention the natural thunder. Borrowing the momentum, controlling the thunder, this guy's mastery of skills has surpassed us. In the darkness, the 3 ancestors of the Hall of Souls couldn't help but stand up. Even they were shocked by Ling Xiao's talent. The demonic thunder hit Yama. Yama screamed. The attack that he had just condensed shattered. Although he wasn't seriously injured, there were many burn marks on his body. How is this even possible? He's only a 7th division life-sizer. He just broke through to the 8th division. How could he have such terrifying tribulation lightning? Yama was completely shocked. That was demonic lightning. And it was 9-fold demonic lightning. Grandson, you have to be careful. His next tribulation lightning bolts are going to get stronger and stronger. Yan Shifeng wanted to help, but in the end didn't. Dark Frost was there, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to succeed. No way. When I reached the heaven-seizing life-saving level, I only had to deal with 10 waves of mortal lightning. He broke through to the 8th division of life-seizing, and now he has to deal with 9 waves of demonic lightning. This is unbelievable. Yan Mo didn't believe it, but the pain he felt when the demonic lightning struck his body was absolutely real. It was completely absurd. By this point, he was already starting to panic. He stared blankly at Ling Xiao, wondering if this guy was really human. See, I was right. Ling Xiao killed King Mirror Devil and defeated King Koi. Don't tell me the rumors are true? Aren't they just rumors? Just what kind of freak did our exalted Yama encounter this time? The Soul Hall martial artists were starting to worry about Yama. They couldn't help but worry. After all, Ling Xiao was using tribulation lightning as his weapon. Every time a bolt of tribulation lightning struck, it would temper his body, and he would use it to attack. Then, he would attack Yama. His goal was to ensure that Yama didn't have a chance to attack him while he was breaking through. Once again, the battle was in a deadlock. However, this time, Yama was the one who was nervous. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bored Outer Sanctum disciples were sitting around chatting. As far as they were concerned, the Soul Hall was as calm as ever. In fact, the rumbling sounds coming from the direction of Lake Xuanwu got them excited. However, the higher-ups of the inner sanctum had ordered them not to leave their posts, so they could only sit around and chat. I wonder what they're guarding. Who would dare to make a move against the Soul Hall in the Green Quarter? That's right. The inner sanctum martial artists have all gone to watch the battle. We're just wasting time here. It's so boring. While they were talking, they didn't notice that a palm-sized golden bird had flown across the sky and landed in the empty inner sanctum. Xiao Jin had woken up last night. Furthermore, Xiao Jin's strength had soared to the heaven-changing fate realm. The things he had devoured last time had really helped him a lot. The reason why he had appeared in the Soul Hall was naturally for Darkfrost's life soul. He wasn't sure if the life soul was with those old guys or hidden in the Soul Hall. Therefore, under Ling Zhao's arrangement, Xiao Jin snuck into the Soul Hall to look for the life soul. If he found it, he would naturally steal it. In the Green Quarter, the Soul Hall martial artists didn't know about Xiao Jin's existence. This was definitely an extremely advantageous situation for Ling Xiao. Back on the Xuanwu Lake battlefield, the terrifying demonic lightning tribulation was left with the last bolt. A victorious smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. I don't know if Xiao Jin is doing well, but I'm going to win this battle. Rumble, terrifying rumbling sounds echoed out one last time. Ling Zhao's aura had just undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation. He broke through. He finally broke through. Yan Shifeng and the others from the Soul Hall all had very unsightly expressions on their faces. Back when Ling Xiao was only in the 7th division of life seizing, he had been able to block Yama's frenzied attacks. Now that he was in the 8th division of life seizing, how terrifying would he be? The neutral martial artists were all completely shocked. Who could ever have guessed that something like this would happen? Yama had fought bitterly, and although he had the upper hand, he still wasn't able to defeat Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao had achieved a breakthrough. What was going on? Everyone was completely flabbergasted. Darkfrost was the only one who was smiling, a radiant smile on her face. She didn't have a fate soul, so it was rare for her to smile like this. Ling Xiao had said that once he broke through to the 8th division of life seizing, he would be able to transform with the help of his unbounded heavenly rat. That would give him power that was infinitely close to the heaven-seizing fate-changing level. And if he could use some special divine abilities, defeating Yama wouldn't be a problem at all. So what if you broke through? You're still an 8th division life-seizing piece of trash, you think you can beat me? Moments ago, Yama had been struggling to deal with Ling Zhao's tribulation lightning. But now, the tribulation had stopped. He felt that it was time to end the fight. He hadn't been able to unleash the 3rd stance of the Desolate Sword incantation. Now that his opponent was free of tribulation lightning, he could use it without fear. You're all talk, aren't you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I'm only in the 7th division of life seizing, and you can't even kill me. Now that I'm in the 8th division, there's no reason for you to be so mysterious. How arrogant. Let's see how strong you are now. With a cold snort, Yama waved his soul-extinguishing sword. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the life-reaping sword. Although the life-reaping sword wasn't as powerful as the Sword of Death or Sword of Extermination, it was fast and didn't consume much energy. Of course, its power would not be weak either. As soon as the life-reaping sword appeared, the air was filled with a chilling sword chi. The Black Tortoise Lake's water exploded, filling the sky. Ling Xiao smiled as he held the Ice Supreme sword in his hand. He casually waved his hand. Cold air danced in the air. The rising waves actually froze in an instant. Venerable Ice performed the frozen sky sword art alone. This time, Ling Xiao did not use 2 or 3 swords. Because he wanted to test his strength after the breakthrough. The icy cold air instantly enveloped the sword chi of the life-reaping sword. A terrifying energy suddenly erupted. Yama's life-reaping sword was almost sent flying. The remaining icy sword energy pierced towards Yama's body. Impossible, he only broke through a realm. How did he become so terrifying? As he roared, the Yama devil thought. A ball of lightning fell and shattered the remaining icy sword chi. Although he wasn't injured. Just now, Ling Xiao had needed to use 2 swords to block his life-reaping sword. But now, a single sword strike was enough to suppress his life-reaping sword. This caused the Yama to be extremely shocked. So strong. That's not an 8th division life-sizer. He's actually in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. A genius. He's a genius. And he's not just an ordinary genius. He's a freak. Countless onlookers were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They simply couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that Ling Xiao, who had just been taking a beating, had suddenly become so terrifying after breaking through. Of course, the leaders of the inner sanctum couldn't accept it. Naturally, they supported Yama. After all, Yama was on their side. After all, they wanted to acquire the legacy of the Ice Emperor. And yet, as of this moment, their self-confidence was completely shattered. Ling Xiao, who was only in the 8th division of life-seizing, had become so terrifying. None of them could ever have guessed that something like this would happen. It seems Ling Xiao's secret isn't just the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Perhaps the legacy of the Ice Emperor is just icing on the cake. What's truly frightening is something else. Yan Shifeng's brow furrowed. For the first time, he realized that offending Ling Xiao had been a very unwise move. The truth was that he had guessed right. Ling Xiao's greatest trump card was his martial soul of tyrants. Other than that, everything else was just icing on the cake. What he needed was something that could make him stronger, not something that could keep him safe. Perhaps only the martial soul of tyrants would be able to accompany him to the end. Yan Shifeng, it seems Yama is going to lose. Should we continue with the plan? The Ice Devil asked coldly from within the darkness. Lose? Patriarch, you worry too much. Yan Shifeng chuckled. Yama hasn't revealed his final trump card yet. Back when he was cultivating that martial art, he used the life crystals of several 9th division life seizers. He should have succeeded by now. That would be for the best, Fire Devil said coldly. However, regardless of how the fight between Ling Xiao and Yama turns out, we still have to proceed with the plan. The legacy of the Soul Emperor can't fall into that brat's hands. There's no need for the Dark Frost to exist anymore. That's right. Patriarch Thunder Devil said, nodding. Although the three of them hadn't revealed their true forms, they had always existed within something. Something that could slow down their aging and prolong their feeble existence. If they fought, their life force would age even faster. Don't worry, Patriarchs, Xianxia said. Today's plan won't change based on the result of the fight between Yama and Ling Xiao. However, if Yama wins, that would be even better. That would make Dark Frost even easier to deal with. Yan Shifeng said. Meanwhile, back on Lake Xuanwu, Yama had already begun his transformation. His body was turning bright red, just like the body of a bloodthirster. It was both ugly and ferocious. I admit, brat. You're qualified to make me use all my strength. However, once I use my final trump card, you won't have any hope left. Yama's expression grew more and more ferocious, and his entire person began to radiate a bloodthirsty aura. I remember someone saying that my beast soul transformation doesn't look like a human's. But now it seems you're the one who's neither human nor ghost. Ling Xiao could sense Yama's strength rising as he watched Yama transform. Of course, it couldn't compare to his beast soul transformation. Xianxia guessed it was some sort of secret magic, or body refinement technique. However, he had never seen such a terrifying body refinement technique before. Today was the first time. But was he afraid? What a joke, Yama certainly didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. After the transformation, he felt as if he had become a different person. His lost confidence was restored once again. The soul-extinguishing sword in his hand bloomed with an incomparably evil aura. Ling Xiao had made him lose face. He had to regain his face through the next battle. Otherwise, he would only become a laughingstock. After the bloodthirsty transformation, all of Yama's combat strength would increase nearly twofold. Furthermore, the more injured he was, the more ferocious his combat strength would be. This was precisely the effect he obtained by implanting the bloodthirster's characteristic into his body. Even if he became a monster, he still wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, wanted Ling Xiao to die. Looking at Yama's various changes, Ling Xiao could not help secretly laughing. Your father even killed the king of bloodthirsters, you merely implanted the bloodthirster's gene. Do you think you can beat me? What a joke. You painstakingly turned yourself into a monster in order to defeat me, but you don't know that everything you did was in vain. Die. Ling Xiao, Desolate Sword Art's third move, Sword of Extinction. Finally, Yama still displayed the Desolate Sword Art's third move. To him, this was like the final strike of his madness. The Sword of Extinction was indeed powerful. The distance was still 20 to 30 meters, but Ling Xiao already felt that dense murderous aura emitted from the soul-extinguishing sword. He felt that his skin produced bursts of piercing pain. Yama's figure rapidly approached Ling Xiao. Everyone's eyes were glued to this attack. Because perhaps this attack would be the end of today's battle. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, urging his true essence. The Ice Supreme Sword and Fire Supreme Sword appeared at the same time. The air was filled with the smell of ice and fire. The two swords merged into the Western Region God Tomb map, then suddenly appeared again. Ling Xiao could feel the power of the other party's sword move. But the current him was even stronger. Two swords unleashing together could already produce extremely terrifying destructive power. He believed that it was absolutely not something that Yama's Desolate Sword Art could compare to. In the Soul Hall, there were many people with keen eyesight. At this time, their brows furrowed slightly. Leng Qiuyan said coldly, "Sure enough." "What's not wrong?" Yan Shifeng asked. These two swords he used, as well as two sword techniques, all contain the Ancient Sword Emperor's aura. We all know that the Ancient Sword Emperor can split into 9. His two sword techniques clearly represented Supreme Flame and Supreme Ice. There is no doubt about that. Leng Qiuyan said coldly, as expected, he has already obtained something of the Ancient Sword Emperor. If that's the case, he's even more worth killing. If that's the case, then the bloodthirsty demon sword had the aura of a soul exalt. He also obtained the 7-star sword from the old ancestor, which also has the aura of a 7-star emperor. Yan Shifeng frowned and said, no wonder he's so powerful. Even without the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he can still suppress Yama. I understand. Get ready to carry out the plan. Dark Frost is watching intently now. You can get close to her. As for the others, they should also start preparing for the eradication plan. Several of Dark Frost's trusted subordinates in the outer palace were called over today. Let's get rid of them together. Leng Qiuyan said coldly. Understood. Yan Shifeng gave a look to the inner palace's upper echelons, then stood up himself and walked to the lakeside. In the eyes of others, his actions were only to prevent Yama from being killed. They did not think that he would target Dark Frost, so no one cared. On Black Tortoise Lake, Yama's attack had already appeared in front of Ling Xiao. To Yama, this was the final fight. If he was still unable to use the strongest extinction sword to kill Ling Xiao under the bloodthirsty transformation, then he would really be helpless. The air was suffused with the aura of extinction. Yama's eyes flickered with a vicious and cruel light. Being able to make me use the bloodthirsty transformation and extinction sword, you can really be proud. But it ends here today. Amidst the furious roar, the soul extinction sword energy already stabbed Ling Xiao's body. The fierce wind brought about by the sword energy blew Ling Xiao's clothes and made Ling Xiao's black hair dance wildly. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a mocking smile. What's the point of your bloodthirsty transformation, Sun God's ability, bloodthirsty plague? The bloodthirsty plague that even the undead king could not resist was finally displayed in Ling Xiao's hands. Although the destructive power of this move was not great, it could often turn defeat into victory at critical moments. It could even make the opponent helpless. In just an instant, a huge blood rat phantom flew out from Ling Xiao's body. This blood rat exploded in the void and then enveloped Yama. The Yama demon's body was already riddled with wounds. Being enveloped by the bloodthirsty plague, the plague germs entered his body through the wounds. Yama, who had still maintained a cruel smile, suddenly changed his expression. What the hell is this? Almost every martial practitioner who had been controlled by the bloodthirsty rat plague would let out such a shocked cry. There was nothing to be done about it. The bloodthirsty plague was the bloodthirsty plague, and it was something that could shock and awe its enemies. Ling Xiao didn't care what Yama was thinking. His two swords, which he had been preparing for this moment, attacked. Revered Ice's frigid heaven's sword art, revered fire's scorching heaven's sword art, ice and fire fused, and the two swords slashed out. In that moment, heaven and earth seemed to transform into an inferno. The power of ice and fire exploded in the void. The sword energy of the sword of extermination was being destroyed layer by layer. It was as if it had encountered its nemesis, and was completely powerless to fight back. After all, before breaking through to the 8th stage of life-seizing, Xianxia had been able to use both swords to fight Yama. Now that he had broken through, he was 10 times as strong as before. He was almost as strong as the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. And then there was the bloodthirsty plague's effect on Yama. The power of the two swords was incomparably domineering. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, they destroyed Yama's attack, and then continued on toward Yama. Another explosion rocked Lake Xuanwu. The waves were dozens of meters high. The demonlings beneath the surface of the lake were trembling in fear as they watched the battle between the two monsters on the surface of the lake. They were scared out of their wits. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Is this what happens when experts in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level fight? How terrifying is that samsara deity realm martial artist? Most people knew that reincarnation gods were powerful, but had never actually seen one in action. Because of that, it wasn't easy to tell. But now that they saw the battle between Xianxia and Yama, they could more or less guess. Rumble, the remaining sword chi of ice and fire slammed into Yen Mo's body. Yen Mo was sent flying like a kite with a broken string and fell directly into the lake. Blood dyed the lake red. Yama's injuries were clearly not light. And yet, he was still able to stand. However, when he did, he cut a very sorry figure. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yama shook his head. His bloodthirsty transformation was already riddled with wounds. However, due to the effects of the bloodthirst transformation, although his injuries were not light, his strength was still increasing. Although it wasn't as much as the king of the bloodthirsty clans. Yama simply couldn't believe that his sword of extermination, his most powerful sword, would lose to Xianxia. That was the most unacceptable thing he could accept. It was as if his last straw of hope had been snatched away from him. It was a feeling that filled him with despair and anger. Lord Yama actually lost? No, he hasn't lost yet. The terrifying thing about the bloodthirsty transformation is that the more serious the injury, the more terrifying the increase in strength. He can still hold on. The Soul Palace warriors were still looking forward to Yama's reversal. As for the Yama devils themselves, they weren't willing to lose either. His bloodthirsty transformation was still getting stronger. Although his entire body was in pain, he didn't want to lose like this. He felt that his fighting strength had increased by 3 to 4 times on the basis of 2 times. His confidence returned once again. Now, it was no longer a battle for face. It was for life. Yama believed that if he lost, Xianxia would definitely kill him without hesitation. He didn't want to lose face. He didn't want to lose in front of so many people, he didn't want to die even more. As the Soul Palace's Yama, the #1 genius second only to Dark Frost, he still had a lot of things to do. He still had to inherit the Soul Palace. If he died now, there would be nothing left. Crazy, he held the soul-extinguishing sword and attacked again. I'm waiting for you. The corners of Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. 3 swords appeared in his hands. 2 swords couldn't kill Yama. Then what about 3 swords in one? Xiao wanted to see if Yama's body could withstand his terrifying attack. When he saw Xiao's 3 swords floating in the air at the same time, Yama's crazy eyes had an additional trace of fear. But soon, the fury brought by the bloodthirsty transformation swallowed up this fear. At this moment, he could no longer control himself. How could the bloodthirsty's genes be so easy to control? If he got it and became stronger, he had to pay a certain price. And this price was that when he was seriously injured, he couldn't control his thoughts. His eyes were filled with hatred. There was only battle in his mind. He had entered an incomparably crazy state. Xiao coldly looked at Yama, who was charging over. The 3 sword arts had been completely condensed. They were waiting for Yama to come and die. Yan Shifeng watched this scene nervously. He didn't know what would happen next. However, he could only choose between dealing with Dark Frost or saving his grandson. I'll go save him. Ling Chuyan's voice directly rang out in Yan Shifeng's mind. I'll take over his body first and kill that Ling Xiao. This battle today, Ling Chuyan already did not care what the result was like. But her son could not die. After all, he was her only son in this world. Hearing Ling Chuyan's voice, Yan Shifeng nodded. He was finally at ease. No one noticed, and no one could see, that a ghost flew up from the shore and charged towards Yama. When it was still dozens of meters away from Yama, Ling Zhao's Taiji I finally captured the existence of this spirit. That guy, when the monsters attacked the city that day, he was already plotting something. Now, he was here again. Do you want to possess Yama? No, this guy wants to save Yama. Ling Xiao instantly thought of the possibility of this matter. However, the current him absolutely could not allow anyone to save Yama. A mere soul actually also wanted to come and save people? Dream on. Enchantment Martial Spirit. Ling Xiao instantly released the Enchantment Martial Spirit. It could block off all energy, including the soul. Lung Chuyan directly crashed onto that Enchantment Martial Spirit. Her soul became much weaker because of this. What? She finally lost her usual composure at this time. Who could have thought that Ling Xiao actually still had such a trick at the critical moment, and at the same time, inside the enchantment? 3 swords fused into one and already charged towards Yama. This time, it was truly unstoppable. Yama did not have the strength to resist at all. In the distance, Yan Shifeng wanted to come and rescue again, but it was already too late. Everyone looked on helplessly as the terrifying power formed by the fusion of those 3 swords tore Yama's body into pieces, and finally completely destroyed. Dead, Yama was dead. Another powerful genius had become a stepping stone on Ling Zhao's path to becoming stronger. The Mirror Devil King was one of them, Yama was one of them. Without the Dragon Shark King's help, the Koi King would have been one of them. In that moment, the entire arena went deathly silent. Before this fight, no one could have imagined that it would end up like this. They had all expected that someone would die in this fight. But that person should have been Ling Xiao. And yet, the one to die was Yama. Ling Xiao was only in the 8th stratum of life seizing, and yet he had easily killed Yama, who was in the heaven seizing fate exchanging level. This was a huge mockery to Soul Palace, but was it not the same for Yama? Ever since the day he had met Ling Xiao, he had repeatedly called Ling Xiao a piece of trash, a piece of trash. But in the end, he had died at the hands of that piece of trash. How does it feel, exalted Yama? How does it feel to be killed by a piece of trash like you? Well, I guess you can rest in peace. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the shattered pieces on the surface of the lake, then turned to look at the people on the shore. Patriarch of Soul Hall, he said, it's time to fulfill your promise. Where is the legacy of the Soul Emperor? Ling Xiao asked. No. Yan Shifeng held like a madman. He had even forgotten his original plan for the day. Yama was dead, his one and only grandson was dead, he had already lost his son, and now he had lost his grandson. His heart was filled with despair and rage. He looked at Ling Xiao like a starving beast looking at its prey. His eyes were filled with hatred and rage, and he had long since lost all reason. You killed him. I can't believe you killed my grandson. Yan Shifeng roared as he looked at Yama, who had died without a complete corpse. His terrifying aura completely erupted. He couldn't even save him in time. This was more tragic than anything else. His eyes were scarlet like a monster as he looked at Ling Xiao crazily. As a reincarnation Divine Realm warrior, Ling Xiao was definitely not his match. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, Dark Frost stood up and looked at Yan Shifeng coldly. You were the one who made the bet, and the rules were also set by you. What? Now that you've suddenly lost control. If Ling Xiao dies, I think you'll be very happy, right? Her voice was cold. In fact, she had already expected what would happen if Yama died. How could Yan Shifeng abide by the rules? Seeing Dark Frost, Yan Shifeng suddenly thought of something. His mind gradually became clear. No, I can't panic. With Dark Frost around, it's impossible for me to kill Ling Xiao. There's only one way to kill Ling Xiao, and that is to get rid of Dark Frost first. Otherwise, how can I avenge my grandson? He forcefully suppressed his anger, and then looked at Dark Frost respectfully. I'm sorry, Hall Master. I lost control for a moment. After all, Yama is my only grandson. When I saw him killed, I couldn't control my emotions. Hearing this, Dark Frost felt that there was no problem. This was human nature. Dark Frost did not doubt Yan Shifeng's words. After all, it was normal to be angry over the death of one's own grandson. Therefore, she did not mind. Instead, she turned to look at Ling Xiao, the person she was proud of and concerned about. However, at this moment, Yan Shifeng moved. A strange talisman appeared in his hand as he lunged at Dark Frost as fast as he could. Dark Frost, who was still in a state of excitement, had not expected Yan Shifeng to make a move on her. However, an expert was indeed powerful. She was able to react before Yan Shifeng was able to stick to her. Yan Shifeng, what are you doing? Dark Frost's hand was not idle as she spoke. She blasted out a palm strike towards Yan Shifeng's chest. However, it was a hasty response after all. Yan Shifeng took the initiative. The talisman was stuck to Dark Frost's arm. Ming Xuang let out a blood-curdling scream. Her face was deathly pale. You deserve to die. Dark Frost landed on Yan Shifeng's body as she fell. Yan Shifeng was sent flying and vomited blood before crashing onto the shore. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already flown over and held Ming Xuang in his arms. Oh no, this is a spirit-locked talisman. The Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. What is a spirit-locked talisman? Ling Xiao asked. Ordinary people usually have stronger souls. The spirit-locked talisman's power is to make people faint or confused. However, Dark Frost is different. She is missing half of her soul. Once she is locked by the spirit-locked talisman, her life will be in danger. Have you realized that her life force is decreasing rapidly? At this rate, if you are unable to find her life spirit within an hour, she will definitely die. I'm afraid she'll die. The Yuan Venerate explained. Life spirit. Ling Xiao frowned as he placed Dark Frost in the beast ring to rest. At this time, Dark Frost was as weak as a rabbit. It was impossible for him to be of any help. Therefore, he was the only one who could deal with the rest. He didn't know if Xiao Jin had found Dark Frost's life soul, but he couldn't place all his hopes on Xiao Jin. Here, he had to fight for it. Ha ha ha, Dark Frost is already dead. What can you do? Yan Shifeng laughed wildly. Although he was heavily injured, causing his strength to drop drastically, he could at most display the strength of the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm. But Dark Frost was dead. With just Ling Xiao alone, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of the entire Soul Palace. Still not moving? Yan Shifeng roared. Following his command, those outer hall martial artists who had yet to understand what was going on were ambushed one by one and trapped in an instant. This was called scheming against the unsuspecting. Under normal circumstances, the experts of the outer hall were not weaker than the inner hall, or even stronger. But today, the people of the inner hall were all equipped with soul locks. Although this thing was far inferior to the soul lock talisman, it could instantly make people unable to use soul power. To the Soul Palace martial artists, being unable to use soul power meant that they were similar to second-rate experts. In the blink of an eye, they were all bound. A few of them who resisted fiercely were killed on the spot. The change happened too quickly, so much so that those neutral martial artists did not even have time to react to what had happened. Why was there suddenly internal strife in the Soul Palace? Grand Elder, kill him, killed out Ling Xiao. After restraining the outer hall martial artists, Dark Frost was heavily injured by the soul-locked talisman. At this time, the inner hall martial artists all targeted Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't die, Dark Frost wouldn't die. They couldn't be at ease. Moreover, the Ice Emperor's inheritance was in Ling Xiao's hands. Only by killing Ling Xiao could they obtain it. Ever since this boy came to the Green Zone, our Soul Palace hasn't had a day of peace. First, Yao Chen was killed. Then, Medicine Demon was killed. Today, even Lord Yama was killed too. He's simply our Soul Palace's reaper. We have to kill him. Not killing him isn't enough to quell our anger. The Soul Palace martial artists were all hooting, but it seemed like no one was willing to take the initiative to attack. In the end, these people were still afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao killed Yama in front of them. This was extremely shocking to them. The Yama who used the soul-extinguishing sword was actually not Ling Zhao's match. Then, was it really useful for them to step forward? Furthermore, the soul-extinguishing sword was already in Ling Zhao's hands at this time. That kid using it would probably be even more terrifying than Yama. However, at this moment, the strength of both sides was completely unequal. It could be said without a doubt that Soul Palace absolutely had a crushing advantage over Ling Xiao. The spectating neutral martial artists all moved hundreds of meters away, afraid that they would be affected by the storm. Whether Ling Xiao or Soul Palace won, it didn't matter. To them, it was actually nothing. At this time, the last thing they should do was get involved. The most important thing was to watch the show obediently. However, no one believed that Ling Xiao could win. Even without the 3 Soul Palace ancestors, Ling Xiao couldn't win. Immediately hand over Dark Frost's life soul, and I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and the others. There was only deep killing intent in his cold eyes. He really wanted to kill all these people in front of him because they had hurt Dark Frost. However, he held back. It was also for Dark Frost. I really don't know what gives you the right to be so arrogant, kid. Yan Shifeng said with a cold laugh. I might be injured, and not as strong as I used to be. But do you really think you can shake Soul Palace? You overestimate yourself. That's right, said one of the Soul Palace elders. I was worried you might run away. But since you didn't, you played right into our hands. Today, you'll die. The person who spoke was a 9th Division life-sizer elder from the inner sanctum. After Medicine Devil died, he became one of the 3 devils, and was now known as the Sword Devil. So you're saying there's nothing to talk about? Ling Xiao said coldly. Nonsense. Do you really think you're qualified to negotiate with us? Yan Shifeng said mockingly. Ling Xiao nodded. Looking around, he said, there are a total of 3,653 Soul Palace experts present, 5 reincarnation divine realm martial artists, 3 are sealed, 1 is only a soul, and 1 is you, Yan Shifeng. You're seriously injured, and can't use the power of a reincarnation realm expert. There's nothing to fear, 16 9th stage life seizers, the strongest of which are the Blood Devil and the Sword Devil. However, they're also nothing to worry about, the rest are trash. What are you trying to say? Yan Shifeng said coldly. What I'm trying to say is that since you refuse to hand over your fate soul, I'll just have to take it by force. If I do, none of these 3,000 people will leave alive. Ling Zhao's cold voice was domineering and arrogant. He didn't seem to have any regard for Soul Palace at all. His words caused the faces of the Soul Palace experts to turn unsightly. This guy was simply too condescending. Don't worry, Dark Frost, he said. I'll kill them all within the hour. I'll get revenge for you. If they dare to touch you, I'll kill them all. Ling Xiao didn't have a clear idea of what was good and what was evil. To him, anyone who dared to hurt his friends was evil. They had to die. Inside the beast ring, Dark Frost appeared very anxious. You can't do it, quickly let me out. Although I'm uncomfortable, I still have the ability to fight. Not to mention those 3 old ancestors, you can't even deal with Yan Shifeng. Good girl, don't worry. I've actually already figured out the ins and outs of those 3 old ancestors. The 3 of them are all nearing the end of their lifespans. Therefore, they can only rely on life crystals to continue. But they still have to seal themselves in the Chaos Essence bottle. They don't dare to come out at all. This is why they still don't dare to come out and deal with you when you've already caused such a ruckus. Once they come out, their lifespans will rapidly disappear like withered weeds. I have the ability to deal with those 3 old things. Although I can't kill them, I can exhaust them to death. As for that Ling Chuyan, she's just a soul in dire straits. Unable to seize an outstanding fleshly body, she's also trash. This is why she's always thinking about you. Moreover, that Yan Shifeng is already heavily injured. I don't believe that he's much more powerful than Yama. Furthermore, girl, you haven't seen Big Brother's true strength yet, right? Next, Big Brother will let you see what's called going all out for a beauty. For some reason, hearing Ling Zhao's words, Dark Frost actually felt that the original difficulty seemed to really not be much. With Ling Zhao's analysis, Soul Hall was actually not very impressive. You be careful. Dark Frost reminded. Of course. Ling Xiao comforted Dark Frost as if there was no one around, then looked at Soul Hall's people again. His eyes instantly turned from gentle to gloomy, cold, and cruel. His aura also suddenly became ice-cold, as if a demonic creature was suddenly born. Those pitch-black eyes revealed a sinister killing intent. But anyone who was looked at by this pair of eyes could not help shuddering. What a terrifying person, what a terrifying gaze. Everyone. Ling Xiao looked at the neutral cultivators and said, "Today, I'll let everyone bear witness to this." The dignified Soul Hall's inner hall. We made a 10-day agreement, saying that if I won this bet, the Soul Emperor's inheritance would be given to me. However, they went back on their word, hurt my friends, and even wanted to snatch my Ice Emperor's inheritance. I don't need your sympathy and pity. I just need you guys to faithfully record all of this. Record how I, Ling Xiao, destroy this dignified Soul Hall. Was this guy crazy? Was he not preparing to escape? He actually wanted to rely on his own strength to contend against the inner palaces. Cultivators, arrogant, domineering. At this moment, Ling Xiao was simply supercilious. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how strong this guy is. Among the crowds the battle S Soul Hall S's enters the end. To them, today was a witness. To witness to she had the inheritance of the Soul Emperor and the Ice Empress. Halved, to witness T no matter which one it was, it could change the entire structure of the western regions. Do you think he can win? Yup, win? As long as he can kill a few Soul Hall martial artists before he dies, I think it's worth it. Yeah, to fight the entire inner hall by himself, this is simply arrogant to the extreme. Haha, don't say these words too early. Don't forget, before he fought with Yama. Who would believe that he can kill Yama? This person's words caused the crowd to instantly quiet down. Yes, Ling Xiao had already created a miracle. Who could deny that he would not create the next miracle? That's right, stop talking and watch quietly. Today, we might really witness the birth of a miracle. The rise of a monster. For a woman, he destroyed Soul Hall, facing more than 3,000 powerhouses, domineering. The neutral martial artists were very excited. They were even looking forward to it. If Ling Xiao could kill all the inner hall's powerhouses, what kind of scene would that be? Just thinking about it made them feel shocked and excited. Anyway, whether it was Ling Xiao or Soul Hall, it had nothing to do with them. Therefore, they naturally looked forward to an interesting ending. Otherwise, if Soul Hall won too easily, how boring would that be? The faces of the experts in the inner hall were extremely ugly at this moment. Ling Xiao was looking down on them too much. He was not putting them in his eyes at all, a mere person wanting to kill all of them. This was simply an insult to each of them, an intense insult. Yan Shifeng suddenly laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. I thought you would be an ambitious and ruthless person. I didn't think I would have misjudged you. In the end, you're just a child, a boastful and arrogant child. Today, I'll let you know the cruelty of this world. It's not something a small character like you can survive. Haha, I boast shamelessly? I can't survive, is that so? Then come and kill me. Ling Xiao looked mockingly at Yan Shifeng and said, I'm afraid that other than you, none of the trash behind you will dare to attack me, right? Now that I've killed Yama, they're afraid. Impudent, you arrogant fellow, you dare to say that there's no one in Soul Hall? An elder couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Although he didn't dare to attack, he couldn't let Ling Xiao point at his nose and scold him like this. That would be too embarrassing. Yes. Ling Xiao suddenly moved. The instant he spoke, the unbounded heavenly rat's wings spread out behind him and instantly charged towards Soul Hall. His target was Yan Shifeng. You bastard, you dare. Sword Demon and Blood Demon first appeared in front of Yan Shifeng. No one expected Ling Xiao to suddenly attack, and his target was the strongest Yan Shifeng. Idiot. Ling Xiao's voice drifted in the air. Only then did people notice that the one that pounced towards Yan Shifeng was a clone formed by the lake water. The real Ling Xiao had already arrived in the crowd. Let's start with these trash. Frigid Domain, Dance of Ghosts and Gods. The frigid domain was unleashed. Hundreds of people in the area were instantly frozen solid. These people were only in the 6th or 7th division of the life-seizing level. Faced with the frigid domain, they were completely powerless. Then, the Dance of Ghosts and Gods exploded. Pieces of the frozen body were completely shattered. Chunks of ice began to fall to the ground. When Yan Shifeng and the others turned around to look, Ling Xiao had already returned to his original position. In one move, he had killed nearly 500 people. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. Ling Xiao! Yan Shifeng roared angrily. He was truly furious. Ling Xiao had killed nearly 500 inner sanctum martial artists in the blink of an eye. Although these people weren't very strong, they were still members of the inner sanctum, and had their blood running through their veins. What are you yelling for? I already said that these 3,000 inner sanctum martial artists are all going to die today, just do your best to protect them. Once they're all dead, it'll be your turn. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and mocked him. Of course, you have another option. Hand over Dark Frost's life soul. That way, I can stop the slaughter. In your dreams. Yan Shifeng roared. Everyone, get into formation. Don't give him a chance to pick us off one by one. The truth was that the Soul Hall martial artists weren't weak. If they ran into someone on the same level as them, they might actually have an advantage. Unfortunately, they were facing a freak like Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could unleash the full power of the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. Other than Yan Shifeng, no one else was a match for him. Not even Blood Devil or Sword Devil could last more than a few moves. 3,100 people left. Ling Xiao spat out these cold words. That caused the faces of the inner sanctum martial artists to turn even more unsightly. In fact, they were now filled with terror and panic. What advantage did they have against Ling Xiao, whose killing intent surged to the heavens? There was no way this guy was joking. He really was going to slaughter every single one of the inner sanctum martial artists. Was he being arrogant, or boastful? None of those things. Ling Xiao had already proven his point with his actions. He really was strong enough to make the inner sanctum martial artists pay a heavy price. There was no doubt about that. It seems he really isn't joking. He's going to crush the Soul Hall army with his own strength. The neutral martial artists were finally starting to believe Ling Xiao's words. It's just the beginning. You can't say for sure. After all, the Soul Hall's true experts haven't even made a move yet. The ones Ling Xiao killed were all trash. That's true. After all, the neutral martial artists were just there to watch the show, so they were very relaxed. Listen up, Xianxia said. I need to heal. Sword Devil, Blood Devil, you two stand guard for me. The rest of you, 9th Division Life Seizers, attack together. The rest of you, take advantage of the situation. We outnumber him, and he's alone. We'll tire him to death. Yan Shifeng wasn't confident that he could kill Ling Xiao, so he needed to recover. First, he needed to heal. First, he had to heal his injuries, then he would be able to crush Ling Xiao. At that time, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to be as arrogant as he was now. How shameless! In the crowd, the neutral martial artists began to discuss. There's nothing we can do about it. Ling Xiao is dealing with the inner hall alone. The inner hall has the advantage of having more people. What right does Ling Xiao have to fight against the inner palace? That makes sense. After all, having more people is still an advantage. Everyone sighed. If it was a one-on-one battle, Ling Xiao might not be afraid of any of the inner hall's martial artists. But if it was one against many, this might not be the case. Yes. 14 9th Division Life Seizers were charging toward Xianxia, followed by a host of 8th Division Life Seizers and 7th Division Life Seizers. Ling Xiao smiled. He was least afraid of group battles. In fact, it could even be said that he actually liked group battles. That was because group battles allowed him to unleash all of his abilities and crush his enemies. Seeing the incoming enemies, Ling Xiao chuckled coldly, and the 9-snake general beast soul behind him suddenly grew larger. 9 snake heads appeared, each of which spat out a toxic mist. 9 snake venom domain, scarlet hypertoxic venom, deathly kingdom. Black poison, deathless germ, golden silkworm venom. 4 types of terrifying poisons were released at the same time, enveloping all of the Hall of Souls martial artists. Watch out! One of the 6th Division Life Seizers screamed as he toppled to the ground. Then, his body began to rot away, until he was nothing more than a skeleton. Then, the skeleton rose to its feet, its eyes flashing with red light as it charged toward the Soul Hall martial artists. 1. 2. 3. The release of the 9 snake venom domain was enough to turn hundreds of Soul Hall martial artists into puppets for Ling Xiao. Hundreds of them were directly poisoned to death. Not even their bones were left. Others were still alive, but their bodies were completely twisted, and they lay on the ground, moaning. "You think you can kill me like this?" Ling Xiao said, looking disdainfully at his enemies. The only ones who could get close to him were the 9th Division Life Seizers. As for the other martial artists, they had all become sacrificial lambs for the 9 snake venom domain. Some had become puppets. Some were already dead. Some were already dying. Some were being attacked. In short, the inner sanctum martial artists were in complete chaos. After the so-called battle formation was attacked by the 9 snake poison domain, it became a complete mess and was no longer in its original state. "You detestable bastard. Prepare to die." The 9th Division Life Seizers who had escaped from the poison domain surrounded Ling Xiao, their hearts pounding with pain as they tried to kill him. And yet, Ling Xiao wasn't done playing. Frigid Domain, Bloodthirsty Plague. The frigid domain instantly caused the 14 9th Division Life Seizers to go completely stiff. Then, the bloodthirsty plague germs entered their bodies and began to affect them. They were being tortured. Wind and Snow Ice Sealing Steps. Ghost God Seal. Kill. The bloodthirsty plague was only used to weaken his opponents. Killing them was Ling Xiao's true goal. As for the Ghost God Seal, it didn't require too much true essence or too much time. It could instantly kill those frozen martial artists. With 3 palm strikes, he killed 3 9th Division Life Seizers. Then, Ling Xiao once again moved out of the encirclement. Being surrounded was a rather dangerous thing. If possible, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to get out of this situation. This is bad. This guy's frigid domain is too hard to deal with. The inner sanctum martial artists, who had been excitedly attacking Xianxia moments ago, now began to back down. In the battle between Ling Xiao and Yama, he hadn't used the Ice Emperor's legacy. Because of that, they had no idea how terrifying the Ice Emperor's legacy was. Now that Ling Xiao was using his frigid domain and wind and snow ice sealing steps, they realized how difficult it was to deal with them. Ling Xiao ignored their shock and fear. His body flickered as he used his golden light magic to appear behind Yan Shifeng. There was no way he was going to allow Yan Shifeng to recover. Considering that Yan Shifeng was seriously injured, Xianxia could still suppress him. If Yan Shifeng recovered, Xianxia would be in deep trouble. Extermination Godsword. Ling Xiao was wielding the soul-extinguishing sword. It was a treasured sword that was a precious item, and he was using a peak general class martial technique. Considering that the 9 Sovereign Sword incantation required a lot of time, it was easy to dodge. The Extermination Godsword was perfect. Although it wasn't as powerful as the 9 Sovereign Sword incantation, with the soul-extinguishing sword in hand, it was a different story. Sword Demon and Blood Demon tried to stop Xianxia in time. Ling Xiao's sword pierced through Yan Shifeng's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Not only did Yan Shifeng fail to heal himself, but his injuries were also aggravated by Ling Xiao's sword. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to continue fighting. After a successful attack, he quickly used his wind and snow ice sealing steps to retreat. To him, it was still very dangerous to be attacked by Yan Shifeng, Blood Demon, and Sword Demon. A bunch of trash. You can't even keep Ling Xiao under control? Yan Shifeng covered his wound. Although Xianxia didn't stab any vital parts, the sword had aggravated his injuries. He was in great pain. Heh heh. Yan Shifeng, if you think they're trash, then I'll take care of them for you. Chuckling coldly, Ling Xiao blurred into motion, bursting into the crowd. Swish, sword light flashed, and one of the 9th Division Life Seizers was killed. It happened so quickly that no one could even see it. It was so vicious that it caused their hearts to tremble in fear. Ling Xiao. Yan Shifeng's rage reached a boiling point when he saw what was happening. Within a short period of time, all of the 9th Division Life Seizers were either dead or poisoned. Those who didn't die were being attacked by the flaming skeletons, which continued to grow stronger. 4 of the 9th Division Life Seizers had already been killed. Only 12 remained. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's sword had stabbed him in the stomach, making it impossible for him to focus on healing. At long last, he realized that this Ling Xiao wasn't as arrogant and ignorant as he appeared to be. Behind the arrogance, there was a cunning mind. Too cunning, Ling Xiao looked at him with a disdainful smile, then blurred into motion, once again charging into the crowd. He didn't move very quickly, but as he did, all of the martial artists in his path moved in slow motion. As for the 8th Division life seizers who were fighting off the toxins, they were being cut down like weeds. The sight of the incomparably powerful Ling Xiao made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. This young man had risen to prominence so quickly that he was often doubted. However, today, he had used his actions to prove how terrifying he was. 8th Division life seizers were like scarecrows in front of him, completely powerless to fight back. Even 9th Division life seizers were like crawling insects in front of Ling Xiao. There was only one end to them, and that was death. Ling Xiao's eyes held no pity or sympathy. From the moment that Yan Shifeng had dared to hurt Dark Frost, Yang Qi had made up his mind to kill them all. Not a single one would be left alive. What a terrifying movement technique. He's like a plague. Anyone who gets close to him will be infected. The legacy of the Ice Emperor is so terrifying. Many people had only heard of the legacies of the 8 great ancient emperors, but had never seen them with their own eyes. But now, they were seeing them for themselves. The blizzard ice ceiling steps couldn't be called a simple movement technique, but rather, magic. Wherever Ling Xiao passed, the enemies had to hurriedly avoid it. Otherwise, if they were swept up, they would instantly become sluggish and stiff. Then, they would be killed. Furthermore, the domain of absolute coldness was even more terrifying. As long as he used it, he would be able to freeze his enemies. Combined with Ling Xiao's frigid ice dragon breath, he could easily freeze a 9th Division life sizer into a block of ice. It was impossible to get close to him. How? The martial artists from the Soul Hall were. Ancestors, can you come out for a moment and end this brat's life? If you don't, all the experts from the inner, Yan Shifeng S's. Bastard, are you going to sacrifice us for them? Do you have any idea how many we lose? The Soul Hall can do without those trash, but they can't do without us. Isn't Ling Qiuyan here? Let her find someone to possess. They'll be a great fighting force. A furious voice came from the primeval chaos bottle. Yan Shifeng really wanted to curse. Everyone knew that the Soul Hall had 3 patriarchs, but who knew that they were just 3 cowardly trash? However, Yan Shifeng didn't dare to speak carelessly. He looked at Ling Qiuyan and said, "What do you think?" "Qiuyan? Wait a little longer." Ling Qiuyan said. "You know that a spirit-kin martial artist can only possess someone once in their lifetime. Once I do, I won't have another chance to come out." Yan Shifeng sighed. After all this time, he was the only one who was putting his life on the line. Ling Qiuyan had already blended into the crowd of neutral martial artists, seemingly searching for someone to possess. Compared to her current strength, she was more interested in finding someone with outstanding talent. After all, the spirit-kin relied on secret soul arts. Even if they weren't strong enough, as long as their souls were strong enough, it was enough. As they spoke, Ling Xiao didn't stop. He wielded the revered ice sword in one hand and the revered flame sword in the other. He didn't use any sword incantations. His hands flipped, and he wreaked havoc in the crowd. Before long, the ground was littered with corpses. Furthermore, each of the corpses appeared to be frozen ice cubes. Although many of the flaming skeletons had been killed, only 20 of them were left. But now, 2 of the flaming skeletons were in the 9th level of life seizing. The rest were in the 8th level of life seizing. The tables had turned in an instant. More than 3,000 people, and now only a dozen or so are left. What a tragedy. The neutral martial artists looked on with wide eyes and slack jaws. Things were developing in a direction they hadn't expected. Only 10 9th level life seizers were left, as well as Yan Shifeng. As for the 3 patriarchs, they were still hiding in the primeval chaos bottle, not daring to come out. Ling Qiuyan was still searching for someone to possess. Strictly speaking, there were only 11 people left who were still capable of fighting. That's simply too frightening. I think that he's truly capable of wiping out the entire inner palace all by himself. Quite a few people were trembling, and thinking back to how greedy they had been for the Ice Emperor's legacy, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. If they really had to fight, it would have been a disaster. I didn't believe it before. But now I do. This young man had probably already become a terrifying existence that surpassed the younger generation of the four major forces. Even the top experts of the older generation aren't a match for him. Finally, Ling Xiao used his own strength and bloody reality to let those people understand what true strength was. What true power was. The martial artists from the Soul Hall were completely flabbergasted and stared blankly at the corpses. What kind of battle was this? This was a one-sided slaughter. The allied forces of the Inner Sanctum couldn't even stand up to a single blow from Ling Xiao. They couldn't even hurt Ling Xiao. In fact, it would be difficult to even cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. Where did this young man come from? How could he be so terrifying? Now, they seemed to understand why Ming Shuang had chosen to stay with Ling Xiao. Only the strong could feel the terror of the strong. I admit defeat. Stop immediately. Yan Shifeng suddenly roared. Seeing the people from the Inner Sanctum die one by one, his heart was trembling violently. His heart ached. Those were the treasures of the Inner Sanctum. Admit defeat? Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and said coldly. That's right. I can give you Dark Frost's life spirit, but you have to swear to leave the green zone. Yan Shifeng said. Do you think you're still in a position to bargain with me? Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng and said coldly. All right. At the very least, you can't attack the people from the Soul Hall after I give you the life spirit. Will that do? Yan Shifeng said again. Hand over your life soul and get lost with your men. I won't kill any of you for at least 10 days. Ling Xiao said coldly. All right, that's it. Yan Shifeng was a little helpless. Although it was really shameful to do this, he had to do it. Because only in this way could he protect the fire seat of the inner hall. He believed that as long as his injuries were healed and his strength recovered, how could a mere Ling Xiao be his match? It wouldn't be too late to take revenge then. Give it to me. Ling Xiao approached Yan Shifeng, ready to release the extreme cold domain at any time. It's not on me. It's on the Patriarch in the primeval chaos bottle. Yan Shifeng replied. Then why aren't you taking it out? Ling Xiao said coldly. Okay. Yan Shifeng gently touched the storage ring and took out a bottle. It looked like a bottle made of metal, but it contained magical energy. Yan Shifeng reached out to open the bottle cap. At that moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. I didn't expect everything to be so easy. He thought to himself. As long as he opened the bottle cap, pointed the mouth of the primeval chaos bottle at Ling Xiao and shouted Ling Xiao's name. Ling Xiao's 3 souls and 7 spirits would be sucked into the bottle. At that time, he wouldn't have to think about revenge in the future. He would be able to destroy Ling Xiao later. Ling Xiao's Taiji I caught a strange energy, and he quietly responded to it. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Yan Shifeng pointed the mouth of the bottle at Ling Xiao and shouted. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, was completely sucked into the primeval chaos bottle. Something's wrong. At that moment, Yan Shifeng sensed that something was wrong. Well, Yan Shifeng, so that's what you're planning. If I hadn't secretly used the Fire Phoenix incarnation and moved my real body away, I would have fallen for your trick. Ling Xiao's voice came from the sky, and then a sword light fell and hit Yan Shifeng's hand. The primeval chaos bottle rolled to the ground. Extreme Cold Domain. After releasing the Extreme Cold Domain, Ling Xiao quickly took control of the situation, put the primeval chaos bottle in his hand, and then closed the lid again. Haha, Ling Xiao, you've misunderstood. I don't intend to do anything. This is the effect of the primordial bottle. It can forcefully absorb clones, incarnations, and the like. Yan Shifeng explained. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ling Xiao directly stuffed the mixed yuan bottle into his storage ring. He wasn't familiar with it, so he didn't plan to use it. And if something went wrong, it would be bad for him. Today, none of you will live. You've already missed your only chance to live. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng, his eyes cold. By now, 40 minutes had passed since the battle began. An hour had passed. Ling Xiao couldn't afford to waste any more time. He had to get rid of these bastards as quickly as possible, and then take back Darkfrost's fate soul. Even as the words left his mouth, he charged into the crowd. Screams rang out. Another 3 Ninth Stratum Life Seizers were dead. 9 left. And that included Ling Qiuyan, who was only a soul. Stay your hand. If you don't want me to destroy Darkfrost's fate soul, you'd better stay your hand. I'm the only one who knows where Darkfrost's fate soul is. And I'm the only one who knows how to get Darkfrost's fate soul back to you. Yan Shifeng shouted again. Speak. Ling Xiao said coldly. If you want Darkfrost's fate soul, Yang Qi said. Simple. Cut off your arms. Yan Shifeng laughed. Are you messing with me? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with cold light as 3 swords appeared in the air. Then. Paragon Ice's Frigid Sky Resolve, Paragon Flame's Heaven Burning Sword, Paragon Spirit Heaven Sword, they all exploded. In 3 moves, another 3 Ninth Stratum Life Seizers were killed. 6 left. Of course, Ling Xiao was starting from the weakest to the strongest. The rest were Ninth Stratum Life Seizers, and would only get more and more difficult. By this point, the flaming skeletons had stopped fighting. Ling Xiao had ordered them to stand guard in the area, preventing the inner sanctum from escaping. Although the upcoming battle would be difficult, he didn't need the flaming skeletons' help. Earlier, he had simply been too lazy to fight because there were too many of them. You. Yan Shifeng said, shocked. This Ling Xiao really wasn't going to listen to reason or persuasion. What's going to happen? That was the question on the minds of the neutral martial artists. It's hard to say. Ling Xiao killed a lot of people, but Yan Shifeng isn't dead yet. As long as he's alive, the battle isn't over. But no matter what, Ling Xiao has already proven himself with his powerful strength. He's arrogant, but he does have what it takes to be arrogant. In this world, not everyone had the ability to be arrogant and conceited. He's not talking big, and he's not brainless. He just has terrifying battle prowess to back up his arrogance. Maybe we're going to witness the birth of a godly miracle today. Yeah. He single-handedly wiped out an entire inner sanctum of Soul Hall. No matter where you go, it's just as amazing as the legends. The neutral martial artists were all very excited. No one in the entire western region had ever heard of anyone who could do this. Ling Xiao's name had already revealed his terrifying aptitude in the mouths of outsiders. However, no one had believed it before. Today, however, everyone was confident enough to expect this young man to create a miracle that would shock the world. Boss, there's no need to talk nonsense with that old thing. I've already obtained little sister Darkfrost's life spirit. Suddenly, a voice was heard from afar. Yan Shifeng was so shocked that his expression changed drastically. Then, a golden light suddenly flew to Ling Xiao's side and handed a marble-sized object to Ling Xiao. The marble was transparent and a faint blue glow flickered inside. No. Impossible. I clearly hid it away. Yan Shifeng had come out today because he was worried that his life spirit would be snatched away after being defeated by Darkfrost. Thus, he had hidden it in the most secretive place in Soul Hall. There were also layers of mechanisms. There were also array formations to protect it. How could he have imagined that, with a part of a Yuan Venerate soul and little gold working together, those things wouldn't be a problem at all? Little girl, is this your life spirit? Ling Xiao asked. Actually, he didn't need to ask. He knew just by looking at her reaction. The object in Ling Xiao's hand acted as though it had met a family member and frantically tried to scurry into the beast ring. That's right, it's my life spirit. Darkfrost replied. Ling Xiao nodded and put the marble into the beast ring. No. Impossible. Yan Shifeng simply couldn't believe his eyes. Ling Xiao had actually found Darkfrost's life spirit. It seems like today's battle will be a fight to the death. Yan Shifeng originally relied on the fact that he had Darkfrost's life spirit to rely on. Now that he doesn't have anything to rely on, how could Ling Xiao let them off? That's right. I'm afraid that a bitter battle is unavoidable. However, isn't this just right for us? Everyone was interested in watching a good show, so there was no difference in this aspect. Today, we can't let these 2 guys leave. Sword Demon, Blood Demon, the 2 of you follow me to deal with Ling Xiao. The rest of you, deal with that bastard. Yan Shifeng knew that it was impossible for him to wait until he had recovered from his injuries before fighting again. Most likely, Ming Shuang would have recovered by then. At that time, how would they be able to survive? Therefore, the only chance now was to take advantage of the fact that Dark Frost had just obtained her Fate Soul and had yet to recover. They had to kill Ling Xiao. Although the seemingly powerful little golden bird was powerful, Ling Xiao was clearly more of a threat compared to it. Therefore, Yan Shifeng made such an arrangement. Little Gold, others are looking down on you. Ling Xiao laughed. Hee hee, boss, don't worry. I'll take care of those bastards. After holding it in for so long, it's time for me to vent my anger. Xiao Jin chuckled. Alright, as long as you're confident. Let's work together and destroy the entire inner hall of Soul Hall. Ling Xiao laughed. It had been a long time since he had worked together with Little Gold. This kind of feeling really made one's emotions stir. At this moment, Yan Shifeng stared at Ling Xiao. If this guy didn't die, he would be a greater threat than Dark Frost in the future. He was only 17 years old, but he had already achieved such terrifying results. In time, who would be able to suppress him, not to mention a year or two later, even if it was just a month or two later, no one in the western region would be his match. Listen up, today's battle concerns the rise and fall of Soul Hall. Don't hold back. Go all out, defeat the enemy as much as possible. Yan Shifeng roared and released his martial soul. This guy's martial soul was a pitch-black skull. That pair of blood-red eyes made people not dare to look straight at them. Those eyes seemed to be magical as they stared at Ling Xiao, as if they could see through everything about Ling Xiao. The martial spirits in this world are really strange. This Yan Shifeng's martial spirit is not to be trifled with. The crowd also saw Yan Shifeng's martial soul being released. Often, it was hard to guess what kind of special effects these strange things had. On the other hand, sword martial spirits and saber martial spirits were easier to understand. Following the release of his martial soul, an extremely evil and sinister aura was unleashed from Yan Shifeng's body. It was as if he had just walked out of the Yellow Springs. At the same time, the Sword Demon and the Blood Demon released their martial souls. Facing Ling Xiao, they were not prepared to hold back at all. The Sword Demon's martial spirit was a sword martial spirit. Although it was simple and easy to understand, it was also very helpful to swords. The Blood Demon's martial soul was rather strange. It looked like a pool of blood without a physical body. It was a pile of blood-red liquid that could transform into various forms at any time. This Blood Demon had always been Yan Shifeng's proudest spy. With this person around, she would be able to find out a lot of information that others couldn't. From that, it was easy to deduce what the Blood Demon's martial soul could be used for. The three experts unleashed their martial souls at the same time. Terrifying power exploded out in all directions. They didn't hold back at all. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye, and not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. Ling Xiao looked at them calmly. His Taiji eye was already open, so it didn't matter what their martial souls were. He was confident that he could stand up to them. Yan Shifeng was obviously the most difficult to deal with. Although he was seriously injured, he was still at the peak of the heaven-seizing life-saving level. As for the Sword Demon and the Blood Demon, they were both at the peak of the 9th stratum of life-seizing. Neither would be easy to deal with. But was Xianxia afraid? He had long since transformed into his unbounded heavenly mouse. Behind him, all of the other beast spirits were on standby. They were waiting for Ling Xiao's orders. The beast spirits' eyes shone with killing intent as they stared at their enemies. None of them slacked off. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. Since Dark Frost's life soul was found, what he had to do next was to wipe out all of the inner hall martial artists. Anyway, there were only these 5 people left. Including Ling Qiuyan, there were only 6 people. It was just that he didn't know where Ling Qiuyan was right now. After blending into the crowd, there were no more movements. Could she have run away? Forget it, he had to deal with the trouble in front of him first. There was still time to deal with Ling Qiuyan's matter in the future. Both sides seemed to be very cautious and did not launch an attack immediately. Both seemed to be waiting for the other party to attack first. The air was filled with an austere atmosphere, pressuring people until they couldn't breathe. Ling Xiao wanted to kill the other party, but the other party was also unwilling to let go of Ling Xiao. Today's battle was destined to be either you die or I live. There was no sympathy or mercy. In terms of time, the Soul Hall people ultimately could not wear down Ling Xiao. Because what Yan Shifeng was most afraid of was Dark Frost recovering. Therefore, after a moment of confrontation, Yan Shifeng finally could not help but order, "No more waiting, attack at the same time, kill." The instant his voice fell, Yan Shifeng took the lead and charged out. In that instant, between heaven and earth, there seemed to be the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. A strange sound was released from that huge black skeleton martial soul. That pair of blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Ling Xiao from beginning to end. The other two did not dare to be negligent and attacked at virtually the same time. Ling Xiao's face was calm. However, he understood that the simultaneous attack of the three powerhouses was not a small test for him. But at the same time, it was also a huge opportunity. He needed to break through, continue to break through. 8th level life seizing was still not enough, because even if he cultivated to the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm, against reincarnation deity realm martial artists, he still did not have much chance of winning. After all, the feeling of crossing a major realm was completely different from crossing several minor realms. Thanks to the Taiji eye, he could clearly see the movements of the three people. Even the trembling of their eyebrows didn't escape his notice. His enemies were not weak, and he could not afford to be careless. Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. At the first moment, Ling Xiao used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. The air was filled with a dense coldness. The movements of two of the three opponents instantly became stiff. As for Yan Shifeng, he didn't seem to be affected, although his movements did slow down. But it was completely negligible. This old guy is injured and can't use his full strength, but he's still very difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned. Suddenly, he realized that Yan Shifeng was actually moving in his direction. It was as if he had predicted what he was going to do. Huh? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps again. Again, the result was exactly the same as before. Yan Shifeng seemed to be able to predict his next move and react quickly. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao now understood one of the uses of the black skeleton martial soul. Those ghostly eyes were similar to his Taiji eye in that they could see through his movements. In that case, it would be a matter of whose prediction was better. Ling Xiao stopped moving and looked coldly at the incoming Yan Shifeng. Regardless of whether it was the sword demon or the blood demon, they could not keep up with Yan Shifeng's speed. This way, Yan Shifeng and Ling Xiao became one-on-one instead. Ling Xiao really wanted to try and see what his chances of winning were against Yan Shifeng now. Soul Hall's Grand Elder really isn't joking. This martial soul is too awesome. It can even predict Ling Xiao's next move and make a prediction in advance. Terrifying. Although Ling Xiao has killed so many people before, this battle is the most crucial one. It's also the most dangerous one, isn't it? A moment of carelessness and you might lose your life. The neutral martial artists all understood that the current battle was the key. Whoever could laugh in the end would be the one who laughed the best. If Ling Xiao lost, then everything he had done before would have been for naught. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng, who blocked his path, and calculated how to attack. His strongest attack now was undoubtedly the Ice Age from the Ice Emperor's inheritance. However, using the Ice Age to deal with Yan Shifeng was truly somewhat extravagant. Therefore, he decided to try something else first. With the Fire Supreme sword in hand, Ling Xiao rapidly stabbed at Yan Shifeng. The sword light was incomparably resplendent in that instant. A scarlet flame jumped on the sword body, as if it was a fire from outside the sky, incomparably scorching and terrifying. Everyone raised their heads to look at the battle in the sky. That raging fire burned even more fiercely, and there was actually an aura of destruction constantly being produced. That should be a strange fire. How extravagant, using a strange fire in a sword art. This Ling Xiao is too terrifying. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with surprise, jealousy, and naturally envy. The Fire Supreme sword flew into the Western Region Divine Tomb painting and then flew out, burning even more fiercely. In the sky, it was like a blazing sun. He's too powerful. I can even feel the arrogance in his sword intent. It actually doesn't lose to Yan Shifeng at all. He's only 17 years old, If he is given more time, who would be qualified to compete with him? In the crowd, countless people were sighing with emotion. They were really glad that they were in the green zone today. Otherwise, it would be impossible to witness such an exciting scene. They could not see the rise of such a genius. Of course, it was impossible to tell what the outcome would be. But for Ling Xiao, challenging someone above his level was as normal as eating and drinking. He seemed to have an endless supply of trump cards. Only those who could push him to the brink of exhaustion would have a chance of defeating him. Yan Shifeng looked at the Fire Supreme sword in the sky with a heavy expression. If he still had his original cultivation, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, he would definitely be able to suppress Ling Xiao. However, the problem was that he was heavily injured and could not display his original strength. Facing Ling Xiao's sword, he actually felt a bit of coldness. That sword was as hot as fire, but his heart was as cold as ice. But even so, he was definitely not afraid. His martial soul was not to be trifled with. He determined the trajectory of Ling Xiao's Fire Supreme sword. Yan Shifeng did not intend to take it head-on. He dodged directly, and then with a thought, a terrifying devil thunder formed above his head. Compared to Yama's devil thunder, Yan Shifeng's devil thunder was obviously more powerful. "Kid, I admit that you're powerful, but under my martial soul, you have no chance of winning at all." Yan Shifeng snorted coldly in his heart. The devil thunder had already blasted towards a position. That was the place he determined that Ling Xiao would definitely pass by. However, the moment the devil thunder blasted out, Yan Shifeng saw Ling Xiao's lips curl into a mocking smile. Not good. Although he did not know what would happen, Yan Shifeng had a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? Could it be that the situation was not what he imagined? Could it be that Ling Xiao had already seen through his martial soul in advance? The emergence of this question made Yan Shifeng's heart even more confused. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could anyone break the special effects of his martial soul? However, the reality was so cruel. His judgment was wrong. In the direction where the devil thunder blasted, there was indeed a figure, but it was not Ling Xiao, but the Golden Phoenix incarnation. The real Ling Xiao was already holding the Fire Supreme sword and charging towards the path that Yan Shifeng would definitely pass by. At that moment, Yan Shifeng was almost suffocating. Because at this moment, he seemed to be taking the initiative to crash into the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. Retreating was absolutely impossible. He could only resist. Boom, flames exploded, crazy sword chi bloomed in the void. Yan Shifeng could only react hastily. Fortunately, although his strength had decreased, his cultivation was still there, so the speed of his soul secret technique was very fast. Whale hunting lightning spear. Amidst the roar, a huge lightning spear formed above his head. Then it was released, pressing forward with indomitable will. It was as if there was nothing that could resist this terrifying attack. The moment this attack was released, Yan Shifeng suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He seemed to feel that he should be able to block this attack steadily. Fire Supreme Sword Art, kill. Finally, Ling Xiao's attack also met it. It was like a raging fire, a meteorite hitting a planet. The terrifying flames completely exploded in the void. The strange flames completely enveloped both of them. Everyone below looked at this scene with their mouths agape. At this moment, Sword Demon and Blood Demon were unable to get close at all. Many people had a feeling. Facing Ling Xiao's sword, you could only choose to resist. If you wanted to dodge, no matter what, you would have the momentum of the raging fire. No matter what, you would not be faster than the sword in his hand. Rumble. The surging and terrifying aura completely exploded in the void. Heaven and earth seemed to shake because of this. In the space, a huge shockwave was formed, spreading in all directions. Many buildings in the green zone were destroyed. They collapsed one after another. Fortunately, this was Xuanwu Lake, and there were not many people living here. Otherwise, the scene would be even more terrifying. Crack! Crack! The light of the whale-hunting lightning spear rushed out from the flames. The endless flames actually began to extinguish. Only the lightning was constantly blooming. Yan Shifeng is worthy of being a reincarnation deity realm martial artist, even though his strength has decreased due to his heavy injuries. Although his injuries are weakened, Ling Xiao is still not his opponent. That's right. This time, Ling Xiao's plan was ingenious. Unfortunately, in the end, he still misjudged the opponent's strength. He overestimated his own strength too much. Blood Demon and Sword Demon also revealed a smile on their faces. To be honest, the two of them could not help much in this battle. Those two people were too abnormal, making it impossible for others to participate. However, seeing that Yan Shifeng finally won, the two of them were relieved. Otherwise, once Yan Shifeng was defeated, how could the two of them survive? However, the happiness only lasted for a moment. Everything in the sky seemed to be frozen in an instant. With Ling Xiao's body as the center, the extreme cold domain was completely released. Even the whale-hunting lightning spear was frozen in the air and gradually dissipated. Yan Shifeng was also greatly affected. His entire body's movements slowed down. Qi, the air was torn apart by the sword Qi. No one noticed when Ling Xiao's second sword was condensed. This time, he chose to use Supreme Fire's Blazing Sky Sword Art and Supreme Ice's Freezing Sky Sword Art one after another. Although there was no increase in strength. But the continuity became stronger. In the extreme cold domain, the Ice Supreme Sword was like a dragon swimming in the sea, receiving the greatest strengthening. Although the Fire Supreme Sword had been extinguished. The light of the Ice Supreme Sword was incomparably dazzling. Yan Shifeng's eyes revealed fear. Because of a mistake, Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and did not give him any time to regroup. He wanted to use this mistake to completely defeat him. Fortunately, he was a Soul Clan martial artist. Fortunately, he was good at soul mystic techniques. Otherwise, under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for him to even move, let alone fight back. Soul mystic technique, Black Lightning Skeleton. Yan Shifeng was struggling to catch up, but even so, he was absolutely unwilling to give up. The old thing had very powerful experience. Even if it was a dying struggle, it could still make the enemy feel very uncomfortable. The black skeleton martial soul behind him actually merged with the black lightning and blasted towards Ling Xiao. The black lightning was actually not afraid of the restrictions of the extreme cold domain and blasted out a path that belonged to itself. Supreme Ice's Freezing Sky Sword Art. At the same time, Ling Xiao's sword art had already been blasted out. It collided with the black lightning skeleton. In that instant, the battle between ice and lightning unfolded in the extreme cold domain. A cold light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. The extreme cold domain was his domain. In this domain, it could not only freeze the enemy. He could perfectly control any corner of the domain. When Supreme Ice's Freezing Sky Sword Art collided with the Black Lightning Skeleton and confronted each other. Behind Yan Shifeng, a sword that was almost completely transparent, pierced out. Soul Elder Ling Tian Sword Art, it could completely transform the bloodthirsty demon sword into an ethereal soul state. It was impossible to guard against. How terrifying. This Ling Xiao is too strong. He was actually able to easily use 3 king-level sword arts without even panting. Even if it's a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist, I'm afraid it's also very difficult to accomplish. Everyone was shocked as they watched the battle in the sky. Ling Xiao had truly surpassed their imaginations. They didn't belong to the same dimension anymore. This was a monster. What a monster! He was an inhuman genius. The release of the Soul Exalts Ling Heaven sword was too sudden. Yan Shifeng was so scared that his hair stood on end. At that moment, he finally understood how his grandson Yama felt. You can't judge this young man in front of you by his strength on the surface. It was too terrifying. As long as you didn't kill him, he seemed to always be able to find a way to turn defeat into victory, making it difficult for you to resist. I'll make you suffer. Run. Everything Yan Shifeng had done before was to create an opportunity for himself to escape. Because of his misjudgment, he was suppressed by Ling Xiao. If he couldn't escape from the shadow of this mistake, then only death would await him. Fortunately, his cultivation level was still at the reincarnation divine realm. Fortunately, he had cultivated many escape skills. Rumble, Yan Shifeng used almost all the true essence in his body to condense a powerful soul sword to block that terrifying bloodthirsty demon sword. After the terrifying explosion, his body frantically retreated. At the same time, he felt dizzy and had a splitting headache. There was no other way. In order to block the sudden attack of the Soul Exalts Ling Heaven's sword, he could only do this. Run. At this moment, Yan Shifeng only had this thought. He had underestimated his opponent too much. He said that he would team up with Sword Demon and Blood Demon, but in the end, it became him fighting Ling Xiao alone. He regretted it. He shouldn't have relied on his black skeleton martial soul to be so arrogant. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He had used the force of the collision to escape from the extreme cold domain. Next, he had to regroup and team up with Sword Demon and Blood Demon to kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt his heart tighten. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before came crashing down on him. Do you think I will let go of this one and only chance to kill you? Ling Xiao's voice was like a demon's voice, causing Yan Shifeng's body to instantly stiffen. A strange two-handed sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. That huge sword was emitting an extremely cold chill. It was also emitting an incomparably terrifying power. Yan Shifeng didn't even have the chance to adjust his breathing at this moment. Ling Xiao was already above his head. Is that the Ice Age? Yan Shifeng felt that he couldn't be wrong. Only that terrifying Ice Age could give him such a terrifying feeling. Even Ling Xiao's 3 swords combined into one was definitely not this terrifying. It was as if the one he was fighting now wasn't Ling Xiao, but the Ice Emperor. The coldness released by the Ice Age was even more terrifying than the extreme cold domain. Yan Shifeng felt that he couldn't dodge it at all. And blocking it was even more impossible. At this moment, because of that crazy attack just now, he had basically exhausted his true essence and soul force. How could he block it? Supreme Elder. Sword Demon and Blood Demon were originally watching the show not far away. At this moment, they realized that the situation wasn't right, and both of them madly rushed over. However, how could Ling Xiao give them such an opportunity? The flaming skeleton general, who had been on standby, flapped its wings and rose into the air. It blocked Blood Demon and Sword Demon respectively. Blood escape. The Sword Demon seemed to have really been stopped. However, Blood Demon released a strange blood escape and disappeared in front of the flaming skeleton general. However, Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. At this moment, Yan Shifeng was behind his eyes. Whether it was Blood Demon or Sword Demon, they couldn't withstand a single blow in his eyes. Wind Snow Ice Sealing Steps. Stepping out of the void, the Wind Snow Ice Sealing Steps wrapped around that blood shadow. That blood shadow was forcibly slowed down. Then, the Ice Age fiercely chopped down towards Yan Shifeng's head. Yan Shifeng, you didn't have to die, but you are too stupid. If you dare to hurt Darkfrost, I will make you regret being born in this world. In the roar, the cold aura released by the Ice Age had completely enveloped Yan Shifeng. Yan Shifeng was shivering from the cold. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Die. Finally, the terrible Ice Age directly chopped down from Yan Shifeng's head. There was no obstruction. The Ice Age cut down from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. A line of ice appeared on Yan Shifeng's body, which just happened to split his body into 2. There was no blood, only coldness. Yan Shifeng's eyes instantly became dull. He stared blankly at the 2 halves of his body that were gradually separated. Fear was finally released from his eyes. He didn't expect that he, a dignified reincarnation Divine Realm warrior, would die here. He actually died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Regret. Why didn't he choose to escape? Why did he have to fight with this madman? He could have had a greater advantage. However, he stupidly thought that he could kill Ling Xiao with his current strength. But it caused him to fall into such a situation. Milord. The Blood Demon witnessed everything with his own eyes, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. She was incomparably furious and shocked. All of her blood seemed to be boiling. She broke free of the frigid energy and charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the blood devil. He just stuffed a pill into his mouth as if there was no one around. The Ice Age really did consume a lot of true energy. With this move, his true energy was almost completely depleted. When the Blood Demon had already arrived in front of him and was about to kill him, the Blood Demon's eyes lit up. Ling Xiao turned to look at him. He didn't use a sword, he didn't use any technique. His hand transformed into the claws of the limitless heavenly mouse, and he slashed out. The Blood Devil's attack was easily destroyed by the claws. Then, the claws closed around the Blood Devil's heart. "Since you're so loyal, I'll fulfill your wish." Bam! There was no suspense whatsoever. The Blood Devil's heart exploded, and his eyes went blank. Then his corpse fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Dead, Yan Shifeng was dead, the Blood Devil was dead. The fight had only been going on for about 10 minutes, even though a Samsara deity realm martial artist was heavily injured. He was defeated by Ling Xiao using skill, his body had been cleaved in half, a 9th division life-sizer's heart had been crushed in a single move. Blood splattered everywhere. It was over. Bam! Smack, 2 corpses fell to the ground, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Good heavens! 2 famous powerhouses had actually died just like that. How could Ling Xiao kill them so easily? Was this a dream? Yan Shifeng and the Blood Devil had been tricked by Ling Xiao, and hadn't even touched a hair on Ling Xiao's head. As for the Sword Devil, he was scared out of his wits. The truth was that as soon as Yan Shifeng was killed, he knew that everything was over. He had only been the Sword Devil for a few days, but now he was going to die. Meanwhile, Little Gold had already killed 2 9th division life seizers. His speed was no slower than Ling Xiao's. He didn't even use the golden light of the 9 Serenity's yellow springs. Instead, he used his fleshly body strength to rip the 2 9th division life seizers to shreds. In the crowd, a woman glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. Then, he left quietly. "Ling Xiao, I'm unable to kill you today. However, remember this. I, Leng Qiuyan, will definitely take revenge for this." Leng Qiuyan had already found a suitable body. It was a pity that this physical body was too weak. If she wanted to take revenge, she could only raise the strength of this physical body. Fortunately, she had her own way, but it would take some time. Not only did Ling Xiao kill her son, but he also killed her father-in-law. He even destroyed the inner palace. How could he not take revenge? Ling Xiao did not notice Leng Qiuyan's departure. After all, the possession had already succeeded. As long as Leng Qiuyan did not expose her aura, then she would completely become another woman. He was not a deity, so how could he have sensed it? The Sword Devil looked around. There was no one left to fight alongside him. Suddenly, he landed on the ground and shouted, "Young hero Ling, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to reveal the secrets of the inner palace." Was he the only one left in the inner palace? What else could he do? He had seen Ling Xiao's strength. What kind of joke was this? Fighting someone like that, how was that any different from sending him to his death? Surrender? Don't you think it's a bit too late? Ling Xiao looked at the Sword Devil with disdain. The Blood Demon's loyalty had made him feel pity for him, but he despised the Sword Demon. Kill. There was no hesitation. His figure flashed through the air like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Sword Devil. He crushed the Sword Devil's neck. Dead silence, they were all dead. There were more than 3,000 people in the inner palace, and not a single one was left alive. Ling Xiao was truly too savage, such an ending undoubtedly shocked everyone. Ling Xiao basically wiped out the inner palace of the Soul Palace by himself. Even if this was told to others, no one would believe it. After all, it was a bit too fantastical. But this was the truth. Today, Ling Xiao stepped on the bodies of countless experts to make his name known in the Green Zone. At the same time, in the eyes of these people, he was not only a genius. He was also a terrifying god of slaughter. I don't want to mess with this guy anymore. Yeah, I was thinking of getting the Ice Emperor's inheritance from him. Now that I think about it, I'll just forget about it. What a joke. Making an enemy out of this god of slaughter is the same as courting death. Everyone agreed with his point of view. Even desperados had to consider the possibility. It was impossible to compete with Ling Xiao for the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Unless someone was an idiot, no one would offend such a person. Ling Xiao knew what he had done. From the day he became sensible, he knew what this world was like. The mystic world was filled with killing everywhere. The only rule was that the strong preyed on the weak. He had seen his family and friends killed with his own eyes. Although he took revenge, it still could not make up for the regret in his heart. So from that day on, He swore that no matter who dared to touch the people he cherished, he would turn into a devil. He would turn into a god of slaughter and kill everyone. He took a deep breath. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance, and the murderous aura on his body was naturally gone. At this time, those neutral martial artists breathed a sigh of relief. Dark Frost was released from the beast ring. Although she was still very weak, she was no longer in danger. Dark Frost's face, which was originally as cold as ice, revealed a smile and warmth. Seeing this smile, the murderous intent in Ling Xiao's heart seemed to have melted instantly. Actually, it was not bad to have such a sister. For Dark Frost, so what if he turned into a malicious spirit, so what if people misunderstood, he did not care. He felt that doing anything for Dark Frost was worth it. Although Dark Frost's age was very different from the Moon Maiden's. But if it weren't for Ming Xuang, he wouldn't be where he was today. He might have died in the meteorite zone. After coming to the green zone, it was Dark Frost who protected him time and time again that allowed him to achieve what he had today. He owed Dark Frost too much. "Girl, are you okay?" In front of this girl, he was very gentle. Yes, big brother Ling Xiao. Seeing the person she thought of as her big brother fighting desperately for her. Even if Dark Frost was not okay, she would only say that she was fine. Of course, she was indeed fine now. Her life spirit had returned to her body. From today onwards, her comprehension and ability would only be stronger than before. And she would not become weaker. Dark Frost wanted to protect her big brother Ling Xiao. In this world, there were only two people who could make her feel warmth. One was her biological brother. The person who had been killed by the Hall of Souls. She would never forget it in her life. The other was her big brother Ling Xiao. Fortunately, her big brother Ling Xiao did not die because of her. Otherwise, she would really break down. Dark Frost swore that if it was for big brother Ling Xiao, she was willing to give up everything. Now that the inner palace was destroyed, only 3 old things were trapped in the chaos bottle. Ling Xiao could not do anything to them and did not dare to release them. They could not do anything to Ling Xiao either. This matter could only be solved in the future. As for Soul Hall, only the outer palace was left. It existed in name only. However, Ling Xiao felt that the outer palace's overall strength might not be weaker than the inner palace. All along, the outer palace had been bullied by the inner palace and supported Dark Frost even more. Now that the inner palace was completely destroyed, there was no need to talk about it. Dark Frost, an individual's strength is limited. Since the outer palace supports you so much, why don't we just let Soul Hall continue to exist? It's just that the rules have to be changed in the future. It can't be like before. Otherwise, it will still be the same old path. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "I'll listen to big brother Ling Xiao's instructions." Dark Frost nodded and then looked at the outer palace experts who had been released. From now on, Soul Hall will no longer be divided into inner palace and outer palace. Moreover, the former Azura Hell will be abolished forever. We are together for a better foothold in this world, for a better life. I hope that after the trial in the immemorial Divine Two Men's, everyone can return to the western region alive. Only in front of Ling Xiao would Dark Frost show the innocent look of a little girl. Outside, in front of others, she was still so mighty, domineering, and cold as frost. Even though the life soul was back, as the owner of Soul Hall, she still had to have the dignity. "We obey." No one questioned. Originally, the inner palace was above the outer palace and did not take the outer palace people seriously. One could imagine that even Dark Frost, the palace master, was treated as a high-level fighter. The others would only be worse off. Today, they were able to reconstruct the Soul Palace. They were the founders, the founding elders. How could they not be happy? Okay, leave some people to clean up the corpses. The rest of you go back and inform everyone of what happened here and my decision. There are still many outer palace martial artists in Soul Palace that don't know about this. Dark Frost added, "By the way, Wind Soul, Warrior Soul, and Battle Soul, the 3 of you stay behind." The 3 people that Dark Frost mentioned were the 3 strongest people in the outer palace other than her. Among them, Feng Hun was already a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. He was also the oldest, over 60 years old. As for the Battle Soul and Battle Spirit, they were both in their 40s, and were 9th Division life seizers. Their strength was not inferior to the three devils at all. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Because he was from the outer palace, he didn't have the qualifications to possess any authority at all. He could only act as a hired thug. After everyone went their own way, Dark Frost brought Wind Soul, Soul Soul, Battle Soul, and Ling Xiao back to her own palace in Soul Palace. There are 2 reasons why I asked you to come. First, in the future, Soul Palace will no longer have 3 devils, only 3 souls, which are the 3 of you. Normally, I won't manage the sect affairs, so you can discuss it. Wind Soul is the oldest and has the most experience. Listen to his opinion. Dark Frost said. Truth be told, she just wanted to be lazy. In the past, as the sect lord of Soul Palace, she actually didn't have to manage the day-to-day affairs of the sect. All she had to do was rely on her own strength to fight for the sect. She planned to do the same in the future. For a young girl like her, it would be too troublesome to manage such mundane affairs. Yes, mistress. Wind Soul and the other 2 were delighted. After all, Dark Frost's orders meant that the 3 of them were in charge of the most important affairs of Soul Palace. How could they not be happy? Whether it was in terms of status or resources, they would have more than before. Second, there are many good things left in the inner palace. For now, all of them will be confiscated. You didn't contribute to what happened today. In the future, when you make contributions, you'll be rewarded. Understood? Yes, mistress. The 3 of them replied. Ling Xiao stood off to the side, feeling a bit awkward. After all, he was an outsider, and yet Dark Frost was telling him these things. She was clearly telling Wind Soul, Duhun, and Battle Soul that Ling Xiao wasn't an outsider. That's all. However, you have to take note that in the future, Brother Ling Xiao's status will be higher than mine. The people outside may not know, but you have to know. Yes. The 3 of them replied again. Then, Wind Soul cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and said, Young hero Ling is talented and powerful. I'm impressed. You're indeed the most qualified person to inherit the Ice Emperor's legacy. Please take care of me in the future. Sure. Ling Xiao nodded. Alright, the 3 of you can leave first. The main thing is to stabilize the morale of the army. I believe everyone is panicking now that the inner palace has been destroyed. However, there's nothing to panic about. As long as I'm here, Soul Palace won't fall. Dark Frost waved her hand and said. Palace Master, there's actually something that you should know. Wind Soul suddenly said. Just say it. I'm the Palace Master in front of others, but there's no need to be reserved here. Dark Frost said. Yes, Palace Master. It's actually about the Divine Demon Invitational Tournament. Wind Soul said. Divine Demon Invitational Tournament? I seem to have heard of it. Yan Shifeng mentioned it before his death, but he didn't tell me the details. Dark Frost said in a low voice, Is it compulsory to participate in this Divine Demon Invitational Tournament? Yes, it's compulsory. Wind Soul nodded and said, This is the rule set by the owner of the Divine Demon Token. Each of the 9 Supremes of the Western region must send at least 3 martial artists to participate. There's also an age limit. The rule is that the participants must be under 40 years old. If any force doesn't send a martial artist to participate, then the owner of the Divine Demon Token will kill all the martial artists of that force in the immemorial Divine Tomb. So ruthless. Ling Xiao couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. What was the owner of the Divine Demon Token trying to do? Tell me the details. Dark Frost didn't dare to be careless when she heard Wind Soul's words. Sit down. Thank you, Palace Master. Wind Soul, Warrior Soul, and Battle Soul all sat down. Wind Soul continued, If we want to talk about this Divine Demon Invitational Tournament, we have to talk about the Ancient Sword Emperor's Imperial Tomb. What does this have to do with the Ancient Sword Emperor's Imperial Tomb? Dark Frost asked. Ling Xiao listened at the side and didn't say anything. He knew that what Wind Soul was going to say next was very likely related to the Ancient Sword Emperor's Imperial Tomb that he had been searching for. Of course it's related. As for what it's related to, let's talk about it later. I'll first briefly explain the Ancient Sword Emperor's Imperial Tomb. Because it's really important. Wind Soul said. Alright, there's no harm in saying it. Anyway, we have plenty of time now. Dark Frost nodded. I also eavesdropped on these things, so it might not be accurate. According to Yan Shifeng, the experts of the 4 major regions have calculated that the ancient Sword Emperor's imperial tomb will open within this year. And it's very likely to be in the immemorial divine tomb or the 4 major regions. Because all the treasures to open the ancient Sword Emperor's imperial tomb have already appeared. The Wind Soul Dao revealed a very shocking matter. I heard that as long as you gather all 10 diagrams, you'll be able to obtain the key to the ancient Sword Imperial tomb. Ling Xiao interjected. This rumor isn't accurate. To be precise, there are a total of 6 items required to open the ancient Sword Imperial tomb: the ancient Sword Imperial diagram, the ancient Sword Imperial sword, the ancient Sword Imperial crown, the ancient Sword Imperial armor, the ancient Sword Imperial staff, and the ancient Sword Imperial throne. Now, these 6 items have all appeared in the world. Moreover, they've all arrived at the primordial divine tomb. However, only 5 of them are known to be exact. The whereabouts of the ancient Sword Imperial diagram are still unknown. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's brows couldn't help but twitch. He guessed that the Western region divine tomb map he obtained should be the ancient Sword Imperial diagram. It seemed that after the ancient Sword Imperial diagram transformed into his martial soul, it wasn't noticed by the owner of the God-Devil token. This could be considered extremely lucky. Continue. Dark Frost said. The 5 items that have already appeared are in the hands of the Myriad Countries, the Alliance of Vengeance, the Heavenly Dynasty, the Western Region Heretic God, and our Soul Hall. The Soul Hall has the ancient Sword Imperial staff. We don't know where Yan Shifeng hid it, but we'll try our best to find it. The Soul Hall is only so big. If the items aren't in their storage rings, then they must be hidden in the Soul Hall. Feng Hun said. There's no need to look for it. You're talking about this, right? Ling Xiao took out the ancient Sword Imperial staff. What made Ling Xiao feel strange was that there was nothing magical about the ancient Sword Imperial staff. It just emitted the aura of an emperor. This was completely different from his Western Region Divine Tomb map. Not only did the Western Region Divine Tomb map possess the aura of an ancient sword emperor, but it also possessed the king rank martial art, the 9 sovereign sword technique. Could it be that the Western Region Divine Tomb map isn't one of the 6 treasures? If that's the case, then it's strange. The Western Region Divine Tomb map is definitely related to the ancient Sword Imperial tomb. But it's not one of the 6 keys. That's right, this. Feng Hun hurriedly nodded. Ling Xiao felt that his luck was really good. Coupled with the ancient Sword Emperor's staff, he already possessed 2 keys. If he gathered all of them, he would really be able to open the ancient Sword Imperial tomb map. The evil god of the West. Dark Frost frowned and said, this Western region evil god doesn't belong to any of the 4 major forces, but his strength is incomparably powerful. He should also be an expert of the reincarnation divine realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to protect the treasure by himself. The Hall Master is right. These 6 treasures have been through many fights and battles. In the end, they all returned to their respective masters. It was rumored that each of the 6 treasures could bring 3 people into the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Therefore, in the end, only 18 martial artists will enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Feng Hun said. Wonderful. With this ancient Sword Emperor's staff, Big Brother Ling Xiao and I can go to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum together. As for the other person, you 3 can compete for it. When the time comes, I will hold an internal competition. Whoever wins will go. But let me put it bluntly. If I find out that you're using unfair competition methods in an attempt to harm your competitors, you'll be punished. I'd rather kill that person and go with Brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost said coldly. She seemed naive, but after so many fights for power, she still had some experience. She wasn't as ignorant as she seemed. Feng Hun and the other 2's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly nodded in agreement. But soon after, Feng Hun said, actually, things might not be that bad. Oh? Tell me about it. Ling Xiao asked with interest. Then we have to talk about the God Fiend Invitational. Actually, it doesn't matter who obtains the key to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. In the end, they have to hand it over to the owner of the God Fiend token. And in this God-Fiend Invitational, 18 people will be selected. The strongest 18 people will be chosen, and these 18 people will get 18 spots. Feng Hun replied. Why is it so complicated? Since the owner of the God-Fiend token has a way to obtain all the keys, why doesn't he open the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum himself? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I don't know the exact reason, but there are 3 opinions in the rumors. First, those who can enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum must be martial artists from the western region. Second, the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum is very dangerous, and the owner of the God-Fiend token isn't willing to take the risk. Third, perhaps the most important thing hasn't appeared, and the ancient sword Emperor is doing this just to lure that thing out. These 3 reasons are all possible, but what's the most important thing? Could it be the ancient sword Emperor's diagram? Ling Xiao was puzzled. I'm not too sure about that, but no matter what, this is the God-Fiend Invitational's competition system. Feng Hun said. Ling Xiao nodded. From what he heard, he had to participate in this God-Fiend Invitational. Because in order to obtain one of the 18 spots, he had to participate. Although the Ice Emperor's inheritance was powerful, it could only be used in the immemorial Divine Mausoleum. In the 4 regions, it would probably be an ordinary item, and only the inheritance of the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum could be obtained. Only then would he be able to avoid being bullied in the 4 regions. Even if it was purely to become stronger, Ling Xiao would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity. Big brother Ling Xiao, are you going to represent our Soul Palace in the competition? Dark Frost asked. I'm afraid that's not possible. To tell you the truth, I'm the Emperor of the 8 Immortals Kingdom. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I can only represent the 8 Immortals Kingdom. However, Dark Frost, I can help you find someone to participate. His strength is probably not weaker than mine. Who? Dark Frost asked. Don't worry, you'll know soon. But before that, I have to think of a way to defeat Prince Tian. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Prince Tian. Prince Tian who recently obtained the Sky Sword Emperor's inheritance? Feng Hun said in shock. That's right, it's him. Otherwise, who would dare to call himself Prince Tian in the immemorial Divine Mausoleum? Ling Xiao said. Young hero Ling, don't blame this old man for belittling himself. Prince Tian's cultivation is already stronger than yours, and after obtaining the Sky Sword Emperor's inheritance, he's even more terrifying. I'm afraid you're not his match. Feng Hun said with a frown. Hee, it's nothing. I also know that I'm not his match now, but I'll be soon enough. Ling Xiao's confidence came from his terrifying cultivation speed. He believed that he would soon surpass Prince Tian. Just like surpassing the Koi King and Yama. But there's only a month left until the God Devil Invitational Tournament. Feng Hun said. That long? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Long? Feng Hun was stunned. He really couldn't understand Ling Xiao's train of thought. Others would only think that a month was too short to catch up with Prince Tian. How could they think that it was long? Hee, you're indeed big brother Ling Xiao. Look, you've scared Feng Hun. Dark Frost said with a smile. Feng Hun was a little embarrassed, but he still couldn't believe that Ling Xiao could become stronger than Prince Tian in a month's time. Alright, the 3 of you can go and do your own things. Dark Frost waved her hand. We'll take our leave now. Wind Soul and the others nodded, then turned and left. Big brother Ling Xiao, are you going to start cultivating? Dark Frost asked. Yeah. A month should be enough time for me to catch up to that bastard Prince Tian. At the very least, I need to reach the life-seizing level. At that time, those below the reincarnation immortal realm and without the legacy of the ancient emperor will not be my match. Ling Xiao's words were filled with confidence. To most people, breaking through to the life-seizing level was extremely difficult. Furthermore, it involved terrifying lightning tribulation. Many people had died because of it. But to Ling Xiao, it wasn't a problem at all. After all, Ling Xiao's confidence stemmed from his tyrannical martial soul. Truth be told, if it weren't for this fortuitous encounter, he would have long since died among the beggars. Dark Frost believes in Big Brother Ling Xiao, she said. In that case, Big Brother, you should focus on your cultivation. Without the interference of the inner sanctum, you can focus on your cultivation. If you need any resources, just tell Darkfrost. No matter what it is, Darkfrost will get it for you. Darkfrost clenched her fists in excitement. Now that Darkfrost had her own life soul, she was even more adorable than before. There was no need to doubt that. Ling Xiao was very happy to have a little sister like her. Ha ha ha. In that case, Big Brother will thank you in advance. Don't worry. If you need anything, I won't hold back. Right, I need two things right now. The first is a snake-type demon core, but preferably one that's at least in the 9th level of the life-seizing level. The second is the exquisite sword. The third is a 7-star stone. You can get any one of these 3 things. Furthermore, I need light type, fire type, or anything with heat. Little Gold will need them. Ling Xiao wasn't holding back at all. In order to make himself stronger before the God Devil Invitational, he didn't need to hold back. After all, he couldn't always rely on Darkfrost to protect him. As an older brother, it was his duty to protect Darkfrost. This time, Little Gold also made a great contribution. If Xiao Jin hadn't found Darkfrost's life soul, it was hard to say how the battle would have developed. Okay, Big Brother Ling Xiao, I got it. Ming Shuang's memory was very good. She remembered everything that Ling Xiao said in her heart. After parting ways with Ling Xiao, Darkfrost went to the Greenwood district alone. She didn't encounter any threats as she passed through the meteorite zone. After all, she had already killed the undead king. When she transmigrated, the countless monsters could only hide when they saw her. Darkfrost went to the Greenwood district and killed a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm demon snake. Then, he brought the demon snake's crystal core back to the green zone. It only took him an hour to go back and forth. At this time, Ling Xiao was still pondering the usage of Ice Age and had not yet gone into seclusion to cultivate. Big Brother Ling Xiao, this is for you. I've got it. Darkfrost excitedly handed the demon beast's crystal core to Ling Xiao. A heaven-seizing fate-changing realm demon beast's crystal core. This is a monster that even a reincarnation god realm martial artist has a hard time killing. Where did you get it? Ling Xiao could not help but ask as he felt the powerful energy from the demon snake's crystal core. Hee, Big Brother Ling Xiao, don't ask. Just tell me if you can use it. Darkfrost laughed. Of course I can use it. Ling Xiao nodded and said, thank you, Darkfrost. But don't take risks for such things in the future. It's okay. In this immemorial divine tomb, other than the God Devil token owner and some of his subordinates, there are no other people. Darkfrost, I'm not afraid of anyone. It's not dangerous at all. Darkfrost laughed. Alright, but no matter what, it's better to be careful. This thing is exactly what I need. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. It was probably useless for him to persuade her. Darkfrost really treated him as her own brother. And the kind of brother who had a very good relationship with her. That was why he took the risk to go to the Greenwood district to get this thing. I know, Big Brother Ling Xiao. I won't let myself die so easily. It wasn't easy for me to get to know Big Brother Ling Xiao. How can I bear to die? Oh, right, Xiao Jin, come out for a moment. This is for you. Darkfrost suddenly said. She took out another demon beast's crystal core and said, this, speaking of which, my luck is not bad. I met a heavily injured reincarnation god realm demon beast, lava demon scorpion, I also killed it. This demon beast's crystal core, I'll give it to Xiao Jin. Reincarnation god realm demon beast. My god, Darkfrost, you couldn't have killed the big boss of the Greenwood district, right? Ling Xiao was taken aback. No, I really picked up a loophole. I guess this guy was injured by the undead king before. Darkfrost stuck out her tongue and said. Okay, I'll believe you for the time being. But really don't take the risk. Of course not. Big Brother Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, don't worry and cultivate. As for the other things, I've already asked the people of the Soul Palace to search everywhere. I believe there will be results soon. Darkfrost turned around and skipped away. Looking at her leaving figure, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This girl, forget it, don't think too much. I'd better become stronger as soon as possible. That way, I won't let this girl continue to take risks. Xiao Jin, continue to evolve in the beast ring. This demon beast's crystal core of the second level of the reincarnation god realm should be able to let you advance to at least the first level of the reincarnation god realm, right? Ling Xiao asked with hope. It should be possible. But boss, I won't be able to talk for a while. What's there to be afraid of? The stronger you are, the more likely you will be to recover your human body in the future. It will also be of great help to me. Don't think about anything else. Just like this time, if you weren't strong enough, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to hide from those outer palace warriors guarding the Soul Palace. So don't be long-winded, hurry up. Yes. Xiao Jin swallowed the demon beast's crystal core in one gulp and then fell into a deep sleep. Okay, it's time for me to cultivate. When the three swords are combined, it can produce 15 times the power of an ordinary beginner king-level martial skill. In fact, it's already higher than an intermediate king-level martial skill. When the four swords are combined, the attack power will increase by 20 times, which just happens to reach the destructive power of an advanced king-level martial skill. But the consumption will probably be huge. My current cultivation is still not enough. Even if the three swords are combined, I can only use it 3 times at most. For swords combined, 1 time is probably enough to choke me. But I still have to cultivate. After all, with such a powerful sword move, it will definitely be effective when I encounter a really difficult enemy. Ling Xiao thought, then took out the Supreme Snake Sword and put it together with the Demon Snake's crystal core. When he thought of the 9 Supreme Sword techniques, he was quite excited. If he guessed correctly, when he finished cultivating the 6 sword techniques and released them at the same time, the power would reach the peak of the general level martial skill. In fact, there were a total of 10 sword techniques in the 9 Supreme Sword techniques. What would happen if he cultivated the last 4 types as well? He was really looking forward to it. Ling Xiao was thinking that once he mastered all 10 sword techniques of the 9 Supreme Sword techniques, would it be more terrifying than the Ice Age? He felt that the power of the Ice Age was more terrifying than a martial technique at the peak of the general level. And this was just an ordinary attack. The Ice Age contained the true unique skill of the Ice Emperor. It was a pity that his cultivation was too low to master it. He would probably have to wait until he reached the reincarnation divine state before he could master it. Even so, he could basically kill a martial artist at the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm with the ordinary attack of the Ice Age. Even a martial artist at the reincarnation divine state would not dare to take it head-on. Forget it, let's not think too much. Let's take it one step at a time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath to calm himself down. The demon snake crystal core began to resonate with the Supreme Snake Sword. With this connection, the cultivation of the Supreme Snake Sword technique would be easier. The moment the resonance occurred, Ling Xiao held the demon snake crystal core in his hand and began to comprehend it. The cultivation method of the sword technique had long been firmly engraved in his mind. It was not a problem for him. Furthermore, he had already successfully cultivated 3 types of sword techniques. The 4th type would be relatively easier to master. After only 10 minutes, the Supreme Snake Sword seemed to have a life of its own. It swayed in the air like a ferocious venomous snake. Success. The direct destructive power of the Supreme Snake Sword technique is not as good as the Supreme Flames Blazing Sky Sword technique, but its continuous destructive power is more terrifying. If I integrate it with my poison, it will be even more powerful. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a hint of joy. He did not expect that the comprehension of the 4th sword technique would be so easy. The 9 Supreme Sword techniques may not be as simple as I thought. After all, this is the sword technique left by the ancient Sword Emperor. He used it when he was not strong enough. It should not be worse than the Ice Age, right? After completing the cultivation, Ling Xiao had another idea. Previously, he had heard that when the 9 sovereign sword techniques were cultivated to the 6th level, all the sword techniques would be upgraded. In other words, the original elementary king-level sword technique would become an intermediate king-level sword technique. In this way, the power of the combined attack should also increase. At that time, the combined effect of the 2 swords would probably reach the level of a high king-level martial skill. The power of the four swords combined into one was already at the peak of the king stage. In other words, this swordsmanship could evolve, although there might still be an upper limit. This upper limit was most likely already at the level of a royal martial skill. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel a little excited. Just a set of martial skills left outside was already so terrifying. Then, how powerful would the treasures in the ancient sword imperial mausoleum be? Just thinking about it made him unable to calm down. Sister Moon Maiden, it seems like we'll be reuniting again soon. As for my friends in the western regions, I'll definitely make a trip back after this trip to the Archean Divine Tomb. The entire western regions will be ours. Ling Xiao was very ambitious. Apart from his love affairs, he had never forgotten his great ambition. Unify the profound world, after he finished cultivating the supreme snake venomous sky sword art. For the first time, Ling Xiao really took out Yan Shifeng and Yama's storage rings and began to carefully examine them. His soul power was very strong, but some of the previous soul secret techniques were not enough now. He needed a new soul secret technique. Or something that could use soul power. Baron sword art, bloodthirsty battle body, elementary king level secret technique, demonic thunder technique. These were all things in Yama's storage ring. In addition, there were some spirit stones. Ling Xiao had no interest in these three things at all with the bloodthirsty battle body. As for the magic thunder art and baron sword art, he could cultivate them. But they were just supplements and overuses. Putting these aside first, Ling Xiao continued to rummage through Yan Shifeng's storage ring. Intermediate king level magic whale hunting lightning spear, an intermediate king level secret technique, black lightning skeleton. Wait, this is the memory metal of the Soul Emperor's inheritance. Ling Xiao felt as if his breathing had stopped. He had thought that he had no fate with the Soul Emperor's inheritance. He never thought that he would find this in this old thing's storage ring. Throwing the rest to the side, Ling Xiao hurriedly picked up the memory metal, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Yes, it really is the Soul Emperor's inheritance, similar to the Ice Emperor's inheritance. The Soul Emperor's inheritance was divided into 4 parts: Immemorial Soul Emperor Art, Soul Devouring Domain, Soul Kill, and the Soul Devouring Wand. Since the Soul Devouring Wand had already been obtained by Dark Frost, Ling Xiao naturally could not inherit it. However, he could still meditate on the first 3 abilities. The Immemorial Soul Emperor technique could perfectly cultivate one's soul force, making it easier to control. It could also make it easier to fuse true essence and soul power together. As for the Soul Devouring Domain, Dark Frost had already used it. Within a certain range, in addition to causing soul deterrence, it could also increase the power of soul secret techniques. It could shorten the cooldown and casting time of soul secret techniques. Within the range of the Soul Devouring Domain, soul secret techniques could be released from any corner of the domain, not from the position of the martial artist. In this way, it would be even more difficult for the enemy to resist. Soul Kill was not a movement skill, but a sure kill skill. It could suddenly erupt with powerful soul power, causing a devastating blow to the enemy's soul. Its power was related to the martial artist's own soul power. These 3 abilities were undoubtedly a great supplement to Ling Xiao's fighting strength. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated and began to immerse himself in cultivation. Because he had already meditated on the Ice Emperor's inheritance, Ling Xiao's soul power was extremely powerful. In just 3 days, he had thoroughly comprehended these 3 abilities. The only thing he lacked was actual combat. On the morning of the 4th day, Dark Frost came again. This time, Dark Frost brought the exquisite sword. This exquisite sword was held by a neutral martial artist who came to the green zone. Dark Frost had spent a high price to buy it. Ling Xiao already had the exquisite 7 ingenious jade. Now that he had the exquisite sword, he could cultivate the exquisite sword art. In this way, he would be able to learn 5 sword techniques. When the 5 swords combined, his attack power would increase by 25 times. However, this made it even more urgent for him to improve his cultivation base. If his cultivation base could not reach the 9th level of life seizing, even if he cultivated the 5 sword techniques, he would not be able to combine them. As he thought of this, he resisted the urge and spent an hour to master the celestial Linglong sword technique. Then, he walked out of the room. For him, improving his cultivation base was, of course, the fastest way to do so was to go out and fight. Although the Undying King was no longer in the meteorite domain, and the monsters were not as fierce as before. However, there were still some powerful monsters. For him, the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging monsters could help him improve his cultivation base as quickly as possible. Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was already very fast, and with the help of the Frigid General's memory metal, it was only natural that it would be even faster. Before the God Devil Invitational began, reaching the 9th level of life-seizing was not impossible. To be honest, it had only been a few months since Ling Xiao had seen Yu Fenghua being taken away by the Palace of Eternal Life. In just a few months, Ling Xiao had gone from being a nobody in the Yin-Yang realm to a peak existence in the life-seizing realm. It was like a myth. Other than the former human kings, no one could be faster than him. But he still couldn't be satisfied. When he thought about what might happen to Yu Fenghua, he couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, his opponents were experts from the Palace of Eternal Life. Not only did he want to surpass his peers, but he also wanted to surpass the experts of the older generation. Without a crazy cultivation speed, it was impossible. Palace of Eternal Life, in my eyes, you're just a stumbling block on my path. But since you dared to provoke me, I'll crush you completely. Today, you looked down on me and took my woman away from me. Tomorrow, I'll let you know what regret is. Stepping out of the Soul Hall, Ling Xiao walked out of the green zone, his heart burning with a strong desire to fight. Before leaving, he left a note for Darkfrost. The main reason was that he didn't want to stay under Darkfrost's protection. Otherwise, how could he have broken through? From then on, a crazy figure appeared outside the green zone. From east to west, and from west to east. Ling Xiao fought almost every day, tirelessly. He had no interest in fighting monsters who were weaker than him. Of course, if they wanted to die, he didn't mind killing a few more. The monsters he fought were all in the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm. In any case, there were no reincarnation god realm monsters in the meteorite zone, so he had nothing to worry about. Day after day, he fought boring battles. Although it was boring, it was very helpful to Ling Xiao's cultivation. During the battles, he repeatedly used the various martial skills and secret techniques he cultivated, allowing them to rise in level. He had also cultivated Yan Shifeng's intermediate king-level secret techniques, the whale-hunting lightning spear and the black lightning skeleton. He gave up on the desolate sword art and devil lightning art. Now, king-level martial skills were no longer attractive to him. As Ling Xiao cultivated and fought without any regard for his life, the number of life crystals in his storage ring increased. At the same time, his strength was also increasing rapidly. The energy in his sea of cultivation had reached 90%, but he had basically wiped out all the powerful monsters in the meteorite zone. Even if he wanted to look for it, he couldn't find it anymore. This process lasted for a total of 7 days. On the 10th day, he planned to return to Soul Palace and inform Darkfrost. Then, he would head to other regions and continue to find powerful opponents to fight. But on this day, he felt that he was being watched by something. The other party was very strong. At the very least, he felt that the other party was not weaker than those life-snatching realm monsters. This guy was about 1,000 meters away from him and had been watching his every move. This made Ling Xiao feel very strange. Soul Palace was now under Darkfrost's control. Who was it that dared to cause trouble for him at this time? Could it be Ling Qiuyan? No, this doesn't feel right. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. Why did he think so much? Since the other party's target was him, he might as well make the first move. Thinking of this, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the woods 1,000 meters away, Demon Eye King stared at the young man in the distance. There was no mistake. That was the murderer who killed Big Brother and caused Third Sister to be seriously injured and only recently recovered. Fourth brother Dragon Shark King was also depressed and had been in seclusion for a long time. They searched all over the Greenwood Zone and the Glacier Zone, but they couldn't find this guy named Ling Xiao. So they finally set foot in the Meteorite Zone. The Meteorite Zone was terrifying. This was known by all the martial artists of myriad countries. The martial artists of Heavenly Dynasty also knew. It was said that there was a powerful undead king in the Meteorite Zone, and even their mother Dragon Mother was very afraid of him. But after coming here, Demon Eye King realized that the rumors might not be true. There was no undead king here, and this place was not as dangerous as she imagined. She easily found the person she was looking for. Lord Demon Eye King, why don't you let us go and capture that kid? Of course, Demon Eye King hadn't come alone. She was much stronger than before, having reached the 9th stage of life seizing. But if it weren't for Demon Eye King, she wouldn't have been qualified to be one of the 4 kings of myriad countries. After recovering from her injuries, Third Sister had gained enlightenment and reached the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. Her 4th brother Dragon Shark King was even more powerful. Although he had lost the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he had unexpectedly acquired the legacy of the 7 Stars Battle Emperor. Although he was still in seclusion, it was highly likely that he would break through the final barrier and reach the reincarnation god level. Even if he couldn't break through, with the legacy of the 7 Stars Battle Emperor, he would be the strongest person under the age of 40 in the 4 major powers. Even Prince Tian might not be as strong as her 4th brother. It was precisely because it couldn't compare to its sister and brother's strength that when the Demon Eye King came out, it would always be accompanied by experts. And at the very least, they would be in the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. This time was no exception. The speaker had a very high position in the myriad countries, and was second only to Dragon Mother and the 4 kings. The title Duke, just as Demon Eye King was about to speak, she suddenly realized that the young man was gone. That realization caused her to jump up in fright. She immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Be careful," she shouted. But it was too late. Frigid Domain, Dance of Ghosts and Gods. Ling Xiao's first attack was a wide-area attack. He wanted to get rid of the small fries to avoid further complications. Of Demon Eye King's subordinates, only the title Duke and the Count of the North Sea remained. The Count of the North Sea was at the peak of the 9th stage of life seizing. Although he wasn't as strong as the title Duke, he was still stronger than the small fries. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's the sea folk from the myriad countries. No wonder I could smell the fishy stench from so far away. Ling Xiao clasped his hands and hovered in midair. As of now, he wasn't afraid of these people. In fact, he was excited. Just when he was worried that he wouldn't have a worthy opponent, someone came knocking on his door. Ling Xiao. Demon Eye King gritted her teeth. "You're that Demon Eye King, right? You're quite pretty. Scram. Go back and tell your dragon mother that I won't hold a grudge against you for seizing the Ice Emperor's inheritance. But you'd better not mix with Prince Tian. That Prince Tian is someone I must kill." Ling Xiao said coldly. "Shut up, what an arrogant brat. You stole our Ice Emperor's inheritance and killed our Mirror Demon King. Are you planning to end it like this?" The Count of the North Sea roared. "What a joke. Isn't it common for people to die in treasure seizing? If I'm not as strong as them, then I'll be the one to die. What else do you want? I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm a guest of Soul Palace. If you become my enemy, you'll become the enemy of Soul Palace. When the 2 forces fight, the ones who will benefit from it will be others." Ling Xiao said in disdain. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't want to provoke a powerful enemy like Wang Gua. But if the other party didn't know what to do, he had nothing to be afraid of. If he could destroy the inner hall of Soul Hall, he had a way to destroy Wang Gua. After all, he was no longer the inexperienced person who had just entered the immemorial divine tomb. "Ha ha ha ha, you, how could Soul Hall accept a guest elder like you?" The North Sea Earl laughed and said to the Demon Eye Monarch, "Lord Demon Eye Monarch, this subordinate will take this dog's life." After saying that, he ignored the Demon Eye Monarch's dissuasion and rushed out. "Don't." Before the Demon Eye Monarch could say anything, the North Sea Earl's head fell to the ground. Ling Xiao didn't have time to talk. He wasn't afraid of these people. If these people didn't know what was good for them and insisted on being enemies with him, he didn't mind killing a few more. "You killed him?" The Demon Eye Monarch's body trembled. Even her demon eye couldn't capture Ling Xiao's terrifying speed. The person in front of her was too terrifying. He was much more terrifying than the rumors. She couldn't fight against him at all. "That's right, I killed him because he was courting death." Ling Xiao just said indifferently, "Well, since you've already made your move, it won't be so easy to leave. What do you want to do?" The demon-eye monarch asked timidly. She really felt fear. From this Ling Xiao, she felt the same terrifying aura as the Koi King and even the Dragon Shark King. Don't worry, although you look good, I'm not interested in sleeping with a fish. The one next to you, you have to fight with me. A life and death battle. You can use your strength as much as you want. As long as you do that, I'll let your demon-eye monarch go. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Are you serious? The Tide Duke asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. Then can you let the demon-eye monarch leave now and I'll stay and fight with you? The Tide Duke asked again. No problem. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that the Tide Duke would run away. He had a barrier martial soul, and as long as the Tide Duke didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. After saying this, he released his sister's martial spirit and said to the Demon-Eye Emperor, "Get lost, girl. The deaths of these people today are only a lesson. People of Tato Land, don't come looking for trouble with me again. Otherwise, I will definitely make you suffer." You know that's impossible. With Mother's temper, how could she possibly let herself be taken advantage of like this? Demon-Eye King smiled bitterly. That's not my problem. My attitude is very simple. If you don't provoke me, I won't do anything to you. But if you insist on provoking me, then I'm sorry, I'll definitely let you know how terrifying death is. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Alright, I'm not interested in wasting words with you. You over there, Title Duke, right? Come fight me." The Demon-Eye King hesitated for a long time as he watched the battle begin. Finally, he clenched his teeth and left. The young dragon of the past had now grown into a truly terrifying divine dragon. Perhaps Tato Land really shouldn't provoke such an existence. Right now, she only had one thought, and that was to persuade her mother to stop causing trouble for Ling Xiao. Sigh, it's still not enough. Although the Title Duke is strong, he can only increase the energy in my sea of cultivation to 99%. I'm still a little bit away from a breakthrough. Seeing the Title Duke's dying appearance, Ling Xiao sighed and turned to leave. Take it as a thank you for being my training partner. Get lost, I won't kill you. As for whether you can survive in the meteorite area, that's not my problem. After he finished speaking, he strode forward in large strides. Wait. What, do you have something else to say? Ling Xiao turned around and asked, his face filled with killing intent. The Heavenly Emperor Dynasty's people are already here. The Koi King is also among them. I believe they'll arrive soon. The emperors of the Ice Dynasty and Fire Dynasty are following Prince Tian. This time, they don't come with good intentions. Be careful. The Title Duke knew that the other party could easily kill him, but they didn't. He didn't want to owe them a favor. Thank you. Your information saved your life. Ling Xiao tossed him a pill and said, "Catch it. Take it and you'll recover 70% to 80%. It'll be easy for you to leave the meteorite area." After he finished speaking, he tore through the air and quickly disappeared at the end of the wasteland. Ling Xiao had to go back and inform Darkfrost to make preparations. The Heavenly Emperor Dynasty didn't come with good intentions. The Title Duke looked at the pill and hesitated. In the end, he gritted his teeth and swallowed it. It really is a good pill. This Ling Xiao doesn't seem to be as evil as the rumors say. The Title Duke shook his head. Seeing the approaching monsters, he stood up and walked in the opposite direction. Tato Land has already obtained the Sea God Emperors and the 7-star Battle Emperor's inheritances. Why should we be so obsessed with the Ice Emperor's inheritance? When we return, we should discuss this with Lord Dragon Mother. Soon, the Title Duke also left. After Ling Xiao returned to the green area, he told Darkfrost about the Heavenly Emperor Dynasty. Darkfrost immediately organized people to defend. The green area was the Soul Palace's living area. It couldn't be destroyed by anyone. Just one day later, when Ling Xiao was familiarizing himself with Ice Age in his room, Do Hun hurriedly came over. Young hero Ling, the Heavenly Emperor Dynasty's people are here. Oh? Take me there immediately. Ling Xiao put down Ice Age and stood up. He guessed that they would arrive in a few days, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. It seemed that the Heavenly Emperor Dynasty was really greedy. They already had the Heavenly Sword Emperor's and Dragon Emperor's inheritances, but they still didn't give up. Take you there? Do-hun paused and said, young hero Ling, the palace master said that you should just stay here. No matter what happens outside, don't go out. We can deal with the Heavenly Emperor dynasty's people. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I knew that girl was going to be stubborn again. But I, Ling Xiao, am not the same as before. Even if Dragon Mother comes in person, I won't be afraid. How can I let you suffer for me? Let's go. I have to deal with this matter personally. Yesterday, he heard from the title duke that the Koi king also came with the Heavenly Emperor dynasty's people. They were probably here to take revenge. And that Prince Tian. Given the current situation, he really wanted to try and see if he could use this opportunity to call Ling Xiao back. Although Ling Xiao was still very safe, he was still in the enemy's territory. Who knew if something would happen to him? At that time, he thought of that method because he wasn't strong enough. But now, his strength was not the same as before. If he fought with the Heavenly Emperor again, he might not lose. Alright, young hero, follow me. Do-hun knew that even if he stopped him, it would be useless. With Ling Xiao's ability, it would be easy for him to find the whereabouts of those people. The most important thing was that this group of people was very ostentatious when they came. It was impossible not to find them. Just as he left the room, Ling Xiao had already opened his Tai Chi eye. From afar, he could see that there were close to 10,000 martial artists outside the entrance of the Green Zone. Among them, there were martial artists from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty and also martial artists from the myriad countries. Excluding the miscellaneous fish. Ling Xiao saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. Koi King, Demon Eye King, Title Duke. Of course, there was also that Prince Tian. The Prince Tian that he had always wanted to kill. Apart from Prince Tian, the Ice Dynasty's King Mo Li and the Fire Dynasty's King Zhu Cheng were also there. There was another person whose aura was incomparably powerful. It was just that his entire body was wrapped in a black robe, not revealing his true appearance. But Ling Xiao believed that his strength was probably not inferior to Dark Frost. Probably the most powerful backer behind the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Ling Xiao did not know this person, but he knew that this person was the most powerful person in the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Fortunately, there was only this one, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Dragon Mother did not appear. She probably still needed to hold down the fort in the Glacier District. On the Soul Palace's side, there were naturally not as many experts as before. After all, the inner palace had been destroyed. Now, Dark Frost, Wind Soul, and War Soul led thousands of martial artists in the outer palace to form a defense, confronting the close to 10,000 people outside. The neutral martial artists in the Green Zone all maintained neutrality and did not help each other, preparing to watch the show. At this time, they were also a little nervous in their hearts. The Heavenly Emperor dynasty came to the Green Zone in such a grand manner. They were definitely not here to drink tea. Ling Xiao noticed that Ling Xiao was standing beside Prince Tian. It was just that his hands and feet were shackled, like a prisoner. Ling Xiao's aura was clearly much stronger than before. Probably after obtaining the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, Prince Tian also used a lot of treasures to help him improve. As a result, Ling Xiao's current strength had already soared to the heaven-changing fate realm. His cultivation was even higher than Ling Xiao's. Originally, this was something to be happy about. But seeing Ling Xiao's restrained appearance, a ball of anger burned in Ling Xiao's heart. He also blamed himself a little. Back then, he had sent Ling Xiao as a spy because he wasn't strong enough. But how could Prince Tian be so easily deceived? Even if he was tricked, the expert behind him wouldn't. The handcuffs and shackles were obviously not simple. No, I can't let Ling Xiao stay by that guy's side any longer. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had already decided that he would take Ling Xiao back today. Boss, don't be rash. Because a trace of Ling Xiao's origin soul was in Ling Xiao's soul realm, Ling Xiao was naturally able to sense Ling Xiao's thoughts at such a close distance. Furthermore, he could even converse with him at the soul level. What is it? Ling Xiao said in surprise, do you think I can't defeat Prince Tian? Even if I can't defeat him, with Dark Frost around, it won't be a problem. That's not the problem. Ling Xiao said, although I'm handcuffed, to be honest, I don't care. Right now, whether it's Prince Tian or that mysterious expert, they both think I'm completely under their control. But they don't know that relying on your origin soul, I've been able to break their soul assimilation secret technique many times. Now, they're giving me large amounts of resources to cultivate every day. Furthermore, I've also obtained a lot of information from them. Boss, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not that bad right now. During the God and Devil Invitational Tournament, they will give me a spot. Once I get this spot, I will be able to join the tournament. Once I've obtained the spot, we'll enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Tomb together and kill Prince Tian and the Koi King. Wouldn't that be easier? But are you sure you'll be fine? Ling Xiao said with uncertainty, to be honest, I'm a little regretful of my decision back then. I've never regretted anything I've done in the past. Then don't regret it now. Boss, you're doing the right thing. If I had followed you back then, I'm afraid I would have been killed by now. But according to your plan, not only did I not die, but I also became incomparably strong. The stronger I am, the more I can help you, boss. Don't worry, the God-Devil Invitational Tournament is only 20 days away. Boss, you can't wait, right? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with me? Longchen said with a smile. Scram, I'm not interested in that. But hearing that you can joke around, I'm relieved. It seems like you're really not doing too badly. Alright, then we'll do as you say. But if there's any danger, immediately notify me. The current Palace Master of Soul Palace is your boss's younger sister. Ling Xiao said. Boss, you're really awesome. How many days have it been since we last met? You've already hooked up with another one? Longchen was shocked. Hooked up my ass. Your boss's charm is called charm. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll be at the door soon. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he jumped onto the city wall and stood together with Dark Frost. The instant the Koi King saw Ling Xiao, a surge of resentment erupted. He simply wanted to charge up and tear Ling Xiao to shreds. Calm down, Koi King, Prince Tian said. Let's wait and see how Amoli and Zhu Chong's negotiations go. I can sense that the kid's aura is already in the 8th stratum of the life-seizing level. It's only been a short time since we last met, but his cultivation base has already risen to such a terrifying level. Not even the legacy of the Frigid Ice General could do something like that. That just goes to show how terrifyingly talented he is. You were right, Koi King. We can't let this kid live. He'll be a disaster sooner or later. Even as the words left his mouth, Prince Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. However, he was very pleased with the fact that he had taken Ling Xiao's powerful dragonfolk descendant. All he had to do was wait a bit longer to wear down the dragon's humanity, and then he could use him as a mount. That was when the dragon riders of the primeval age would be born. Furthermore, he would be much stronger than before. This was undoubtedly the most wonderful thing. Even as Prince Tian was lost in thought, Emperor Zhu Chong of the Fire Dynasty clasped hands and said, Palace Master Dark Frost. Didn't you say that there was no one named Ling Xiao in the Green Quarter? Then who is he? If I say there isn't one, then there isn't one. He's my brother. Dark Frost said. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and complained, Brother, didn't I tell you to stay in your room? I'll help you deal with this bunch of rotten fish and prawns. Mingshuang, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I'm a man. Even if I can't beat them, I'll still be able to fight them. If I don't even dare to show my face, then I'll be too cowardly. Don't worry, other than that black-robed man, it won't be easy for anyone else to hurt me, let alone kill me. Now that the Soul Hall is weak, I can't just stand by and watch. Ling Xiao patted Darkfrost's head and smiled. This scene frightened the people outside the city quite a bit. They had long heard of how terrifying the Soul Hall's Palace Master Darkfrost was. Now, someone actually dared to pat her head. That kid was dead meat. However, the blood that they had imagined did not splatter. Instead, they saw Darkfrost's shy smile. What the hell? It's broad daylight. Zhu Chong and Emoli looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and shock. Cough cough, Palace Master Darkfrost, I know that the little thief is handsome. But you need to know that he is a despicable person. In the glacier area, he stole the inheritance of one was ice general while the Koi king was fighting with others. Then, he sneaked into the Ice Emperor's ancient tomb and stole the Ice Emperor's inheritance. That is also something that belongs to Wangua. We came to the green area today with no intention of fighting with Soul Palace. We just want to take back Wangua's things. Seeing Dark Frost being so obedient in front of Ling Xiao, Ice Dynasty's Emperor Emoli clearly misunderstood something. He thought that Dark Frost had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's appearance. But then again, Ling Xiao was really handsome, although he was not a gigolo. But the man's heroic spirit was perfectly reflected. You talk about Wangua left and right. Why didn't that old woman dragon mother come? Who do you think you are to talk to me? Dark Frost's domineering attitude surprised Ling Xiao. The dignified Ice Dynasty's emperor's true strength was already at the heaven-changing fate realm, not inferior to Yama at all. But in Dark Frost's eyes, it was not worth mentioning at all. Emoli's expression changed again and again. But in the end, he did not dare to get angry. Dark Frost was a reincarnation god realm expert. She knew very well what the result would be once she made a move. Palace Master Dark Frost, Dragon Mother has already entrusted my Heavenly King dynasty to handle this matter. She even specially sent the Koi King and the Demon Eye King to assist. She gritted her teeth and said. So what? That old woman didn't come herself and let you stinky fish and shrimps make up the numbers. Before I get angry, you'd better disappear from my eyes. Otherwise, no matter how many people come today, I'll kill them all. Dark Frost's attitude was still as domineering as before. I wonder if Grand Elder Yan Shifeng is here. How about letting him come out and talk? The Fire Dynasty's Emperor Zhu Chang suddenly said. In fact, everyone in the outside world knew very well that Dark Frost was just a sign of Soul Palace, a super thug. In Soul Palace, the one who truly held power was Yan Shifeng. Therefore, he didn't want to waste time talking to Dark Frost. Instead, he wanted to talk to Yan Shifeng directly. That old thing is already dead. This time, it wasn't Dark Frost who spoke, but Ling Xiao. How dare you? I'm talking to Hall Master Dark Frost. Since when did a piece of trash like you have the right to interrupt? Zhu Chang roared. You're the bold one. How dare you speak to my big brother Ling Xiao like that in my territory? Are you courting death? Dark Frost roared angrily. A huge ghostly hand appeared in the air and slammed towards Zhu Chang. Zhu Chang had no time to dodge. But he couldn't resist it either. They could only wait for death. This was the terrifying suppression of martial artists in the reincarnation divine realm against martial artists in the environment of many heavens. Moreover, Dark Frost was a third-level reincarnation divine realm expert. Zhu Chang was like a child in front of her. Boom, just when Zhu Chang thought that he was dead for sure, a black shadow appeared in front of him and blocked the ghostly hand. It was the black-robed man who had been silent all this time. You're that heavenly king who can't see the light of day, right? Dark Frost looked at the black-robed man and said. The black-robed man didn't answer. Instead, he said directly, Hall Master Dark Frost, good move, good strength, but for a mere Ling Xiao, does Soul Hall really plan to become enemies with my Heavenly King dynasty? So what if I plan to become enemies with your Heavenly King dynasty? Dark Frost sneered. The black-robed man frowned. Obviously, he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. When they came to the green zone this time, they thought of two possibilities. The first was to make a deal with Yan Shifeng and obtain Ling Xiao. The second was to threaten Soul Hall to start a war. They believed that Soul Hall wouldn't become enemies with Heavenly King dynasty for Ling Xiao. But obviously, both possibilities were wrong. Yan Shifeng didn't show up, so the deal couldn't be reached. And Soul Hall didn't seem to mind starting a war with Heavenly King dynasty. What bullshit Heavenly King dynasty, it's already something in history. Your era has long passed. Do you really think you can scare others with your past prestige? Ling Xiao looked at the black-robed man and said, I just heard Dark Frost say that you're some Heavenly King. I think it's more like Turtle King. If you have the ability, why don't you go find trouble with the Heavenly King sect, coward? Hearing this, everyone was incomparably shocked. Especially those Heavenly King dynasty martial artists who came personally with the Heavenly King. All of their eyeballs were about to pop out. Just what kind of thing was Ling Xiao, to actually dare speak to their heavenly king like that? Was he courting death? Brat, say that again? The heavenly king looked coldly at the daring Ling Xiao, killing intent flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he had never taken this crafty brat to heart. But today, he had no choice but to look at this brat in the eye and listen to what this brat had to say. Because Dark Frost was there, even he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. So what if I said, you old turtle, son of a bitch, gutless coward, only knowing how to bully the weak and fear the strong. It's a pity that your grandfather, I, am really not a pushover, you can't pinch me. Ling Xiao was not afraid of this heavenly king at all. Although this heavenly king was very powerful, with Dark Frost around, he had no need to fear at all. You. The heavenly king's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He suddenly exploded, charging towards Ling Xiao. But it was also as he expected, Dark Frost made a move. He could not get close to Ling Xiao at all. However, at this time, the Fire Dynasty's emperor, Zhu Chang, who suffered a hidden loss from Dark Frost previously, took the opportunity to charge towards Ling Xiao. Either way, the Soul Hall only had one Dark Frost. With the heavenly king blocking there, what was he afraid of? Really think that? My Soul Hall has no one? Wind Soul rose into the air, several wind blades suddenly forming above his head, blasting towards Zhu Chang. The two of them were evenly matched in strength. Zhu Chang had no choice but to block this attack. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao moved. Choosing the perfect opportunity to attack, the whale-hunting lightning spear directly pierced through Zhu Chang's heart. This was a mid-general level secret technique. How could Zhu Chang expect that he would be ambushed while fighting with Wind Soul? Moreover, the person who ambushed him was actually Ling Xiao, whom he looked down on. At the moment before his death, his eyes were wide open, as if he could not believe that this was real. The others from the Heavenly King dynasty did not believe it either. It was only when Zhu Chang's body fell to the ground outside the city that they realized that this was not an illusion, but the truth. Zhu Chang was indeed dead, and he was killed by Ling Xiao. Although it was a sneak attack, the whale-hunting lightning spear just now was used perfectly, and it was also very terrifying. You. Did you kill Zhu Chang? The Heavenly King stopped fighting with Dark Frost and retreated into the formation. He originally wanted to entangle Dark Frost and let the others launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. Who knew that this would be the result? That's right, I killed him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, do you think that I, Ling Xiao, rely on trickery and trickery? Ridiculous, Koi King, you are one of the 4 kings of the Myriad Kingdom after all. Are you also shameless? If the Dragon Shark King had not appeared in time, you trash would have been killed by me. Now you still have the face to look down on me? The Koi King had no words to refute. Although Ling Xiao should have used some kind of secret technique to increase his strength to defeat her at that time, a defeat was a defeat. There was no doubt about this. Whether she admitted it or not, it was the same. You don't dare to speak, alright, then I'll speak. You keep saying that I stole something from Wangua, what a joke. In this immemorial divine tomb, there are thousands of treasures, all of which are ownerless, whoever gets it belongs to whoever gets it. The 2 treasures that I seized with my own ability are mine. How dare Totoland say that I snatched something from you? Could it be that this immemorial divine tomb was opened by your Wangua? Or is it your Heavenly Emperor dynasty? Do you dare to say that? Even the owner of the God Devil token did not dare to say such words. If you want to take the 2 treasures from me, just say it. Why are you so hypocritical and play the role of a righteous person? Aren't you ashamed? Ling Zhao's impassioned and sarcastic words made the faces of the people from Heavenly Emperor dynasty and Wangua turn ugly. Although what he said was true. There weren't many who dared to say that in front of the Heavenly King. Even the people from Soul Palace were sweating for Ling Xiao. Although he had Dark Frost's protection, there was always a chance. Those neutral martial artists found it interesting. They liked to see Ling Xiao fight with those self-righteous old fellows. Previously, it was Yan Shifeng, now it was the Heavenly King. Since you understand so well, then it's easy to talk about it. The Heavenly King didn't seem to care about his face anymore. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, what was the use of face? He looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, that's right, we came here this time to seize the Ice Emperor's inheritance and the Ice General's inheritance from you. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Otherwise, with this army of tens of thousands attacking the green zone, I believe that Soul Palace will not take such a huge risk for you alone. At that time, your tragedy will come. In other words, you think that my strength is weaker than yours, so you plan to take the 2 treasures from me? Ling Xiao asked. Not bad, you're quite smart. How about it, for the sake of everyone, you should know what to do, right? The Heavenly King thought that he had scared Ling Xiao and said proudly. I do. That is to slaughter all the Sky Emperor Dynasty martial artists who came here today. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There are some things you don't have a choice about. The Sky Emperor Dynasty martial artists who came here today were here for him. Even if he didn't want to kill him, it was impossible. Unless he gave them what they wanted, or he died. However, he was not a coward. Since the other party was being unreasonable, there was no need for him to be reasonable. Everyone should just fight. Let's see who's stronger. You? The Heavenly Monarch sneered and said, It's not that this old man is looking down on you, but with your strength, you can only rank below average in my Sky Dynasty. In my Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, there are many people who can kill you. You're not talking about Zhu Chong, are you? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I think the Fire Dynasty's Emperor Zhu Chong's strength should be at the peak of the Heavenly King Dynasty. Other than those who had not broken through to the reincarnation divine realm, it was likely that the others were really not his match. He's already dead, yet you're still boasting shamelessly. Have you gone senile? You're impudent. Suddenly, the Heavenly Monarch released a terrifying aura without any warning, rumbling towards Ling Xiao. Dark Frost attempted to block it for Ling Xiao, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. It's not a frontal attack, just this kind of pure aura pressure is not enough to hurt me. Actually, Ling Xiao was wild with joy in his heart. The Heavenly Monarch's aura was terrifying to the extreme. So much so that it pressed space until it distorted and deformed. The city walls also began to collapse. The bricks shattered. But it was precisely this kind of terrifying pressure that made the potential in Ling Xiao's body sense danger, and started to vent crazily. A large amount of potential was released, making Ling Xiao's cultivation see energy start to rise again. Such a good opportunity, how could Ling Xiao possibly miss it? Hence, he did not let Dark Frost help. Courting death. Originally, the Heavenly Monarch thought that this move of his would not work, because Dark Frost would definitely intervene. Who knew that this time, Dark Frost actually did not make a move at all? The Heavenly Monarch was overjoyed. Although he couldn't destroy Ling Xiao, the two of them were vastly different. However, there was a huge gap between their cultivations. He believed that he could definitely suppress Ling Xiao with his aura alone. An even more terrifying aura surged out of him. Sand and pebbles began to swirl around him. Rumble, the city walls finally collapsed. The martial artists from the Hall of Souls near Ling Xiao had long since fled, leaving only Dark Frost standing there, her expression the same as ever. And yet, despite the terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao didn't even frown. His body glowed with earthen yellow light, within which was the vague image of a black turtle. Ling Xiao wasn't using any of his true energy. With the strength of his fleshly body, and the potential within him, he was able to stand up to the Heavenly Monarch's aura. The Heavenly Monarch's delight turned into shock. He simply couldn't believe that a measly 8th Division life-sizer could stand up to him like Mount Tai. Good lad, it seems that this old man has really underestimated you. But do you really think that's enough to stand up to my power, Heaven's Word Slaughter Domain? Finally, the Heavenly Monarch unleashed the Heaven's Word Slaughter Domain, one of the legacies of the Heaven's Word Emperor. The Heaven's Word Slaughter Domain had many uses, but the most important was that it could strengthen a martial artist's aura, the Heavenly Monarch's purpose in unleashing the Heaven's Word Slaughter Domain was to intimidate Ling Xiao, not to attack. This was because he realized that if he took the initiative to attack, he would be stopped by Ming Shuang again. Rumble. It was as if heaven and earth had become a world of swords. Killing intent surged. The terrifying aura stirred up a cloud of dust. It was as terrifying as a typhoon. However, when the dust settled, Ling Xiao was still standing there, a faint smile on his face. The Heavenly Monarch was sure that Dark Frost hadn't attacked. How had Ling Xiao managed to resist the Heaven's Word Slaughter Domain's aura? The Heavenly Monarch couldn't understand. Have you gone senile, Heavenly Monarch? You have the Heaven's Word Slaughter Domain, and I have the frigid domain. If you can strengthen your aura, why can't I? As soon as Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out, everyone realized what was going on. However, something didn't seem right. Ling Xiao's cultivation base was far below the heavenly monarch's. Even if he could unleash the frigid domain, how could he possibly stand up to the heavenly monarch's aura? Actually, their suspicions were reasonable. In that moment, Ling Xiao had unleashed the aura of his tyrannical heaven martial soul. The tyrannical heaven martial soul represented the profound heaven universe. No matter how strong the heavenly monarch's aura was, he would be powerless in front of it. I've finally reached 100%. All I need is an opportunity to reach the 9th level of life seizing. Ling Xiao was very happy. Although it had been a bit risky, it was definitely worth it. Get on your knees, you bastard. The heavenly monarch roared, his aura surging. And yet, Ling Xiao didn't break. Although he was swaying back and forth like bamboo in the wind, he didn't break. Nor did he fall to the ground. Get on my knees? You think too highly of yourself. A has-been heavenly monarch is worse than a dog. Only trash like him would kneel to you. I, Ling Xiao, am not that cheap. Ling Xiao sneered. Ling Xiao was actually speaking calmly amidst the violent winds and huge waves. This made the heavenly king feel incomparably humiliated. He also felt waves of anger. The Soul Hall martial artists laughed loudly following Ling Xiao's mocking voice. What a has-been heavenly king, inferior to a dog. Truly inferior to a dog. In any case, the Sky Dynasty clearly did not give their Soul Hall any face, so why should they give face to this old thing, the heavenly king? Such mockery and laughter made the heavenly king's face become increasingly gloomy like ink. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the first time he personally set out to handle this matter would actually be such a failure. Unable to fight, unable to intimidate Ling Xiao with his aura, the heavenly king's old face could be considered completely lost today. Fortunately, he did not show his face, only wrapped in that pitch-black robe, completely concealing his true appearance. Otherwise, it would probably be even more embarrassing. Dark Frost, what on earth are you trying to do? Do you really plan to become enemies with my heavenly king dynasty? The heavenly king's eyes were filled with anger. Even if he was usually calm and composed, today, he somewhat could not control the killing intent in his heart. Dark Frost was clearly deliberately protecting Ling Xiao, even a fool could see this. If he did not solve the problem of Dark Frost, wanting to kill Ling Xiao today was simply a fool's dream. Is your heavenly king dynasty very impressive? I remember that other than the heavenly king, doesn't the heavenly king dynasty still have a King Zhong? Why didn't I see him today? Is he hiding? Or do you think that my soul hall is not qualified to have two kings appear at the same time? Dark Frost said in a clear voice. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being the soul hall's hall master. This king was originally unwilling to show his face, but I didn't expect that he was still detected by you. Amidst the loud laughter, a door appeared in the void, and a person walked out of the door. His age looked to be only 30 or 40 years old, but his strength should not be weaker than the heavenly king. The heavenly king alone might not be Dark Frost's match, but if he joined forces with King Zhong, it was really hard to say. For the first time, Ling Xiao frowned. He really did not detect this King Zhong. Since Palace Master Dark Frost has seen through our plan, let's cut to the chase. Today, we don't want Ling Xiao's life. He just needs to hand over the memory metal of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. As for whether or not he has comprehended the Ice Emperor's inheritance, we will not pursue it any further. As for the inheritance of the Frost General, we don't have to care about it. Prince Zhong was clearly calmer than the heavenly king. The heavenly king didn't say anything at this time, as if he was willing to listen to Prince Zhong solve this problem. Dark Frost sneered, it sounds like you've suffered a great loss. Do you really think you can eat my soul palace? Today, I'll say it right here. My big brother Ling Xiao is right here. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll take their life. As for the Ice Emperor's legacy that you want, that will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Actually, I've long wanted to experience Heavenly King and Prince Zhong's skills, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. Hearing this, Prince Zhong's brows furrowed. He felt that he had already given Dark Frost enough face. But now, it still didn't seem to make sense. It could be seen that not only did Dark Frost want to protect Ling Xiao, but she also wanted to protect the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Made sense, it was impossible for any major faction to easily hand over the ancient emperor's inheritance after obtaining it. Prince Zhong, why is there a need to talk nonsense with that girl? She's already steeled her heart to protect that Ling Xiao. Why don't you and I join hands and eliminate her? The Heavenly King's temper was clearly more irritable. To him, there was already nothing much to say about this matter. As long as he killed Dark Frost, wouldn't Ling Xiao be at their disposal? Big brother, wait a moment. What Prince Zhong thought was more than the Heavenly King. He did not know what happened in the Green Zone, and also did not know if Yan Shifeng was really dead. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Soul Palace still had 3 old undying fellows alive. If they really fought head-on, they might not be able to gain anything. One had to know, in the entire western region, the strongest were the Soul Palace and myriad countries. Their Heavenly King dynasty could not compare to these two at all. The Heavenly King forcefully suppressed his anger and nodded. Normally, he was still more willing to listen to the words of his second brother, Prince Zhong. It was the same today. Hall Master Darkfrost, Ling Xiao is merely a nobody. Are you really going to let the 2 major factions of the western region fight to the death for him? Prince Zhong looked at Darkfrost and said coldly. Firstly, whether Big Brother Ling Xiao is a nobody or not, it's not up to you guys to decide. If he's considered a nobody, then what are the Mirror Devil King and the Koi King, who were defeated by him, trash? Secondly, even if Big Brother Ling Xiao is really a nobody, so what? He's my brother now. If you guys want to touch him, you're making an enemy of me. Darkfrost's attitude was very clear. There was no hesitation or wavering at all. Hall Master Darkfrost, doing this doesn't seem appropriate, right? For this person, you want to sacrifice the entire Soul Palace? Prince Zhong said again. Tell me, is it worth it for Big Brother Ling Xiao? Darkfrost said loudly. It's worth it. Only the Outer Palace martial artists were left of the Soul Palace. These people revered Darkfrost and thanked Ling Xiao for saving them from the abyss of suffering. Therefore, there was nothing to say about Ling Xiao. In order to protect Ling Xiao, they were willing to fight. Darkfrost smiled at Prince Zhong and said, if the 2 of you aren't completely senile, you should be able to understand what they're saying, right? Ling Xiao is not only my benefactor, he's also the entire Soul Palace's benefactor. He's not only the highest guest elder of my Soul Palace, he's also my Soul Palace's benefactor. If my Soul Palace gives up on him because of a few threats from your Heavenly Emperor dynasty, how will my Soul Palace establish itself in the western region in the future? At this point, Darkfrost's voice suddenly turned cold, telling you guys to scram is already giving you face. Since you guys don't understand human language and aren't willing to scram, then I'll let you know. Next, I'll let you guys understand the consequences of offending my Soul Palace and offending me. Darkfrost, Soul-Devouring Domain. Darkfrost released the Soul-Devouring Domain. In an instant, it filled the entire battlefield and enveloped everyone from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. At that moment, even Prince Zhong and the Heavenly Emperor had solemn expressions. There was no need to talk about the rest. Most of them collapsed on the ground, trembling in fear. Even Prince Tian and the Koi King knelt on one knee, their faces filled with anger and fear. Although Darkfrost still showed mercy in the end and didn't kill anyone, this kind of intimidation caused the arrogant Heavenly Emperor dynasty martial artists to completely wilt. Palace Master is mighty. Heavenly Emperor dynasty's grandsons, come and fight if you have the ability. How can my Soul Palace be afraid of you? We swear to protect Soul Palace with our lives, we swear to protect our benefactor's life with our lives. Kill. 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 Although there weren't many people left in Soul Palace, they were more united than before. In a sense, the current Soul Palace was actually stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Prince Zhong and the Heavenly Emperor both frowned. In their impression, the relationship between Soul Palace's inner palace and outer palace had always been at odds. How did they become so united now? It was truly puzzling. However, the others wouldn't think so much. Many Heavenly Emperor dynasty martial artists were already filled with righteous indignation. How could they not be angry when they were insulted by Ling Xiao and the people of Soul Palace? If not for the fact that King Zhong and the Heavenly King had not given the order, they would have started fighting. Originally, they came to the Green Zone with the purpose of starting a war. Ling Xiao was glad that he had killed all the people in the inner palace. Otherwise, there would not be a situation where they supported him. Many of those fellows in the inner palace wished for him to die. "Girl, can you stop King Zhong and the Heavenly King?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked in a low voice. "No problem." Dark Frost nodded confidently. The Heavenly King's cultivation should be at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. Both of them are not as strong as me. Not to mention stopping them, as long as I fight well, winning won't be a problem. Alright, since that's the case, I won't be polite. There are too many of them, and it will be troublesome in the end. Today, let's eliminate them at a fixed location. After confirming Dark Frost's opinion, Ling Xiao looked at the people of the Heavenly King dynasty and said, "A bunch of cowards without balls. Since you want the Ice Empress inheritance, just come and take it. If I even frown, then I'll kill you. If I frown, I won't be Ling Xiao. Zhu Chang has been killed, but you guys don't even dare to move. Let me ask the two kings of the Heavenly King dynasty, do you have anything below? Are you all eunuchs? Show some manliness." Ling Xiao's sarcasm and provocation only had one purpose, and that was to fight with the other party. Take the opportunity to get rid of those small fries. Don't underestimate these small fries. When they reached the western region, they were all experts. For the future of the Eight Immortals country, he had to make preparations early. Of course, if he could take the opportunity to kill one or two big fishes like Zhu Chang, it would be good too. His words were really ear-piercing. Normally, people with a bit of temper would not be able to stand it. Furthermore, people's tempers were not very good these days, and they were all more irritable. The pressure of survival and life caused a ball of fire in everyone's body. This ball of fire was really easy to ignite. Bullshit. Finally, someone roared. That was Prince Tian. As the future successor of the Sky Emperor Empire, he possessed the inheritance of the Sky Sword Emperor and was known as the #1 person among the younger generation. Prince Tian had his own pride. How could he endure such humiliation? The rest of the people had ugly expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with anger, as if they wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Now that this brat has matured, he's actually becoming more and more arrogant and hateful, actually slandering the good men of my Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Everyone, tell me, should we kill him or not? The Emperor roared. Kill. Countless people responded. At this time, the Heavenly Emperor dynasty's martial artists already threw King Zhong and Heavenly King to one side. Anger had completely blinded their minds, making it impossible for them to calm down and think about anything. Right now, they only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Coupled with Prince Tian's shout, the fire in everyone's heart was ignited. Although the Koi King was not a member of the Celestial Dynasty, her expression was similarly ugly. She and Heavenly King Zhong were engaged to begin with. Furthermore, after what had happened in the past, she hated Ling Xiao to the bone, and didn't want to see him get so smug. Heavenly King Zhong didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with what he was saying. Given his temperament, since things had already reached this point, there was no way he could continue. There was no way he could continue the discussion. He simply could not endure such humiliation. King Zhong's expression wasn't very good either. If word got out that they were being humiliated by a member of the younger generation and didn't dare to do anything about it, how could they maintain their standing? People would think they were afraid of the Hall of Souls. It was at this point that a figure appeared next to King Zhong. It was a woman, and although her looks weren't particularly outstanding, she had an incomparable air about her. Lin Chuyan? In that instant, Ling Xiao saw through this woman. His Tai Chi eye caught a trace of the woman's aura. There was no mistaking it. She really was Lin Chuyan. Although she seemed to be in the 8th division of the life-seizing level after possessing this body, there was no mistaking it. But there was no mistaking it. Lin Chuyan leaned over and whispered something into King Zhong's ear, causing him to look delighted. Are you telling the truth? Why would I lie? Who do you think I am? Lin Chuyan said coolly. Good. Very good. So, the inner sanctum and outer sanctum are having internal strife. Now, the outer sanctum is the only one left. Earlier, King Zhong had been worried that the 3 old bastards would show up. But now, he wasn't worried at all. Those three old bastards were from the inner sanctum. Even if they did show up, they would only view the outer sanctum as enemies. They would never make an enemy of the inner sanctum. "Big brother, let's fight," King Zhong said. "Today, we'll destroy the Hall of Souls. Not only will we take the legacy of the Ice Emperor, but we'll also take the legacy of the Soul Emperor." King Zhong looked over at King Zhong. "I was waiting for you to say that. Everyone, heed my orders. Attack!" King Zhong shouted, waving his hand. "Girl, you hold those two back. I'll handle the others. Tell the Hall of Souls to guard the entrance. The spell formation I set up yesterday will make it impossible for them to break in." Ling Xiao looked over at Dark Frost, then suddenly vanished. Unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation, Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul, Shadow Warrior. Of course, the best way to kill someone was to blend into the crowd. Seeing Ling Xiao vanish, Dark Frost charged forward. She headed directly toward King Zhong and King Zhong. It was at this point that the air suddenly filled with blood-red light. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao had unleashed the Bloodthirsty Plague as soon as he entered the crowd. Under the influence of the Bloodthirsty Plague, King Zhong and Heavenly King would be somewhat affected. Of course, the effect was small. But to Dark Frost, it was definitely going to be of some help. As for the others, they were even more miserable. In the blink of an eye, 6th or 7th stage life seizers were killed by the Bloodthirsty Plague. The Bloodthirsty Plague wasn't just a divine ability used to weaken opponents. In essence, it was a continuous attack. Only when Ling Xiao was dealing with opponents stronger than him would he be able to weaken them. When dealing with opponents weaker than him, he would either die instantly, or be tortured to death. 6th or 7th stage life seizers were a far cry from Ling Xiao's unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation. Naturally, they would die instantly. As for 8th stage life seizers, they would groan in pain, and be on the verge of death. 9th stage life seizers were a bit better off. They would have to expend 70 to 80% of their energy to keep the Bloodthirsty Plague under control. Life seizers would have to expend 20 to 30% of their energy to keep the Bloodthirsty Plague under control. As for reincarnation deities, they might not even need to expend 10% of their energy, but they would still be weakened. After the Bloodthirsty Plague was the Shadow Warrior's assassination attempt. Ling Xiao was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing into the crowd. Every time he appeared, someone would be killed. Almost all of the victims were 9th stage life seizers. "Dog thief, you dare." Only now did King Zhong and Heavenly King realize what kind of mistake they had made. They had underestimated Ling Xiao too much. Apart from them, no one else present could restrain Ling Xiao in a short period of time. Even the Koi King and Prince Tian could not do it. Leng Qiuyan had already fled. She understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was the most and knew that her current strength was not enough to contend with Ling Xiao. Therefore, when the battle began, she chose to slip away. Facing Heavenly King's roar, Ling Xiao completely ignored it and continued to kill decisively. Over there, Soul Hall's martial artists cheered and shouted. They originally thought that today's battle would be very difficult. But in reality, they had not been threatened at all. Heavenly King and King Zhong were already entangled by Dark Frost. Neither side could win in a short time. Although Prince Tian and the Koi King were anxious to restrain Ling Xiao, whether it was speed or eyesight, they were inferior to Ling Xiao. They could only stare helplessly. Moreover, the two were also affected by the Bloodthirsty Rat Plague. Their current combat strength was not at their peak. "Retreat!" Suddenly, King Zhong roared, "Retreat immediately!" He realized that today's underestimation of the enemy had caused them to make a big mistake. But as long as they protected the Koi King and Prince Tian, there was nothing to be afraid of. In the God Fiend Invitational, Ling Xiao had no way of avoiding Prince Tian and the Koi King. He could only fight head-on. He did not believe that at that time, Ling Xiao could still play this kind of trick. "Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." What kind of ability is bullying those weaklings? Although King Zhong and Heavenly King had already given the order to retreat, the Koi King was still indignant in her heart. She came this time to collect a debt. The encounter in the Ice Emperor's ancient tomb made her incomparably angry and embarrassed. Now that her cultivation had broken through, the first thing she thought of was to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Do you want to die that much? Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Koi King. His cold face revealed a mocking expression. You should be the one dying. When the Koi King saw Ling Xiao, he was immediately enraged. He raised his hand and blasted out a palm strike. He used his best beginner general realm martial arts technique. Petty tricks. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, and also blasted out a palm. However, it was only a martial technique at the peak of the general realm, ghost deity seal. Using a martial arts technique at the peak of the general level against a martial arts technique at the primary king level? Is that kid stupid? The Koi King had such a thought in his mind, but he did not say it out loud. Since Ling Xiao was courting death, there was no need for her to be polite. However, after the two of them collided, they were actually evenly matched. Both of them took 2 steps back before they could stand firm. What? The Koi King's expression changed drastically. He had used a primary king-tier martial arts technique to attack his opponent, but his opponent had easily neutralized his attack with a peak general tier martial arts technique. When did this brat become so terrifying? It's not over yet, what are you spacing out for, Supreme Snake Venomous Sky Sword Art? Ling Xiao had completely treated the Koi King as his practice target, and blasted out a primary king-tier martial arts technique. The Koi King hastily responded. His strongest martial arts technique was the primary general tier. How could he block Ling Xiao's attack? A rumbling sound was heard. The Koi King's palm strike was shattered. The Supreme Snake Venomous Sky Sword was like a dragon drilling into the Koi King's throat. Koi King, be careful. The one who attacked was Prince Tian. After all, the Koi King was his fiancée, and he had to protect her. Prince Tian was still stronger than the Koi King. After all, he had the Sky Sword inheritance, and naturally, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, Prince Tian did not use the Sky Sword inheritance's attack method when he was dealing with Ling Xiao. Instead, he used his best beginner king-tier martial arts technique. How much stronger do you think you are compared to her? When Ling Xiao saw that Prince Tian was blocking, he did not retreat. Instead, he struck out again. Ling Long's saintly celestial sword art. When both swords struck out, their power increased tenfold, so what if Prince Tian was stronger than the Koi King? The two sword chi merged into one and bombarded Prince Tian's sword. Prince Tian retreated in a sorry state. Not only did he fail to block the attack for the Koi King, but he also sent the Koi King flying. The two of them fell dozens of meters away. Damn it! Prince Tian felt humiliated. He was actually suppressed by Ling Xiao to this extent. How could he accept this? A terrifying power suddenly burst out from his body. It was clearly the power of the Sky Sword inheritance. Alright, now is not the time. It won't be too late to deal with this kid when the God and Devil Invitational Tournament begins. At this moment, Heavenly King had already rushed over, grabbed Prince Tian and the Koi King, and flew away. At the same time, King Zhou also grabbed the Demon Eye King and Long Chen to escape. They did not care about the rest of the people. For a moment, the Heavenly King dynasty's army was in chaos. Those who were killed, and those who fled. Tens of thousands of people came, but less than 1,000 left alive. Outside the Green Zone city gate, a pile of corpses was thrown. Seeing this, Soul Hall's martial artists were extremely excited. The 4 major factions had always been competing and opposing each other in the western region. Heavenly King Dynasty was trying to restore, and Soul Hall was also trying to rise. There was no lack of friction between the two factions. But all this time, Soul Hall had never gained any advantage. Due to internal disunity, Heavenly King Dynasty had taken advantage of them several times. Today, they were finally able to vent their anger. Under Ling Xiao and Dark Frost's heroic display, Heavenly King Dynasty's martial artists could only flee in a sorry state, leaving behind a pile of corpses. Now, at least in this immemorial divine tomb, Heavenly King Dynasty could no longer pose a threat to Soul Hall. Ling Xiao was thrown up by the people like a hero. And in the hearts of Soul Hall's martial artists, Ling Xiao's status was getting higher and higher. His image was also getting bigger. This also laid a very good foundation for the future merger of 8 Immortals Kingdom and Soul Hall. Alright, stop messing around. Immediately repair the city wall. This green zone is our Soul Hall stronghold. It can't be destroyed. Dark Frost saw that it was about time and ordered. Everyone naturally agreed without hesitation. Outside the city, only Ling Xiao and Dark Frost were left. Brother Ling Xiao, you're really something. You made those two old guys so angry that they almost vomited blood. They came all the way here for your Ice Emperor's inheritance, but in the end, not only did they not get anything, but they also lost many subordinates. Instead, many of his subordinates' lives were lost. I'm sure he won't let this matter rest. Dark Frost smiled bitterly. I know, but they've already come to find me. What else can I do? I can't be a coward. Don't worry, give me some more time. When my cultivation breaks through, even Heavenly King and King Zhong may not be able to stop me. Ling Xiao chuckled, full of confidence. Dark Frost, of course, believes in you, brother. But there's one more thing. King Zhong is different from Heavenly King. He should be 35 years old. In other words, in this God-Devil Invitational tournament, he has the qualifications to participate. Brother, you have to be careful. So, big brother, you have to be careful. If you meet him, just admit defeat. Anyway, the top 18 will all qualify. So you're saying that King Zhong is even more difficult to deal with than Prince Tian? That's right. King Zhong is very cunning. He's the most difficult person to deal with in the Celestial Dynasty. Dark Frost nodded confidently. Actually, in addition to King Zhong, there is another person in the Myriad Kingdoms who is second only to Dragon Mother. Isn't that King Dragon Shark? Ling Xiao asked curiously. No. King Dragon Shark is the strongest person in the Myriad Kingdoms under the age of 20. But you should know that the God-Devil Invitational invites martial artists under the age of 40. One of them is called Kong. It's a very ordinary name. But that guy is very troublesome. He's probably a reincarnation god. Dark Frost reminded him. And Kong? What's so special about his martial soul, other than his cultivation base? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. I heard that Kang's martial soul is a strange martial soul called a directional martial soul. It ensures that his attacks will always hit the target. The maximum distance could reach 1,000 meters. No one can avoid his attacks. They can only meet him head-on. Dark Frost explained. That martial soul is really convenient. Ling Xiao smiled wryly. In the face of such a martial soul, speed was meaningless. Thankfully, he had the Xuanwu god body. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. So, big brother Ling Xiao, there are still 20 days left. What do you plan to do, continue to cultivate? Dark Frost asked. Of course. When the God-Devil Invitational comes, I need to reach the 9th level of life seizing at the very least. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Although Ling Xiao had made the Koi King and Prince Tian suffer a loss in the battle today, Ling Xiao was still able to defeat them. But that didn't make him arrogant and complacent. Now that he had exposed his true strength, he knew that his opponents would only get stronger in the next 20 days. If he wanted to maintain his advantage, he had to continue to find ways to break through and get stronger. If you need any help, big brother Ling Xiao, just say the word. I'll send people to find what you need. Also, you don't know where the God-Devil Invitational is being held, right? Dark Frost asked. Speaking of which, I really don't know. Ling Xiao truly did not know much about this God-Fiend Invitational. Don't worry, Wind Spirit has already investigated thoroughly. The God and Devil Invitational Tournament will be held in the God and Devil City, that was where the owner of the Fiend God token lived. That place didn't belong to any of the 10 districts. Moreover, there were many experts. It belongs to the latter half of the immemorial divine tomb. It's close to the 4 regions. Dark Frost replied. Why does it sound like the owner of this God-Devil token is a watchdog? Are you the gatekeeper for the 4 major regions? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's possible. If the western regions is a prison, then the immemorial divine tomb is the execution ground. The place where the owner of the Fiend God token is at is the prison's exit. Darkfrost said, the owner of the Fiend God token is already capable of destroying the entire western region, let alone the true experts of the other 4 regions. Therefore, after thousands of years, the western regions could only do things with their tails between their legs. So many people died every year. But they didn't even dare to ask why. Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but feel a little touched. In other words, even if he knew where the exit of the Forbidden Land of Death was, if he couldn't defeat the owner of the Fiend God token, everything would be in vain. It seemed that he couldn't think about unnecessary things. The most important thing at the moment was still to improve his strength. There was nothing much to say. In the following time, Xiao began to sweep through the 10 districts of the immemorial Divine Tomb. Therefore, in the last 20 days, a legend began to spread in the immemorial Divine Tomb. There was a terrifying humanoid monster that roamed the 10 districts of the immemorial Divine Tomb, specifically picking on powerful monsters. This humanoid monster seemed to become stronger every time it killed a powerful monster. It was just like the legendary Devourer Beast. There were many warriors who saw him, and there was once a team of warriors who were very strong overall. There was even a destiny-changing realm warrior team who tried to hunt him down. In the end, they were all wiped out. The legend spread extremely quickly. Later on, when warriors saw this monster, they were all afraid to avoid him. Of course, the humanoid monster they were talking about was Xiao. Xiao spent nearly 18 days frantically looking for opponents. On the 19th day, he returned to the green zone. He was really like the legendary humanoid monster, and his beard had grown a lot. Back in the green zone, he tidied himself up before heading to the Divine Devil City with Darkfrost, Duhun, and Zhan Hun. Darkfrost, Duhun, and Zhan Hun were the participants of the Soul Hall. As for Wind Soul, he stayed. After all, he was already past his age. In addition, the green zone also needed someone to guard it, so it was naturally appropriate for Wind Soul to stay. In order to let Wind Soul stay in the green zone with more peace of mind, Xiao also gave him the memory medal of the Soul Emperor's inheritance to comprehend. As for how much he could comprehend, it would depend on his luck. The inheritance of the 8 great ancient emperors was not unique. There could be many people who could comprehend it, but there could only be one orthodox successor, and that was the person who wielded the weapon. For example, Xiao had the Ice Age, Darkfrost had the Soul-Devouring Wand, and Prince Heaven had the Heaven Sword. Excuse me for asking, but has young hero Ling already broken through? Along the way, Duhun couldn't help but ask. No way. Didn't he just break through to the 8th stage of life seizing? How could he break through again in 20 days? It took me 2 full years to break through from the 8th to the 9th division of the life seizing level. If I wasn't a genius, I wouldn't have been given the title of Zhan Hun. Zhan Hun couldn't help but say, idiot. Idiot, that's only for you. It shouldn't be a problem for young hero Ling. Zhan Hun laughed. Is that true? Zhan Hun asked, looking at Xiao in surprise. Xiao nodded. The truth was that he had already broken through 10 days ago. After all, thanks to the might of the heavenly kings, his sea of power had been raised to 100%. He wasn't far from breaking through. Later on, he had encountered a number of experts. There were monsters and martial artists. Because of that, he had not only broken through, but also raised his sea of power to 90%. The next breakthrough wasn't far away. But he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. If he did, Zhan Hun would be depressed to death. They were the same kind of people who cultivated the same way, but the gap between them was huge. Heavens, you're a monster. You really are a monster. At this rate, Prince Heaven won't be a match for you. The only people you need to be careful of are Duke Zhong and Kong, and the Linglong Saintess. Zhan Hun said excitedly. Who's the Linglong Saintess? Xiao asked curiously. The Linglong Saintess is the holy maiden of the Linglong Palace, and the #1 genius of the Alliance of Vengeance. Compared to Feng Fei, who just rose to prominence, she has better aptitude and strength. She's on the same level as Duke Zhong and Kong. More importantly, she's only 20 years old. Zhan Hun sighed with emotion. Why are you sighing? Our temple master is only 13 years old, but he's already at the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. He's much more powerful than that saintess. War Soul said in annoyance. That's true. War Soul said with a smile. It turns out that there are so many experts. I'm even more excited now. But there's a question I've always wanted to ask. What's the exact situation of the God-Fiend Invitational? How do we fight? Ling Xiao had always been curious about this. He had participated in many martial competitions, but the rules were different, so there was no harm in understanding it in advance. He had been busy cultivating before and did not take these things to heart. But now that he was ready to go to Xuanwu Lake, he had to ask first. Otherwise, it would be depressing if he was in the dark. The rules are actually very simple. First, we have to determine the 18 people who will enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Each of the 9 Supremes of the Western region will send 3 people, so there will be 27 people in the end. But this is not everyone. According to the situation in previous years, the owner of the God-Fiend token will send 10 people. These 10 people have entered the Archean Divine Mausoleum before, but they did not go out and became the subordinates of the owner of the God-Fiend token. But they are still martial artists of the Western region and have the qualifications to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. So in fact, there are a total of 37 people competing for the 18 spots. Dark Frost explained. How do you compete? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, it's a chaotic battle. Otherwise, it's a waste of time to fight one-on-one. But this chaotic battle is also very particular. In the suburbs of the God-Fiend city, there is a cave that leads to the world of the dead. It is said that any martial artist who died in the Archean Divine Mausoleum will exist in the form of an undead in that small world. The martial artists will be sent to the world of the dead for a chaotic battle. The final 18 people will have the qualifications to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Dark Frost continued to explain. In order to figure out the rules of the God-Fiend Invitational, Dark Frost had put in a lot of effort during this period. After all, it was not only related to her, but also related to her most cherished brother Ling Xiao. A battle of life and death? Ling Xiao asked. That's not the case. To the Western region's 9 Supremes, those they send are all experts and geniuses. No one wanted their men to die. It was the same for the owner of the Fiend God token. The interesting thing was that this world of the dead had a special rule. As long as a martial artist suffered more than what his body could handle, he would be immediately teleported out. It was as if they did not accept the dead from the outside. However, there was one thing that was different. This only applied to battles between martial artists. If you're killed by the undead inside, then you're really dead. Dark Frost replied. Oh, I understand. If that's the case, the 18 people should be decided very quickly. What happens after the decision is made? Ling Xiao asked again. Because the top 3 will be heavily rewarded by the owner of the Fiend God token, there will still be 18 people fighting each other. The top 3 will be decided in the end. Dark Frost replied. I'm more or less clear. In other words, the first round of the chaotic battle is the most crucial. As long as I can stand out, even if I can't enter the top 3, I can still enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Ling Xiao had a plan in his mind. In the first round of the chaotic battle, there is no doubt that the 4 forces of the Avenging Alliance will join forces. That's what they did before. In this way, they will have a union of 12 people. The Myriad Kingdom and the Heavenly Emperor Dynasty will also join forces. In this way, they will also have a union of 9 people. The most terrifying thing is that King Zhong and Nkong are both among these 9 people. Our Soul Hall is the weakest, with only 3 people. Dark Frost said worriedly. Girl, you're wrong. Isn't there still my 8 Immortals Kingdom? The 3 people from our 8 Immortals Kingdom will definitely surprise you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, there are 6 of us. Although there aren't many people, with you here, it won't be a problem at all. Speaking of which, who are the other 2 people from the 8 Immortals Kingdom? We haven't seen them yet. Dohan asked curiously. You've already seen Xiao Jin. As for the other person, she's called Cold Plum. She's not weaker than Xiao Jin at all. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had already thought about the participants of the 8 Immortals Kingdom, but Cold Plum and Xiao Jin would not fight for the time being. He would be fully responsible for the first round of the free-for-all. The two of them only needed to cultivate diligently. As for the 18-person ranking competition, the two of them would not participate because it was meaningless. The key was what would happen after entering the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Who would have thought that your 8 Immortals kingdom, which is unknown, has 3 geniuses who are not inferior to the rest? This may be the key to turning the situation around. Do-hun sighed. To be honest, Do-hun had no impression of the 8 Immortals kingdom before Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. But now, he dared not underestimate this 8 Immortals kingdom at all. In fact, I'm not afraid if we join forces against the enemy. What I'm most worried about is that the terrain of the world of the dead is complicated, causing us to fight on our own. Then, there's no way to help each other. We can only rely on luck. Ling Xiao said again. That's true. Do-hun smiled bitterly and said, in fact, as long as Hall Master and young hero Ling can enter the top 18, it's fine. We're just here to make up the numbers. That's not necessarily true. The two of you are now in the heaven-seizing fate exchanging level, while the others are clearly in the 9th level of life seizing. As long as you don't meet too strong of an opponent, you can still advance. Alright, don't worry about that. Let's focus on our journey. After figuring out the rules of the God-Devil Invitational, Ling Xiao felt more confident. As far as he was concerned, the free-for-all shouldn't be a problem. He could easily pass. He was quite interested in the world of the dead. What kind of array or law could actually form such a strange world? The rest of the time was spent hurrying along. Because the 4 of them were all very strong, they didn't slow down in the slightest. Although the primeval god tomb was huge, they still caught sight of the God-Devil City on the afternoon before the God-Devil Invitational. The gigantic Divine Devil City was made entirely out of pitch-black metal. It was ferocious and terrifying. It emanated a chilling aura. The ancient God-Devil City was like an enormous monster, guarding the passageway to the 4 domains. The martial artists of the western regions could only stay in the barren lands and fend for themselves, unable to advance further on the path of martial arts. The ancient Sword Emperor's 9 incarnations were the first to challenge the 4 domains. The primeval god tomb was created because of that heaven-shaking, earth-shattering battle. Countless martial artists from the western regions were buried here. Although the ancient Sword Emperor had failed, he had left behind a spark of resistance, giving the martial artists of the western regions hope. Only a sliver of hope remained. Ling Xiao could even imagine the majestic scene that had occurred back then. In order to find a way out, the ancestors of the ancient Sword Emperor had shed their blood. In order to open a stronger path for the western region martial artists, the ancient Sword Emperor joined hands with 8 great ancient emperors and dozens of generals. Countless generals and soldiers. A long and drawn-out war began here. Imagining it now was still exciting. Flying is not allowed in the Divine Devil City. Come down. Dark Frost reminded. The 4 of them landed on the ground and walked in the direction of the Divine Devil City. Suddenly, 2 terrifying auras flew over. They landed on the left and right respectively. One of them was the Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and the other was the Myriad Kingdom. Dragon Mother, Heavenly Emperor, King Zhong, and Nkong had all arrived. As for Dragon Shark King, King Carp, Prince Tian, and the others, they also followed. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When these 2 parties saw the people from the Soul Hall, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. But fortunately, because this was the Divine Devil City, no one dared to make a move. Your eyes are so big. Be careful, your eyeballs might fall out. Bite me if you have the ability. Ling Xiao looked at Prince Tian and the others in disdain. He was still as annoying as ever. But those people couldn't do anything to him. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Wait until you reach the world of the dead. You'll suffer. Prince Tian said fiercely. Just you? Don't be funny. In the Battle of the Green Region, you all ran away with your tails between your legs. Now you're still pretending to be a wolf. Ling Xiao said in disdain. You. Prince Tian was infuriated by Ling Xiao's words. Alright, there's no time to talk with this kid. The people from the Revenge Alliance should have arrived. Let's go in first. If you want to settle the score, there will be plenty of opportunities. There's no need to rush. Dragon Mother glanced at Ling Xiao with a hint of surprise in her eyes. It had been a long time since someone could make her angry. This Ling Xiao was the first. But she was scheming and astute. She wouldn't be so stupid to make a move against Ling Xiao here. Once she offended the owner of the Divine Devil Order, she would be the one in the end. Although she was invincible in the Western region, she was not worth mentioning in front of the owner of the Divine Devil Order. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. Seeing that they had left, he also walked towards the city. The Divine Devil City was much bigger than he had imagined. Rather than calling it a city, it would be better to call it a fortress. At this moment, a huge screen was set up in the central square of the Divine Devil City. The screen displayed the scene of the world of the dead. Those undead looked ugly, but they were very powerful. It was just that they were sealed in the small world by some kind of power and couldn't come out. Otherwise, the entire western region would have fallen. On the square, the martial artists of the Revenge Alliance had already arrived. Ling Xiao didn't know the others, but there were some familiar faces that Ling Xiao remembered very clearly. This was especially true for Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny. Both of their cultivations had already reached the life-changing realm. Moreover, he felt like Feng Fei had inherited Fairy Linglong's legacy. Tyranny Heavenly Seas had also obtained the Flame Emperor's legacy. Among those from the White Tiger continent, 4 of them had gained the recognition of the ancient emperor. Ling Xiao, Long Chen, Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny. It was clear that the talents of the Black Tortoise continent's martial artists couldn't compare to those from the other 3 continents. They were stronger simply because they had more resources. Actually, there wasn't much to be proud of. Of course, besides the 4 of them, the rest of the participants were also strong. None of them were trash. After all, there were many martial artists in the western regions. The 27 participants were all outstanding figures. Proud sons and daughters of the heavens, after looking around, Ling Xiao's gaze finally settled on the platform. The person sitting there gave him a fright. The seat at the head was empty. But the 8 martial artists sitting below that person were all experts of the reincarnation divine realm. Their auras weren't any weaker than the likes of the Celestial King and Duke of Zhong. Are those the subordinates of the Divine Devil Order's owner? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. The Divine Devil and Divine Devil envoys he once thought to be incomparably powerful were now nothing more than 2 small fries. They could only stand there without even having the right to sit. Ling Xiao guessed that the seat at the head was reserved for the owner of the Divine Devil Order. While he was paying attention to the martial artists in God Devil City, he had no idea that he'd become the target of public criticism. Apart from the people of the Hall of Souls, the cultivators of the other 7 factions probably viewed him as a thorn in their flesh. After all, a piece of trash had suddenly risen to become a powerhouse they had no choice but to take seriously. It was hard for them to accept. Because of jealousy, it was only natural that they would treat Ling Xiao with hostility. It was human nature, so there was nothing strange about it. Is that the Ling Xiao who defeated the Koi King? He doesn't look like much. His aura is so weak. He's probably only in the 9th level of the life-seizing stage. That's right. I heard that Ling Xiao belongs to the 8 Immortals Kingdom. The 8 Immortals Kingdom is the small kingdom that defeated the Sword Dynasty. For a small kingdom like that to produce an expert of that level is already incredible. Humph. He's just a stinky fishing line. How could he be worthy of standing on the same battlefield as us? How about we all make a deal? As long as we meet that kid, we'll join forces to kill him. Then we'll fight for a spot based on our own skills. No problem. But that kid has the Ice Emperor's legacy. Who's going to get it? It belongs to whoever kills him. Aside from Feng Fei and Heavenly Sea Tyranny, none of the other competitors seemed to care about Ling Xiao at all. It was as if Ling Xiao was just there to make up the numbers. If they wanted to kill him, they could kill him. All right. After everyone came to an agreement, their gazes towards Ling Xiao were filled with intense greed. Boss, it looks like these guys are going to do something bad to you. Long Chen secretly transmitted his voice. Don't worry. Only a few of these pieces of trash are a threat to me. As for the rest, I'll kill them one by one. If 2 come, I'll kill a pair. You, on the other hand, have to be careful of that Duke Zhong. He's very cunning. But that's not necessarily the case for him. Even if you believe him, my intentions are clear. If anything goes wrong, come back immediately. I won't allow you to make any mistakes. Ling Xiao reminded him. Boss, don't worry. I'm not an idiot. If there's really no other way, I'll naturally choose to slip away. Long Chen nodded. That's for the best. Ling Xiao nodded his head and immediately felt relieved. Long Chen had followed him from the Sky Dragon continent all the way to the Black Tortoise continent. Although he wasn't much older, his mind was very mature. There was no need to worry too much. Boss, I have some information to share with you. If you remember it, it might be helpful. Long Chen said again. All right. Soon enough, Ling Zhao's mind was filled with detailed information about the 9 Supremes. This information was very secretive. Long Chen had probably spent a lot of effort to get his hands on it. The 4 great factions had quite a few Rebirth Realm martial artists. End of chapter 34-32. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.